riots for a druggie in Minneapolis were also stupid. Hey, I'm the sensible guy. The end. Now I have to go back to work because getting lost in political. No, I don't want to tell you. I'm busy.
What Trump
specifically to incite when I'm done. No, I don't. I actually don't find this conversation.
Okay, then your point is moot. Thank you.
Now you're mute because I don't care about this conversation. But Issa, let him know that I kicked him out of the room. Just because I didn't want to talk to him. He can come back when I'm not here. Yeah, I don't. This is an uninteresting conversation. Here, I'll read the speech for you. You want me to go read it? So I have to remember the exact speech. Donald Trump speech.
He's not here to listen anymore.
I don't care about that guy. I'm talking to the guys in the chat that are actually worth talking to. Because they're nice. Donald Trump, Jan 6 speech. We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore, he said to a bunch of fucking people missing teeth from Minneapolis, or is it in Mississippi? I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. They argue that his words were not called for actual violence and lawlessness. Now, I don't think, I'm not the guy, hold on, shut up. Shut up. You ask me questions, you shut the fuck up and listen. So I don't actually think that people listen to him and we're going to be violent because they listen to him. I think a bunch of idiots were riled up for fucking 2 months believing lies about the election that were disproven in courts appointed by judges that Trump put in place. These were literally like they were like 0 for 140 fucking 6 or some shit like that. It's like at some point get a new quarterback. And so, this is such an uninteresting argument. But the idea that Trump wasn't rooting this shit along and wasn't calling it off is also stupid. The guy literally turned on his vice president, who was loyal until he saw the election results and went to certify. That is the only time that Trump didn't like Pence. Is when he said, you lost, boss. Sorry, it's this thing called democracy. You lost. You lost the election. Okay? And so this is all that happened. And I've never made the statement to your original point that there were no FBI agents. I don't know who told you that, but I've never made that statement. Anyway. Sorry to be the sensible guy in the room that doesn't live in an echo chamber where we used to have a room about Bitcoin and now every day it's, oh my god, the lefties are gonna fuck me in the ass. It's like, come on. Alright. I don't like the lefties.
It's a current events room now, John.
It is literally like Jerry Springer met Nick Fuentes, met Candace Owens, met a bunch of rich guys.
Bro, Candace Owens is off the deep end. People be sending me fucking clips from my camera.
By the way, Bogey, Alan is gay. Like, even if he's married, did you hear him? Is there a dry vagina a wet vagina in the zip code that he exists in? Wow.
Like
Let me talk to him about. And then he did the thing that
sounded like one of those professors that makes them buy their own book.
No. Stop. He did the thing that all Lisa's friends do. They demanded a response. They're like, no, nothing? You don't want to engage? You must. You must ask me a question. You must talk about what I want to talk about. Like, no one wants to talk to me. And then Issa begrudgingly said, yeah, that's interesting. Why do your friends, all of them, have that unique trait as well as
I don't claim that friend.
Higher propensity for drug and alcohol abuse? That they just have like this particular unique trait that they all want to have a conversation that no one else wants to have, and then if you don't, they get angry. It wasn't even part of the conversation. Issa called me into it because she didn't want to talk about whatever the fuck Alan's boring ass wanted to talk about. And I literally just came in. I was just driving. I was like, I'll go to the gym. I'm going to work out. I had such a wonderful day with, one that I left all the other ones for. It was a wonderful day. Got a lot of work done. Put out some fires. Had a nice shit, but not my eyebrows done, because those are perfect. Those don't need to be touched on. I just work in, and then I, get tossed in the fire. I don't want to. I just want to come and say, hi, friends. Hi, friends. How are you?
The conservative movement's coming after Dearborn Harbor. I've never seen so many tweets about Dearborn in my life.
The conservative movement's coming. Aren't they all conservative? Like,
And I don't even know what to call it.
I don't know local politics to be about it, but most Arabs don't vote left. Like most of even my Christian family, which is less conservative than the Muslims,
I don't know shit
they're
about
like 90% Trumpers.
I know the Christians are Trumpers.
But you gotta understand, a lot of Dearborn, Michigan isn't just Arab Muslims. There's a lot of Arab Christians. A lot of Orthodox Christians.
I don't know if they're in Dearborn anymore, my boy. Like,
me neither. I don't know
I
either,
think
but
they
what I will
moved
tell you
out.
is that if the conservatives are coming after the Arabs in America are not lefties. They're like, they're pretty conservative. They don't like abortion. They don't like a lot of the conservative gay issues and LGBTQ and tranny shit. They don't like any of that stuff. They don't like taxes. Like, they're mostly conservative. Although we like taxes now as Republicans. We all love tariffs. I don't know how the fuck that happened, but apparently we all love tariffs now. Forgot about that. Were those FBI agents that put the tariffs on, or was that Trump? Which one was it? Issa?
Yeah.
Issa, I heard that you said that the tariffs are the FBI's fault. I heard that you said that.
What?
Yep.
It
wasn't Trump, it was the FBI.
The FBI's fault. How did
I heard that you said that. Listen, I don't know where I heard it exactly. I don't know who said it, but I heard it.
Did you hear it? Stop bullshitting me. You know how I did it? You know how I know I didn't say that?
But he gets lots of pussy. I bet you he gets
Because
lots
I
of
never
pussy.
speak about tariffs. I'm not that intelligent.
Oh, man. I love the tariffs. The tariffs are great. Ben, how do you feel about taxes? You like more taxes or less taxes?
Oh yeah, I love taxes.
More taxes.
Yeah.
More, baby. More.
I want, baby.
Let's go. Tax day. More, papi. More, papi. Trump.
What do you like about taxes?
Yeah,
The fact that they are screwing you
I mean,
on
I
and
love
giving you
paying
ideas.
30% more for everything. Isn't that the...
Well, the great thing is, with the biggest thing that people don't really understand, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, the producers are just going to eat it. Yeah, to a certain extent.
No,
right?
not
Because
anymore.
they all have to
We're
work on a
passing through.
competitive like, I mean, of course, it's not sustainable. Like, they're not going to get 30% more competitive. They're not going to become 10% more efficient. Effectively, like, pretty fucking competitive markets like oil. I don't know, man. That is so stupid. I can't believe. A lot of the Trump shit, like the Trump cult shit, is crazy. But when he got for taxes, and people were like, "Yeah, more taxes, I love Trump." What the fuck? That's my uncle.
Taxis, I think that there should be more taxis, but not taxes. They're necessary.
Hey, the taxis are like scary drivers now, man. Getting a taxi now is like fucking. You basically are gambling for.
Hey, John, as the resident communist leftist in the room, I heard that you were advocating for pregnant women to take Tylenol. Do you want to respond to that?
I was advocating for women pregnant to take Tylenol. The thing is, I'm trying to come up with a really funny response right now, but I don't have anything. So, we'll do it again.
Everyone's autism, so I know you want more autism.
Just for the ones that he dates.
Well, why? No, my pullout game is undefeated, son. I've pulled out not twice, and that's it. 2 for 2, baby. I call my shots. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a lot of opinion. Like, dude, the thing is, I don't hate Trump as much as people think I hate Trump. But people don't hate Trump as much as they should hate Trump. It's that simple. And some people hate him way more than they should. So he's just really like he's just objectively bad at his job. You know, like he's not good at his job. Like he's just not. But
Stop
I
saying
enjoy
that,
Trump.
please.
What, that he's bad at
Compared
his
to
job?
Biden, how would you grade him?
I don't have an interest. I didn't see. The thing is, like, I didn't have like this resounding, "Oh my God, I thought Biden was great," because I don't belong to a Biden cult. I talked shit about Biden for 4 years.
No, you do. I'm just
No,
saying.
let me finish. He's objectively bad at his job, right? The fact that he couldn't get a fucking infrastructure bill passed, the fact that he couldn't get repealed and replaced with Obamacare, which was polling in the high 70s.
Bro, that's the FBI.
That was the FBI, 1,000%. I mean, he can't contain himself. He can't get out of his own way. I'm talking about not even necessarily like policy or not. I'm talking about the guy goes and insults the 51st fucking vote on repeal and replace Obamacare. And what he could have done, what a sensible human could do, he'd be like, yeah, you know, grateful for servicemen like John McCain. You know, I know that we disagree on certain things, but, you know, he served our country and I respect him for that. Instead, his ego gets the best of him all the time. He argues with fucking widows, soldiers and widows. Like, what the fuck? I don't, like, he's just bad at his job. That's all. That's all it is. He's bad. Not good. I don't know, Doge. How'd Doge go? Did you say $2 trillion? Nope. Bad at his job. It's like, do we buy Canada? Nope. Bad at his job. Greenland, Iceland, I don't even remember which one, something that ends in land. Did we get it? No? I remember you guys all thought.
Yo, but GDP was up like 200 basis points.
Where was stimmy checks from External Revenue Service tariffs? So where do we get the tax refund? Effectively, that's a tax refund, just for the record.
Yeah, where does that come?
Anyway, when Trump does good stuff, I actually am the first to actually applaud it. When Trump does stupid stuff, then I just say, that's stupid stuff, and then you guys tell me I'm crazy. Okay. You guys successfully emptied the room, and now I'm at the gym.
Alan was the one keeping the room full.
Alan was such a faggot. Oh my God, everybody, you're welcome for Alan. I didn't even care. I just don't want to talk to. Like, the thing is, what happens is when people want to talk to me and I don't want to talk to them. Like, I don't, like, for instance, I never kick, what's her face? God, I forgot her name. The lady who called everybody racist. No, I don't even get her. Kelly's just stupid. I don't kick her out.
Corny something.
Yeah, like, I never kick Courtney out of the room, right? Like, I don't just kick you out because I disagree. I just, like, when you're just, like, disruptively not, like, I was like, I don't want to be in a room with you. Like your friend yesterday, or the rabbi guy, it's just like they like so insist. So like if it was your room, I would just leave. Remember when like that one guy was like, no, ask me a question. I'm like, but I don't want to ask you a question.
I think in that room we all left and you were stuck
I know,
with it.
I know, but my point is, I would not, if it was their room, I would leave. I wasn't modded, but I didn't like, oh my God, I'm gonna kick them out of their own room. But over here, it's like, dude, I'm just hanging out with my friends. Go fuck yourself. Go have your little philosophy conversation. I don't want to answer your question. Go fuck yourself. I don't owe you that. This isn't a fucking, to me, this isn't like debate room. Sometimes we debate.
Rabbi causes the exact same reaction in everyone. So, yeah, he makes everyone just like exhausted.
I was like, dude, like my kids are here next week. I will deal with the fucking dagger in the fucking grocery aisle next week. But you're not my fucking kid. Get the fuck out of my life. I want to be with you. Tomorrow. Come back when I'm not here. And I'm not here as often anymore, so cut the shit.
No, because Jimmy kicks him out also.
Good. Jimmy's right to kick him out. Or I don't care if he does or doesn't, is what I mean to say. Kick him out, don't kick him out. Keep him, don't keep him. Just, I don't want to deal with him. Like, if he's not, like, if they're not engaging with me and are asking me, but they're like, no, I want to talk. I'm like, no, I want to talk to you. The fuck? Talk to somebody else. Like, when he was talking to you, I didn't interrupt. I didn't say, oh my God, you must stop this stupid conversation. I usually would, but I didn't. Instead, his position was, and you're gonna lose me, so I'm gonna go on the other, you're gonna work out now, but his position is, no, John, you must read the entire speech back to me. Fuck you, you go read your own speech back. This isn't a debate I wanted to have. He used to ask me my opinion. That's it, I gave her my opinion. And no, I didn't say there's no FBI agents. So of course there's FBI agents. There's idiots. And then there's another idiot who was president. Now he's president again. Voila.
Just to be clear, I don't even think anybody claimed that you said that.
Okay. Easton just made that shit up. That's why I told her.
Well, I think Johnson said he was looking forward to talking to you and Zach about it. He didn't say that you said that.
Exactly. That's why I said I wasn't here at the time you said it.
All I
But
said is we plan
that
on
I
being, which is
heard that
obvious.
you and Zach had a different opinion on that, and that's the reason why I asked.
I don't even know it's the next village.
Hello? There you go.
Hello?
Sorry, I jumped in an elevator because I told you I'm like busy. Oh, I should.
You're back. Now I cannot wait to hear what Zach's opinion is.
Yeah, I think like the crazy part is usually like they try to pin it on a word called like insurrection. Like I don't care what you want to call it, what you don't want to call it. A bunch of idiots broke into the goddamn Capitol, right? And a bunch of idiots were pushing cops, and a bunch of idiots did a bunch of
Don't
stupid
call
shit.
Silva's
A bunch of-
parents that. They were there.
I love Silva. Fuck you guys. I just had Silva when you guys don't beat him up. I hate when you guys beat up Silva. Even when I disagree with Silva, I hate when people. So Silva's kind of starting to grow on me the way Dave has. I do not like when people talk shit about Dave. It bothers me.
I know. I do it.
Anyway, I gotta
This is on George's. Why is it for Silva?
No, it's just because it's just your fashion sense that really drives your detective layer.
But
But anyway, but he's at the
but
point.
Silva's parents were there. But continue.
I made a particular claim that I very rarely talk in the Telegram group, but one of the few things I ever linked in a Telegram group is that we'll provide some evidence of violence.
I don't know this group. I am ostracized.
It doesn't matter. It's whatever. It's the cafe.
It's for men. It's for men. Just leave it at that.
Yeah. Well, I'm in it. But the thing is, like, I just put a 2-minute video where like there's clearly stupid amounts of violence, and then I also say nobody should go to jail for 10 years for this shit. It's like I don't like no one like when you actually ask me what I think like Jensen does, he stretches and advances. Well, don't you think that's not an insurrection? And you think it's an insurrection? What's the definition of insurrection? Like, I don't know, motherfucker. It sounds like something out of the Bible where people disagree with Jesus. I don't fucking know. It just was stupid, and a bunch of idiots were doing it, and it was not a really good look for democracy when you're certifying an election night. The end.
It's not a democracy.
Such a good Jitsa, aka Mr. Grouch, or Mr. whatever. What was the guy's name? The one that traded.
No, he's Grumpy from Snow White. We already named him that today. Oh, British Howell's gonna be good. That's it. British Howell's gonna be
Today's Snow White. Yesterday's John Jacob High.
John, I'm waiting for
That was the
John
camel.
to come here and press you.
Hey, you know what the best part of this is, Vic? You know what the best part of this is?
What's
He
up?
wants to have this debate, and I don't care. So I win, because I'm gonna want to play.
No,
Wants to play.
here's the funny thing. I don't think he really wants to have the debate because he's like prepping for.
I've never
for
cared
the-
about this.
But I'm the one who wants to see him debate you, and then I think other people heard me, and then now they're like,
to debate, bring my money. If the only point he brings up is, the only people that were violent were the people who got shot with rubber bullets in the face. Like, That's almost as dumb as a claim as the FBI. Not that John was making that claim, but that the FBI is the only, whatever. I literally don't care. I just have an opinion on the matter. That's all.
I think Zach did make the claim that there was no FBI involved in. We'll see when.
I think I generally agree. My take probably aligns with Joseph, but I wouldn't say it's like firm on that side or whatever. Like, it's not, I don't even know. Sometimes
Nobody did anything wrong. That's just take. That's as far as I'm concerned. Nothing happened. It's a big nothing.
Yeah, like I don't think like going into the Capitol is a big deal. Like I don't think that people were. I don't think the majority of people there were trying to riot, right? Did some people get out of hand? Yeah. Were they potentially FBI? I don't know.
DJ, you spent 20 years? They not.
Yeah, but even John agreed with that.
I don't know. There's no part of my claim that literally right now I just made a claim in front of 100 people. Somebody tell me what they disagree with. Dave's making a point right now, and we're gonna. I want to list soon, so at some point I'm gonna ignore you guys and say I've got more I'm doing.
I didn't say I disagreed, or I didn't say you said anything false. I just your general take. I feel like John says is probably I align close. That's it.
The thing I find weirdest about the January 6th shit is like they basically just like let people go into the Capitol. Like that could have been so easily repelled with any amount of like actual police. There was like no one there. It was like completely undefended.
That's not entirely true. There was fencing, and there was people that literally ran over cops with fencing, and I posted this video in the chat. It's not an AI video. This was a Fox News video.
How many cops were there though? Like
I'm not
15 maybe?
I'm not there.
It just seems
I'm not
weird.
here- I'm not here to talk about the tactics, but I'm saying that there was actual legit violence doing that. It's just like you can't work out at a certain hour and like actually execute. There's too many people here. It was like not enough. I hate working out during the normal people hours.
Now that we know that feds were involved, doesn't it make the lack of police presence that much more suspicious? The fact that,
The thing is, the only person that's going to disagree with you is me, and then I'm not going to talk.
no. I mean, I'm kind of talking to you, John. I'm just like, I don't have a voice.
I think what's more likely the Occam's razor is that no one really expected what happened. That's it. To that level, where it was going to get.
But it was well announced that there was going to be a gathering on.
And it was well announced, and there were terror threats on taking down towers with airplanes once. You know, like I don't know. Like I'm not a security expert, so I don't have like. Neither are you. It's so dumb. It's so dumb to think that nothing happened. It was a bunch of FBI agents that caused a bunch of violence to subtract, to overcome. Like, come on, it's just.
I mean, if you have law enforcement literally infiltrating the group, and then you don't have any law enforcement on the other side, it's just very. So there was obviously.
That's not what happened, though. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. I'm not interested in this, guys. You guys want to have this conversation? I literally don't. I just don't have energy, especially for you. You literally pay me right now to go work, so I have to work for you. Like I have to work. And this is. I was just gonna talk to you guys and like have a good conversation. Not that this is. It's not like adversarial in any way. I just don't want to waste energy on it.
That's fine. I don't think I said that.
Get to work, John.
Yes, thank you. Oh, I missed you, Niles. So good to hear from you.
Oh, stupid Americans fighting with their politics. Meanwhile, I've been short since 121. I broke resistance on the 50-day EMA. And
I don't know what that means, my guy, but hopefully you made a lot of money.
Yeah, I was trying to do nails.
Oh, that was great. It's a great Niles.
Congressman. Has been a long time.
Doing.
For me, you're sewing now?
Me?
Yeah.
Been sewing for a long time.
Oh, I'm sorry. What are you sewing now?
Not right now.
Alright. Good combo.
Yeah. You're not seamstress, Mom. I did a Google error today on Twitter.
Are we done with the nothingness January 6th? Or not yet?
Which I really was a big deal.
Joseph believes that it was all an AI video.
I believe self-defense isn't violence.
Sounds right.
Did you just hear Joseph defend October 7th? Jesus, Joseph, they focused on Jan 6th. Yeah, guys, I'm at the gym. I literally don't want to have this guy. I just have no interest in it. Joseph, you're right. You're 100% right.
Thank you.
100% wrong. You're 100% wrong. Everything forever.
No, argue. I just warmed up my popcorn.
I don't like when Daddy and Mommy argue.
I love it.
I'm so happy right now. You guys have no idea. Like, maybe I'm on cloud 9 today. I'm like such a wonderful day. You guys are trying to bring me down.
Hey, okay. Hey, you could have been on Jan 6
How can you be happy? How can you be happy when the rule of law, is at risk?
Lawless.
The president is.
I'm a scofflaw.
The president
I'm a
is
communist.
already in jail.
I'm a communist.
John, I thought you gotta do this, bro. You gotta fight like hell.
Dude, it's leg day 2, and I hate leg day. You guys are fucking insufferable humans. I hate all of you.
Fight like hell.
I'm here for a
Get through this.
I came here to hang out with my friends. I know, I hear the joke. It's silly. Anyway. Happy birthday, Joseph, to baby girl. When is it actually? When's her actual birthday?
28th.
It's 28. Oh, okay. Got a few days.
Yeah.
Not yet. Hold your horses. Today's the 26th. Sunday. I think I need some dark music. This is gonna be a rough thing today. I'm gonna let you guys argue on behalf of me. If someone just pretend to be me, you guys know what I'm saying.
No, don't worry.
Yo, you guys won't believe that ancient bitch. I just mad.
My dick is huge.
No, that's not me. It's the other way around. You're so bad at this game, Jason.
I know. That's why I don't talk about it.
Jason, let me tell you about the Dantis bitch, because I had to let her go, because now I have nail salon bitch, but nail salon bitch was getting rapid, so now I have electric engineer bitch, and after that, we're gonna go do some salsa.
But what about the FBI?
If I get bored, because my text from college that I knew once in a while, she saw me at the restaurant. I can't do much more job.
It's not bad. It's not bad, but the thing is the way you made it seem as they were sequential and not simultaneous.
That's true.
Yeah, like it wasn't like I was like one then the next. It was like
It was an iterative list instead of like
but Jason, you went opposite field. Like, why did you break the brand? I talk about exactly how tiny it is. Like, I don't understand.
I heard you. I thought that you got some feedback to the contrary about this thing.
I know. Yesterday night, yeah. But that's also why it's crazy.
I mean, again, you were saying talk on your behalf, and that was the best I could do. It's the best I could do.
Yeah. I know that was fine. I know you should be
I was at the gym. I heard you broke her cervix.
Yes, sir. Chalk it up. That's what she said.
That's a lot of medical bills, bro.
Another one bites the Rasta.
Listen, man, I'm out here servicing, just doing my job, trying to make no.
I really thought that was good, Chris.
I know. Good job, Chris.
So I'm reading that there were 1,200 Capitol Police at the Capitol when the protest started. Like, where were they?
That's not true.
What do you think opened the road?
Well, I know that, but there were like 12 cops out there, not
Exactly.
1,200.
It was like 12, yeah.
12 and 300 FBIs.
It's just really weird. Like every source claims there were 1,200, and then they deployed like 200 more, and then they got backup from the like DC Metro Police Department, and
There were no cops there. There were
like no cops. I mean, every video I've ever seen, like there were like a couple of cops, not 1,200.
Just because they were on duty doesn't mean they were there, right? They could have been.
It everywhere claims that there were 1,200 on site.
That's so strange.
And I'm like, where were they all? In the bathroom? Like,
There's plenty of video. I mean, you could just.
I know.
They were dressed as civilians.
Well, then explains why ethics was just cops and feds.
I wouldn't call that police.
Until the parents.
You know what else is weird that I keep reading? Apparently 4 Capitol Police committed suicide in like the months following.
They don't like ponds, bro.
That seems weird.
Seriously, they were silenced.
It's not weird, dude. People get suicidal all the time.
But 4 of the cops that were at the Capitol?
No, they were suicided. That was a bird.
They were not 4 dying there.
Like that
Had a
one
heart
chef,
attack
right?
or something.
Like that chef?
It was just
Oh,
one,
yeah,
and then
it
he
was the
died
chef.
afterwards.
He drowned while swimming, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't he actually paddleboarding, which makes it even weird?
Yeah, he had a flotation.
The only one to die that day was that woman that was a Republican. The one that got shot.
Yeah, like every news source claims that there were like 12 to 1,400 Capitol Police, and that at least 140 of them sustained physical injuries.
It's all lies.
It's like so outrageous it doesn't even make sense, because there's video of all of it. Like, wait.
So, Fish, are you saying it wasn't violent?
This is the thing, like the Democrats, like they are completely shameless. You know, like you're seeing it with your eyes, and they tell you a different story, and people buy it.
Don't believe your lying eyes.
Wait, so was Jan 6 violent or not?
It was like Woodstock, less violent than Woodstock.
Somebody threw a rock.
I agree with you, son. I agree with you.
Someone threw a rock and it hit 140 Capitol Police and just bounced along off of their head.
I agree. Nels, do you agree?
Ibrahim's back.
I'd like to get Nels.
Max spitting.
Participant. There's a video from
Max
last week.
spitting. I want some Max spitting. Oh, he left.
I think you're just stupid Americans.
Come on, Chris. Seriously? Is that all you're gonna say? Like, we want to welcome you back.
You wouldn't even. You Canadians wouldn't even have.
I'm just saying, hey, what's a European? What? Hey?
You're not even from a country.
I was referring to European tapes. They always hate on Americans. I don't care about them.
Well, at least they have a population bigger
Yes,
than
you do
what
care about Americans.
Everybody say goodbye to Esau.
You guys can't even protect your own ostrich.
Okay, it's fun.
He's imitating me. He's threatening me. This is the violence
That's
today.
it's violence.
sharing some hilarious like Canadian accents with Teddy. I'll post it in the chat, but like they read it like Walter White, and then there's this guy who's like Down syndrome singing Canadian national anthem, like
Oh, I
pretty
saw
funny
that.
shit.
No, I saw that syndrome, dude. That is fucking ridiculous.
That guy's not Down syndrome. That's just Canadian.
I'm just kidding.
Have you ever had an insurrection in Canada?
Yeah, we did. Actually, you remember what stopped the global problem with COVID? That was Canadian.
It was? That is.
But that was just a protest with the truck.
It's not.
Yeah, it changed everything globally.
It changed everything, you're right.
Yeah, that's true. Those brave truck drivers. Where were you, Dave?
I was there, Issa. I was one of the first trucks there. So it's
Hey!
Whoa.
Yeah, Elle was right about it.
You guys don't know, but Dave actually meant that as a he was offering that olive drink.
He was
He was
literal.
laughing at it.
Dave, you need to get some trucks to BC and smuggle some ostriches in.
You know, if the West Coast can't handle this little ostrich deal, then they don't deserve to part again.
That is a good question. Like, I can't believe, like, I don't people haven't gotten some box trucks and just, like, smuggled the ostriches somewhere.
I still don't understand why you have ostriches.
They're being helped. They're being helped by, like, the freaking health department or whatever.
Wait, they have, like, they have, like, officers there, like,
Yeah.
encircling the ostriches?
They got
so
red stands, and people are freaking out because they're like, they're not feeding them properly, they're taking care of them properly.
I need to ask ChatGPT, why do people in Canada have ostriches? So,
I don't understand why you're confused by this at all.
Because it used to be a free country, so.
but isn't it too cold? Like the only place I've seen ostriches is in Africa.
No, it's
What
fine.
are you talking? There's ostriches in Florida and Texas. It gets cold as fucking Texas.
Well, I don't know.
It actually doesn't get that cold where they are at all.
I've only seen them in the savannah.
Yeah, I mean, also it's near like Seattle, where it gets warmed by the Pacific.
It says in the 1990s there was a wave of exotic livestock farming in North America. Farmers began raising ostriches, emus, and rheas for meat, leather, feathers, and oil. Some farms in
Also,
Alberta,
eggs, like ostrich eggs, are a big thing.
yeah, they're very big.
Yeah, but you also, I mean, you can go to restaurants and get like an ostrich omelet.
No. It says some farms in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Ontario still keep them, though the ostrich boom collapsed when the market didn't meet the hype. Surprisingly, ostriches can tolerate Canada's climate if properly sheltered in winter.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Like, that's pretty much any animal.
Yeah, I don't know, right, exactly. I was gonna say, like, it's not like they don't have cows in Canada.
So, sure, some animals don't thrive in certain climates, but like they can be farmed in any climate.
Yeah. So they can handle cold so long as they have dry barns, bedding, and feed, similar to cattle or bison. Yeah, so they need, I mean, organically they wouldn't, but if they are actually provided with
There aren't, like, wild fucking ostriches running around in Canada. That would be weird.
Yo, Dave, the Alberta accent is the best one.
The Alberta what?
The Alberta accent.
Oh, you clearly haven't talked to a newfie.
I don't even know what that is.
Newfoundland. Newfie, get it? ostrich form.
You see if
Yeah,
Aaron
that's what it
has
says.
anything interesting to talk about? Aaron, do you have any interesting insights or anything?
You don't like ostriches? Why are you hating on
Just
them?
because you don't want to talk about ostrich, fuck off. That's what we want to talk about.
No, I hear you, but in case Aaron wants to do a breaking news update.
You don't want to talk about the FBI, you don't want to talk about the election, you don't want to talk
No,
about
I answered your
ostriches.
question. No, that's not true. I was respectful enough to answer your question, even though I didn't want to talk.
I know.
But I answered it.
I
You didn't have the various questions you asked, I answered. But you're a little, dude, do you have an outside amount of friends that are alcoholics, an outside amount of friends that are really needy, and then an outside amount of friends that are closet fags?
it's
One of them
just-
literally, hold on, no, stop. One of them yesterday claims to not be gay and figured it out after he sucked the dick. Okay, that's what we're talking about. I'm not making this up.
Who are we hanging out with?
Ask Issa's friends. I don't know, but she lets him in here.
Dude, you just wanted to be door.
His name is Ewan.
I thought for sure it was David.
And he says that
He was calling me. He was calling me. This guy simultaneously, before I knew this particular factoid, was calling me GA.
yeah, and he says that having such a dick doesn't make him gay.
Is he Jewish or is he Muslim?
Does it make his gaydar work though?
No, I don't know what he is.
What by his definition does make you?
I don't know.
Other actions
You
that
will
can
need to ask him
define
next
it
time
better?
you see him.
Because I think that's the most, like, of all the things, that might be the most, you're on your knees or whatever, come on. Is there a better way to confirm that? Like, how long did he do it for? Did he do it for a minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Did he wait till he finished? And he's like, no, okay, I can't make it. See, these are questions that need to be asked. Because if you weren't GA, then you definitely, I can't believe I tried this.
He has been asked this question, so I just prefer for him to tell you.
John, are you saying that word because you're around your kids?
No, so I'm at the gym.
You can't say gay at the gym.
In Chicago, you can, not in River North.
Really?
Fuck off. You guys deal with your own shit.
Well, we're just genuinely confused.
You guys don't.
John is angry.
It's annoying. I'm kind of like, it's like, it's so weird today. They're like, you must talk about the things you don't want to talk about. Okay.
Wait, do the people around not identify GA as gay? Or they're just going to be talking about Georgia?
I hear like kids around him.
No, that's me. The kids are in the back seat being super annoying.
I thought it was John's kids. They're not annoying. I just heard them. It sounded like when he's.
They're fighting with each other a bit.
Ethan, was that gay guy?
I have to go leg press right now.
I don't know what religion he is, but he's not a Muslim. But I don't know if he's Jewish or Christian.
I mean, you told me you have a lot of these people coming into our rooms because you have Jews and Muslims following you.
Oh no, because they are the ones that I usually hang out with, or the one. But no, I don't know. Some people follow me, Vic. What can I say?
So you have gay people that are.
I got all sorts of people.
You
I
are
got along
famous.
with everyone.
You're totally famous.
Yeah, I'm super
You
famous.
don't get along with Lee.
Yeah, he's always picking a fight with Lee. Lee's just fucking quiet, mind his own business. He's gonna be like, yo Lee, you like blowing up buildings? Fucking 0 to 1.
I always put this.
And then Fish will always come back you up too.
I always do this when he comes in the room.
See, some of them are too smart to blow up buildings. They know it has to be like a quiet war waged from the inside where you impregnate as many women as possible.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a low level thing to blow up the building. That's for the people who aren't smart for the other things. I'm sure the Japanese didn't send their best pilots to kamikaze. Or maybe they did. Maybe that's why they lost.
Can you imagine? It's like someone, you know, like it's like Masayoshi's son's like great grandpa was Godzilla. But it's just like the richest in Japan now. That'd be wild.
I think Vic is my favorite Muslim.
Oh, thank you. I think it actually might be Korean, Dave, so I'm not even right. There's a lot of like Japanese assimilated Koreans. He said, did you know our governor in Texas banned Sharia?
Who? Cruz? Ted Cruz?
Yeah.
He's not the fucking governor of Texas. He's
I don't know. I don't know who the governor is. I just know.
Yeah, it was Ted Cruz, the governor of Texas.
Okay, so who is the governor of Texas? But did he ban Sharia? That's good for him. That's space.
It's Greg Abbott.
It's dangerous once you allow these things to come into your place. Here in Europe, there are a lot of neighborhoods where the police are not able even to get in anymore. Oh, I saw a video today of a police guy telling a Jewish guy, oh, well, you know, like you're in the middle here of a protest for Palestine. Maybe you shouldn't look so Jew, you know, like you should look less of a Jew if you want to walk among Muslims. He was blaming the Jew for looking Jew.
It is a problem.
I mean, the little hats are really gay.
I don't care, but I mean, you cannot blame someone for looking too Jew so that people don't hate on
We
him.
know.
I always tell people you probably shouldn't try to look like a Jew.
No, I think that's horrible.
It's a hard world for an artist. You draw a Jew at a protest, they're anti-Semitic. You draw Muhammad, you're acid on your face, you know? It's like, it's a hard world out here for these artists.
That's true. Do they do the acid thing in the US as well?
I've never seen it. I don't know.
LSD, yeah.
We do a lot of acid.
It's more a Bay Area.
I mean, like throwing the at people's faces. They do that in
No, that's so fucked up.
They do that in London. The Muslims do that in London. They throw acid on people's faces.
Yeah, if Muslims did that here, they'd come down pretty quick.
No, Aaron told me that this is total nonsense.
Exactly.
They don't do it in London. It's total nonsense.
Oh, it's made up. It's my fault for everything. I just take words literally.
What about the Sudan or Syria?
Sudan or South Sudan?
I don't know, wherever they're hunting Christians.
They're doing it in South Sudan. Well, actually, both parts of Sudan are really fucked up.
She thinks Ted Cruz is the governor of Texas, but she knows the difference between North and South Sudan.
What about
Yeah.
Pakistan?
Pakistan, they are also. What about Pakistan? What do you want to know about
Well,
Pakistan?
they're just all Muslims, so
Are
there's
they
no one
throwing
to
down
harass
on
on.
people and killing other religions there?
Yeah, they are. They do.
How often do you see it? What did my people ever do to you?
Oh, God. I don't know. Following me. But you know what? I also get the same look in real life with the Muslims. I must have something that attracts the Muslims because it's, I don't know.
Yeah, they can see your hair. You're basically walking around naked, shaking your boob.
Yeah, it's very hard to control myself. You're not in the.
No, I'm not saying that, but there must be something. I don't know if it's maybe that I look maybe Middle Eastern in a way. I don't know with the black hair
Yeah,
and long hair. I don't know.
So you're looking really good. You look like my third wife.
In the Snow White photo, you like that?
Yeah, you want to be my third wife?
No, I am very, very territorial. I cannot share.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know, your people. Your people. Are your parents Muslim?
Yep.
I would have never thought that you were Muslim. You're cool for being a Muslim.
That's insane.
Yeah. And
What makes me cool? Oh,
I
thank
don't
you.
know, you joke, you don't take yourself seriously, and you make politically incorrect jokes, and yeah, you're just fun. Muslims are not like that.
Well, let's see if you say all this stuff to my face. Sorry, that's my impression of Lee. Issa, do you really think I'm Muslim?
I don't know. You're not a Muslim then.
Maybe.
He is at the airport.
How do you know about all these randoms? Did you tip someone off?
I called all the airports and I was like, watch out for Vit.
It's funny, Fish actually did have like a full-on beard, and I just like finally cut my hair and the beard and everything. Now I look like a cholo again.
Damn, Vic, I didn't even strike you as a man that can grow facial hair. I'm impressed, bro.
Bro, I had a mustache and beard by the time I was like 16.
Oh shit! I don't know. Just the way your fellow would think, you know.
Oh yeah, I make a lot of inflections or whatever.
That's just the California.
Yeah, I'm a troll. I like to laugh.
Have we ever asked you, Vic, what your Indian name is? Like,
Kumar.
is it Kumar?
Yeah.
That is like Smith.
Yeah.
Have you been to White Castle lately?
Oh my god, of course.
I'm trying to buy one.
So you're from Pakistan?
Yeah.
He's trolling. That is not his name.
I'm trying to find.
I don't know. He's Indian and he's Muslim.
You also think he's Muslim.
He's Indian.
Well, it's not the first time that I don't want calling him a Muslim.
Issa, I'm also a Fed.
I'm very gullible, so I believe everything.
Yeah, I empathize with you.
I'm a Fed Pakistani Muslim.
Yeah, I don't trust my reading of people in this app anymore. After I thought that Trey was black, I thought that Drew was black.
This is all projection, likely, right? What's going on?
That's how you thought Drew was black?
I thought Drew was black.
They don't sound black at all.
Neither of them sound black at all. With Trey, I can understand because you know the southern accent. She can't pick up the nuance difference. But like with Drew, that doesn't. Like he sounds like he's from Portland. Like, what?
I think he someday, I don't know, I was very new, and somebody was joking about the N-word or whatever, and he got very offended. And then I also thought that he had like 4 children, and I don't know, like I just got the wrong impression of Drew. And because he was like kind of defending all this DEI stuff, and I thought, okay, well, I don't know, he's invested in that. Maybe, yeah, it makes sense, he's black.
He's just on the liberal side of the spectrum, I
Yeah.
think, or at least started out. But that doesn't mean he's black. Why? Because he had 4 kids? Is that why?
I don't know, I guess I don't know, I misjudged him.
Also, he doesn't even have any kids.
He still doesn't
I
want to
know.
admit it, but she basically got rumor that he had a big ass cock, and that's it. Hey guys, sorry about earlier. I think my brain was so taxed after today that I just didn't have like brain power to like want to debate. And I think that was where my irritability was coming from. So
Whatever,
sorry,
John.
guys.
You blame the tariff for everything.
Well, you wanted me to fucking dance, monkey. You would dance for me, monkey. Dance.
No. I
Motherfucker.
wanted to see the cockfight, like the chickens going at it. I was just there with my popcorn.
Man, I wish there was more than one sniff machine at the gym. That's so stupid. I never have to use the sniff machine. But Jeff Nippard's making me use the fucking sniff machine.
Oh, nice.
Fuck this weirdo. Hate that guy. I don't think my gym has been sore in 6 years. It's like the first time I've been sore in 6 years. I'm so annoyed.
Nice.
I
I started using all those machines again. I took it easy on this for a bit.
I can't believe you guys were talking about my cock.
Issa,
Drew!
Drew, you're black, right? You got a big old, fucking 13-inch cock.
4 kids all get different.
Me and Kanye Arab.
Issa's asking.
No, he knows already. He knows my thought. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Right, I told you, Drew, that I thought you were black at first.
Yeah, we've talked about it.
Baby mama Drew.
Yeah, black with kids. Out here in these liberal streets.
Issa, did you know Dave's Punjabi?
No, I have seen him already. But I don't know, I imagine Dave to be chubby and short and with glasses. And then he was completely opposite. But that's how I imagined him at the beginning.
It's so rude.
Chubby and short.
Well, to be fair, I imagine he's a 400-pound man.
A truck driver, 450 pounds.
I know
Hairy
my
chest.
truck, I know what I do.
Hairy chest. Well, it's nothing to do with being a truck driver or not. It's just they're usually manly and I don't know.
Sedentary.
Yeah. I mean, you're never gonna meet a truck driver that is all feminine.
Nowadays, all you meet here are truck drivers that are Indian.
The ones that make the U-turns across 10 minutes?
And they cut holes in the floorboard so they can shit while they drive. Legit. Not even a joke, dude. Not even a joke. I talked to transport mechanics that complain about it. They literally don't want to clean the Indian truck drivers' trucks because on the underside of the trucks, even if you're doing brakes and shit, they're shitting out the bottom of the truck and it splatters all over everything. They'll drive.
God.
Oh yeah, they'll drive 3 or 4 of them in a truck, long haul, and they won't even pull over to shit.
That's impressive. That's some
That is
ingenuity.
Called engineering.
Dave, this is a new type of trucker protest. You know that?
It is true, though. That's exactly what happens. There's no stopping.
Drew's over here high-fiving the fucking guys. That's impressive ingenuity. And everybody else is throwing up.
So Dave, third world Indians do that type of shit, and like even the trains in India or whatever, like there's just like a fucking hole in the ground, and there's just like shit all over the tracks. Like it's just ghetto, and they're not assimilating well. I guess they're doing that for their trucks. It's fucking ghetto.
And then they don't wash their hands before they go cook and make videos for YouTube.
Dude, that's fucking how, like, the Black Plague came about, man, from unsanitary, fucking nasty. Ugh. Black Plague's coming back to Canada.
Whatever. You said third world.
If that was for real, then like there would be a billion West Indians.
Yeah, everyone knows the black flag was started by the Rothschilds.
Oh my god.
And there's
You
only
said
like a billion
third
people.
world. You said third world Indians. What are first world Indians?
People like me.
Tell them what the VVS is, Vic, and the I-1s.
Vic, are you really Indian?
No way.
Do you speak any
I thought you were
Indian?
Middle Eastern.
Yeah,
No,
right.
my man's way.
Hey,
He's in
that was very Mexican.
Cali,
Do you speak Spanish?
Un poquito.
Así que mucho bonito.
No, no mames, way. That one was very
La
Mexican.
Casa Bonita.
Así que grande bonita.
Sam, do you speak Spanish?
I do not.
Yeah, seriously.
And I get cast out. I get, you know, a lot of Mexicans give me shit for that too.
Yeah, you're a white wannabe.
What you wanna be? Okay, whatever. Look, I was born here, okay, so you know, my parents.
You have Spanish heritage?
My parents were born here too, and they never spoke Spanish in the house unless they didn't want us to know what they were talking about. And you know, so that's how it worked out. But we kind of got the gist of it after a while. We started to understand a little bit, but yeah, it was never taught in the house, and I'm thankful for that.
Hold on a sec. I just want to ask Nils something. Nils, are you there?
Yeah, but not really listening.
What version of Bitcoin do you run?
The fork that Nils proposed.
This is totally Chris. Is Chris hanging out with Nils?
No, it's just he
Yes.
spoofed his account.
It's his alt account.
You didn't know that Nils was trying to get his views up, so Chris is doing some consult.
Let's check if it's Tidwell. When's the Atlanta Bitcoin conference?
Dude, I would have loved that, dude.
Has he recruited you guys all to go to the conference?
He's tried desperately.
He's trying, yeah. He's been in the room quite a bit.
Are you hanging out with Nils?
Yeah, we're playing pedal and kiteboarding over in Spain right now.
Adele?
Where?
Sure.
In Spain?
Yeah,
Are you both sitting Indian style with your shirts off too, or no?
yeah. I asked him, can I use your account? I can't get on. Clubhouse, temporary account.
Wait, didn't you say something about being in Toronto earlier today? You were walking on King Street?
Dude, you're just so dumb. Yeah.
Just changed his name.
No, because this is, I follow this account.
Blade's mind.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm confused too.
I'm pretending to know what's going on.
I might change my name to Nils. I feel like, I feel like I'm being so right lately, just like Nils. More than
Who is Neil?
Nils was a guy who knew a lot about Bitcoin over the years. He was a tea expert.
He's a Cincinnati.
If you open his profile, you will see that he's been having conversations with David Papadopoulos. Yeah, it's Chris.
Anything about it?
I muted you, Drew. You're hot micing.
So open Neil's profile. He's been chatting with David Papadopoulos. That's how you know it's Chris.
Yeah, that's how you know. That's how you know.
Nils talks to Richard.
You're the only person that responds to David Papadopoulos. No, I'm joking.
And your PTR is a screenshot of a PTRs.
That's right.
Dave, I got hit by a car today.
What?
I was skateboarding in Mississauga.
What are you, 12?
No, my electric skateboard. We got a shoot and I realized, fuck, we're not gonna get home by the time. There's a lot of traffic. I'm not gonna get home to get, our dogs from daycare. So I, skateboarded 22 kilometers. It was faster than driving. And then some woman fucking, went to go, didn't, drove across the bike lane and didn't, look. I fucking, slammed on the brakes and, slammed into her car. I'm like, you fucking idiot. She was so scared.
She was in the right lane. You were going in the same direction.
Yeah, I was on the bike beside her, and she, turned to, go into a parking lot.
Very few people check their mirrors in that situation. Sorry about that.
It didn't hurt, but it was just, I didn't have a helmet on or anything, so I was a little scared, but...
Were you able to jump before impact? So that helps.
Yeah, I jumped off. I was hitting the brake, and then, I jumped off, and then kind of, just ran into her car, basically.
How does a skateboard?
It was fine, but it just made it, home. It took me... I was averaging 30 kilometers an hour with all
Was
this
she
stuff.
super scared?
Yeah. She even rolled down her window. I was just
She didn't roll down her window?
I think she thought I was gonna she's like, I'm sorry.
Did you have to
Whose fault was it, Chris?
It was ours. Other than the fact that I don't know if it's legal for me to be going. She was not expecting someone to go 45 kilometers an hour.
Obviously, that was her fault.
She would have done it if it was a bicycle also, though.
Yeah, but anyways, I don't think bikes can't. I guess. Yeah, she didn't look, and she had to slam on the brakes.
I am told that anything that
retarded.
happens to me while driving is my fault. Because I should be in the kitchen.
No, Chris, you're retarded. If you're going 45 kilometers an hour without a helmet, you're fucking retarded.
Yeah.
I do see your point. I just didn't have one on me. I just had the skateboard in my car.
I hate wearing fucking helmets.
Do you have helmets in the size of your head?
Dave taught me to rip on my skateboard the one time. It fucking
Yeah. It does rip. I also got him driving down his hallway.
No. You're still on the ostrich talk though, eh? That's big convo in the room.
Did we get an update today? You have boots on the ground? What's up?
I know nothing with the ostriches.
Oh, okay.
Although I did fly my drone through a bunch of birds today. I almost had a bird strike. It's pretty awesome footage.
Good
Marcus, I'm going to Hood River tomorrow.
Oh, dude, that's awesome. I've always wanted to go to Hood River.
Oh, no way. I thought for sure you'd been before or something.
I was thinking about going there to get my, learn how to teach kiting, but I didn't. But it's always been on my top of my places to go. The time to go is, if it was warm in the wintertime, then I'd go. But it's just the time to go is now, right?
Where?
Beautiful.
Where are you talking about?
Hood River.
Where is it?
It's in Oregon.
Area.
Okay.
It's on the Columbia River.
It's got feeds from the ocean or something like that, doesn't it? Or it's got it's really fast moving river.
Yes,
And then
massive river.
Oceans always, or rivers always dump into oceans.
Yeah.
They never feed.
Yeah.
oh yeah, and then there's also mountain bike trails. It's a lot of hippies.
Yeah, it's a good hour and a half outside of Portland, and it's just a good, I don't know, it's just a fun, cute, quaint, old-timey vibe. And it's got a lot of nature and recreation, outdoor recreation.
How close are you to Vancouver?
Very close, Vancouver, Washington, yeah.
Yeah. I got a cousin that lives there.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I know lots of folks from Vancouver, for sure.
Drew, you need to get up there and fucking smuggle some ostriches, okay?
No, you're thinking Vancouver, Canada.
That's
Oh, wait, are you talking... You are probably talking
Vancouver. No, I was talking Vancouver, Washington.
Okay, we're yeah.
He's a Bitcoiner, too.
Oh, no shit. No, I'm pretty close. Actually, Vancouver's between where I'm at and where my sister lives, too.
Vancouver is the nice suburb of Portland.
You see, he's clearly black.
He doesn't at all. I'm trying to pick out what it is that made you think that.
I'm joking.
I totally thought you were serious, Issa. I'm God, you're so not American.
Well, she used to think you were black.
No, that's true. It was for a few months, actually.
Why, just because he talks about basketball occasionally and all of a sudden he's like...
I don't know, but there were different cues.
How much mileage can you get after your light turns on, do you think, roughly?
In a car, it's usually 50, but I've experienced it only be about 30 in a rental car one time.
It depends on the car. Well,
I feel
you're talking in miles, right?
And the driving conditions, too.
I feel like I've kind of gone 50.
100 kilometers.
Most things are 50, but yeah, some smaller cars, it's more 30.
My girlfriend's worried about the light turning on. I knew we weren't, I saw when I left her, and she had 25 kilometers to go. And it still wasn't on, and I was like, you're good.
Real,
I'm
yeah,
you know what?
That's...
I'm she's all worried. I'm I will give you $500 if you're out of gas there. Now you don't have to worry.
What is it, what is 25 kilometers is 12 miles or something, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But why are you poor? Why are you driving like this?
It's poor for time, but, that's time, not the money. You don't have a car, you said.
No, I don't have a car since 2015. I've chosen not to.
You don't even have a skateboard.
No, I don't. I don't have anything. I'm poor.
You mean European?
That's right.
Hey, Ricky just showed up.
Why do I want to have a skateboard? Oh, Ricky gets it. Look, Nielsen Harrow.
What does he know?
Hey, Ricky. I missed you.
on stage while you make your bacon. Please.
We wouldn't hear the sizzle.
Dave, are you a bacon in the oven guy, or how do you cook your bacon?
I can eat bacon anyway. We do it in the oven if we're doing large amounts, or the Blackstone is really nice.
Did you get a Blackstone finally?
I've had one for at least a year.
You know, that's after 4.
Yeah.
Dave, do you have the flat grill, or do you have like the open flame type of Blackstone?
The flat grill. Yeah, the grill.
Yeah, those things are awesome.
Yeah.
My sister just bought one, and she makes breakfast all the time now on the weekends. So I go down there and have some good meals.
Breakfast is good on it, but pretty much anything is like I barely use my grill anymore.
On my barbecue here, I just have like my condo came with a barbecue. I just bought a grill cast iron grill to put inside it, because I'm like never barbecuing. It's always gonna be a griddle.
You get such a nice sear on the steak with the grill.
How was your week, Pork?
Pork is done, right?
Yeah.
Did someone call me?
Oh, I just said, how was your week, man? Happy Friday.
Oh my god, someone that just is being nice for no reason? Well, thank you for asking, sir. It's a great week. Thank
now
you.
everybody say goodbye to Borg.
It was a good week, though. Nice.
How was your week?
It was crazy. Yeah.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
Like, trying to get through jury duty, trying to dodge it. I'm trying to take 50 students to a conference. Was it a good week or bad week? Or middle, 1 out of 10, how about?
What kind of case? Is it a murder case or?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just getting the summons.
It's your civic duty, man. Just go and have fun.
Right on.
I've only been summoned for jury duty one time, and it was when I was like 19 years old, and my mom just happened to be in charge of that in my county at the time, so she just took me off the list. But yeah.
Yeah, so if I get called in tomorrow, hope I can appeal, but just didn't have a way to do it online. So how's it going?
Dude, one of my bosses back in the day, they got a summons for federal jury duty and got put on this case that ended up taking 3.5 weeks. It was pretty ridiculous. But that was federal. The federal cases tend to be a little bit longer, I guess.
How do you get summoned for federal?
You just got a letter in the mail. Yeah, apparently. I mean, anybody can get summons for that.
So those ones you definitely can't throw in the trash, right?
I wouldn't recommend it.
No. You do not want to do that. is it there for you?
Oh my god, don't go on Tony on me.
Well, I'm not saying go to sleep.
It's 2 a.m. and I actually am getting ready.
Yeah, you said go to bed. I'll be in a few minutes.
These men.
Well, Lisa, the reason I ask is if you're online, I can text my sister. That means she's up too.
What?
Yeah. She's in Europe as well.
But what do you mean?
But he just stays in Clubhouse all night long, so like.
No, that's not true, Wusa. That's not true. I actually go. I'm good with Clubhouse. I go to sleep my 8 hours, but this week, like the last 3 days, I have been staying up. I don't know. I've been anxious. I've been having headaches.
Is 2 a.m. your normal bedtime then, I guess, or average bedtime?
My normal bedtime is 10.
Are you in the echo of that project? Did you finish all that?
Yeah, I need to send a few things tomorrow, but yeah, I'm done with it. I gotta look for more projects.
I'm often like wound up after a little sprint of work.
Yeah, me too, but I don't know, I'm getting stressed. I always stress out when I don't have enough projects because then I'm like, oh my god, like I'm not gonna find anything, you know.
And then you get like too much work.
Yeah, well, I like to have work. Thankfully, I've had a lot of work since April, May. But yeah, the year is ending, and I need to see what else I can be here, and also what other things I line up for next year. I don't know. I love being independent, but it's super stressful to have to keep looking for new things all the time.
For sure, and OnlyFans gets old producing content over and over.
Yeah.
Exactly. You get it.
Better put more content out, so I'm gonna unsubscribe.
Yeah, whoever wants my OnlyFans account, just DM me and I'll send it to you. I make beautiful sandwiches.
Lisa.
You're gonna get less than 0 DMs, that's for sure. Or I mean more than 0, but yeah. What kind of sandwich we talking about here?
It's a sandwich, sandwich OnlyFans. Sandwich edition.
Yeah, are these like the French side of Switzerland sandwiches or the German side? Big difference.
Yeah, the German side.
Let's go.
Do you prefer the French side?
Oui.
Have you been to Switzerland, Musa?
Yeah, I've been to Switzerland a few times.
When?
The last time I was there, last time I was there, I didn't even stay there, so I just kind of drove through. But I guess it probably would have been like 2018, the last time I spent some time there.
It's not long ago.
Or 2017 maybe. Yeah, it wasn't too long ago. My relatives in Germany, and I've taken a couple road trips, through Western Europe, yeah.
And from where to where did you drive through Switzerland?
Let's let's see, that time I basically drove into Geneva just to get on a plane. That's what I did. I returned my car to Geneva and jumped on a plane.
I was asking because the road trip between like Zurich and Italy, it's amazing. It's just amazing.
So that's what I did the first time. The first time I took a road trip there, I like kind of came down from Berlin and went down kind of almost straight down, but a little bit into Switzerland more, because I went to like stopped in Munich where the BMW headquarters is and stuff like that, and then from there went to Zurich, and then from Zurich I went to Venice. So like that drive was really nice.
Yeah,
it was
that's
summer.
why
It was like it was like July or August or something. So it was summer.
Oh, amazing! Yeah, really I love it. I love the summers here. It's very beautiful. And that road trip, it just feels like it's like those videos that you see on Instagram or TikTok where people are just like showing the amazing parts of Switzerland. It looks like that. It's
for sure it does. It's really neat through the mountains there, and then it's just I don't know. It really feels like
mountains on one side and in front of you that you feel like you're basically like crashing the mountains, and then you have on your right the lake. It's amazing.
It's weird how like Europe is so like condensed compared to the United States, right? Like there's a lot more just open spaces and empty space between big cities in the States. But when you're there, it's like you can leave a big city and feel like you're like hundreds of miles away from the nearest big city, but you've only been driving for like an hour.
Yeah, I love Europe. I like it. For road trips, it's amazing.
I like the bread. They have much better bread in Europe than we do in the States.
And the German bread. German bread is the best.
German bread is probably the best, but honestly, even the French do pretty good with bread. Better than the shit we have in the United States that like stays good for 2 weeks sitting on your counter.
Yeah, you guys don't really have like nice.
It's not even like real bread.
The bagels were good in New York. I like them.
Yeah, I'll give you that. And those are generally made, like day of. If you can get anything made the same day, then you're gonna do it.
But yeah, here the bread is amazing. But Germany is always like my favorite place to eat bread. And Switzerland is also very good bread, but I feel that there is much variety in Germany.
Austria too, same thing.
I've never been to Austria.
Really? So close.
I know, and I went to an Austrian school for 15 years in Guatemala, and I have never been to Austria, and I've always been curious about Austria, and I don't know why I have never been.
Yeah, it's like Vienna is a really nice city, and it's not a huge country, but it's there's some other, it's very, honestly, there's a lot of similarities to kind of parts of Switzerland.
I want to go to an opera in Vienna.
Yeah, that's when I went to Vienna. I went just a couple years ago. Last time I was out there, I went to, my parents had gotten married in Vienna, so it was like their anniversary, and we went out there and for their anniversary, and we visited family, and then we went to Vienna because I had at that point never been to Vienna.
But is your family in Europe?
No, my family, they live here, but they just got married in Vienna because, I don't know, we had some family over there, I guess, in Germany. But yeah, it was, that was one of the things I wanted to do. I wanted to go to an opera, and I wanted to go to like some sort of like classical music, there's a lot of classical music, Mozart and whatever. And honestly, that was probably the best part of the trip. It was really a lot of touristy shit for that kind of stuff, but it was really a good time, good music, good time.
something.
Did the room officially died?
Yeah, I made the call.
Almost back to 110. Let's go.
It'll break the 100.
You think it's going below 100, you said?
Yeah, and I cannot back my theory. It's just a woman's hunch. And then everybody will celebrate.
Charlie volunteered for what?
No, then everybody will be gay again, right?
This is 10 minutes of yoga.
That's right.
Candidate John.
Yeah.
As long as we're below.
If it falls below 100, then everybody turns gay again. Fish, why did you take? Oh, no, you put them back on. Never mind. I just saw that you took away the laser eyes from your fish.
I never have on here.
Yeah, you had it without laser eyes, and also Richard took the laser eyes from his photo.
Well, it was always laser eyes to 100K.
Yeah, well, I think that it looks nice. Anyway. I don't think you guys should take it down. Take it off.
Room blow up.
Wonderful, wasn't it?
Oh, sorry.
That's it.
I don't know, I kind of like forgot about the laser eyes to 100K after we passed 100K, and I just didn't think about it, and I was like, wait a minute, why the fuck do I still have laser eyes? So I just decided like a couple of weeks ago to remove it.
Question for you. Oh, you know how many times I've heard that? If I had a nickel for every time somebody said, Normo, I have a question for you. Before you ask me, I want a nickel right now, 5 cents. Yes.
Give me your PayPal account. I'll transfer 5 cents.
All right, fair enough. All right, what's the question?
In your estimation, is Amos a neutral guy, or is he pro-Palestinian, or is he pro-Israel?
What's the first choice?
Pro-Palestinian or neutral, or is he pro-Israel?
He's a classic Israeli. What are you talking about? He's a classic.
Sometimes he appears neutral.
He's
Sometimes
vintage. He's vintage.
He's a kibbutznik. What do you mean? This is the people that built Israel from nothing. That's who he is. He's out there picking oranges or whatever they do in his kibbutz, or raising prickly pears. I was sitting in New York studying Torah, and this guy was out there in the sun Then he risked his life in the army for me. That's who that guy is. That guy risked his life for me. That's who Amos is. And I've said it before, Amos, right?
He's a treasure.
He's a treasure. He's a kibbutznik. He's what we all dreamed of when we were little.
But I'm listening while I'm sleeping, I'm listening, and my echo become bigger and bigger. It's okay.
And I hear he's an excellent dancer.
This I didn't know.
That's true. And one of the best dancers is for sure in Clubhouse. Jeff says that he's better than me, but he's not.
You want to know something? I've seen Jeff dance, okay? I've been out with a whole bunch of people for a very lovely person's birthday party.
To dance, it's not only to move your ass and more. You have to know the dance is full Israeli dance. You must learn this.
I learned it when I was volunteering and I was in Filipine. Almost, I told you that, right?
Have you ever seen an Israeli folk dancing?
I did Israeli folk dancing. We did it when I was volunteering in Sarel.
Well,
You didn't listen to me? I told you it. I volunteered Sarel. Yeah.
I don't understand where you volunteering.
Filipine.
It's safe thing.
Yes. Ken. Yes, I did.
When did you volunteer in Safin?
It was such a long time ago, I'm embarrassed to tell you.
Tell me how long time ago. It's important for folk dancing.
Okay, I would say it was probably 94. I have to go look.
We just missed each other. Oh, normal. We could have been overlapped.
I doubt very much that you were in the army, but wonders are never cease. You could tell me you were in Filipine?
No. I lived in Israel like a decade after you.
That's not almost overlapping.
Well, in the grand scheme of things, life is long, you know? Normal.
Please, don't try to get close to me. Get close to somebody else.
Well, we're both good at logic puzzles.
Please, go pitch your woo to somebody more appropriate.
It's a long time I haven't seen you in my room, Mary.
By the way, Amos, if Bibi gets the mod, it wasn't me, it was Grace, because I don't give Bibi anything.
Grace, you don't see me.
I wouldn't take anything from you anyways. I'm fine.
I didn't give anybody a mod.
I'm saying if it happens, it wasn't me, because I would never do that. I just want to clarify.
Why was my name brought up here?
Because the last time we both modded, you handed it over to Bibi, that's why.
No, she didn't. It was you. It was you.
You're still dying on this hill, Bibi? Okay.
No, it's not a hill. You did it.
You know, I have very
You're
little
really funny,
bad with...
Bibi. You're really cracking
I
up.
have very little bad with mental illness.
What do you think I believe?
I just don't believe her. It won't stop.
The problem is
What do you think I believe?
your ODB, like 20 minutes ago in the room, you were sipping for Ventura. Princess, I don't really trust you at all.
Bibi, listen to Amos, listen.
I'm talking, please. When I talk, please don't unmute, please.
When I want to check something, I check it in the end. You know, I take Grace to a private room, I put a pistol on her head, and I say, if you don't tell me the truth, I kill you. And Grace, tell me the truth. Just want you to know how I get all the juice.
Amos. Make my night.
Listen, that's up to Grace. If she's got the position of being a mod without throwing up buttercups, she can look at that. I mean, she doesn't have to throw her, but at least drop her. So she's, you know what I mean? She gets on this high horse where she thinks she's better than everybody.
See, he's telling Grace to, Amos, he's telling Grace what to do with your,
No.
he's telling Grace to drop me.
You're a liar. You're a pathological liar. You always put words in people's mouths. Stop lying.
And what are you telling her to do? Who are you telling to drop me?
Did you hear me say do anything?
Who are you telling to drop me?
Anybody could do anything. I said,
If I was in that position, I would drop you and then bring you back up without being a mud. Because you have a choice to be an eagle, but you choose to be a shipbird every single day, and it's embarrassing. Yeah.
Disrespectful almost. He's telling you who to mod and who not to mod.
I didn't say that. There again, a lie. You come up with, I don't understand how your brain comprehends things and it spits up lies repeatedly.
Does this word manipulative stuff work on other people, Buttercup?
It must, because she keeps doing it. It probably worked in the past, and she thinks it'll work here.
Sometimes people just keep doing the same thing even though it doesn't work.
I think that's, what is that called again? Oh, insanity.
Insanity.
Wow, we're so good with the cliches.
Yeah. You're not the only one.
Maybe that's an SAT word. Look it up.
What's the SAT word?
He's never heard.
Cliche.
He doesn't know what a cliche.
I know exactly what cliche is, you moron.
Oh, what? Tell me.
Oh my god. I don't need to explain to you anything. I don't owe you anything. If anything, I want to know why you called the video today of the hostages being...
A snuff film? Yes.
Yeah, well, yeah. How could you compare that to porn?
I said it's a snuff film. You know what snuff films are?
No. First you said it was porn, and
That's what snuff films are. It's gore porn. It's not like sexual. You don't get your head out of the gutter, baby.
You still called it porn.
I called it.
And then you changed it because people were like, "What the fuck? Why would you say that?" And then you said snuff film. And then you said fetishizing.
Get your head out of the gutter. Not everything's sexual.
No. You're the one that's. It's not about this. It's not about the gutter. You called it
that you
porn.
think that. Wow. That you think it was
Disgusting.
sexual.
I'm not the one that called it porn.
You said fuck.
You did. You did.
I called it a snuff film, and that's a type of porn.
No. You already said.
A snuff film is a category of porn.
You called it porn, and then you said snuff film.
Snuff films.
Liar.
Snuff films are a category of porn.
Exactly, but you said porn first.
Okay.
Which is disgraceful and disgusting.
Only if you have a perverted mind and think that porn is always sexual.
Then I asked you what
something called food porn, there's gore porn.
That was wrong, you couldn't, you stumbled on your...
Alright, BB. Are you having a bad day?
So you're calling the murdered civilians of the so-called country that you say that you're from and claim to be a Jew, you're calling the murder and death, the videos, porn, and a snuff film. Just think about that.
I don't like the murder of Jews being weaponized for political purposes. And that speech was a
Not political purposes. That's like calling the Torah a porn novel. It's to remind us.
Get your mind out of the fucking cupboard.
No, it's not. Stop trying to manipulate everybody. That's what the Torah reminds us of the atrocities we've been through.
You're the only one who's saying the sacrilege shit, not me. He's really offending you're offending a lot of Jews in this room.
And then where we are today, and you choose to call it a porn and a snuff film.
It's called, BB, let me explain how vocabulary works. It's fluid. So porn can be used to describe food porn. It can be used to describe gore porn. And in the case of snuff films, it can be used to describe really, really graphic violence and dead bodies.
Describe the atrocities that happened on October 7th to fit your narrative on Jew hating and Jew bashing.
I think it should be handled delicately. That's all.
You're trying to manipulate every single part of the conversation because you're the one, and you even opened up a room about it. After.
I stand by it.
About what? About the film?
Yeah, that it's basically that we're fetishizing on the film, and that BBN, I know what she meant, and she thinks she's clever, but she's a dum-dum. BBM, and she meant BB Nazi. Fetishizing.
You're the only one who said that.
And then she changed it to now you're a liar. You're a liar, you get called out every second, and you find it funny. Anybody in this room that's a Jew, would you call that film a snuff film or a porn film? Anybody?
Okay.
That film is a disgrace.
Disgusting.
It is.
The film
is
is a disgrace?
an example of the depravity of the people who made it. It's beyond disgusting. It's not civilized.
So it should not be
the work
weaponized.
of people who are...
It's not weaponized. It's to remind us that there's disgusting people in this world. And like how I'm reminding you, what you said today is very disgusting.
They are uncivilized, medieval, subhuman, horrible pieces of garbage. The people who made that film and the people who torture people publicly like this is sick. It's not civilized. And I'm telling you, when Bibi said today, not you Bibi, but Bibi Netanyahu, Benjamin said that this is a war for civilization itself, when he said this at the UN today, he's 100% correct.
And let's not forget, guys, sorry to interrupt you, Uncle Norm, let's not forget that Hamas filmed this with their GoPros. It wasn't a Jewish camera crew following around Hamas that filmed this. Yeah. So don't say that Israel and the IDF are using this as a political stunt when Hamas themselves filmed this for the world to see. And these films are all around, readily available. It just, they got compiled into one little source so that people can watch it and remind them of the atrocities that took place. And yet, you took it as a position to throw a jab at yet again the Jews and calling it porn and a snuff film. And I don't understand where you would even get that and how you could even lower yourself even lower to be able to call that porn or a snuff film. Watching the atrocities of what happened to your fellow brethren. That it completely blew my mind that you can go to an extreme low that I've never seen any human claim to be a Jew to talk like that about that film.
The people who voted for a Palestinian state, do they think they're going to cure this sickness with a Palestinian state? Is that what's going to fix this problem? Like to give people like this a land or something so they can do this on a more organized scale? It's boggling. It's mind-boggling. Did I tell you this, baby, that I used to work for Antonio Gutierrez, the Secretary General of the United Nations?
No, tell me.
When he was the High Commissioner on Refugees. It's the UNHCR, the UN High Commission on Refugees. Yeah, I wrote a book analyzing data for them, refugee data, and of course the only refugees that weren't included were the so-called Palestinians, because they are refugees under a whole different definition. And I swear I had no idea that he wasn't a good guy. I was completely fooled. I'm thinking about it now because a guy that I also worked for in his department was just promoted to be his chief speechwriter. Not going to say his name, but you could easily find it out. And I'm just finding this whole thing is like the Soviet Union, that they had this dream that they were going to make a better world, and what they were doing was destroying the world. Destroying their own people, destroying the Jews, destroying the Ukrainians, starving people to death, forcing them into slavery. They maybe you know about the Holodomor, baby?
No.
They starved tens of millions of Ukrainians to death. They collectivized their farms, which means they took away their property, and they made them into slaves. Now they were working not for themselves, but for the state. And this is the same kind of lie that that Hamas and the Palestinians are trying to sell the world. They're saying they're doing something good, and they're doing evil.
I looked on the screen right now, and I thought Buttercup was here, and I knew she was going to say, but she left. That's exactly what the IDF is doing. If she had a chance to listen to your story.
I mean, the IDF is you and me, BB. It's just Jews who moved to Israel who are serving their country and protecting us. I know how angry people get at Amos, but because I'm not an Israeli and I didn't do what he did, I don't feel like I can judge. I just have to love him for being an Israeli and a Jew and a kibbutznik. Whatever sacrifices he had to do.
I think most of the people in the home understand the meaning of what you're talking about.
They do? Or they don't?
Most of the people don't understand. I like the word, and I like more all this Enon. Who knows who is Enon?
Bring him up. I know who Adnan is.
We can't because they're anonymous.
He doesn't know. This guy in the room almost, don't worry.
It could be Amir, Mahor.
But you know what was more triggering when she was talking about the Torah the other day when she went to Shul and she said how vain God is and how narcissistic. I couldn't believe the way she talks about Jews and about her religion. It's troublesome. And then, that's what also makes me think about the beautiful words that Al-Norma was saying about you, Amos. And yet you, and I believe them probably to be true, but I would want a little bit more humility from you, like to not host people that, like, at least give them the power of being able to shut people up and tell lies in your space, like Buttercup. When, if she had the chance, she'd want you to die too, which is sad.
I was talking about what the Soviets did to the Ukrainians and what they're doing now. A war of hostile aggression. And somebody in the chat said they did it to Kazakhstan as well. And I was just talking about this with other people today. I got my hair cut, and all of the hair cutters in New York are from Tajikistan or Uzbekistan. Azerbaijan, exactly. From the stands, Central Asia, you could call it. And I'm just learning now what the Soviets did to all of these people, and it's just so horrific. That in the name of good that they can do so much evil and hurt so many people, and so carelessly and callously, like they don't care about human life. This is one reason why our hostages are so important to us, because every life is a world. Every life is important to us.
And not even just like, not to minimize or dilute the hostages alone. Think about the California fires. Israel sent people there to help. Think about
100%.
When the war broke out in Ukraine. Israel sent people there to help, doctors. When in Syria, Israel sent people there to help.
Earthquake in Haiti.
Israel sent
We
people
were there
to help. It's not
Unfortunately, we're
Jews.
experts in
We're
disaster.
selfless. We want, but it's not just Jews. We want to preserve all life. That's where it actually wants to bring a tear to my heart and like cry out loud that we care that much. And people may say that that's our downfall, but I believe that's what keeps us strong and what keeps us going. Is because, and all we want to do is just live, and people don't understand that we just want peace and we want to be able to live without threat of terror. And unfortunately, what happened on October 7th woke up many Jews around the world in the diaspora, right? And brought more Jews towards Torah and religion to be proud Jews and held their head high. And then unfortunately, it did a little bit of the opposite to a minority part of the Jews, where they said fuck, and they became against Jews. And I truly believe it comes from a place of fear, because they don't have faith in Hashem, where they're scared, and they're like, if I cuddle and I stand up for these people that want to kill us, maybe they won't kill me. And how sadly mistaken, like on October 7th, and I hate to bring it up, and Jews can probably vouch for it, there was many Jews that were protecting the people in Gaza, that were giving them medicine, that were helping them, that got murdered. They got betrayed for the way that they thought that they were helping these people, and they were used, and then they got murdered, raped, burned, and cut off their heads with machetes, and their vaginas shot. The most horrific ways to die.
Don't go too graphic with women in the room, if you don't mind my saying. By the way, Eitan or Grace, can you bring up Igal? He's asked to be, he wants an aliyah. since this is Shabbos Gadol, it's a
John,
special.
yes, I did. I got him up.
Thanks, guys.
Sorry, love.
What about me, Yigal?
Thank you, too, of course.
You want Bavakasa?
It was really Norm. I apologize.
I'm a little bit.
Want to give a shout out
But I
from my
just want-
piece too. Sorry.
I just want to add to say something. You are talking about Palestinians and Russians, how bad they are. But let's not forget that the worst people for us were Germans. You surely agree for this.
Say it again,
And
please.
and now we are friends with Germans. And
I
also-
agree. I
So,
agree.
All I want to say is that things change with time, and we never know what will happen. And maybe the enemy of today will be friend tomorrow.
I agree. But I will tell you something, Yigal. They had to be defeated decisively. They had to go through a process. They had to surrender, and they had to change. Same thing with Japan.
I hope it will happen now. With the plan of Trump.
21 points. I don't know what the points are, but there's 21 of them. I read some of the points. Somebody said to me that if Trump is talking about a plan, it probably comes from Ron Dermer. So I don't know what the circle of communication is, the beginning and the end. But I want to believe that Trump is a friend of Israel. So far, he has been one of the best friends we've ever had. And so is Charlie Kirk, since we're talking, since his loss is still fresh.
Let's hope his son-in-law has his ear. That's all we could say. I know his son-in-law, Kushner.
Actually, hang on. Jared, I call him, was working on, this guy is some kind of a genius because he's responsible for the Abraham Accords as well. As far as I know, Boy Jared is working on that peace plan with somebody else. I'm trying to remember who.
I don't know who, but that's true.
Yes. This guy is some kind of a genius. He's very impressive.
He went to Kushner.
Who went to Kushner?
Kushner. Jared. the school that my daughter went to, Kushner.
There's a school named for his
Yeah, Kushner Academy, yes.
In Jersey? In Jersey, Grace?
Yes.
You were muted. I did not know that.
Kushner Academy.
Kush, the school of Kush. I want to see these Abraham Accords expanded. Did you hear that Indonesia is making sounds that it wants to get on board? That's the biggest Muslim country on the planet, with a very big emerging economy. Israel is poised to help so many countries in so many ways.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, the Indonesian leader even said shalom, but he wants a Palestinian state. I really don't think this is an option.
You know what? Whatever these guys agree to.
Who?
Well, maybe Trump.
No, maybe you cannot go to Palestine. Palestine doesn't have the authority for this. He doesn't have the vote for it. And
just before you came in, I said, if the idea is coming from Trump, it probably comes from Ron Dermer and maybe
it's
Bush.
not coming. Yeah, exactly. It's not coming from Charles. it's presented as if coming from Trump because anything that needs to pass, if it comes from Israel, it's automatically bad.
That's right. I heard the same thing today. We must be listening to the same podcast.
No, this is like what I was saying. Like every time that Eagle is here, no, every time that Eagle is oh, but there is no plan for the day after. And every time I tell him, like, you cannot plan for the day after because any Arab country that would want to cooperate would automatically be blamed for cooperating with the Zionists, and all the forces in the world would be against it. Because even if we were gonna say we're gonna give $1 million to every Palestinian, it will be bad. Okay, I'm not sure how, but if I go now to one of the retard rooms, like Amir's or whatever, they will find a way to blame Israel. Damn if we do, damn if we don't. So doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, I mean, it's a cute out of the Indonesian, whatever he was, I don't know, president, prime minister. But it's so ridiculous to think that of a Palestinian state right now. Like, people that really advocate for a Palestinian state really need to kind of go back to the future. They're like, I don't know if they're in the 90s, in the 80s, or just like in a different planet. Not realistic, it's not relevant anymore. You cannot bring now a two-state solution that was always offered but no one wanted it. Not in 48, not in 67, not ever. Yeah, like good luck, build a state. Fucking idiot. And I heard Edward talking about Israel as if it's Palestine. Society, that they know it's about violence and that it's people that were born to. Are you talking about Palestinian society? All those wins that the Palestinian narrative is getting, and they are getting a lot of wins, actually kind of, it doesn't satisfy their hunger. It actually builds their hunger for more. They actually now believe the stories that they are telling, that the Palestinians are the innocent civilians and the Israelis are just like genocidal. We are happy to genocide poor Palestinians. Like I heard Edward talking, like, you know, if I would watch him, he didn't move like a muscle, lying with a straight face. I was listening for him for like 45 minutes. There was not even like 10 seconds that passed without him saying a lie. And none of them stops him.
To any of this, Daniel.
But none of them on stage, no one on stage ever stopped him to correct him on anything. As long as it plays to the terrorist Hamas Palestinian narrative, it works.
What room was this?
Amir's room. Where would it be? In the sewage.
Well,
where would he go?
Edward is moderate compared to the other ones.
No, but Edward is considered the smart one for some reason. He's as dumb as a rock. He thinks that, I think one of the problems is people like Edward that think that they're smart, and he talks about things that he doesn't. The UN was created to stop colonialism and all kinds of bullshit, and it was basically the entire purpose of the UN is to make sure that people don't annex land. Are you a retard or like? Or is this like Palestinian education? He's really like it. And everybody's like, oh my God, Edward, you are like such a smart
He's a
man
wordsmith. He's a wordsmith.
talking, you know, everybody, all those properly, like, negative IQ, they say words like colonialism and invade, and they actually think that they're smart.
Well, like they're communist or something. This is like Marxist ideological slogans. Like, end capitalism and build the workers' future or something.
That's what I call the wordsmith, exactly.
And capitalism.
I feel like I'm a wordsmith. I feel that they're just...
In a good way. You are a wordsmith, but you are a wordsmith for the best. I mean, there's two sides of it.
Capitalism basically means I don't have a job. I don't have a job, basically.
You know what, Grace? It's Blair. It's Tony Blair that Kush is working with.
That's
what it
true.
is.
That's true.
I think Austin in the chat just reminded me.
Austin, my love, he always has a good contribution.
Now, Daniel, like,
What if the Palestinian state comes into existence as part of the Abraham Accords? I know it's a complete fantasy, but again, when you're dealing with Trump, you're dealing with...
No, when you're dealing with the Palestinian state, you're dealing with a fantasy. I don't really, first of all, listen, let's be realistic, okay?
Yeah.
There will not be a Palestinian state. Like literally, the concept of Palestinianism is nonsense, okay? No, they do not have a right of self-determination because they're not the only group, they're Arabs. They can go live wherever Arabs live. Why the fuck do they need their own state? And they will never get an own state, especially not in our territory. They can go have a state in Sinai, in Jordan.
Listen, a not Wolf. You're a not Wolf. You're a not Wolf. You're not even Daniel.
She's a not Wolf.
Huh? What? Are we?
No,
I'm saying you're saying her position, and I think she's brilliant, and I think you are too, and you're better than me, which is hard for me to admit, but I like to be honest. But I'm just saying, I agree with you in her premise of Palestinianism and this whole phony baloney story. But I'm saying, what if this crazy? Because the Abraham Accords are a crazy idea too, and the idea that Saudi Arabia would be on our
we
side.
cannot have a state, a terror state, that will leave us a strip of land of 7 kilometers from these terror states to Netanya, to Tel Aviv, to Sde Dov. It's just not realistic, okay?
What if we're in charge of security?
Okay, we're also gonna be in charge of escorting them out. Like, listen, it may take another. No, I mean, listen, the Palestinians are just digging their own grave. It can take another decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, a century, okay? Until they will have to give up and move on. Or not, or stay in this stateless refugee handout situation that they're in because the world uses them to, I don't know what. Go start your own life, like move on. Yalla, nigmar, it's over. You're not Palestinian. I mean, your entire claim was, you cannot come back to a land that was, you were there 3,000 years ago. Okay, so you cannot come back to a land that you were there 100 years ago. Move on, it's done. Times have moved on. People are not going back. They move on, except the Palestinians. And this entire identity is a made-up identity. Let's be honest about this also. It's not an ethnic group. It's not a racial group. It's not a religious group. It's not a national group. It's a national ideology. It's like I asked ChatGPT, what is a Palestinian? Basically, it's someone that identifies themselves as a Palestinian. All right, so we are Palestinians. We have a state. We can move on. Next topic. And they can keep on crying that it's not our land and Israel doesn't exist and that Palestine was recognized. So enjoy travel to Palestine. Enjoy the blooming economy and the innovation and everything. And we will continue living in our non-existing state, in our non-existing territory, while the Palestinians stay at the same place for another century. And at least all those pro-pies will feel good about themselves. This entire pro-piling movement is the world's biggest scam. And I don't know how long it will take for the world to wake up. It will be another 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. But they will wake up. Because truth is stronger than all this bullshit, genocide, starvation, ethnic cleansing, Nakba, all this nonsense. I mean, it's just like amplified lies, nothing more, and we should stop treating it as if it's reality. It's not. We know the facts. We have archaeology. We have, like, just context, like, none of their claims make sense. They always contradict each other. They don't make sense because it's all a lie, usually stolen from others. And this entire genocide claim It's because of another lie, because they believe that Jews were given a state as a compensation for the Holocaust. So they're like, okay, so let's cause our own genocide. Today, even Edward says that this is a planned genocide, and he added not by Israel. He didn't say by who, but we know by who. It's a planned genocide by the one that committed, that executed Edward, the one that is like pro-Pali. He knows exactly that it's a planned genocide, planned by the Palestinians. And the idiots in the West are bending the knee. So fuck them. That was my rant. Thank you. I'll be here every Tuesday.
That was the best.
Fry the veal.
That was the best. I've never heard him talk like that.
Because enough with the bullshit, enough with this pretense that we are playing. They're Arabs, okay? The Palestinian identity, by acknowledging it, it's automatically means the destruction of Israel. This is what Palestinian is. I mean, I'm a Palestinian. My mother was a Palestinian. I'm a Palestinian. It's already a state. They actually mean Arabs and Jews. They wanted Arab land. We wanted a Jewish land. Because we are now in 2025 and it's politically incorrect, so we now have Zionists and Palestinians. You know what? Both are ideologies, not national identities. We are Israelis. We are Zionists. We believe in the existence of Israel. They believe in the existence of Palestine. Okay, continue believing it. It's really not going to happen. And it's not going to happen now because they are not peaceful people. They are not being indoctrinated for peace. And the world only incentivized them for another century or two to commit crimes. So it will not work. Meanwhile, the poor people of Tibet chose a peaceful struggle, so they will stay fucked. So are the people of Kurdistan and Taiwan. They meet all the checkbox, like, you know, they have judicial system, they have elections, they have like territories, they have everything. But they don't have Jews. And the Palestinians have nothing. Like, Palestine being recognized. What exactly are we recognizing? Literally, what are we recognizing? Who is the leader? Who is the fucking leader of the Palestinian people? Who speaks for them? What is your territory? What is your form of governance? You have nothing. Literally nothing, not even buildings. They want to declare sovereignty, and the first thing they do as a sovereign state is go on a donation, what they call it, trip. The European Commission now said, you know, Europe is saying a lot of things. Now Europe has to put, do more. And we are creating a donor fund, and we're expecting all the European and all the Arab nations to put money into the rebuild of Gaza. Amazing. So Spain, with your collapsed economy, prepared to put money for Gaza. So is the UK, Canada, Australia, Ireland, all those people that were using this platform to gain votes, because all those politicians that are using this Palestinian bullshit cause to gain support in their own countries by giving nothing. Like a fucking prime minister in fucking Spain recognizing Palestinian gay support. What did he sacrifice? Nothing. Those Spaniards are such idiots. They should ask what the pro-Palestinians want for Spain, not for Israel. Ask them what they want for Spain. Ask Z here that comes on stage. What is Spain? It's a Muslim, it's Andalusia, it's a Muslim country, it should be Muslim, it's the next stop. Fucking idiots. So pay up. Pay up, bitches.
Daniel, what is going on with you right now? Did you have some beans for dinner?
I don't know.
No, I'm really done with this masquerade, with this pretense. And you know, every fucking day we are on the defense. Some idiot will like, why did the 3 IDF soldier rape the, minus 3 kids, whatever, like a lie, and we need to like, oh, it didn't happen, and like enough. They actually believe their own lies. Like literally, like I speak to those pro-Palestinians, like the Palestinian society is amazing, okay? Brave people, fuck it, no. They can't even distribute their own food without stealing it. People talking about the crisis in Gaza. Why the fuck are there even crisis in Gaza? For 2 fucking years they're getting aid that the fucking stupid Europeans and us are paying for, and they're making money out of it, and no one gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck. For fuck's sake, this entire war is such a big, I don't know, like mask uncovering from so many like corrupt organizations.
It is.
No, but it's unmasked like all the mainstream media and all the corrupt, morally corrupt bodies like the UN and Amnesty and Human Rights Watch and Doctors Without Borders. You know, those organizations I used to think that are really like literal angels on earth.
I have to say, I always did. Absolutely.
Daniel, I said this before you came in the room. You know who my old boss was? Yes, correct. You remember.
One of the vile, most disgusting pieces of, well, except for who the people he appointed, like, what's her face?
Francesca Albanese.
Joseph Goebbels in woman, yeah, Francesca Albanese.
See, I know all the fuck. I know you're
How
lying.
the fuck does she hold the position? How the fuck does she hold the position?
Because she does what she's being asked to do.
You know, this,
I know quite a bit of these people. Daniel. This is what
cancer.
And I thought he was a good guy. Here I am. I thought I was working to help refugees.
This is what I'm saying. It's all exposed now. This is a cleanser. This Palestinian scam is a cleanser. First of all, I mean, unfortunately, this is like a cancer that really like got into many international bodies like ICC, ICJ, UN, Amnesty. All of them are infested with this cancer, and it will have a toll when you're gonna remove this cancer. The host will suffer, unfortunately. But seriously, the UN, I really liked finally to hear from Trump, which is something that I've been waiting since his first term in office. And I also said it in the app a few times that I expected way more from Trump against the UN, and I didn't hear him vocal against the UN. Finally, he spoke against the UN. And to be honest, Bibi should have done the same. Bibi did not attack the UN at all in this speech, and I think it's a big miss. It was important to show the hypocrisy of how many meetings were about the so-called humanitarian crisis in Gaza, where 50,000 people died. Half of them are fucking terrorists, compared to the non-existing amount of meetings that they had of, I don't know, Yemen or like the Jews or the African and the Christian. Like, there's a list of how many meetings they had. I think 26 about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and like 1 to 2 on the rest. It's insane, and this is what Bibi should have shown. Like, continuing on Trump's attack, but he did it, unfortunately. The UN should be just for democracies, and the more democratic you are, the more power you have. If you're a weak democracy, you have a weak vote. You have a strong democracy, you have a strong vote. Doesn't make sense that Iran and China and Russia and Afghanistan have, like, who gives a fuck what you say? That was my rant. I'll do. Thank you.
Yeah, the walkout for me today was just horrible.
Well, you know, the place of diplomacy, the place where countries meet to have discourse, to talk with it, what is more appropriate than a walkout? Like it's a fucking Harvard. This is the UN for you. The place where Iran's supposed to talk with, I don't know, like, whatever.
I didn't walk out on that. I didn't walk out on those people, but
to be honest, who gives a fuck? It was a scam. No, like only the idiots of the pro-parties, which basically is kind of like redundant to say idiots of the pro-party idiots. They don't get that this speech is not for the, I don't know, 200, 300 people that are sitting there. It's for the people at home. Yes, it was a stunt. Yes, they will talk about it because what can they talk about? They want to just defame Israel and minimize Israel. And you know what the other thing, what Barakat did, was basically blaming us that we have victims.
Of course. But you know what? You're paid to be at the United Nations, and they accept people who have done horrible things and still sat in the seats. It was just, I thought the diplomacy was not okay. You know, we do expect better from them.
Listen, but let's be honest. There was the speech the day before of, who was it? Macron.
Cool. Yeah.
And United States and Israel were not there. They didn't do this like walkouts, like children, but they were not there. Just to be honest, which is honestly is not something you will see on a musical.
That's correct. Thank you for the promo.
Yeah, it was a stunt. It was a stunt, and it works. What can I do? I mean, we are in such a retarded world that they can kind of plaster pictures of like fake dead children from all kinds of places in the world, from Yemen to Syria, every day, using it. And it's a live stream genocide. We see it every day, dead children. And then on the one day that Bibi puts a QR code that I doubt if anyone could scan, I even tried it. It was impossible. Oh my God, he's exploiting, he's this, he's that. The fucking double standard. It's the same with Qatar. You know, Iran attacked American base in Qatar. No one was like losing their pants and touching their curves.
You're right.
Saying, oh my God, they attacked Qatar. No, everybody understood that they didn't attack Qatar. They attacked a U.S. asset inside Qatar. Exactly as Israel did not attack Qatar, they attacked a Hamas asset in Qatar. Unsuccessfully, unfortunately. And the entire world loses its pants. What the fuck is going on? So fuck them. I don't know, I can believe that I say it, but fuck the world, you know.
You have to. You have to say it. People ask me that all the time. Why am I so aggressive about my convictions? It's just ridiculous.
Because I'm convinced it's true, not because I saw videos of that emotionally touched me, and because I mean, the entire pro-Palestinian movement is based on rage. It's not based on facts. It's based on emotion. It's like they show you a dead child, and then you blame the Zionists for it, and then you need to kind of give an outlet for your rage. So, but them, I meant Zionists. Like, this is how it works. It's not about facts. I see how they use critical thinking or lack thereof. When it's about Israel, it could be a speculation. Someone said that maybe something could happen. That's enough. With the Palestinians, I will show you a photo, a video of Hamas terrorists saying, I'm a Hamas terrorist, I'm executing. Hamas is a radical group. It's like, you cannot apply this on the entire, blah, 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 blah. When is the date? Maybe it's not Hamas. How do you know it's Hamas? All of a sudden, they see every pixel. All of a sudden, they're very analytical. Never seen such levels of dishonesty.
It's propaganda.
As I do.
It's a propaganda mill, and they've had a level of success that we've acknowledged.
In the pop party crowds, including Amir Zoom, I think it's about 20-80. 20 that are like wicked, that they know what they're doing, that they're manipulating, that they're lying, that they are exploiting it, and 80% that are, I don't know how, like idiots, just like followers, sheep. Don't think too much. Everything is laid out for them in very simple terms. There is right, there is wrong. If it's not right, it's black. If it's not good, it's bad. It's very simple. Everything is in a sentence, in a meme, in a 1-minute video. They watch the video and they're like, I know Kung Fu. I know the in this conflict. I understand it. I know who's right. I have the truth. And it's how do you call it? The Dunning-Kruger effect. The less you know, the more confident you are. And those are some damn cocky idiots. I've yet to find one pro-Palestinian person that is actually pro-Palestinians, not the Palestinian cause, but the Palestinian people. And if there's anyone like this on Clubhouse, please send them to me. I would love to have a discussion with them. Someone that actually cares for the Palestinian people, not the cause, aka the destruction of Israel, but the people. I was talking the other day with, I think with Buttercup, I think I don't know where it came about I think Edward said something about the Palestinian society is multicultural and like yada 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 and accepting. I'm like, dude, the area A of the West Bank, which is under the Palestinian Authority, and Gaza are Judenfrei. They're like free of Jews. And Buttercup and another Palestinian Jack were like working frantically to find me a Jew. Amira Hess, by the way, she has a name. She was friends with Abu Mazen, the chairman of the Palestinian Authority, so she lived in Ramallah. So basically, they found a Jew that lives in area A, and well, by this they proved that I was wrong, and actually, area A in Gaza are not Judenfrei, free of Jews, because there is one Jew living there, missing like the entire point, and they cannot address it.
Where is that Jew living in?
Amira had, she's like, Amira had, she's a Haaretz journalist, so she lives a year in Gaza, because she's a very liberal, woke leftist, another retard. So she went to Gaza to live there, to be with her people. But then she was stupid enough to write an article that criticizes Hamas. What a stupid mistake. You don't do this. Come on. So she had to be fled out of Gaza for her security. But while she was there, she made the kind of, friends like we all do from the PLO, and she also befriended later on, Abu Mazen. And this is why she could live in Ramallah. When you are friended with the Rais, then you are protected. And this is their proof that of the multiculturalism of the Palestinian society, and the Jews are safe. No, even the entire concept that the settlements are like a problem with peace. Forget about the fact that we took them out in 2005 from Gaza by force, so there was not a problem, yet no peace. But it's like this automatic acceptance that Jews will not be able to live in Palestine. Like, let's say we decide that yes, those are settlements, and we decide to create a Palestinian state. Why can't the Jews be living there? Those settlers? I don't know. Also, the fact that we call any Jew that lives in Judea and Samaria a settler, but any Arab that goes and builds illegally is indigenous, is also like part of the problem with how language shapes perception. There is no Arab settler. It's a word that is only preserved for Jews on Judea and Samaria.
Coming from the landlord, this is coming from the attorney office.
And who's coming from the attorney office? Who's suing who?
He's saying they want you to basically move December 30th.
You are muted, yes.
If I'm not fit out, they can take you to for the police ship. December 30th.
No.
Okay. What do you?
So you want the 30 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
No more.
No, put yours down, yeah.
No, mute him. Maybe I don't think he knows.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's private information.
Guys, can you mute him?
I'm trying, I can't.
Yes, you can. Click on his profile and mute him.
I believe in you.
I'm trying, I can't. I don't have that.
Yes, you do. Click on his profile.
I have mute. There you go. Sorry, it wasn't that great.
Right now, I already have his social security number and everything.
$100 in his bank account. Thanks, Daniel. I'm calling you when I'm in Germany.
So yeah, that was my 2 cents. I went out to a bar, I really did enjoy it. I get back after an hour. We'll try again tomorrow.
You're too funny. You always make me laugh after those wonderful pearls you put before us.
My pleasure. So any reaction to Bibi? Like in the world?
Just buttercup.
There's the 21-point plan coming out. The immediate end to the war, the release of all the hostages, releasing of thousands of Palestinian prisoners, including 100 to 200 life, like people that were sentenced for life, meaning people with blood on their hand, Jewish blood on their hand. Entering an immediate enter of an unlimited aid with the
Failure
UN
to
and
launch.
international organization, and shutting down the GHF. Next one is funny. Collecting weapons of Hamas by international and Arab force, like with that guy. An American commitment not to allow Israel to annex Judea and Samaria. I don't know if it's unlimited or not. Gradual withdrawal from the Strip based on schedule. An international Arab entity will govern Gaza after the war for a limited time with an invite of the Palestinian Authority. There will be a Palestinian committee that will run Gaza, that will be elected by the Palestinian Authority. Palestinian forces will secure the security in Gaza under the supervision of Arab and international countries. There will be a humanitarian corridor. I'm sorry, not a humanitarian. There will be a security corridor, a paramilitary, unmanned, around Gaza of about 500 to 1,000 meters, like half a kilometer, base strip, taken from Gaza. Gaza will be reconstructed or rebuilt with Arab and international funds. The reconstructions will take longer than 5 years and will be managed by the International Arab Committee, like the International Committee with the Arab, or Arab International, I'm not sure what they say. They will be offered a pardon to the leaders of Hamas in exchange for their exile from Gaza and handing out their guns. The state of Palestine will take over Gaza after a set time. There will be a call for resuming the direct negotiation between Israel and Palestine. Well, those are 14 points, so I'm missing 7 points. Thank you for listening, and I hope you will see, I guess on Monday, they will present the full list with the entire 21. If anyone has the 21 points, that's 7 that I'm missing. Now Hamas only needs to agree to release all the hostages and put down the guns, which is what was requested in the get-go. I wonder how people in Europe will react to now them needing to pay for Gaza's reconstruction. That will take, I think, closer to 10 years at least. Including not, by the way, not just the reconstruction. I just want to say, not just the reconstruction, not just like emptying the rubble and like taking all the bombs and whatever, also, while you reconstruct, you need to feed the population because most of them cannot work. You need to feed them. You need to make sure that you create like field hospitals, schools, basically everything that they need and operate it.
Who's guaranteeing Israel's security? That's actually the only real concern of mine. Who's guaranteeing Israel's security?
First of all, Israel guarantees Israel's security.
Is that in the plan?
No, I mean, in any case, Israel always guarantees their own security. Who can guarantee our security? Like who? Italy, Spain, UK, who can guarantee our security?
They haven't done it
Jordan,
before.
Egypt,
It's in the
Palestine?
plan.
No, not from what I read. I have 14 points out of the 21-point plan.
I see.
Well, basically they're saying that they will have no guns. Basically they will hand out all their arms.
They have said that they're not going to do any of this, but so if they refuse the plan, which it looks like they will.
Well, Hamas said that they will agree to disarm if they will get a Palestinian state in the 67 borders with Jerusalem as its capital.
Is there any? We need to know the other points. Is there any guarantee of the 67 borders in this?
No, this is just about Gaza. It has nothing to do with the only connection to the Palestinian Authority is their governance or their like approval and then taking over at some point. But it's just about Gaza.
Do you know what's crazy, Daniel? Or Danny? The people of the Palestinian Authority, the people of Judea and Samaria, the Arabs, they despise the people of Gaza. They hate them. They're at each other's throats. So there's a tremendous irony here. And my first question to you is this plan designed to fail? Are they serious about this?
To be honest, I don't really care if it means that on day one they release all the hostages and then an international force will send their soldiers to disarm Hamas. Like, where do I sign? Like, yeah, sure.
And then the international they will do it.
First of all, we get our hostages on day one, okay?
Okay.
And then we don't reach our soldiers. You know, you want to send, I don't know, whoever wants to send their soldiers to go and ask Hamas for their weapons, go ahead. I don't know if, like, again, who's the leader to agree with this? Let's say, who can agree with it? Hamas needs to agree with this, and the PA needs to agree to this. I think that Israel already agreed to this.
So I think that
I'm not sure that Israel agreed for this yet.
I doubted that it would be done without Israel in the picture.
Doesn't it provide for a Palestinian state, though? Isn't that counter to everything Israel stands for?
Not in the Gaza plan, no.
The 21 plan? No, the 21 plan is about
Gaza peace plan. You got to pay attention, Buttercup.
I read it. Did you read what I read?
It sets up negotiations for a state, no?
You're not listening.
Yeah, it's like one of the points, the last point is there will be a call to resume the direct negotiation between Israel and Palestine.
Seems like a deal breaker for Netanyahu, though, for his base.
Again, listen to the wording, okay? Hold on, listen to the wording. You're supposed to be a smart journalist. There will be a call, okay?
I understand Hamas.
Resume the negotiation. Okay, call.
I heard it the first time.
Resuming.
It's still something that is
He's not
politically.
going to make a call? Why would
It's politically unfeasible for him with his base to talk about
He can have
a
a
state at all.
No, it's not politically unfeasible.
No, it's not talking about creating a state. It doesn't say about creating a state.
It says talk about negotiating.
You don't have a phone call.
Direct negotiation, yes, because right now the action that are done by the Palestinian is without negotiation, unilaterally, okay? Right now all the actions are, yes, unilaterally.
The right wing is going to say it's a gift for Hamas, basically. They're going to say they want.
It is a gift for Hamas.
You
And Hamas
Not the right wing.
As always,
Any reasonable person will understand that it's a gift for Hamas.
That's why
I
it's politically unfeasible. Why would Ben now agree?
I disagree.
Tell me.
This plan comes from
No, not this one. Not this one. The Palestinian state is a gift to Hamas.
But there is no Palestinian state.
No, this entire recognition is a gift to
Okay, I
Hamas.
thought it says it's going to be a phone call. A call for
It
negotiation.
doesn't say phone call.
No, yeah. Okay, I was talking about something. Yeah, the 21 plan is not about the
Call for
Palestinian state.
negotiation. So who's
Yeah,
going to refuse? This plan comes from Ron Dermer and Jared Kushner and Tony Blair. And under no circumstances will Bibi reject it, but Hamas will reject it, as they already have.
I'm not sure that Bibi is into it to the end. I don't.
What part would he object to?
Well, which part? I read all the points. Igal, which point do you think that the people will not agree with? I can read all the points again. And tell me which point you think that
against the expectation of his base and of all the.
What are you talking about? Which one? Which point?
Which points?
Which point do you think that there will be a problem with? You want me to read the point?
We'll see.
You want me to
Let's
read
go through the points and then say what you
Hold on,
object.
no more.
Yeah.
You said that there will be an objection about agreeing to this plan. And you're basing it without knowing the plan? Because I can read you the plan and you can tell me which point you think.
On what you read, yes.
And so which point?
I think that the whole idea that someone else will rule Gaza is against the conception of the Bibi space. And
Yes, space. What are you talking
I
about?
think they want.
No, you're talking about Smotrich, Tzionut Adati.
Oh, actually, it also gives the PA power.
And also a large part of
The people have power now.
Let's see what happens. I'm not sure. I hope I am wrong. I really hope I'm wrong because I very much.
I don't see a situation that.
I like the plan.
Right now, the PA.
Let me tell you this. I doubt it, to be honest, that this plan came from Trump, okay? If anything, this plan came
Okay,
from
I see three things.
My opinion, it is false on Bibi. But we'll see.
I hope so. Listen, we can all pray.
Hang on a second, brother. Your opinion is what, Egal?
That the plan is false on Bibi.
It's false?
Which point do you think is a problem?
It's false?
Against
It hasn't been forced.
the ideas of
You're just like random. Okay, I would tell you first.
Which point would really not like?
For example, the point about releasing. Hold on. One of the points is releasing all the Israeli hostages.
I think Bibi's okay with that. That's my opinion.
There's 3 points. No, let me just tell you the ones he objects to. There's 3 points that.
You don't know what is objective, Buttercup. You're a manipulator. I will say it. Don't worry. I will talk to you. Don't worry. You're a manipulator. And I already got you. I already understand who you are. So one is getting on the hostage back.
We're friends.
I listen to them.
You're a manipulator. And you know what? In the beginning, I corrected you because I thought, there's like, yes, you always say that, you're a journalist and, you're coming to learn. But I think that either you're not aware that you're doing it and you actually really what you're saying. But I do think that you are a lot of time manipulating because the truth is not good enough for you. So you embellish it. And that is the opposite. Hold on. No, let me, 1 second. Let me finish it. That's the opposite of journalism, okay? When you need to kind of decorate and add.
Talking to my people
Yes,
over a lot.
definitely not.
I'm talking to my people
You're a
over a lot.
manipulator. Yeah, but you're manipulating. I don't like manipulators.
You don't know what love
Anyway,
is.
Igal, so one
I
point is
listen
about.
all day on TV and or any other media. How the base of Bibi, including Scottish and all the base of which is.
Oh, the law base of Bibi Smotrich.
Yes, it is the base of Bibi.
No, oh my God. Listen, the content of base is people that vote for you. The people of Smotrich vote for Smotrich. You don't understand the word base.
No, but many of the Likud members are the same like Smotrich. You simply don't know. You don't listen to much to do.
No, you don't know what words you're talking about. Igal, his base, the word base is the voter base, okay? The people that vote for Smotrich do not vote for Bibi because they are two different parties. My God.
Okay, let's get back to the reality.
I
want to hear.
I know how. Let me finish just one sentence. I don't speak much.
One sentence.
I know how they see what they want for Gaza.
All right.
They don't like. They don't like.
They don't want anything, באמת, יגאל, הליכוד לא רוצים כלום, הליכוד אומרים אמן. למה שביבי נתניהו יבין.
We want to end the war. Read the point.
יגאל, no one wanted to annex Gaza. No one wanted to annex Gaza.
Daniel, go ahead and read the point, and then we'll see what the objection is. Read the point.
The objection is that it's listen, to be it's like people that are automatically like anti everything. Like for example, Monica,
on the contrary, Daniel.
You don't want
I support this.
Monica, whatever Bibi does or says is corrupt, and thus everything that he does is bad.
He didn't
I think.
approve the plan yet.
Listen.
No, he did not.
Daniel, can I talk for a second?
My intuition is that he will not go with the plan. He will try to change it on to dismantle it. But this is my intuition. We'll see very soon.
But Trump will finally step up and use whatever leverage he has to force him to accept it. Those are the two options. Either Bibi will find a way to thwart it, like he has hostage deal after hostage deal, because there's 3 points in this plan. There's 3 points. There's 3 points in this plan that are not politically feasible for his base. 1 is ending the war. 2.
You know nothing about his base.
2.
You know nothing about the base.
2 is involved with the PA. They're involved with the PA.
You're so ignorant.
This was a red line for us the whole time. No PA.
The ending of the war, the 21-point plan is coming combined, okay? Ending the war is because it also includes Hamas disarms and leaves Gaza. You just don't listen. This is why I say you're a manipulator. You are a manipulator, Buttercup. You're not here for the truth, and you're not here for the facts.
Be nice.
You are no. She is a manipulator.
She is right.
This is why I don't like to let her talk.
Read the point, Daniel.
So ending the Gaza war, no one has a problem with this because it comes with all of the Israeli hostages.
Are we being gaslit? Literally, they
Step one, quiet. Step one is the Maya already. But Buttercup, I'm telling you to be quiet.
They don't want to. I will explain this to Monica because I don't know if she's like acting stupid or really
watch
stupid.
TV. I know what they're saying. They're saying no end to the war, no PA, no states.
Listen with the ears. Listen with the ears because you need to listen, Monica. Listen. You need to talk less and listen more. When we say hold on, no more. It's important for me because listen, Monica, really like my last attempt to really treat you as an honest person, okay? My last attempt. The war has 2 objectives, okay? 1, release all the hostages. 2, take down Hamas. For the majority of the war, those 2 conflicted each other, okay? This deal, and this is why people were saying we need to continue the war because we have objective. Are you listening to me? Good.
Yes.
These points are saying 1, end the war. 2, release all the hostages. Let me speak, let me finish. It's important that she will understand. I need to speak. Igal, I'm still speaking, please. Igal, hello. Do you listen? Do you hear the noises in your ears? This is me still speaking.
Daniel, don't make it personal.
No, I'm not making personal. I'm asking you to let me speak. That is not personal. Eagle is interrupting me. So I'm telling Eagle, stop talking. Let me finish.
99% of the time.
Okay.
And I'm still talking.
But we're talking about the plan.
Listen, I tell you what the thing is. Telling a lie takes a second, okay? I can have demonstrated. But telling the truth takes a while, okay? And if you don't have the energy to listen to the truth and you want to like catchphrases, open a room with Buttercup, she will fill you in with catchphrases. Now let me finish.
Okay. So the first thing that happens is the hostage.
Let me finish.
Let me finish. I'm trying to support you with this.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
So, When people don't want to stop the war, is because we didn't achieve both objectives. This 21-point plan includes both objectives: disarmament of Hamas, the exile of Hamas leaders, and the release of all hostages, which means ending the war. Do you understand, Barakat? So no one will have anything to say about it, because no one wants to just like go to war. If you think that people just enjoy the war for the war, it kind of shows your way of thinking, not our way of thinking. Please stop projecting and start listening. The war has objectives. This plan meets the objectives.
Daniel, you really do not understand Israeli politics. You have no clue.
All right. But let's keep going with the
Thank you for the contribution, Mr.
What do you mean, Dan? Okay, so
Me?
we get the hostages back.
I have no clue.
And wait,
Yes, just repeating slogans. To objectives. Not true. You do not understand the objectives of the
It's not slogans. It's not slogans. It's the actual war objectives. It's the actual objectives of the war, dude. You can read it.
Yeah. They've been said many times.
Bullshit. Okay. No, I tell you why bullshit. You are like the poor palace. You so believe your lies and your made-up world of facts that when you are confronted with actual facts that do not align with what you want to believe, that it's bullshit.
I hope very much.
And I don't have a clue.
I
You don't have to put him down. Let's go through the plan. You tell me. You go through the plan. You tell me what Bibi's going to object to. We get the hostages back and Hamas goes into exile. You think Bibi's going to object to that? Anybody? No.
No.
This is what we've been fighting and dying for. And when I say
The next one-
the brave, go ahead, Billy.
The next one is maybe problematic, but
Annexation, you want to annex parts.
They're not going to annex.
West Bank to annex.
It's not going to happen.
no one.
Keep going.
It got stop it. You know, you're the one being ridiculous, talking bullshit.
Okay, we'll see.
When did Bibi say? When did ever Bibi say
Until
to
now,
annex?
Bibi did not say one word.
Keep going, Daniel. Keep going with the point.
He did not
You're
say,
letting him
he
distract
has not
you.
said one word in the approval of this plan. We'll see.
Well, just
I-
keep out.
Okay.
do
But
that.
you're making claims about annexation of the West Bank that Bibi never made. Okay.
Keep going through the plan.
You
But
you
go with the head with it.
disconnected from Israel, really?
What?
He's not disconnected.
No, I'm not. You're disconnected from reality. You watch maybe too much. I don't know what. But reality, I understand the propaganda.
Watch the channel.
Stop fighting with each other, children.
Yeah, really, guys, this is not helpful. We have a room. Stop, please stop.
Daniel,
There you go.
what's channel 14?
You watch Channel 14.
But must I not like mine? Keep going through. I want to hear the plan, and I want to see what anybody objects to.
Okay. You think that what Channel 14 wants, this is what Bibi wants. I got it. Okay, I understand now.
So Daniel, go through the
This is his
plan.
channel. This is his channel.
Okay, now go check the rating. Okay, amazing. Now go check the rating of Channel 14. Okay, come back to me and tell me. Tell me what is the rating of Channel 14. Go check the entire last week. Go check the entire last week. Tell me the rating of Channel 14. Come back to me. Tell me.
Speed dating.
Okay. The next one is a bit problematic, but we have precedents for this. The release of thousands of Palestinian prisoners, including 100 to 200 that are sentenced to life in prison. Meaning,
No, I think that it's crazy, but they've already been doing it. I think that's insane, but keep going, because they already offered.
yeah, we need to understand like the details, like where are they going? Like, are they going well? This is something, like, the details here matter. First of all, who are those people? Like, it's very, like, this clause by itself needs to be really detailed. Like, where are they going? Those released to where? Like, exile?
But they're going to
Gaza?
negotiate over that.
Exactly. So this is like open. Letting unlimited aid, immediate unlimited aid via the UN and international bodies, and closing GHF.
Closing GHF. That's interesting.
Yes.
International bodies. I know what GHF is, so they should open another GHF. Yeah, they want to steal the aid.
Exactly. There's a lot of money there. There's a lot of jobs. There's a lot of like collecting the weapons of Hamas by Arab force and international force. Good luck with
Wow,
that.
that's a very, very big deal. That's more than we ever asked for.
Who's doing that, by the way? Who's this? Who's the international force?
That's going to be the very brave French. You know how brave they are.
And the Spanish and the Irish.
And, yes, the Irish are very brave.
Actually, I would prefer that
in World War II.
Actually, as fun as it may sound, but I think they would just join Hamas. Why? Maybe we need someone like less radical. Okay, next one. An American guarantee not to allow Israel to annex Judea and Samaria. Also, we need to understand the details here. If it's Trump, if it's his administration, like, what is this commitment and until when?
They're really freaked out about that they put it in the...
I think right now, I think now it's basically, again, this threat that kind of like Igor was saying now, they wanted to annex, and now we are kind of like taking it off. Oh, we wanted to, and now we cannot.
This brought them to the table, Daniel. This brought them to the table. Like nothing else.
Yeah, and it was never, like, annexing was never a plan, but I think it worked out good. Gradual withdrawal of the Israeli forces from the Strip based on a pre-planned schedule.
Okay, no problem.
And next one, an international Arab entity will be governing Gaza after the war for a limited time with an invitation of the Palestinian Authority.
Well, an invitation, that's going to be a funny invitation, because they're not going to accept. Okay, say it again. They're going to be governed by who? International Arabs? What? Say it again.
International Arab entity will govern Gaza after the war for a limited time with an invitation of the Palestinian Authority. I think the invitation of the Palestinian Authority, again, is to kind of, I think this is the balance of like their involvement, because their involvement was problematic. So letting them invite, like basically they will not decide this international body, it will be decided for them, and they will just need to say like,
of Palestine.
yeah, so
interesting.
So this is where like this is one of the clauses that they added the Palestinian Authority to kind of like, okay, we like here's something for you guys, but it's nothing.
We proposed this before, that if Israel's in charge of security, he's happy with the Arabs governing them. And I understand that they worked in Egypt, they're training police officers for this.
Yeah, the problem was the Palestinian Authority, that was the problem.
Yeah.
But they found, let's see, in this plan, at least how it's phrased here, kind of like a way to kind of water it down.
Polite to them, to be diplomatic, they're going to invite them.
Yes, and the next one, and then the next one is they will create a Palestinian committee to govern Gaza, to manage the Gaza, that will be elected by the Palestinian Authority, which is kind of funny because the Palestinian Authority was not elected by itself. Palestinian forces will manage security in Gaza, internal security in Gaza, under the supervision of an international and Arab forces or countries.
Last one again, please. I'd like to hear it twice. Say it again.
A committee will be created, a Palestinian committee will be created to manage Gaza, that will be elected by the Palestinian Authority.
They're going to study Gaza. You actually said that.
No, what?
They're going to study Gaza. Is that what you said?
No. There will be a committee to manage Gaza. This committee will be elected by the Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian committee.
The Arab body is going to be governing Gaza.
Yeah, but there will be a Palestinian committee. That's how they call it, a committee.
This is more BS. The whole thing
Yeah,
will be from us out of all of these bodies, and that's going to be tough to keep them out.
I guess it's basically it says like it's like more to manage the it's kind of, I don't know how to translate the business of Gaza. So I guess it's like more like there's like, yeah, the Arabs will come from all kinds of places, but they need like Palestinians. So this will be like the locals that will govern Gaza, this committee. Palestinian forces,
The locals are Hamas.
well, the Palestinian Authority will elect this committee.
Okay.
Palestinian forces will guarantee the security in Gaza under the supervision of Arab and under international Arab supervision.
And where's Israel's role in this? This is what I'm waiting for.
There is no mention of Israel here, hardly.
In any of the 14 points?
Except I'll read, hold on.
Sorry.
A humanitarian corridor, after a wide humanitarian, a security corridor, a perimeter that will be unmanned around Gaza of about 500 to 1,000 meters wide. Meaning around Gaza it takes like unmanned.
So they want
Unmanned doesn't.
They're gonna put cameras there and stuff. Yeah.
Camera and other things that can also
Drones.
ship. Yeah, but not with people. Between 500 and so that's like a kilometer wide, basically half a kilometer to kilometer wide around Gaza. That means that it takes a piece of Gaza. Gaza will be reconstructed using Arab and international funds. The reconstruction will take more than 5 years. I like them more than 5 years because I did my own kind of investigation, and it will take at least a decade, assuming no interruption. Meaning, no armed resistance.
What about active terrorism?
Yeah, assuming like none of it, and everybody's like, no one is trying to harm it, and no one is trying to stop it, and no one is, and everything works slow. It's more than 10 years. But they write here more than 5. More than 5 is accurate also.
And that it's going to take more than 5. Why did they even put that in?
Wait, hold on. So the reconstruction will take more than 5 years and will be managed by the International Arab League, I guess, or coalition. Why? I guess it's part of the point of the International Arab Funds, meaning like we're talking about like a long project that will take between half a decade to a decade, and we need some money.
There's something very tricky in there with where they put that in. These are the two trickiest negotiators on earth, the Jews and the Arabs. There's some wild stuff in there that I can't sniff it out yet. But obviously it's going to take more than 5 years. Go ahead.
There's a lot missing in this plan, like the entire reforms in education, elections. I'm not sure.
Can I have the microphone, Daniel and Moro? Suddenly it become a Chinese room.
I didn't hear you.
I said, suddenly it become a Chinese room.
There's no gay kahanas, Damos.
There's
no gay kahanas.
I'll have to speak with Grace.
I didn't do anything.
No, it's not you, it's Grace, but we will talk about it later. How it become a
Grace
Chinese
is an angel on earth. There's nobody better than Grace.
But why there is no one Palestinian in the room? Can you explain me?
We didn't kick anybody out. We're going through the 21-point plan. We didn't kick anybody out.
There was a Palestinian there. Buttercup was here.
Yeah, Buttercup was here. I heard she's going out with Mikhail. That was like last week. I wonder how that relationship is going. I heard him ranting. I Hearing him rant for like an hour, yelling the N-word for an hour at a time. Literally. Just yelling the N-word. I've heard him with my own ears. He's going to be a great partner for Buttercup.
I don't care who is yelling, who is not yelling. My room, everything, I agree everything. As long as people give the other side to response, everything is okay. Eagle is the only Palestinian in my room. What I want to say for everybody, thank you for everybody who arrived to my room. There are some people I like to know, and I gave them and asked them to come up, but they didn't listen to me. It's okay. They can stay down there. People like Laila, every Friday night she come into my room with a big honor, never come to speak. What I wanted to say is that I'm going to speak.
Thank you, Amos.
And I guess you need a lot of explanation. How is it becoming honest room? My coexistence won't become every Israelian, Jewish.
No one else has asked to come up. We were happy to have anybody come up.
I'm looking for a Palestinian, not for Israelian. I come here to make coexistence, not with you, with a Palestinian, with resistance, with pains, with all the nukhbot that come to make coexistence.
Go to jail, you can coexist with them there.
No, this will be my order. There is a mistake. Which room this belong to? To open this room and
they're not here. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, there wasn't anybody who came into.
Your room is not your room.
You will be a little bit surprised. The same as I think that as we have to go on our knees and pray for this thing out of peace. Next thing we lost same here. I want you to go on your knees. It says, please come to our street. For Palestinian, we want to make existence. Everyone.
But Amos needs to know something about going on his feet, so we hear more about this.
She's not flexible, unfortunately.
because the plan is a turning point, in my opinion, for Israel. And I'm not sure that, as I said, I hope that, that the government will accept the plan, but I'm not sure.
Why is the turning point? In what way? Did it end the war?
Yes, of course. It ended the war, and it started a new phase in Gaza. And opened some hope for a political solution to the conflict, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. By the way, I want to say some few words regarding what you say about the Palestinians. I don't care how they call Palestinians Arabs or Martians. It's not, it doesn't matter, in my opinion. The fact is that there are millions, about 6, maybe more, million people, Arabs, which are between the Jordan River and the sea. And this is the fact which will not change. They are not going anywhere. And it doesn't matter how they call, but I don't want them to be in the long run, most of them, I don't want them to be part of Israel because it will make Israel a national state. That Israel is democracy. It's the only democratic country should be in UN. But if there will be a national state where part of the people have no rights, we will not be democracy. And we will not be. That's my view. I already said it. But I think that no one will give them.
Just one sentence. No one will give them. No one will give them citizenship.
Just let me finish.
I never said at any point. Oh my God. I never said at any point about giving them citizenship. It was never out there. It's not a possibility. So stop talking about it.
All right, gentlemen.
the Abraham Accords.
Exactly.
So Bibi says we're about to sign the Abraham Accords. Next thing you know, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Simchat Torah, and October 2nd. They did this to stop the Abraham Accords.
Who is this? Who is they? Muslim Brotherhood, IFIS, Gaza, who are they?
Well, that's a great question. Obviously, the Muslim.
I think the answer is Muslim Brotherhood.
It's the Palestinians.
Can they could not be just they have a higher authority.
No, it was about the yes, it was about they saw that this we would have the bombing accord with Saudi Arabia and like that's it. Like that's what they opened the gates of like the being loads. So they
how many countries do not want Abraham according to Saudi? These are the countries, the Muslim Brotherhood that are likely to be behind this is much bigger than PLO.
So it's all of the above. If Saudi joins the Abraham Accords, this defeats Iran, right? Because now Israel and Saudi and the United States are all together against Iran. So Iran is motivated to stop the Abraham Accords. something positive about this argument.
Yes. Thank you. I agree 100%.
Great work, Daniel. Great work, Daniel.
Seeing those 14 points.
I think I've had enough tonight for not saying anything. I think that tonight is as far as I'm concerned.
All of the hostages. And Hamas will go into exile. There will be an international peacekeeping force.
I do not sing like him. Anyone who ever has me at a synagogue, he is a lone ranger on this.
Can we do it the party style?
אני ואתה נשנה את העולם, my friend.
When I went to the ghost town on Shabbat, I'm sure you know, there were about 150 different minyanim going on, and everybody is dancing and hugging. But the best sounding minyan by far was the Sephardic minyan, so I had to go with the Sephardic minyan. Why?
No, it's that was the one that felt your heart. Go for it.
Oh, it was so beautiful. Plus, and I want to do this at my synagogue, but I never seem to get it together yet. For Shabbos, they were smelling myrtle
Of course, yes.
and mint. Why do you say of course? You also do this?
Frankenstein. No, I've been to places where they do this. I remember the first time I was like, what is this? I had to look it up to see if it was kosher.
Yeah. Smelling fragrant herbs.
Alrighty. So, you gentlemen, thank you so much for the interactions.
Best regards to cosmic background radiation.
You always make me smile. Thank you, everyone, really, who came to the room. Thank you for the wonderful interactions. So Austin, you know you're the best.
Thank you. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom, yes, no, and having this space and being able to talk about the things that are important to us, and thank you for all those who are house members who hung in there. A lot of you have been with us all these hours, and greatly appreciated the dialogue, the opportunity to be with all of us. I'm going to close the room. Is that all right with all of you?
On behalf of the Kahanas, I thank you, Grace.
You're making me laugh. Thank you all, everybody. And
1 second. LDB is old dirty bastard.
oh,
No, that's Austin. I see. He asked him to check that he was gonna.
My
He
dream.
was afraid of.
Sorry, go ahead, Daniel.
No, that's it. Old dirty bastard. That's it.
My dream is to have lunch with you and Dave in Europe. I'm serious. We're gonna do that.
I love it.
Germany. We should do it soon before Europe is,
Before it all comes all the time.
When it's a European band.
Okay, everybody, I'm saying Shabbat Shalom. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Panther. Bye. Bye.
Good night.
Countries coming in like the 60s and 70s, and like Jamaica's at like 75, for instance, and that's pretty close to like America.
Play a boy-band song, and we'll do a barbershop quartet. All of us. Go ahead.
I think they're doing Dominicans at like 60 something, no?
Well, that's the part where it's like, it's kind of these IQ things are like supposed to be like, oh, we're downplaying ourselves, but it's like, your IQ is still above average of like a lot of countries. I don't know. I think we're not going low enough.
I think Dominican is like one of the lowest of all of them.
I agree, Dave. We have no intellect. All my people know how to do is just shake their hips. That's it.
I think Indians are
Not even good at baseball.
Oh, look at that.
There it is.
Is administering IQ tests on a global basis, like with random representative sampling for each country.
Oh, here we go.
Who is
Aaron the skeptic. Aaron the skeptic. Everything that Tibble says, Aaron has to chime in and be like,
Look over here.
Bill Gates is doing
Look over here. There's a parade to rain on.
IQ test by country.
Wait a minute. Is it raining? Holy shit, it just started raining out of nowhere. What the fuck is happening?
Okay, it's past now. Just say something else and it'll come back.
Aaron only cares about planches and shitting on all your dreams. Pretty simple man.
Anyone watching Sandman?
Damn, he's coming for me now, Antonio.
I want to ask you about Lola. Your thoughts, Lola?
Hey, you think Shinobi smashed?
Tidwell jumped right on that Lola train.
Oh man, there's a Lola train now?
Oh, there's a chance to shit on Luke? I'm in.
Look, we're not running train, Vic, no.
Wait, you guys gonna train on Lola?
Look, Shinobi's gonna be pissed if he finds out we're talking about his fake girlfriend.
Yo, Shinobi's moving up in the game. He learned how to code, he became a core dev, he took over Adam's Twitter, Sam's Twitter.
You got a
all
girlfriend?
bitches now. Like, Shinobi's a G.
Yeah.
I think the story is, because it's been leaked publicly, is that Shinobi and them used to date and they no longer are, or something.
Oh, I thought it was all, like, just BS. I didn't know they ever dated. She's kind of a character herself.
I can't imagine why she'd ever leave him.
I mean, look, Dave, like, they both seem like a great catch for each other.
Shinobi the praying mantis and actually I don't know.
She's I think I've seen her. I don't think she's ugly, but she's not like some model or anything if you guys are expecting that. It's funny, she didn't always have good OPSEC and stuff, so I still remember her from those early days. And she wasn't always this crazy. It makes me wonder what the fuck happened. She was like very polite and like respectful, and I think something like fucked her up.
Look, stop talking about Shinobi that way. He doesn't ruin everyone's lives that he touches. That's fucked up.
No, I'm not saying Shinobi fucked her up, but something or someone.
We know what the implication was, and that's fucked up. I consider Shinobi a friend.
And what is she anyway? Like The Rage? I've never heard of this publication. The Rage.
She just made it. That's her own.
That's her own. Yeah, that's her own thing. Okay.
No. This news outlet has existed for more than just a week. It's existed for at least months.
On the About page, it says journalism isn't OnlyFans. Okay. Donate to Lola.tips. What then about?
Geoff, are you there? Can you hear me?
Who the hell? I can hear you.
Yeah, what's up? I stole that tweet from you.
Okay.
And it turned out everyone loved it.
Yo, Otto, you missed the most gangsta black random to show up. Named Rolla Cash. He started cutting up the storm. Wanted to freestyle for us. Asked him where his next Mississippi is going. He said at the gas station, check it out, my N-word. It was wild.
Oh, well, now that you're here, I'm going to continue my conspiracy theory. You ready?
Yeah, man.
Alright, so new revelations have happened today. Ian and Joe have both gone public with statements, finally, on what I'm still considering is the nugget that I discovered, I guess now 5 days ago. And this is, I think, the actual crux of everything. And it's Ian and Joe debating this on Twitter as of like 4 hours ago. And before that, Ian was not saying anything public. And a lot of those raged screenshots that reference like a lawyer giving advice that was like almost 99% Ian likely is the one saying that this shouldn't be coming from Ocean, stuff like that. So,
Dude, well, you know that they're trying to, like, food compliance departments, right? That's like their goal.
Apparently they've been going around the other compliance departments trying to sweep them
This discharge petition
pools.
I know, but before nothing was public, they didn't ever make a public statement. This is as of like 4 hours ago. This is the first time that Ian has come out and said, Joe is wrong. Joe, the guy who I think came on Clubhouse a few times.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
That's not what it's
Real down to earth guy. You know, he made a statement that's saying this is all crap, which is what a lot of lawyers have said, including like someone like Zach. I don't know what Zach's pedigree is, but
he agrees.
Zach's a Yale trained attorney.
Right. So I don't know exactly what they focus on, but both Zach and Joe, who are like two Clubhouse bros that we know that like are.
Zach and Joe also usually disagree.
Right, but
so no, I'm saying the fact that they're in agreement means like there's a lot of validity to it.
Yeah. So Joe came out and said something public today, and then like Ian was saying, hey, he's not at the liberty of saying anything. He's like messaging me like DMs, except I'm not screenshotting these DMs and shit. Came out on Twitter and gave this huge response to Joe, and this is where we're at, dude. It's like fucking so crazy that people don't realize what they're supporting. I'm still going off that this is the nugget that the cargo culting has gotten so deep that people didn't even realize what they're supporting when they were talking about knots in the first place. And that's the funniest part about all of this.
Dude, look, you know that they're not supporting knots because they like Luke or they think big ones at risk or anything. It's because their butt hurt. Some PRs did or did not get merged. It's like misplaced hate for core. It's not even about it.
Vic, this is my take from too much research. Maybe I've like convoluted myself into thinking this, but to me it's like very clear. Like I can tell you how I've made these opinions, and you can tell me like, hey, this is like a stupid take, given like the supporting evidence. But this is like
no, you're right. You're right. Half of the Nazi army is straight up retarded, like fucking 65 IQ.
Oh no, way more than that. It's like 99% of people that follow knots don't realize this is the core talking point. Is what I'm trying to get at. Like in terms of core talking point, meaning Ian, the lawyer at Ocean, Luke, and Jason, which are really the three people that then talk to people like Mechanic, who then spear this off and then have second, third, fourth level of cargo culting when it gets to people like Matthew Crater and other people.
Yeah.
So
isn't
what I'm
that
trying to say
Bob
is like
guy on their board too?
Which guy?
Bob Burnett or whatever.
Yeah, that guy is actually. That guy is like, I like that guy.
I'll be honest, the whole company just seems like fucking amateur hour. Like they don't want to get rich.
Yeah, they're spending all their time focused on bullshit that doesn't make them money.
It's really baggy.
Because they don't know how to.
This shit.
I know they don't know how to run a company, Vic. That's why.
Yeah.
They have no
promised land. And when you do something like that, you have to respect, like, kind of like the vision and concerns of said person. And I really do think that people are taking Luke very serious at Ocean. I mean, essentially all the funding from Jack was because of Luke. The company wouldn't exist without Luke. Luke is like the reason why that company exists, why any of those people have jobs.
I always invest on my gut, and I have to say, my gut was like, don't do this one. And that turned out to be correct.
I feel like Luke is like a wild card, Otto. It's like you're at the fucking roulette table, and it's like, here's like $1 million. What do you want to put it on?
Yeah.
And you're like, here you go, Luke. What do you want to put it on?
I know.
I just don't get that Hollow can come in here charismatically and say what he just said. We're all like, oh yeah, that sounds about right. I fucking say this and get chewed the fuck out.
For what? wait.
Hollow just came in and said like, oh, it looks like I fucking dodged that one.
The ocean mining thing?
Why does that make you feel like you got chewed out if you say that?
I did get chewed out.
You got chewed out for that? Who chewed you out?
Joseph.
Oh, I mean,
but he's an investor.
Yeah.
That's why.
You kind of spit in their face, though. Like that's like a bitch slap back, you know.
You gotta know who you're talking to. You're talking to an investor in the company. Right?
Here's the thing. I know how much he invested, which is such a small amount for Joseph, in my opinion. Like, it's like a rounding error. You know what I mean? Like it's not like enough to be like, oh, I'm willing to fucking get emotional about it.
Well, no. See, that's the thing. It's not about the money. It's about all the gay emotions. Like, it's the fact that it's easily avoidable. It's like, it looks like mismanagement. And then it's like, fuck, am I a bad investor? Oh, no, I'll be a good investor. Roll up my sleeves. It's like, oh, well, fuck no. Then that's my full-time job. I don't want to do that. And, like, they're just, like, kind of handcuffed for the ride. You know? Like, what are they supposed to do? Like,
yeah.
You want Jack to, like, you know, get rid of a founder and then have, like, that tainted look like fucking Bill Gurley or something, you know. It's like a really messy situation.
Well, and also like, I mean, the original sin is giving Luke money. That's the original sin.
We had a freestyle happen earlier, Huddle, and one of the things that came up was, what do you call someone who negs you over and over? What do you call that person?
You know, he dropped the hard R too. He didn't even mention.
A negative Nilly. Nailed it. Hey, I got enemies. Got a lot of enemies. Hey.
Oh, dude. Have you seen the 1960s remix of Many Men? Have you
Yes,
heard of that?
it's so good. It's so good.
It's so good, right?
So good. Amazing.
Dude, I heard them talking about Joe Rogan. I'm like, all right, fuck it. Pausing the episode to like listen to it. Here we go, baby.
Yo, this goes harder than the real song, to be honest.
Dude, fuck yes, dude.
This motherfucker did get...
I trolled him back in Because I think it's funny.
Was that really black?
Oh, yeah, she's totally a white girl.
Totally black. She was totally black. You can hear it in her lips. I mean, like, I'm not trying to be racist, but you can totally tell that was a black girl.
She was doing a good job of like, talking like she was white. And by the way, a lot of black people can sound white when they want to. And she was doing that, and of course, like, she was. The reason why you can often tell the difference between a black and a white person, just like listening to them, is not, even if they both have like the exact same accent, they both have the same grammar, they're both equally as educated. Is mainly what really shapes your voice is going to be your sinus cavities and your nose. And so it's like how the sounds reverberate through places, through those areas of your face. It kind of gives a distinct signature. And so you could probably tell, like, I have a big nose, which I do. My voice is probably not the sexiest voice. That's fine. I'm not trying to be Luther Vandross or whoever the fuck you guys think is a sexy singer. It's just not me. It wasn't my DNA.
Yeah, no, listen, same thing. I'm not racist. I don't have a problem, but when I come on this app, I've experienced some outright, like, hey, you can't be here because you're cracker, pasty. Ludwig, shut the fuck up, bro. Anyway, yeah.
Well, blacks can have their own safety. Like, I actually am okay with that. Like, I'll look at room titles, and I really hate how, like, you scroll, and, like, now, just listening in the hallway, it shows that you're in the audience. It's like, God damn it, dude, I want to look at the fucking title and not be seen in it. But if I see it's like an internal black community type of thing, like, I would not go in those rooms. And so as a cracker, I would, like, if I have, like, a room, and of course, yes, I get it, black people will be mad. It's exclusionary, that racist. But, like, if I had, like, a title that was just, like, for white people, yeah, I would be like, dude, I don't want your black ass in here trying to center yourself as, like, a black male or a black woman. Suck a fucking dick. Like, it's just literally, between us. And they can do that. Like, I don't have a problem with that.
That was pretty shitty. We were talking, during the Charlie Kirk thing, you'd have, black people coming in being like, you want this shooter to be black so bad. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, this isn't about race this time, dude. Like, I think this is about, like, an ideology. Like, what the fuck? Like, the racial... I get tired of the racial, conversations on this app, I will admit, so... I'll tell you whatever.
I don't know, I'm looking on Twitter right now. It's like, can I even make a topic? Because I wasn't even planning on making a room, but then Rich ended up opening 2 rooms in my house.
Oh, you want a topic, Pepe?
What should the topic be, Ludwig?
The autopsy report of Charlie Kirk is, it's, the math ain't mathing.
Why would you need an autopsy report for somebody you saw get shot in the neck?
Bro, are you serious?
Well, every Stevie Wonder saw that he got shot in the neck, but it's about, like, the bullet, right, the damage that's been caused, that should have actually, like, pretty much ripped his head off. Yeah. If it was allegedly this certain caliber that does that. So there's a lot of,
I've shot a 30-06. I wouldn't say it would take your head off. It is. I have heard that they said that. And I don't know exactly what the bullet did, because it looked like it went through a part of his. Okay, so it went through a part of your neck that's very thin and fragile. Then I would have guessed from there it would have had to hit his his cervical spine, and that is like where your neck is, and that is the of all of the areas of your body, or your spine, I should say. That is where your vertebrae is the softest, because you have to have a lot of flexibility on your.
I mean, is it possible? And they said like, oh, well, that like his bones or whatever stopped the bullet from going through. I mean, is it plausible that maybe bullets are known for tumbling at times when they hit you? Is it possible that like he shot him in the neck at his angle, it ended up ricocheting somewhat off of his cervical spine, and then
Not likely, because
which deflected inwards.
Like the soft bone, like flexible part that's moving, like it's not likely. I'm with Ludwig on this, man. Like
I know it sounds weird for a 30-06, and even like Charlie Kirk's team at Turning Point USA were saying like, oh, he's a man of steel and all of that, and okay, but hold on a second. Well, hold on a second, because a lot of people are trying. This is where I get mad at conspiracy theorists and stuff, is that it ends up taking away from not only like the responsibility of the person that did the crime, but at the same time, it ends up like you end up scapegoating another group of people. And in addition, which is the worst, is it ends up trivializing, the actual event that happened. And I think that like doing this to Charlie Kirk's, in his memory, I don't want. I think it's tarnishing his legacy to just like.
I think we should be able to question it, okay? Because
you can, but this is retarded.
Hold on, they're not even doing an autopsy on him. Does that not sound fucking strange?
No,
bro. Okay, well, what about this? If you look at it yourself, go on Google Earth, dude. It's not more than 140 yards away the shot. If that shot was a 30-06, it would have been a fucking cannon shot. When I listened to the shot, you could hear the magnum, you could hear the primer shoot, and then you could hear it come out of the bullet. You could hear it break the sound barrier. That bullet had to have been suppressed. Either way, dude. Like
you can't tell that on a cell phone.
I'm telling you, that would have sounded like a fucking cannon, though, dude. It wasn't a cell phone camera. There was many different cameras, cameras, bro, and a bunch of people.
It doesn't matter. None of those cameras. First of all, the cameras for detecting things like a sound signature, where you literally are going to. You're going to be able to hear it in stereo and get a true reading. It's like whenever you see gun videos and people shooting, like right up next to you, right? That sound never sounds like what it's like with somebody shooting right next to you. Well, hold on, but even I get it. Sure. Yeah, I've shot a 30-06 before. I
know, but listen, man. There's three things that don't add up to me: the sound, the fact that the bullet stayed in his fucking neck.
But we don't know the sound, and they didn't say the bullet stayed in his neck. They said the bullet didn't penetrate bone.
No, you can listen. There was a tweet from the surgeon that said, and this was from Turning Point USA. They said that this was an amazing thing, like that his bullet was strong enough to have stopped the round, and it saved a bunch of people's lives. We all know about this.
Sure, but sure, but hold on a second. But once again, stopping. Did the bullet shatter or flatten against his spine? Obviously not.
Hold
on. Now, could it be that it ended up hitting him in the neck? It hit his cervical spine. Then it ended up like going into his I don't know, his
unlikely.
What the fuck? Hold on a second, dude. I can't even. His what the fuck do you call it? Collarbone, and then it just like went down and finally rested in his hip. It's possible.
It's possible, bro. But if you look.
Yes, when you get shot, often people don't realize this. When you get shot, what often happens is you can see sometimes you get clear entry and exit holes. The exit holes are usually far nastier looking.
You just give me a chance. Give me a 4
Okay. Yeah. You said there's no exit. Yeah. You said there's no exit hole. But here's the stop. Now, when people get shot, there often is not an exit hole. That's actually common for there not to be an exit hole.
From what? From like small caliber.
okay, so like a 5.56, a 2.23, the most common rifle round that we use, there's commonly not an exit hole.
Yeah, okay, we know that.
Okay, but even when it comes to any handgun round, now hold on and shut the fuck up. When you look at a dude, 308 Winchester, any 30 caliber and up, oftentimes yes, you're far more likely to see holes. Now, even if you go hunting and shoot a fucking buck with a 30-06, there's often not an exit hole. Now, I understand a buck is a lot bigger than he was.
Man, what the fuck?
But here's the thing. Okay, you're saying that, like, why wasn't there an autopsy? Well, to me, it's kind of like common sense. So here, you get this man that's shot. The life is obviously like grieving. The country is like, it shook me up emotionally. Here you have, Vice President Vance. I believe it was a couple days later. He's carrying the casket. They bring him down to Arizona. In Arizona, you had a police procession that was surrounding the hearse. He had his private funeral. They got it over with, and then like a week and a half later, they end up doing the memorial for him here in Glendale, Arizona. Like we kind of all saw it happen. Why was anybody gonna sit around and just? Why was there a need for an autopsy? I mean, I would have said, nah, you don't need an autopsy too. I would have said, like, no, this is silly.
Because you have to, that's normally state law for a lot of places where you do it. JFK got an autopsy. He clearly got shot in the head and the neck, but they still did an autopsy. I think that it's just something that you do for high-profile characters, and you do an autopsy.
You always have to.
You don't always have to.
No, you really don't.
You should.
No, you don't. You don't here. No.
Really?
You should.
Show me one murder case where there was not an autopsy.
If you get shot, I would actually say most murder cases don't have autopsies.
Where a person gets shot, you're telling me there are sometimes no autopsies.
I would say most of the time.
So when don't they? What would be the cause?
No, so for example, if you go in, you have a gun. Let's say you're somebody who comes in. There's a 911 call. Shots were fired. We have a young black male shot in the chest. He has one, couple parts of his body. They could visibly see the bullet wounds. They go into the trauma center. They're trying to save him. There's too much blood loss. And, the person succumbs to their injuries. Right then and there, okay, the trauma surgeons, they know what's happening. They know what's killing him, but they can't stop it. Now, why would a coroner or a medical examiner need to, when somebody was obviously killed by gunshots, why would they need to send this person to get a fucking autopsy? You have credible witnesses. In the trauma center.
Utah Code 26B8205 the law mandates that the Office of Medical Examiner investigate deaths that are sudden, violent, suspicious, or unnatural, including homicides. That's a Utah state fucking law.
Okay, go ahead and say that back again because you're proving my point.
Okay, and Utah state requires an autopsy in cases of murder or suspected homicide under specific circumstances outlined under Utah Code, particularly under Utah Code 26B8205. The law mandates that the Office of Medical Examiner investigate deaths that are sudden, violent, suspicious, or unnatural, including homicides.
Okay, so when they investigate, can you tell me what does it involve? Hold on.
You can read it yourself.
Yeah, sure. So now what you would have to show me is when somebody's shot on camera, they go to the ER, they understand this person's suffering from a gunshot wound. Now the only reason those doctors, and this is the part where I think this is becoming fucking retarded, is the only reason they would be able to say that his vertebrae ended up deflecting the round is because there was no fucking exit wound, and if I had to guess, likely they found out where the wound went, or where the bullet traveled to, and so I think it is probably clear as day, and if anything, I'm pretty sure they have X-rays, they have something showing where this metal round, a large round, by the way, is lodged in his fucking body. Like this is so trivial and stupid.
No, it's not. The high kill.
Okay, well, when you have a 30-06
fucking talk on it.
Okay, but if you have a 30-06 round caught when you can see it in an X-ray, if you can see a 30-06 round, okay, still in your body when they do a fucking X-ray, okay, and you can see the damage that it caused.
Are you just gonna always just
No, because I have to kill this dumb conspiracy theory.
I'm just gonna leave if you're not gonna let anybody else talk.
Okay, that's fine.
Promise?
I mean, let fucking people talk, dipshit.
Okay, but they obviously know where the round was in the body.
Let other people talk and be alright, man. Let other people have.
Okay, let's hear the brilliant shit you had to say. Okay, let's hear the brilliant shit you had to say. Go ahead, Mountain. Enlighten all of us. Educate us.
Well, it'd just be nice if we didn't have the gay man with a feminine voice always talking the whole time. We just need somebody else.
Time and place, triangle over. Time and place.
Thank you. Anyway, so, there's a Utah law to investigate murders of a son. He's a high-profile character. I think that it would just help with some of the questions.
I addressed it, you fucking retard!
Don't.
Like, you stupid goddamn subliterate, you subhuman, white trash piece of shit! You stupid motherfucker! Like, this is why you stupid goddamn inbred white trash piece of shit! This is what I was talking about! You went in right into the white. I didn't move you to the audience, by the way. You went in right into that stupid brain dead fucking argument. You goddamn idiot. Okay? How do they know the round did not? First of all, there could be a lack of an exit wound. However, what would have obviously what was going to happen is when you have a traumatic event like that. So obviously he had to go to a trauma center. All right, they're going to do fucking X-rays. They're going to hold on. You fucking white trash monkey. Hold on. Now they have to see, okay, where the damage is done. How can we proceed with trying to save somebody's life and assess the fucking damage and what they have to repair without seeing these fucking X-rays, and then they're going to see this goddamn bullet that's still lodged in his fucking body? Okay, and so this lack of an autopsy bullshit is so fucking stupid that I can't take it seriously. No, and once again, let's just think about this. We can look at the Mossad, which a lot of people are going to blame for his killing or whatever. Okay, the Mossad, we have seen them on videotape. And there's been documented evidence that when they were hunting down Nazis, when they were hunting down terrorists, whether it was several decades ago, whether today, we can look at UAE, where they were caught on camera, in a hotel, they killed a known wanted terrorist. Now, we have never heard one story of Israel killing a fucking dissident. And to even call Charlie Kirk a dissident is fucking retarded. Why wouldn't Israel have just killed somebody who cannot afford the security, like Nick Fuentes, who's far more responsible for making people anti-Semitic than any other person.
I agree with that.
And so they haven't done it. And then third, why, if I was, no, you have to understand, I'm guessing the Mossad probably similar to a lot of the people in the CIA Special Activities Division, which, were the commandos. These tend to come from Tier 1 Special Forces in America. Very, very few people make it into those kinds of spaces. So, any Mossad agent that would likely do this kind of stuff, probably extremely well trained. Why wouldn't they just, hey, we know where he lives. We'll just go ahead and, he'll be leaving. We can follow him throughout the day. Where is he likely to be alone? There's very few witnesses. Where can we just discreetly make sure that he's disposed of? Well, let's go ahead and do it that way. Just keep it a mystery. But instead, they're going to do it out in the open. Now, you have this young guy who has this Mauser. He admits that he shot him.
No, there's no.
Hold on. Oh, yeah, there is.
No, there's not. But,
Okay, amazing.
but sure, share.
Okay, sure. Okay. And so, the murder weapon was discovered. Now, the family said, like, yeah, it was a gift from his grandfather, or it was passed down from his grandfather, and his dad gave it to him. I forget which. So we kind of know where the weapon came from. There's nothing. To me, this is like an open and shut case. Like, you guys are grasping at straws, and the people that were grabbing the equipment, TPUSA's team admitted that they were like, well, look, dude, I knew that if we didn't grab it, somebody else would. So we had to do it, and all of it was handed over to the FBI. It makes sense. I think it's a good
black and white, or is it just a possibility?
Is what black? And I would say it's.
That's what I'm saying, because you're acting like it's black and white, like it's just not a possibility. Everything they're telling us is just the truth. Don't question it if you do, you're a retard. That's what you're saying. But I think you need to be right is more powerful than the sensibility of it than even questioning it. Pepe. That's what's fucked up about it.
No, it's not that. Like, look.
It's true though. His need to be right is so powerful that he can't even question the official narrative. While we know that JFK happened, we know that all this bull fucking shit happened. You understand, like, JFK, 9/11, all sorts of fucking shit that's happened in our country. We can't even question it? What the fuck, man? I think, Pepe, that we should be able to question the official narrative, man. I'm not saying everything's a conspiracy. Yeah, it is easy for that kid to have gone up there and shot him in the neck. You're right. I've watched it, man, and I know. You can take a Mauser apart with 2 screws with a screwdriver in about 30 fucking seconds. And if you leave the scope on there, you don't have to sight it in. So you leave the scope on top of the barrel. You take 2 screws underneath the barrel, underneath the stock, underneath the barrel, and you can take the bolt off first. Then you take the screws off. You take the buttstock off, and then it just separates the barrel, and you leave the scope on top of the barrel. It's all sighted in, and then you can put it back together in 30 seconds. That is true. So everything you're saying is totally possible, man. Like, and the official narrative might be true. I'm just saying, it just seems fucking weird, okay?
Yeah, I would say this, like, nothing about the official narrative sounds weird to me. I would say the biggest problem is that you get people who for whatever reason, they think somebody deep down is behind something, and I do not see that with this killing. Like, there's a part of me, kind of, I wouldn't say wish, but it's like, if there was a group of people that have been, I guess you could say, trying to suppress our speech or hurt us for wrong think and speaking out against the grain, would it be really cool in a way that they were behind it because we could stop them from doing it any further? Yes. But I don't think this was any like state actor or even, there might have been some Antifa faggots that were like aligned with them that were also kind of privy to what he was going to do. But I don't see that being the case.
What I think is that
22-year-old, shut the fuck up. Here's the thing, Pepe. You got a 22-year-old kid with a rifle, kills him, takes the gun apart, runs over the roof, climbs down the roof, runs off to God knows where, gets dressed and undressed at least 3 times, puts the gun together, leaves it in the woods. We got no camera footage. Other than like this brief moment of like, 10 seconds. No ring doorbell camera footage of him walking around. No dash cam footage.
I thought there was some of that.
Hold on 1 second. You got all the people with their cell phones recording this shit. You got God knows how many people there were that were recording from the position as in like facing the crowd, like in a way that Charlie Kirk was sitting, right? Nobody has recorded nothing, and somehow, magically, this 22-year-old kid has to have been the one. Then you got the old man. It was at 9/11. He was at the Boston bombing. Then it was like another bombing case. I don't know what that was, right? Then like, and then he was here at this event, right? Then they found, Then they found like child pornography, whatever, on his phone, right? Or on his computer, whatever. It's like, and we got nothing, right? And there's only 2 words that cross my mind. Holy fucking crazy is deep state.
Okay, but I would say this. What I think would be very sloppy for an Israeli operative is that they were going to have a personal phone that they would look up, I guess, child pornography on. In fact, you'd probably want nothing on that phone, to be honest. That could lead you to anything that would get you in trouble. I don't really buy that. But when it comes to the cell phone footage, yes. So people, when they were at the Charlie Kirk debate, who were they going to be filming? Charlie Kirk and people asking him questions. And then they hear a shot, and then people are just like, what the fuck's going on? They see all of a sudden Charlie Kirk's hit. People are standing around with their cell phones. Now, what's really funny is the security cameras. Why are they all pointing at the ground? Why are they not showing the roof? Well, I mean, generally, you're not looking at people walking on the fucking roof when you have a security camera. You're going to have a security camera pointed at the fucking ground, where people are. So with that being said, there's absolutely nothing suspicious about that to me. Go ahead, KK.
So, sorry, I was middle of eating dinner. She didn't have her show today, but, you know, Candace Owens was really close friends with Charlie Kirk, like she was on the ground floor of all this. So she's been doing a whole series on trying to get answers. You know, she talked to the guy from TPUSA that pulled out the SD cards from the camera behind Charlie Kirk. So she's been really like going down all these different rabbit holes, just exploring everything. So she posted up this morning, Tyler Robinson is not suicidal. The entire narrative that placed on the media about him having been suicidal is completely fictional, as are many other aspects of what we've been told. Hold on a second, sorry. Oh shit. His father having turned him in after confession is also, oh fuck. How did I lose it?
White people turn each other in, dude. We do that shit though. That's not suspicious to say.
I actually side with niggers against white people who do that, by the way.
Hold on a second, let me get it.
Not bad, Pepe. That's why your daddy will be trash.
Okay, alright, so she says, I want to break this news immediately because it feels important. I think I don't break it immediately, something bad might happen. I hope I have earned the trust enough of the people to believe me when I say I have verified this information but cannot reveal the source. Tyler Robinson is not suicidal. The entire narrative that was placed in the media about him having been suicidal is completely fictional, as are many other aspects of what we have been told. His father having turned him in after confession is also complete fiction. To the contrary, Tyler Robinson maintains his innocence and has never been to the UVU campus. There are absolutely zero photos or video that or video that the campus can produce to the contrary, which is why they have produced nothing other than a blurry image which Tyler's family knows is not him. Tyler has never once expressed a suicidal thought. I want to make it clear the federal government is lying about absolutely everything other than the fact that it was his gun. Not that we needed any further substantiation, but Tyler Robinson did not author those Discord messages. I would like to again stress the fact he has never been to UVU campus, but, and I need to confirm this later, I believe he was around the campus on that day. I'll have more on this later, but I wanted to immediately publish that Taylor Robertson's suicide narrative plus the dad did the right thing, turning him in, realizing his son was guilty as a federal concoction.
Well, I would say this about Candace Owens. So I do know somebody from behind the scenes at the Daily Wire. She had a blow up, but they didn't really do it back to her. They felt sorry for her. But after she had her child, she kind of went cuckoo.
Yeah, she did, bro.
They were trying to. They felt bad for her. They were trying to like hopefully she can get help. Like this isn't the Candace we know. Okay, she's being a little bit outrageous. Yada yada yada. But even Charlie Kirk has personally mentioned in like text exchanges how she went crazy after she had birth. I mean, Candace Owens, I you know, at this point in time, how much of it is like related to like post-birth, you know, like mental health issues, I don't know. But I just at this point in time, I don't really care for anything she says, and all of the people close to Charlie Kirk have basically said like, no, he hasn't really been in contact with her for a few years, and she can't provide. And this is something that's been brought up, and she can't produce any you know dialogue between the two. No text messages, no nothing. And she would obviously do that if she She would obviously do that if she was in communication with him over the last few years, but she wasn't. They ended up severing ties.
One of her shows this last week.
Well, it wasn't really severing ties. It wasn't really severing ties. It was basically yeah. Basically, what's happening is that they weren't agreeing on the business matter of how to produce shows, and so they quietly got her off the job, and they lost touch. She did say she was not going to go to the funeral.
But I mean, even if she showed the interaction that she had with Charlie Kirk, in the last few years, I mean, what is it? She can produce like one tiny little exchange or something. Like they obviously. Hold on a second. I'm talking to.
She spoke at his event.
Yeah, and this was where?
2024?
She spoke at his event in 2024?
Yes, hold on, I'll get it.
One thing about Candace is she is the producer of clickbait, so don't underestimate her. But you know, the thing is that why are these people bringing out new evidence trying to clear Tyler Robinson? They're saying that it came from the shot came from the front or the back.
Pascal, let me know when you don't want to talk about this particular conspiracy anymore, so I may put an end to it and we can move on. Thanks. But until then, I'll stay quiet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really bored talking about it, honestly.
Yeah, okay, then I will end it. Ignore all the noise. Here's the bottom line. Charlie Kirk is dead. What matters yours is what everybody said afterwards. Keep your focus on the sadistic vultures that are the Democrats and what they're saying about it. That's what you need to focus on and ignore all the noise. That's it. The rest of it, let the conspiracy theorists go on. Whether it was Tyler Robinson or some guy named Bob who works in accounting in the local Walmart, fact is he's dead. And Democrats did their usual thing. The Democrats are responsible. Their rhetoric for the last 10 years led to his death. And even if it wasn't Tyler, their rhetoric afterwards condoned his death. That's my position on it.
And the letter that they found with his intentions. So, yeah, I just wanted to bring that up, and I'm kind of thinking that might be fabricated, but anyway, just thought I'd throw that in there. But like I said, with Candace, she's the queen of clickbait and clapback. Don't underestimate her.
I mean, she did run a whole expose about Macron's wife, and then I guess she provided, proof that
You
she's
can never
a biological woman, and
prove somebody's personal. You can't someone else's.
Yes, you can. You absolutely can prove whether or not you're biologically a woman. In fact, if you submit,
nobody can prove anything
yes,
about
you,
it
yeah.
unless I give it
No.
to prove.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, first of all, they filed the lawsuit, right? And so they can produce evidence from maybe when she was a little girl, but that doesn't matter. The medical documentation.
Pulled out.
Sure. Hold on.
College.
Sure, hold on. She could pull up, medical files from when she was younger and her anatomy, but when you do an actual DNA test and it shows like your chromosomes are a certain way and that you are in fact biologically female, you're basically fucked at that point if she can do that, which she can. And I'm guessing that's the scientific proof. She was not born a male, and so she would not be able to say anything, after she's able to submit that kind of evidence.
Well, she said she's gonna prove it, so that means that she's gonna go into her personal and pull out the proof. I'm sure I wouldn't care what Candace thought.
So I am looking. I did Grok, and Grok took a long time to answer this, but Grok said it was June 14th, 2024. It was the last time she spoke at one of his events, and it was in Detroit, Michigan.
I put it in the chat. This is when the whole crisis king issue came up.
Wait, how is the trend you gotta prove she was born as a woman? I don't even like this.
Oh yeah, your chromosomes and
yeah, your chromosomes. But how do you know, like, the test that she's gonna present? Like, oh look, here's the paperwork that I mean, like.
Exactly. How do you know I'm gonna accept it?
Can I finish my thoughts? If you just look at like the whole freaking way of movement, right? The jawline, the pictures that they have where they have compared him to like the picture that they have of like a younger whatever the fuck the transgender's name is. If that is not a fucking dude, then what the fuck is it? Doesn't even make sense. It doesn't look like a woman. It doesn't move like one.
They're trying to say that it's his father that's sticking close by to groom him into being the political powerhouse that he is.
What are we talking about?
This French husband.
So they're talking about Macron's wife. Okay, first of all,
she's a dude.
well, no. First of all, when it comes to the test, like NIPT test, you can absolutely tell whether or not the person is a biological female or male. Despite what all of the tranny activists like to tell you, you can prove without a doubt whether or not somebody is born a male or a female. And so it's just getting to be fucking retarded. And maybe she didn't see this like little avenue coming. She thought she could just create this narrative where it would not affect her, but yeah, you can say what she wants or say what you want. Like she looks like a dude, whatever. But
they're never gonna be like, oh, Candace, you got us, girl. Like, yeah, I was born with like a freaking knife.
Okay, but in the United States, they have to prove. In order for her to win a lawsuit regarding libel, the president and his wife have to be able to prove that she was. First of all, they were saying something that was factually untrue.
Wait, who said what? Who did you say said something that was factually not true?
No, I was saying that in order for a lawsuit to continue, you have to show that something you were claiming about Macron's wife was not true. And so, if they show that and it's absolutely confirmed, yeah, she's a biological female, Candace Owens is fucked.
Confirmed by who?
A test, we can tell. You do understand that genetically, or especially with our chromosomes, we can tell if you're biologically female or not, right?
Well, they can do that with a simple swab, like taking some saliva, like on the spot, right? With some basic freaking laboratory test, they can figure out if you're born with like XXXY. It's very simple, but they're never gonna be like, oh yeah, let's do a public test. And, I'll drop my pants or do the freaking Q-tip test with like, it's never gonna happen. They're gonna hold on till the end of days, like,
Okay, but apparently they said there was scientific proof, which we don't know what it is. But let's say she dropped her pants and then she did. It shows, XX versus XY. It showed all of that shit. Where can Candace Owens go from there? She can't go anywhere.
Well, the scientific proof is one thing: the chromosomes.
Yes, which is a very easy test.
Chromosomes.
And so, since this is such an easy test, which I'm guessing that's where it went, they can absolutely shut her down just with that test.
But they won't, because like everybody's saying, that is not a female. And as Charlie Kirk was saying.
Okay, but what evidence do you have for that? But what evidence do you have for that?
Facial features, all that stuff more.
Yeah.
The pictures that they have.
I'm humiliated to even be outside something like that and be called a fellow woman.
I mean, I tell you honestly, man, what had Candace Owens ever done? Like, told us there are two genders and that the chick is a dude. Like, I don't even find it. Is that like amazing journalism what she's doing? Honestly, like, I don't even hate on her. I think she's a nice chick. Right? Nothing wrong with her. But like,
funny,
No, she's somebody who like made her start as a black woman, basically shitting on blacks, trying to, and I know this is a well-known grift amongst some black people, where they don't really share the conservative stances, but they're just like, oh, but I get a paycheck. Amazing. I'm just going to go ahead and call out all of the hypocrisy
yeah, that's what I mean.
and the double standards that exist between whites and blacks and how we're expected to behave. At least, she could recognize it like anybody could. And so she's spewing this bullshit. And do I think that to me, honestly, like at this point, I think her credit is so shot. I
See
think
what you
for the skeptical person.
understand, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna take a shower. This is what foreigners do. Now they need to come in under Black America's tax dollars, but she is acting like a typical, foreigner. She's, a tether. That's what she's acting like. Tethers do that. Tethers, for a minute, you'll put them, lump them in. No, they want to be called a nation, a destination, not a crayon. That's what Caribbeans do. My great grandfather was British West Indies, and my mom did not go out of her way to introduce us to any of them because of that type of behavior. She was not tolerating it around her children, family or not. Some people call it self-hate, black on black hate. It's a point we're just not dealing with nobody's shit, whether black or white. And it's that she's acting very normal. Unfortunately, she has a big ass mic to do it.
Yeah, this is not complicated. She was a voice for the right. She told the line. She had her own show. Then she had a falling, whatever the reason, she had a falling out with Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, and he is Jewish. She said some stuff he didn't like. She got dumped. And now she's out on her own.
Same thing with
That's it.
And she's doing great.
That's it.
And she's doing great.
That's it.
They separated too. TV USA is we're separated too, actually, if you look.
Yeah.
Look it up.
Exactly.
It's just,
Yeah, well, that's all well and good. As far as Macron's trans wife, look, she's just echoing something that a lot of people were thinking, but wouldn't say. I mean, it's like Obama, people look at Michelle and think, gee, I wonder about her, and it's like suddenly a troll becomes a serious thing. That's all it is.
The Macrons lost
Freaking hilarious.
The Macrons lost their court case in Europe. So it was
I know.
journalists, and then soon after that, the Macrons filed a court case against Candace. But yeah, the Macrons lost. So there was no defamation.
So as long as we see that, it's a little bit different in Europe with their laws regarding what is allowed by the press, and then of course what is even free speech in their country is. I would want to see it. And look, as somebody of French descent, I find it I look at Macron and his wife, this Herbert, that she was a teacher who I believe met him when he was in his pre-adolescence, and had a relationship with him, and then the parents ended up taking him out of the school. And I remember fighting with French people about this 6 years ago, saying you guys are disgusting. She's literally a fucking sexual predator. And for one reason, it's not. But it is. It is true. She is a disgusting bitch. But people are standing up for her, and regardless of whether, which I don't think she's a dude, but I do think she's a very vulgar, shitty fucking person. She cheated on her husband with a little fucking pre-adolescent boy. That is so gross. How moral is that? And she's a first lady? Fuck that.
In reading and listening comprehension, I'm pretty high.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought, when I was a teenager, I thought, at least one woman in her 40s. When I was underage, I'm not saying it's the end. How do I put it? I could tell she wanted some kind of loyalty and a commitment of some kind. For me, it was she was trying to be manipulative, but I was kind of I didn't care. I was like, oh, okay, oh, you want that? Amazing. That's not going to do it. And then she would get like mad and leave me like nasty emails and that kind of shit. But I didn't, I don't know. I don't, how do I put it? I don't think he's like, it's necessarily traumatizing for a male to have to go through this kind of shit, but I do think that at the end of the day, like, women should be held to somewhat of a similar standard as men who would maybe do the same shit. And I could say conversely, like, I knew girls that were underage at the time, like myself, that would fuck, you know, adult men that were over a decade older than them, and it was just whatever. And these girls that, you know, to put it loosely, do I think they were necessarily taken advantage of? Not necessarily. These are women, or excuse me, girls, because they're underage, that were absolute sluts, like totally sluts. And like, I think a lot of people have to realize, like, there are like boys and girls that are not 18 that are very hypersexual. They're players. They are people that are just they have sex like it's having lunch. Like, that's just how they're wired. And they're not really affected by, you know, having sex with an older woman. But in this case, I think it's like really weird. How did he have a relationship with her? Like, it almost seems like there has to be a level of grooming involved, because I did not take the bait.
How much better profit I am.
There were several older women I had sex with that were, you know, a decade or two older than me when I was a teenager, and they thought they could tell me what I could do, and like,
Pepe talks about everything.
Give that same respect to my parents. Like, you can suck my, like, no, eat
Pepe,
shit.
the PR crisis manager.
For whatever reason, he's one of these people who just kind
Pepe,
of like,
the reputation management expert for himself.
which which I find really weird, because he's not obviously, Macron is not a fuck up. He's somebody who's been relatively successful. How did he get her, or how did she get him under her grasp?
Was she involved in politics before? I mean, does she come from that kind of background? Just out of curiosity. But to answer the question, I think maybe your background was something you were aware enough that you were, like you said, yeah, fight me. You want to fuck me, that's fine, but don't pull any of that emotional manipulation.
No, exactly.
Yeah, but he wasn't that smart, and that's the thing. I mean, the fact that they have the clip of her slapping him across the face, that speaks volumes. She's in control. He didn't. When you see his reaction too, she slaps him, and he doesn't look stunned, like, where did that come from? He doesn't get angry. He just sits there passively, like, okay, she slapped me. Yeah, so she's been manipulating and controlling him for a long time, I think. And that's why you can't understand it, but yeah, it's clear as far as my view goes. And he may have, you know, along the way, he may have realized, well, she can give me, the same way a young woman will date an older guy because that gives her access to a level of affluence and social service that her peers can't get through. And Lacone's wife probably, if I had to guess, gave him that same kind of access. So it's like, wow, you know, so he's seeing advantage to him socially. So he went along for the ride, would be my guess.
The fuck?
And he became president of France, you know. But the other thing I was going to say, look, the French have always had different and looser sexual mores than other countries. So you know, that figures into this mix too.
Do y'all think that this conspiracy theory that Macron's wife is a man that swapped identities with her younger brother? Younger sister, I guess. People been saying they ended up suing Candace Owens for.
We were just talking about it.
Do y'all believe it or not?
I think it's a hilarious troll.
But the basic question you have to ask is,
I mean, I do think she's a masculine, old, like, Jesus Christ. He's the president of France, and he has this old fucking bitch, literally old enough to be his mom. I don't know. It just seems to me, I just, it's hard to have respect for Macron. You know, just based on, you know, this whole situation.
But I mean, honestly, like Annie said, the French are freakier. I remember the story of Sarah Bartman and how they actually banned her in the United States. Europe, they felt like it was inhumane and just a little bit too freaky. We like to say that y'all paraded her all around Europe, but that's not the case. Everybody was like, nah, this is too much for us. And then she was able to, you know, do that in France. So, yeah.
Well, the French are different. Like, how do I put it? I believe they're the largest Catholic country in Europe. Sorry, I'm eating. They have, compared to other parts of Europe, we're dependent, like, even the Russian, I remember a Russian boxer, he was showing me a video where he was back in Russia, and this mom, she was actually, like, pretty hot, and the baby's naked, she's naked, and they're like, this isn't on my phone, it's his phone, but this is just, like, in a park. Like, they do this in Russia, and they're, like, she's, like, twirling his or her arms, I can't tell, it was the baby, and, basically, they're doing, like, gymnastics in a weird way, like, kind of, like, twirling this child, and it was, like, I just remember thinking, like, dude, she's naked. Really, he's like, yo, so what? And I'm like, okay.
What a moron.
And, like, there was nothing, like, perverted, like, there's nothing sexual about anything that was happening in the video. And I was just like, well, that's weird. But I know that, like, in France, for example, you have, like, nude beaches and stuff that would not be accepted in other parts of Europe, but are definitely accepted in other parts of Europe. And so, I'll just say this about the French. They are, like, if you look at, like, married couples, like, how often they have sex, like, the French, I believe, were number one for several decades. I don't know what the case is today. But yeah, I do think they're kind of, I wouldn't call that freakier. I would just say, like, they engage in sex more for whatever reason. I think, like, when it comes to freaky, I generally think of, like, kink. I would say, like, Germans and other people are, they're different in comparison to the French, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the term menage a trois comes from the fact that they are staunchly religious and staunchly Catholic, and you can't get divorced, period. So what do? Okay, honey, we hate each other. So this is Brigitte. She's going to be living with us now. Okay, sounds good. You know, it's that simple. But yeah, I mean, the French are famous for the nude beaches, and when I was there, they had topless ads. It wasn't that common, but I remember seeing it in I forget the word for it now, in French, in the subway, because the train went by, it was on the back of the train, and all the guys were turning, looking at it. You know, it's different there.
Yeah, I mean, personally, like, okay, they're okay with showing breasts, like whatever. Like, I don't really give a shit.
They in that documentary I watched it was like a movie about like Sarah Bartman. They made the French look disgusting compared to the rest of like the Western world. Like everybody else had obscenity laws that banned the type of behavior, and then they went to France and it was just like willy nilly. They were, aristocrats and elites were all like, ooh.
You know what's funny is that in this country, when you look at the beauty industry, it's obsessed with the French. It's, the latest beauty secrets from France, from Yves Saint Laurent. When you go to France, it's the latest beauty secrets from America. It's the exact opposite. So, yeah, a lot of people don't like the French.
Well, I'll just say this, like, I forget the name of the French prime minister, but both his mistress and his wife showed up to his funeral. There is this really weird thing when it comes to, like, Catholic countries, especially more, like, southernish Europe, and of course, absolute southern Europe. They're all known for having their mistresses, and these are Catholic countries. And they do this, and, it was kind of, even in Latin America, which this is where their influence came from, it's like, you spend Saturday with your girlfriend, your mistress, and then Sundays with your wife and your family. There is something, like, I agree, it's lopsided, it's bullshit, it's corrupt, but they do kind of have that culture.
Oh, come on, think about it, Pepe. If your wife is on her period, you still have needs, right? Come on.
Yeah, why not?
Just convert to Islam. You can just rape your wife whenever you want if you're Muslim. It's not considered rape.
Oh, I know.
Women are sex slaves, so if you convert to Islam,
I thought I was going to get more of a reaction for that last one. Frankly, I'm disappointed.
So, Alan, are you Catholic or a Eastern Orthodox? Like I don't know.
There are Catholic Armenians, but it's and they're Orthodox. It's apostolic is what it is, whatever that means. It's not Orthodox, and it's separate from Catholic. And there's even evangelical churches as well, though those are far fewer.
What I don't get with Christianity is if you look at modern day Catholicism, if we look at the Coptic Christians, if we look at the Maronites, like what is the true what is true Christianity? They all call each other heretical.
Yeah, well, people are stupid. What do you want? That's the answer. No, our flavor of vanilla ice cream is better than your flavor of vanilla ice cream. So ours is the true ice cream. That's all it is.
But which one makes it so that I don't go to hell?
Well, first of all, it's too late for you, so don't worry about that. Because you had premarital sex, so yeah, you're doomed. So yeah, but no, they all have the element. They all have a sufficient connection to the intent that as long as you believe in one of them, you're already ahead of the game. It's still no guarantee, but you're there.
I mean, I just remember being in Catholic school and us asking like these existential questions regarding the validity of Catholicism or God, whatever. And priests would be the ones teaching this. And the hardest part for me was never seeing a satisfactory response. And so somebody like me, it's not that I'm somewhat stubborn, but I do believe that there's a creator. But I can look at all of these different religions. They all seem to have some kind of answer, but nobody can prove anything, period. And so, I did it in order to have, to be religious, they have to buy into one of the, I guess you could say narratives, and I just personally, I'm somebody who has to see proof in order to believe anything. And I think there's a lot of people who like to claim that they have proven that God exists and, somehow their religion is the true religion. But then, at the end of the day, they never actually prove it. And this is why I'd never really participate in religious debates. It's basically rhetorical masturbation and people, ascribing to their blind faith and trying to win over each other with their, rhetorical tactics when it comes to debating. But they can't prove anything. And so obviously nobody here can prove that
God or their particular religion is true, what is the point in even debating it? That's one of the things like I don't understand about a lot of these religious people is you can't prove anything. Like I kind of am somebody who has like unpopular beliefs, but I can at least use data to show why it is that I believe what I believe. When it comes to these religious conversations, it doesn't happen. And even if we were to look at like mankind, and this is where like Christianity is, they're so like anti-evolution. When it comes to when did religion apply to mankind? Was it when we were not Homo sapiens sapiens? Was it when we were like half monkey, half sapien, Homo sapien? At which point?
When the Anunnaki came down and introduced themselves to the Sumerians, and historically they bred with them and created Nephilim, and it's the basis of all modern.
Well, I mean, but even with that, it's just like, okay, so if you're gonna believe in evolution, which I think like there's a very strong evidence for, people have basically, okay, so for the last 100, 200,000 years, we've evolved. Now, Adam and Eve, okay, they started, I guess, the Earth. They were here at the same time, or at the start of the planet. They were here at the same time as dinosaurs. Carbon dating kind of like proves all of that as, you know, being 100% bullshit. So we have these anatomically modern humans in which these laws apply. When it came to the Neanderthals, did the same shit apply to them? When it came to like archaic hominids that were like literally hybrid ape and Homo sapien, did it apply to? At which point did these laws for ourselves and who God is and who Adam and Eve are? At what point did that apply to us?
I mean, is that a rhetorical question, or is that a legitimate question? Because, I mean, Christianity became popular. I forget which Roman emperor it was, but like he had a dream or something, and like Jesus came to him in his dream or whatever, and they ended up winning the battle, and then he's that emperor of Rome, if I remember correctly, is like what essentially made Christianity like popular. But you know, what started Christianity was basically, you know, Jesus was
say that everything in your life, Pascal, that all of your experiences have led you to an understanding or belief about religion and God and creators and everything.
I also, oh sorry, I mean to interrupt. I was gonna say I also believe that like hallucinogens could have played a part in it, because like, you know, ayahuasca and stuff, like people, you know, that like in the Amazon and that sort of a thing, like it wouldn't surprise me if like, you know, these people did hallucinogens even accidentally, like, right, like unintentionally, or if they did it for like a spiritual practice, which led to them believing in like in one entity, like one omniscient like being essentially, who can like take, you know what I mean, who can like take and like do that. I mean, you know, who knows if that hypothesis is true or not, but it seems like that's, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if that ended up coming out eventually.
Did you?
What was your point? Hold on, Alan. What did you say before he spoke?
I said, would you say that everything in your life, your experiences, what's happened to you, has led you to a conclusion and a viewpoint about religion and the existence of a creator or lack thereof? Would you agree with that statement?
No, I would say it's me. It's not because of experiences. I would say it's
or thought, whatever.
No. With me, it's been more or less hearing very religious people speak, and them not being able to prove anything, and having blind faith, and just how much they're willing to warp. I guess you could say warp everything in general, just to fit their narrative.
But you're still describing an experience and a reaction. That's still, the point is it's personal to you, right? I agree with you that the discussions about religion or atheism or anything else are kind of pointless because you've come, I understand you don't like the word experiences, but you've come to these conclusions on your own. And I can allow you to have those conclusions because they are personal to you. They're not personal to me. And I don't need to convince you of something different. My experiences, my conclusions, my observations are my own, and they are personal to me because in the end, what is it that religion tries to address? Where I came from and where I'm going to go when I die.
I get what you're saying. I think that when if I'm going to clarify my position, just so you guys can, in my heart of hearts, how do I feel? I'm somebody who wants to believe in Catholicism. I want to know that this heaven exists. I want to see my grandmother and my grandfather again. I do want to see whoever I'm with. And this is the not very Catholic part of me. There's this selfishness where it's just like I want to be able to see those I love again. Now, my religion is going to say that a lot of the things that I do are very sinful, like premarital sex, for example. And I personally, I don't find it very convincing, but nonetheless, there is a part of me that really wants to believe that how I was raised, it is true. But then there's the skeptical side of me, which is extremely skeptical. And I can't help but think of all of the religions that have come before, not only Christianity, but just, in general. Even before the Jews, we can look at Zoroastrianism, we can look at a lot of these religions, and I personally, I don't know, how, and this is a question I would ask you, is how do we know we didn't have these eccentric Jews in the Levant that were, Jesus, maybe he was a con man, maybe he was a cult leader, and he was just savvy, smooth talking, but he had a proselytizing religion in which he wanted to spread it to everybody. How can I disprove that? I can't disprove that. And so, at the end of the day, I'm supposed to have blind faith into this religion in which I cannot prove anything. And there is a place in my heart for conservative Christians, but I don't
somebody like myself, like I have to see the evidence. I can't do it with blind faith. Like, and despite your religion, whether you're Jewish or Christian, you guys both are gonna do this. And you know, when I'll hear Jews talk about like, oh yes, you know, this is what our religion says. This is why we're experiencing this and that. And you know, I'm just kind of like, okay, these are religious people, just you know, men of the book who are just trying to make sense of what's happening now. That's fine. Christians do it as well. But at the end of the day, I don't really buy into any of it. I do look at it as largely as bullshit. And this is like kind of an existential crisis that I have. I'm somebody who wants to believe it, but nobody can prove to me why I should believe it.
Well, the thing is that the only way you're going to have faith is it's going to be as unique as your DNA. How I believed, you know, being of Ashkenazi descent, so it was really easy for me, you know, me to believe because I have, you know, background in the Middle East, so it was easy to believe that he actually exists. Just like I didn't think Sam Houston existed, but some people, you know, do miraculous.
What do you mean? You're like Ashkenaz? What do you mean? You look black.
I don't look like a color.
You could be an Ashkenazi Jew and be black.
I am a person of that descent by blood. I don't look like a color.
According to who?
According to me, I don't look like a color. At all. And because that.
Okay, no, you don't just get to declare yourself a Jew. I mean, that's so fucking retarded.
I think that you're retarded for saying such an ignorant comment. Personally, I think that you know. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Like you know, her like you know. She even stated that she wasn't a color, but the other thing too is like, if she was, let's say, or if she went by like African American, if she decided to, right? Like there is a huge, like you know, there's a lot of like Ethiopian Jews, which you know for thousands of years.
I mean, yes.
If she was from like, you know, Ethiopian descent, or she was from, you know, like, who knows where she came from, but
clearly she was not an Ethiopian Jew, so like.
But at the end of the day, it doesn't, like, what she's trying to say is that she is not a color and that she is Jewish.
Okay, I know. I think what you don't understand is on this app, there's a plethora of black people who call themselves Jews, even though they're halakhically non-Jewish. They have 0% Jewish DNA. And in fact, they're more Christian. Hold on a second. They're more Christian than they are Jewish, you know, in terms of their theology. But they like to claim themselves to be Jews. Now, with those black people, okay, I'm somebody who's not. It's not my religion to gatekeep. But I can clearly tell that you're trying to co-opt their identity, and it's not only like culturally misappropriating their identity, but you're actually like attacking them and shitting on them and trying to punish them for quote unquote stealing your identity.
I think that you know you're just projecting right here in actuality, and I believe that. You know,
what am I projecting?
Here's the thing: you can think whatever you want to.
What am I projecting? You stupid white faggot! What am I projecting?
I mean, you just admitted that you're a stupid white faggot, right?
No, I literally called you.
And you also have like an incredibly low IQ. Like I've heard you speak before. Mm-hmm. I've heard you say like anti-Semitic things. I've listened to your rants before, and I genuinely believe that you have. I mean, you know, I'm not a clinician, so I can't say what you have for sure, but it seems like you have bipolar disorder, or
What is bipolar disorder? I'm just curious.
well, I mean, there are two different types of bipolar disorder.
Okay, there's bipolar 1 and bipolar 2. What is the difference between the bipolar 1 and bipolar 2?
One is a longer mania and shorter depression, and the other one has longer depression and shorter mania.
Okay, which one's going to full manic episodes?
I think that again, I'm not a clinician.
Okay, yeah, you're a dumbass. So
bipolar
doesn't. No, you're talking about personality trait. No,
hold on a second.
Yes, it does. It does negate what you said. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You fucking retard. It negates everything you said. You're talking about personality traits versus a fucking neurotic disorder. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let your dumbass speak. Go ahead.
Comparing you to somebody with Down syndrome is essentially, you know, making fun of that individual due to your incredible ignorance within the realm of, you know, thinking that you're much smarter than you really are, and also making like anti-Semitic comments and making like, you know, and not being able to differentiate a lot of things.
Did I say something about Down syndrome?
I stated that I was not a clinician, and I stated that I was pretty sure.
When did I say something about Down syndrome?
I said something. I was saying something about Down syndrome, and I was saying that you are in fact more ignorant than somebody who does in fact have something on those lines.
You sound like a straight bitch.
What happened to him? I actually didn't move him. I don't know what happened. God damn it.
He just came back. He just came back.
Where is he?
He just left, came back. He's probably trying to connect.
I actually kind of think this is like the type of shit I like on Clubhouse, so I would never remove somebody like him.
While he's coming back, I got a question for Pascal.
What's up, bro?
There's gentrification of the understanding.
Yeah, so, let's see how
Sorry,
long
was that alright with all of you?
I'd like to be beside him too. How much better
What is your
prophet
issue
I am.
with people who are not white?
God created them. I mean,
Justice.
I can't. I'm not gonna.
I don't believe it really
shit. God
This is not what he was
was
saying.
doing
Everybody's gonna say
something
exactly
wrong
what I
with
want to say.
people.
Daniel Fala.
So you're in the United States, right? But you're an American. I assume.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Until your boy comes back, I'm just bored, so you know, I got time.
Take your time. Take your time.
Do you love your country?
Yeah.
How much do you love your country? Scale of 1 to 10.
I mean,
Latin America.
8.
8. Would you die for your country?
In most circumstances.
And you served in our armed forces?
No, that's So why are you asking?
Why not?
Because I didn't. I don't know.
Because you. I'm confused because you're saying that you have a problem with you people. I served in the armed forces.
Amazing.
Right. So I'm just confused that.
It sounds like you had nothing better to do. I mean, in my opinion.
Well, let's not cry. Only one of us has a PhD. PhD, but you know,
Oh, you have a PhD in this?
I sure do. Genetics.
In genetic. Oh, is this Dr. Kirk?
It is I. Yes, sir.
Oh, amazing.
Yep. 100%. So like I was saying, you have to certain occupations and hours. You haven't said that on make it clear if you. No. You didn't put anything on the line. You've never tried to kill a man. You've never killed a man. Nobody ever tried to kill you in my country. I'm just trying to understand what gives you the right to tell anybody, you know, who's more valuable than you. You're too fucking pussy, but uniform.
When did I say somebody was less valuable?
I've heard you, bro. I've heard you. I've heard you.
No, you jumped on stage. No, hold on. You jumped on stage, and I said, who did I say was more valuable?
Well, no, you said that I don't have any problem. Today you said I don't have any problem because God created you people.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then before, you know, like let's not shy away from the things we've said, right? Let's be men, okay?
Oh, I'm being a man. I'm trying to get you're basically strawmanning and saying that I somehow was saying that a group of people is less than me. So you know that's.
So you have made derogatory comments about black people and Jewish people in this app.
When did I do it about Jewish people?
No, I asked you. Look, if the answer is no, I won't hold you to account for something you haven't said.
I mean, have I said disparaging things about black people? Yes.
Okay, so right.
Show you from the West Bank. These are Palestinian celebrations in the wake of Tuesday's terror attacks in the United States. How apparently Palestinians took to the street.
So that's why you're like this, because you're impoverished. But anyway. So,
but why do you have to? I'm just curious. There's like a lot of the successful, well-educated people I know. They don't brag about how much money they make. What's really weird is, in fact, they generally try to hide how much money they have and make. Why? Generally, because they don't want to be used. And white, at least with white people, you may not be aware of this. You know, trying to flex your status like that is considered, cheap and low IQ. But you're doing it, and this is kind of like why I think it's weird you're doing it.
Okay. You want me to respond?
It's just like, I want you to respond. Just try to act like a white person. Just like not be, try not to be gaudy for a second.
Understood. Are you complete?
Oh, I'm complete. Yeah, go ahead.
Great. Let's get something straight. I know more wealthy white people than you do. They regard me more of a human than you do because you're poor. So let's understand that right now. That's number one. Number two, like when you have conversations with people that actually have money that's actually bullshit, only poor white people say the dumb shit you just said.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Is Tucker Carlson poor?
Well, no. See, that's
Is Elon Musk poor?
Hold on.
Are they poor? Is Elon Musk poor?
You have to stop talking to receive the answer. I heard your question. We are all, let me complete. We all have heard, and we are all aware that Elon Musk is not poor, but here's what you must understand, young Padawan. Listen to me clearly.
Mm-hmm.
You are a source of income for them. They realize that you are stupid, so if they play to your lower sensibilities, you will give them money, you see. It's a fiscal thing. They actually don't...
No, that's not what you said. You said people like me say what I say because I'm poor. I'm saying, like, literally the richest person in the country says what I say, and so he's obviously not, and quite frankly, it would be a privilege for him to fart on your face when you're having a cup of tea. No, we have to be honest here. You were contradicting yourself.
Keep going. Only one of us on their own, but keep going. Keep talking.
Amazing. Yeah, but he could buy your whole neighborhood and keep going.
But you literally. Hold on. But you can't buy my whole neighborhood. You're proving my point right now.
No, you're proving my point. You're the one who said that only people who talk like me. Yes, we're having a conversation, but you said only people like me. No, you're chipping out. You're chipping out. Now, the problem is, you're chipping out. Now, the problem is that people like you, you said that only somebody like me would say the things I say is because I'm poor. And I just gave you an example of the richest man in the country
who says the same things I say. So I would love to see how you can spin this. Go ahead.
Sure, thank you. So now put your tampon back in, sweetheart. Thank you very much.
Yeah, go ahead and put your tampon on your man pussy. Like, that's fine.
I'm responding to you, but you would like me to respond.
Okay, I'm sorry your chocolate cheeks are bleeding because your boyfriend just pounded you. It's not my fucking problem.
I got you. So I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it slow, so even a pale chimp like you can understand it. What I'm telling you is that those people are wealthy. Tucker Carlson, even Charlie Kirk of the world, he was wealthy. He was wealthy, right? He had like real money, right? He comes to people like you, and he says, I'm sure he believes those things, but he says those things so that you will buy product, you will give them money, and you fall for it every time because it's not like you're ever in proximity to these people. You're not in proximity to these people.
Once again, you're not talking. Once again, you're not. Yeah, but once again. Okay, the fake geneticist trying to tell me I'm poor. But what's really funny? But what's really funny is that I was a critic of Charlie Kirk for years. And when you try to compare me to him, that's why I bring it up.
I said that he.
I never bought anything from him. Do you think he was a good person?
Like you. I put you in a group. I didn't say you personally.
Oh, amazing. So I'm just curious. I'm just curious. So speaking of stupid people, why did Charlie Kirk pull in so many millions, and why was he so influential on somebody like you? Who apparently is getting the big bucks and he's so smart.
Cool. I'll answer your question. Unlike you, Charlie Kirk actually did have a modicum of intelligence. He was actually a very great debater. He was very well.
But you're not a good debater.
Hold on, Pastor. You asked me a question, sweetheart. Relax. You asked me, I'm answering. I answered your question directly. Why was he so successful? He was very intelligent. Generally speaking, he had no actual skill set, but generally speaking, he was very intelligent. He was extremely emotionally intelligent. He was a great debater. He knew how to kind of capture.
I would say a lot more intelligent than you. Just being fair.
No, I actually debated Charlie Kirk. It's actually on my Twitter.
Okay. Go ahead. Can you post the link?
Got punished.
Can you post the link? Let me guess, you were the mod. Let me guess, you were the mod.
Of course I was. She came to me.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so you declared yourself winner. Oh, you just like Jordan Peterson as well. Amazing.
Yep.
Look at this fanciful Negro who thinks he's so smart. Amazing.
25,000 followers. So how many followers do you have? Okay, shut the fuck up. Anyway,
as a fake geneticist, you have a bunch of followers. Amazing.
You keep saying that, but we can look at Jordan.
Can we?
Yes, sir. Would you like a link?
Yeah, show us everybody how you're a geneticist.
We want your location, brother. Drop your location.
What's going to happen when you get it?
Drop your location, brother. I want to see your work.
Okay, that's a bet. Here you go. It's too easy, really.
So I'm just curious, where did you serve in combat?
Hold on.
I'm actually going to record, since we know your real name. Hold on a second, so I can record. Screen record. So,
record it.
Here's Mr. No. Here's Mr. Badass. Where did you serve in combat?
I'm not talking to you about military service. You stupid.
No. You came on here acting like you're a big.
I was a captain in the army.
That had a lot of experience in the military. Where did you fight in combat?
I never told you that. You said that.
Did you fight? Hold on a second. Were you ever deployed in a combat zone where you had to engage in fighting?
I am not going to discuss with you.
You don't have it, goddamn fake.
Hold on. Hey, I'm not going to discuss with you.
You fucking phony, stolen valor piece of shit. Coming on this stage, trying to act like you're a fucking tough guy, pussy. This is literally. No, I have it on. Okay, tell me, what is your experience in the military? Do you see, hold on a second.
I'm trying to answer it. You shut the fuck up.
Okay,
do you want to answer or do you want to hear yourself talk?
Yeah, I want to hear the answer.
Cool. Yeah, so I was a captain in the United States Army active duty at the 71 Bravo. I was a biochemist. I managed the Army's seaburn program at Fort Sam Houston from 2020 to 2023. I was a section chief at the FADL, Food Analysis Diagnostic Laboratory, where I managed countermeasures for 50 states and 3 OCONUS territories. If you look at my PTR, I actually have myself in in my service uniform, wearing it. I also have a picture with the Surgeon General of the United States Army at the time, 2-star General Dangle. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
Not nobody.
Because you're a fucking civilian.
Nobody with valor. You say that obviously. So I mean, no, you're the pussy. Like,
shut your pussy ass up. Put a uniform on, shut your dumb ass up.
Why didn't you go ahead and go in combat, bitch?
So why didn't you serve?
Why did I have to serve?
Why didn't you serve?
Because I didn't have to.
No. Nobody has to serve. We don't have a conscript-based military. You volunteer. That's the thing. Why didn't you serve?
I was already in college when 9/11 happened. And
that's right. So let's talk about college. Let's talk about that. So I got recognition after getting a PhD. So that's not an excuse. You're just pussy. You're just a pussy. Is all.
Oh, amazing. Okay.
The answer is I got my tampon. That's my answer.
What did you do in the United States military? You didn't fight.
That's the answer.
But you didn't fight in the United States. It's really funny. Once I told you a screen recording, you changed your fucking tune so much. No, I know. I love that you have your PTRs with the AR-15s. With that, when you, and of course, when it shows the blank, hold on a second, the blank firing devices. Okay, when you have the
talking online.
Okay, when you have the thing at the end of your muzzle where you end up doing the training, where you're firing blanks at each other.
At the end of your muzzle,
some kind of fucking 11 Bravo.
71 Bravo. 71 Bravo.
Yeah,
Get it right.
71 Bravo, obviously.
Get it right. 71 Bravo.
No, but I mean, I'm talking about how you try to make yourself look, and that's what you did before I started screen recording. You started to make yourself out to be like some kind of, you started to make yourself out to be some kind of fucking hero who had to put yourself
I never said I was a hero.
in danger. Actually in danger. But
only
you
civilians
didn't.
talk like that.
But you didn't. You civilians talk like that, but at the end of the day, you're somebody who never had to
sound like a civilian right now because you are.
Okay, but just like a civilian, you never had to fight war. Amazing.
Okay, I'll explain it to you because I see you a little stupid. Let me help you. And I'm waiting for you to kick me down. I know you're gonna kick me down at some point. You can't take too much more of this shit. So let me explain to you how this works, sweetheart. Okay? And you wouldn't know. Because, you're
so spit it out. Just go ahead.
Units deploy. Individuals don't deploy. Units deploy. You understand that?
Yeah.
Meaning, if you're part of a unit or BCT, you don't know what BCT is. You never served, like I said. The unit deploys. Okay? So that's number one. Number two, I know you don't understand this because you're a fucking civilian. I was an officer. I was in charge of men. I was not a grunt. I gave the orders. I didn't take them. You understand?
Yeah,
you wouldn't understand that because you're a civilian.
What does that matter?
You're a civilian. Do you understand what a biochemist does? Like you're so stupid. It's shocking.
Well, okay, but you obviously had nothing to do with infantry or anything that involves bravery.
I never said that. Wait, time out. Then you're talking to me. That's ass talk. Number one, again, let's get something straight right now. So you're talking about things you don't understand. You are aware that if you deploy to a combat zone, you are aware that people are engaged who are not infantrymen. You do understand that, right?
Yes, right. That's way different from being somebody in infantry who actually has to engage with these people.
No, agreed. Nobody's arguing that there are levels to this shit. Nobody, I mean, and an infantryman is not a special forces guy, right? Nobody
said special forces. I just said infantry.
No.
And of course, infantry is not the only group, but you were not. But you were not in charge of door kickers and trigger pullers. So that's where you're different. In fact, you were not somebody who ever had to pull a trigger and
you're not. You're just talking now. You're just talking.
No, but I'm being realistic. Like you're being a stolen valor piece of shit. Now, I understand when it comes to stolen valor, the biggest cases of stolen valor are literally people that literally were in the military. And so listening to a retard like you sit here and say because you're in the military, I should respect your authority. And somehow you're this gunslinger. You're this hero. Which is obviously not the fucking case. Like
you said that I'm stolen valor, which is a felony. So you should do. My name is Ian Coke. That's my full
Yes,
But I'm not scared of y'all. But I'm not scared of y'all. See, only one of us has a pseudonym up here. Only one of us has a real name up here.
amazing.
Because you're a pussy. If you're saying
You're somebody who's trying to. You're somebody who's trying to gain clout by acting like you're a tough guy in the military. You're literally a pencil pusher.
let me get it
So
out
like,
the car.
just cut the shit.
If it's stolen valor, report me. It's a felony. If it's stolen valor, take this recording and report me. That's what happens.
Okay, can you tell me which men you led into battle?
No.
You
understand it. You already said it.
Because you can't.
Stolen valor. No.
In a
It's
gunfight.
stolen. Listen, bro.
Okay, tough
Don't
guy.
try to take it right now. We're trying to take it right now.
No, tough
It's
guy.
stolen valor.
You're the one
So
who said.
report me.
No, you stupid fuck.
No,
You're the guy.
report me.
You're the guy who tried to make yourself out to be like a tough guy because you're in the military, but you were never in battle. You were literally the bitch that you speak of. Why didn't you? Okay,
Civilian.
if you went straight in,
Civilian.
okay, after your PhD, why didn't you go into it? Why didn't you go into a group which we basically go into combat?
That's a great. So I'll expect you again. Listen to me very carefully.
No, I get it. I get what your PhD was in. Where you would have your expertise. But you're trying to make it sound like you were somehow involved with the trigger pulling.
I didn't say that you're a liar.
No, you're lying and you're full of shit.
You asked me a question. Thank you. So then you're done bitching. Okay. You have said that I committed stolen valor. Okay. I heard you. You haven't reported me. You should do now. Report me. Do it now. It's a felony. Do it. Report me.
Amazing.
No. Fuck amazing. Report my black ass. Report me. You said that I said.
Well, your black ass was literally.
I was a soldier, which
You
is
said
true.
you called somebody
I was a
pussy
captain,
when you
which is
enrolled in
true.
No, you enlisted in the
No, that's not what I
military
said.
as an
That's not what I
officer.
said.
You
You're
literally
lying. Not what I
were
said.
never in a combat
That's not what I said.
having to do combat.
I told
Now, it
you
is a
I
lot
had
different to
the
be in
line
the military
Pascal,
and
you're lying.
actually fucking. No,
Pascal,
it's a
you're
lot
triggered.
different from being in the military and actually being in combat. Like,
Stop
this is why I
using
find
me. You're
it fucking
triggered.
funny. Listen
You're
to you
triggered.
faggot that never were in
You're
combat.
triggered.
Sit here and try to call other people pussies.
He's
Why
triggered.
didn't you serve on the front lines?
Okay, I'm gonna answer the question. So that's a question. So that's a question mark. So thank you. Cool. Take a breath. So here we go. Again, here's how the conversation started. I asked you, why did you have a problem with people who are not white, black people, Jewish people? You said, I don't have a problem with God making you people. I said, okay, you love your country. You told me, yes. I scale on a scale from 1 to 10. How much you love your country? You said, I don't know, an 8. I said, would you die for your country? You said, absolutely. I said, so why had you not served in our armed forces then? And then you replied, because I didn't have to. I said, well, wait a minute, Pascal. There are people who have served. I know because I've served. And that's how the conversation started. I never told y'all
Not people that you served with. People
I never told y'all
that did not serve under you.
I told y'all in the 71 Bravo, biochemist, which is a fact. I told you that I managed the Cobra response to the U.S. Army, which is also a fact. I told you I worked in Seaburn, which is a fact. I told you where I served at, Fort Sam Houston, which is a fact. This is all verifiable information, dog. So, but I'm stolen valor. So here's what you do. My name is Ian Eugene Copeland, Captain Ian Eugene Copeland. Report me. Report me. Report me and say, hey, listen, this guy, he's stolen valor. He's not in the military. He's a piece of shit. Go arrest him. Do that.
But no, you called me a pussy. Oh, well, hold on a second. But you called me. Yes, it did. And so.
No, I didn't do it. Let's see it.
Okay, yes, sure. So, no, you just want to shut the fuck up. So, once again, I literally, you're trying to say I'm a pussy, but you were also a pusher in the military. You're not somebody. Okay, a lot of people, when they think of people in the military, and you know this is why you're very disingenuous. Hold on a second. We think of the people with their M4s or whatever weapons. They're engaging in combat. They're risking their lives. Here you are, a pencil pusher, somebody who's not putting your own life at risk, and you're basically stealing the valor of the people that actually had to do the fighting. Which you never had to do. Like, that's why it's stolen valor. So you call me a pussy, but once again, you are not somebody who was a fighter. liar. So just shut the fuck up.
You're a pussy. You talk.
No, you're a pussy.
With your mouth. But the fact of the
You
matter
run your fucking mouth. You're sitting here saying like you're some kind of tough guy. But you're somebody who never actually had to engage in fighting.
You could have
It's
went to
fucking
any
pathetic.
branch that you wanted to and joined at any time. You're an able-bodied male. You could have put it on the line anytime you wanted to. When you join the military, you go where you're told to go. You can't say, hey, listen, I volunteer. It doesn't work. It's not a fucking movie. You're not John Wick. You go where your unit goes. You deploy where your unit deploys. You don't get a choice in the matter. That's not how this works. This is not a movie. This is not Black Hawk Down. You do not get to say, oh,
Okay, so you say you have your degree, okay?
I do. Or I put it in the chat. I put it in the chat already.
Amazing. So they're obviously they put you where they feel you belong, which is not going to be in frontline. Which is understandable. So what makes you so tough? I'm just curious.
Okay, cool. So you asked me for information. To be fair, Pascal, you asked me for information. I said, hey, we don't.
No, I asked you what makes you to be what makes you so tough. I'm just curious. What makes you, Dr. Copeland? Dr. Copeland.
I'm answering.
What makes you a tough guy? I'm just curious. What makes you a tough guy?
Okay, so now you have to take a breath. Just stop talking.
What makes you a tough guy? You can't answer the question.
I'm answering it. I'm answering it right now. Here's what makes me a tough guy. I volunteered for active duty military service, not knowing what comes next. Biochemists get deployed all the time. Happens all the time. You go to a medical file, they have biochemists, vets, doctors, nurses. Happens all the time. Okay? This is not something that doesn't happen. It happens all the time. Depends what unit you're in. Okay? When I joined the military, I'm a geneticist. It was during a health crisis, COVID. They put me at Fort Sam, which is right down the street from Fancy Brook Army Medical Center, the largest Army medical center in the country. They put me there for a reason. Because I know what the fuck I'm doing. Because I'm like, you actually have skills that are transferable.
Okay, but this is where it's retarded. Okay, that's like me saying that if I joined the army, I could have been an army ranger, but I never joined the army. Now you joined.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying if I was to
You
say
didn't anything. I never said anything.
No, I know. I'm saying it's akin to me saying that. Now, absolutely. Now you're saying you joined the army, but you never had to be one of these people. Therefore, at least you had the balls to I guess, join the army, and then therefore, you're a badass. No, that's not exactly not how it works. Okay, so I can join the army with the aspirations of being in special forces all I want.
You'll never make it in a pussy, but keep going.
Amazing. And so, well, that's the thing is that if I don't make it, I know, like low IQ chimpery. Now, if I was to try out for special forces and not make it, that does not make me. Yeah, absolutely. I'm in my 40s. I'm not going to try out for special forces. So.
I know, because you're a pussy and you're out of shape. Keep going.
Amazing. No, I'm not out of shape.
You were out of shape. Keep going.
See, this is like how low IQ you are. You're saying I'm out of shape, but you don't even know me. Like, it's so stupid.
Keep going.
But when it comes to, I can say, oh, I would have joined, and if I would have joined, I would have somehow, I have the balls and the ability to be special forces or some shit like that. Okay, you're somebody who joined. Hold on. You're somebody who joined, and you're saying like, well, they just so happened to assign me to, be, working, whatever the fuck it was, but I had the ability and the drive to be one of these people. Well, okay, that's nice if you see it after the fact. You can't prove that.
Cool.
So, nobody gives a fuck.
Cool. That. Okay, so I'm going to respond then. Thank you for that. Tyler, I appreciate that. So, here's what here's where the two neurons you call the brain are not linking up at. Again, you were able to join the armed forces. You're an able-bodied male. All of this, I love the country, white nationalist bullshit that you're on is cute, but you won't actually implement that version of what you think it is. Meaning, it's not like you're saying, oh, I'm really about this shit. I'll go out there and really do this shit. And any branch, I don't care what branch, whatever, it doesn't matter. I mean, shout out to all the branches, man. Everybody serving, who gives a fuck? Like, you didn't do that. So all I'm saying to you is that the big chest, the talking talk, the blah, 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 black people this, Jewish people that, black people this, Jewish people that, to me, you just sound like a broke, privileged nobody in his 40s with pent-up energy because he's probably 5'5" and you never joined it. It's okay. It's okay, bro. Don't get mad.
I love how you tried to like go on with the trying to attack me. I'm not 5'5". I'm 6 inches taller. I'm not tall. I'm obviously within the range of average height. But with that being said,
you're shorter than me, bro. You're shorter than me. You were shorter than me.
Amazing. I never said I was tall. So
keep going. Keep going.
Okay, this is like low IQ chimp behavior. Like, it's
bro,
so
I got you can't low IQ shit. You have a high school diploma.
You said you have a PhD.
Like high school diploma.
No, I have a college degree.
You got a college degree from community college. Oh.
No, like a 4-year degree. But anyways,
look at you go.
What's really funny is that like once again, this is such like low IQ rhetoric. People don't usually attack people in such a way, and I just have to be clear. Like, I personally, in my family, I had people that were combat veterans.
Good for them. You're still a pussy.
Amazing.
You're still a pussy.
Amazing. Yes, but they, as combat vet, like my dad was in the 173rd in Vietnam.
Good for your dad. He's not a pussy. You're a pussy though. His son's a pussy. You're not.
Sure.
You're a pussy, but you're a pussy for sure.
Sure, but
shout out to your pops, by the way. Your pops a real one. Shout out to your pops, by the way. He really did that shit. Shout out to
he is. And so what I would say is this: is that my dad. Sure. And so my dad, he's also a retired federal judge.
That's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely good for him.
Does he know you're a racist piece of shit?
He knows about me. So, with that being said,
okay, keep going.
Amazing. So, somebody as humble as him, he's like, he grew up dirt poor.
Shout out to your pops, bro.
My pops, as you say, accomplished some shit, and he was in the military and went through some. Yes, obviously. Is there a reason you have to, like a dumb fucking chimp, you have to interrupt?
Well, it's just because I just love.
We know. Hold on.
I love when y'all do this.
No. Okay. Yes, my father. Shut the fuck up for a second. Shut the fuck up.
You are a pussy.
Jesus Christ! Now I have to mute. Yes, my father. Okay, no, you're the pussy. Now, what I find to be very ironic is that somebody like my dad, he's gone to the reunions back in Australia. He's in New Zealand, basically 1965, 1966, when he served, the Australians and New Zealanders were attached with them. Amazing. Now, when it was brought to my attention like 20-some years ago when Googling my name as a junior, shit about my dad would get pulled up, and then stories would get pulled up. There were parks all over the country that were named after people my dad served with that died. He went through some shit. But my dad never really, how do I put this, flaunted his military experience as if he was some kind of tough guy. He didn't really talk about it. The only time I'd really see him light up and want to talk about it is if he met somebody that was like, oh, where were you? Oh, you were there. Basically it's more, he would encounter somebody that maybe had, a similar experience. He was not my dad was not a braggart. He was not somebody who, I guess, would shove his service in people's face whatsoever. And quite frankly, he doesn't talk about it much, even with me or anybody else. But what I found, what I find very weird with you is you have this braggadocious person such as yourself, you're like this super tough guy because you were in the military in a non-combat role, and you're somehow flexing as if it makes you a pussy if you were not doing it. Where is the flex with that?
So you want to just keep muting? Are you complete? Okay, he's complete. Oh God, thank you. Okay, great. Here we go. Shout out to your dad. You are not your father. It doesn't matter what you say. I can brag all I want. That's my personality. Because I can brag. You can't brag. The only reason you're doing this shit is you can't brag. The only point that I'm making is this. You literally are like not about this life. Like you're like super this, super that. I'm a racist piece of shit. I don't like Jewish people. I don't like black people. And that's cool. I mean, you're impoverished. Who gives a fuck what you have to say about anything? You're entertainment for me at this point. The point I'm making is that it's giving. I'm 5'10". I want to be a tough guy. Look at my boxing PTR, blah, blah, blah. I'm super short. I have a problem with myself, which is why I walk around spewing racist rhetoric, talking about N-word this, N-word that, Jew this, Jew that, blah, 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 because you're literally broke, and your father probably thinks that you're a failure because your father sounds like a very accomplished and intelligent man, and he had a piece of shit as a son, and you probably disappointed him for the last 40 years. That's it.
Sure. So, but what I'm curious about is that, like, I've seen the PTRs of you in your thing is I actually boxed, but unlike you have pictures of yourself with the M4s that are, I believe it was in the back of a pickup truck. So obviously you guys were doing a military exercise where you were firing blanks at each other, and you're trying to make yourself like you were about that life, but you're not a combat veteran. You're not somebody who's ever experienced combat, and you kind of, but at the same time, you try to put forth this image like you were this soldier that actually has, I don't know, about that life, which you're not about that life, and you've never been about that life, as you've admitted. You've never been.
You're a civilian, dude. It doesn't matter. You're a civilian. It's okay.
But as a civilian, I'm still calling you out, and you cannot dispute what I'm saying.
You can't call me out.
Okay, why?
You can't.
Yes, but have you ever been in combat? Have you ever been in combat?
I already told you, I am not going to discuss.
Yes, because I know. That's a very convenient excuse. It's a very convenient excuse. You cannot answer that because you've never been in combat. You're not about that life.
If you knew anything about anything when somebody answers like that, it would tell you something, but you're so fucking dumb that you can't.
No, you're fucking dumb.
I'm not gonna sit here and talk to you about what I did when I had a top secret security clearance. Are you stupid? You think I'm gonna sit here and discuss with you on an app what I did when I was in the U.S. Army where I had a top secret security clearance? Are you dumb? You do understand that's like, you can't do that. You do understand that, right?
Sure. So let me ask.
Do you get that? Do you understand that?
Hold on a second. I'm going to ask you a very clarifying question. So, are you saying because you had a top secret
I am not going to discuss any details therein. It's not going to happen. You can say whatever you want.
This is you doing your stolen valor bullshit again. Once again, are you trying to hide behind the fact that you had a top secret clearance that somehow that should, there should be some plausible deniability whether or not you actually had to engage in combat?
I'm just telling you I'm not going to discuss that.
No, it's because you've never been in combat. So you're literally doing your stolen valor shit again.
Okay, this what you say this what it is.
Any better than say whether they've been on a tour or not. I don't know why this guy's like, man, you want me to tell you about top secret? No one's asking you about top secret. You just say whether you've been on tour or not.
Cool. Fantastic. So here's what we're going to do.
The only question I asked him is whether or not he's been engaged in combat.
I'm responding.
It's a federal law. It's a felony in order to embellish your military record, and this is where this piece of shit is literally not going to do it.
Arrest me. Get me arrested. You said I'm stolen valor. That's a felony. Get me arrested. You have my name. I'm not pussy like you. This is my real name.
And here's what I'm screen recording right now.
Do it.
I asked you.
I'm telling you to do it.
I asked you whether or not you're in combat,
And so you have to say,
And I didn't answer.
security clearance. Why? It's your way of saving your own ass. To prove
Saving
you
for
were
what?
never in combat, you fucking lying piece of shit. Like you're
I never said I was.
pathetic.
I never said I wasn't. I said I
Piece of
wasn't.
shit. You are a stolen valor piece of
Okay.
shit.
Are you getting
That
arrested now?
literally was never
Are
in
you gonna
fucking
get arrested?
danger. You were never in fucking
Are
danger.
you gonna get arrested?
Okay, but you, because of your uniform,
Are
you
you
think
gonna
you
get arrested?
want us to respect you as somebody
Oh, no,
who
I don't care
actually
if
was
you're
put in
You don't like
danger.
black people.
You literally lost people they were serving with and put you in the same fucking boat as them. Like you were a pathetic
What
piece
the
of shit.
fuck?
You're a pathetic piece of shit.
Nobody said that, bro. Wow, you really
No,
protected
you
that. Nobody said that.
that's what you're implying, you cheap piece of shit. That's
I didn't imply that. I
literally
didn't
what
imply
you're
that.
implying.
All I
You're
said
a worthless
was,
piece of fucking
all
shit.
I told
That
you
is what
was
you're implying.
that you didn't
Okay, then
serve
set
because
the
you're a
record straight.
pussy.
Set the
All
record
the other shit you
straight.
added on.
Okay, then set the record straight. Did you ever serve in direct combat during your military history? Watch, he's gonna
Stop
obfuscate.
muting me.
He's not gonna answer this directly. Why? Because that felony that he wants to avoid, will come. Okay, so watch this. He's gonna say, "Well, you're a civilian. I don't have to answer."
Stop muting me, bro.
I'm not asking him for details. I'm literally asking him, did you serve in direct combat in the military?
I don't answer anything, bro. I don't
Of
answer
course,
anything.
because you're a stolen valor piece of shit. That's all we need to
Okay,
talk
great.
about.
Then get me arrested. Stolen valor's a felony.
Okay.
It is. It literally is. It's a federal crime.
Acting like you came in here.
I didn't imply shit.
No. You came in here acting like a tough guy, talking about you served your country, you put your fucking M4s and devices at the end of the muzzles where you're training with blanks, and you acting like you're a tough guy because you joined the military, all of this bullshit. Okay, but when you're asked direct questions, okay, you obviously, you're trying to imply or insinuate.
I didn't imply shit. You were implying this shit. I never implied shit. You implied that.
You never were.
Okay, you done? Cool. Hold on. I'm gonna respond now. Unless you're gonna just watch my free speech. And I never came up here. Don't talk. I never came up here and said I was infantry. Any of that weird shit you talking about. You said that. I never said that. I told you exactly what I did. I said I served at Fort Sam Houston from 2020 to 2023 as a section chief, as a 71 Bravo, active duty, as a captain in the U.S. Army. I never told you I kicked in any doors. I never told you I did any of that weird shit you talking about. I never said that shit. You said that. So let's get that clear right now. It's recorded because you said you recorded it, which is great. I don't have anything to lie about. My service record is public information. That's one FOIA request away. That's not a big deal. But the point is this. Stolen valor is a crime. So if you're telling me I committed a crime, Pascal, report me.
No, I'm saying you're insinuating it. That's why I asked you to clarify whether or not you served in combat.
I didn't
But then your
insinuate
bitch ass ends up automatically says, "Well, I don't have to tell you that because you're a civilian." No, that's what you're doing because you're trying to imply that you had combat experience.
I didn't say that. I never said
Instead
that.
of answering directly, you literally
said
have to.
that.
No, you literally
never said that.
have to say,
Never said it.
well, I don't have to tell you that because you're a civilian. And so,
That's all I said.
as somebody who's never been in combat,
I never told you I was in combat.
As somebody who's
You
never
said that.
been
This is
put
recorded.
yourself in danger, you need to shut your fucking mouth. You're not the tough guy
You're a civilian. Shut up.
I'm a civilian. Yes, I was never put in danger, just like how you weren't. So just shut your fucking mouth.
It's probably still a ton of time. I mean, military, training stuff, but I think we got to the truth.
The truth, I never said, bro, this shit is weird now.
No, I
never
I
said
came in
that.
and I heard you're kind
You
of
said that. I never said that. He said that.
Let me explain. You were refusing saying it's basically I don't have to answer your question whether I've been in combat or not, right? So it's you're leaving it kind of open whether you have or haven't. And I think we got down to the truth, right? So now we understand you haven't.
No, because you came late. Because you came late. I'm gonna say it again because I see y'all a little slow. When he asked me, I gave you the whole thing. He put all that shit in there. I'm not gonna sit and just keep saying the same shit over and over again.
No,
I
said, you're a tough guy.
I said to you in this recorded room, I said I was a 71 Bravo, which is a fact. I served.
And you were never in combat. Amazing. So just sit down and shut the fuck up. You're not a tough guy.
Hold on. I said Fort Sam Houston, which is a fact. That's verifiable. Section chief, Fattles, gave you the whole organization, everything. All that's factual. I was a captain, direct commission. After I got my PhD, you know the thing you said I didn't have. You the one that started talking about all these requirements for this and this shit. I said, bro, what are you talking about? I even said to you 3 times, I was like, well, bro, you do understand that, like, there are more people that do combat shit than infantrymen. Like, you do understand that. You start talking about infantry and shit. You said all that shit.
Okay, once again, let me clarify.
Never said any of that.
When were you in combat?
Never told you I was in combat.
Okay, I mean,
I never told you that. I never said that.
Okay, so you're not a tough guy. Okay, so you're not a tough guy. So just shut the fuck up.
But you didn't report me though. You said it was stolen valor. So when are you going to report me?
You know, you're trying to make yourself out to be this.
No.
You're in the military. Since you're not a tough guy who was in the military, shut your fucking mouth. That's all you need to do.
Can I get a date? Are you going to report me? Can I get a date on my report so I can get my felony real quick?
That doesn't matter. You're not the tough guy. You're not the combat veteran. You're kind of
I take stolen valor very seriously.
Okay, then shut the. Why are you flexing on civilians?
You're saying that
it's really weird. Somebody like
you need to report me.
As he said, my dad's a good guy, a piece of shit. True. Now, with that being said, my dad never flexed his millet. And he was an actual combat veteran who's still considered 100% disabled, even though he was a federal judge who retired, right before he turned 70. Hold on a second. He's somebody who would never flex the civilians.
I'm not saying that.
People in general. And then here's a guy that has never who's never been in combat, bragging as if he's some kind of fucking tough guy. We see the goddamn PTRs you've had with the fucking M4s where you're doing your training or whatever gay shit, which you're not for somebody who's been in combat. So you're just pathetic. You're a pathetic piece of shit. That is stolen valor. Like you're somebody trying to because you're in the same fucking uniform. You're making yourself out to be as if you have the same level of valor as these fucking combat veterans. It's so pathetic.
Okay, great. So when you report me, you know the process of report is, right? Would you let me help you with the process? I can tell you what to do, who to call. What?
No, we're not saying that you committed a crime. We're saying that
you already did. No, you said it 5 times. You said it 5 times. Which defamation, by the way? You know that, right?
We know that defamation, right? You were applying stolen valor.
No, you know that defamation, right? Right? You know that, right? Right? Are you aware that it's defamation when you say that I'm committing stolen valor, which is a felony, which I'm not? You know that's defamation, right?
It's not. If I'm insinuating that you're implying that
you're not insinuating shit. You're saying it's stolen valor. I recorded you like I recorded you.
You were trying to imply some kind of tough guy fucking.
I recorded you.
But you were not. You fucking
I
retard.
recorded you. Your IP address is
attached to your
profile.
Recording all you want.
Your IP address is attached to your profile. You're not as anonymous as you think you are. So like I said, go ahead and report me for the thing that you said that I did. Do you know the process? I can give you the number to call.
Nobody's saying you committed a federal crime.
Wait a minute. Now you're saying I didn't commit a federal crime.
No, I'm pressing you on, you fucking retard.
Interesting.
I pressed you on. What I pressed you on is you're trying to act like a... Hold on a second. You were trying to...
Walk it back.
Okay. What you were trying to do is act like you're this big bad tough guy who's in the military, and so what I did is I said I'm going to screen record. Please tell me whether or not you've been in combat. Now you said you're a civilian. I don't have to answer to you. Now, okay, true. You don't have to answer to anybody. Now, with that being said, the reason you won't do it is because then you will get in trouble for stolen valor. And so my whole point my whole point in doing this is by basically saying, like, look, you're trying to imply that you're some big tough guy that ended up becoming an officer in the military. It makes you tough, but you've never been in combat, and so because you won't admit it, which we know why, is because it would be considered stolen valor. You won't admit it, and so that's fine. I mean, literally terrified. You're somebody with zero combat experience. You're not a tough guy. You're not Rambo. You're not any of that shit. So you could just cut the fucking tough guy at the side. Like, just shut the fuck up.
Who?
You.
I got $100 on Ned that he'll whoop your ass, pal.
Well, I'll take that bet. But anyway, like I was saying, no, I appreciate that. Shout out to No Way. Anyway, so here's the thing again, right? So you muted me. That's cool. That's all good. So again, just so everybody is clear on this, right? Just so this is like 1,000% like clear, right? I just want to make this clear. When you say, I counted 19 times you said it. You are committing stolen valor. You're telling me I'm committing a crime. And if I'm committing a crime, you have a federal offense at that. You have an obligation to report that. Now, if I committed a crime, you need to report it. If I didn't commit a crime, my friend, you just defamed me in front of 50 people online. So either it's stolen valor and it's a felony, or you just defamed me, and if you write it, it's libel. So, what we gonna do now? What happens now?
What do you want to do?
No. You need to pick up the phone. No, I'm not talking to you, Mike. Shut the fuck up. You need to pick up the phone, and you need to call. I can give you a number to call, and you need to report me for stolen valor. You ready to do that?
This is like a weird thing. Like this.
No, it's not weird. No, it's not weird. See, it's real. It's weird.
No, I've already explained it to you.
It's weird, but it's real now.
I've already explained it. No, hold on. No. Hold on. I explained it to you.
Report me.
I wanted you. Hold on. The reason why I said I was recording and I asked you, were you ever in combat? And I asked you to do that is because you won't do it because it would be considered stolen valor. Amazing. You're obviously not listening. Now, I said if you were to say you were in combat, it would be stolen valor. And that's why you won't say you were in combat.
You recorded. It's too late to lie. I recorded you. It's too late.
Yes. I've been recording, dude. So,
no, I recorded you. I've been recording this whole time. It's too late for that.
Sure.
What you're trying to do now, walk it back, is too late. So now you kind of stuck. You need to now, you have an obligation as a citizen to report anybody for stolen valor because it's a felony. It is a felony crime to do that.
That is bullshit. My stance was that
it's a felony.
Hold on a second. My stance was that I said I'm gonna go record now, and then I was gonna ask you, did you serve in combat? Because I knew that you did not serve in combat, and so if you served in combat, okay, you could say it. It would not be considered stolen valor. You would not say it, okay, once I told you I was recording. And so, like, you being this big bad soldier boy that you tried to make yourself out to be was all bullshit. And so that was my fucking point, is that you would not say it. You would not say it because it would be stolen valor. If you said,
let's say you mute me again. See, everybody's about this street bullshit until they start getting their ass handed to them. And G.A. Pimpleton is absolutely right. G.A. Pimpleton says in the chat, I seriously hope you have this thing recorded, bro. An average civil lawyer will win this case, make him pay. I mean, I can't go that route, but I know you ain't got no bread, so it don't really matter. Just for your education, right? So you understand, Pascal. So you think you're anonymous, but you're not, because like I said, your shit is linked to your IP address. Nobody's anonymous up here. Just you and your real name up here. You said, I counted 17 times. I got a 23-minute recording of you saying it. You said I've committed stolen valor. You can argue all you want. You said it. Now, here's what I'll give you the opportunity to do. You got a little hot under the collar. You got a little in your feelings. Okay? I'll give you an opportunity right now to say, hey, listen, I misspoke on that. I retract that. I actually don't think that you've done that. It was a little heated. It's a misunderstanding.
Nah, don't give him a pass. Don't give him a pass.
No. I would allow you to. Hold on, no. I would allow you to do that this time. Do it quick.
I'm not apologizing for shit. Like,
there you go.
Once again, if you have combat experience, go ahead and say it. Do you have combat experience? Do you have combat experience?
Got him. I got him.
Do you have combat?
Got it.
You don't got me because you don't have combat experience.
Got it.
We won.
Got it. And this is and this is where you gotta play these games with these racist cats, man. This is where you gotta play these games with these cats.
Copeland, give me 1 second, please. So Pepe, I actually know people that know Dr. Copeland, so I'm kind of fucking confused. Who the fuck are you to disrespect another veteran on the stage when you know goddamn nothing? And even if he's been in combat or hasn't been in combat, who the fuck are you?
Well, no, he was coming up here saying like I'm a pussy because I didn't enlist in the military, and he was trying to act like a big tough guy, and he's somebody who never served in combat. And so, once again, yeah, I'm definitely going to. It's like, okay, so you joined the military, you worked in combat, amazing.
Pepe, you do realize, right? Like my generation, from '99 on, we deployed several times. People before me, some of them didn't fucking deploy. Does that make them weak? Does that mean they didn't fucking do what they supposed to do? Does that mean they weren't in special ops? Does that mean they weren't airborne?
Hold up, man. Nigga.
Well, he was not infantry. He was not in a role that would ever serve in combat. Like he even admitted this.
So you know a doctor is assigned every fucking unit, right? You know every doctor has every team.
Nigga. Hey, fuck you, Mike. You bitch ass nigga. Fuck you, Mike. Your location, nigga. You ain't gonna pull up on no. Drop your location then, nigga. Fuck you, Mike. I don't give a fuck if you a veteran, nigga. Fuck you, Mike. Out of you, nigga. Fuck you, Mike. Drop your location. Fuck you, Mike. Nigga. Fuck you, Mike. Pepe, nigga. Fuck you, Mike. Real nigga, nigga. Oh, wait. It's whole ass, nigga. Shout out to my nation. Shout out to the nation.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
Shit out of your
machetes, bro.
Fuck you, Mike.
You know what's wrong with machetes, bro?
Fuck you,
I'll
Mike.
chop a nigga quick. No problem for me,
You
bro.
got my IP address, don't you, nigga? Pull up, nigga. Bitch, we want the home address. Home address. We want the
So like I was saying, it's all good.
We invite you, bro. Damn, bro. I was joining your mom's house in 5 minutes, motherfucker.
Hey, shout out to the best man. Hey, shout out to the best man.
Got you, bro.
Shout out to the best man. Look, man, listen, it's all good. I think, judging by Pascal's silence, he realized his error. Even somebody as dumb and as racist as him can't realize when he put his foot in his mouth. So, like I said, never said I served in a combat role. Told him exactly what my job was. That's all verified, and at the end of the day, it's a FOIA request.
Okay, so you're not a tough guy, so just like drop the fucking tough guy out.
No.
You were trying to flex your military record to make you a tough guy.
Don't get scared.
I'm not being scared, but once again, you did flex your military record.
Times that I was stolen valor, which is a felony. So you need.
I said it would be if you said you had combat experience, and that's why you said you did not have combat experience.
I reported it.
Pepe, let me ask you a question real quick, right? Let me ask you a question, Pepe. If you meet someone in the military right now that's been in, let's say, 7 years, right? You see them with a Ranger tab, Special Forces tab. Are you going to say they're tough or they're not?
Well, I mean, to get through Ranger school, you'd have to be tough.
Yes or no? Okay.
Yeah.
So what if they haven't been in combat?
That's fine. Did Dr. Copeland have a Ranger card?
Wait. So are they
For
no longer...
interrupting, there's someone with my picture in the chat. Very rude. Can someone remove him, please?
Well, hold on. So now I'm recording again. So I want to ask. So did Dr. Copeland have a Ranger tab?
Yeah. You're not gonna get the.
He never claimed to.
Never said I did.
He never claimed to.
Nice try.
The question, Pepe, was...
No, you said if they've never been in combat, are they a tough guy? You said if they went to Ranger school.
Hold on a second. You fuck with the wrong one, Pepe. You fuck with the wrong one.
Do you think you could whoop Dad's ass?
Well, hold on. So you said if I saw somebody who were in combat and they had a Ranger tab, but I think they're tough. I said, well, they went to Ranger school. So yeah, now with that being said,
That one wasn't the question.
let's make this analogous. Let's make this analogous to Dr. Copeland. Did he have a Ranger tab or did he have a Special Forces tab? Has he ever had one of those two things?
Cracker, white devil, white devil, white devil. Keep reading, motherfucker. Cracker. Keep recording me, motherfucker. Cracker, blue white devil. Let me keep going, motherfucker. You motherfuckers don't scare me.
Honky.
You got me fucked up.
Okay, did he have a Ranger or Special Forces tab at all?
So again, you never said that. You're now trying to say things I never said. It's okay, I've already recorded you. There's no way for you to talk around this defamation you just put out there. There's no way for you to talk around it. You can talk now until God come back. There's no way for you to get around the fact that 17 times, you said I committed stolen valor. You said it very loudly, and I recorded you when you said it.
You said stolen valor. You served in combat. That's all I said.
I never said that. You said that.
No, I said if, but that's the hypothetical part. I said if.
It's not hypothetical. You said to the top of your lungs, this is stolen valor at least 9 times I had you recorded. You can argue all you want.
Stolen valor only applies to the person committing stolen valor, you fucking retard.
No, dumbass, that's defamation. It's false.
You should look up the U.S. military code of the U.S.
I'm fully aware of what the law
You don't know
says.
what the fuck you're talking about.
You say
If you're trying to apply for benefits, or like the Wounded Warrior Foundation or something like that, and even then, when people actually do, when people even then fucking apply for like the Wounded Warrior fucking Foundation and use stolen valor, nothing happens to them.
You say something.
Like something egregious is getting a $500,000 house
somebody.
Wounded Warrior.
It's false.
And finding out that the guy's not actually in a fucking wheelchair, he gets up and walks around afterwards.
About
and they give him a free house.
somebody
Nothing
that is
happens.
false. Nothing. If you say something about somebody that is
Oh
false
my God, you're so full
and
of shit. It's
defamatory,
not a government
it is
official.
civil.
Oh, you're an idiot.
Defamation.
Well, you can
So
say
for
defamation.
You can say that is defamation. It's
You can't apply the
defamatory.
fucking U.S. military code for fucking defamation for that specific thing. Saying,
Dumbass, it's a civil case. That's civil.
Stolen valor only
That's
applies
civil.
to you if you're misusing it. You fucking.
That's not what I said, idiot. I said Pascal said.
I consider and say you have stolen valor. You're a lying piece of shit. You never served. Watch that.
Okay, great. Good for you.
Now, firstly, tell me my name and my address so you could fucking sign me.
Oh, he ran. He ran. Yeah, I would have ran too. Yep.
His phone probably died. I've never known Pepe or Pascal to fucking run. Yeah.
Look, you don't know your daddy definitely ran.
I don't know. Oh, so you gonna tie me in litigation? You gonna tie me up in litigation? I think you're a fucking fraud. You never served. You're a piece of shit. You're just fucking bombastic and lying. There you go. Now you got somebody else. Somebody else to tie in litigation, you fucking piece of shit.
Fantastic. I'll tell your mom I get high.
Yeah, why don't you click on my account where it says fuck Mohammed and my fucking fake alt account, the 30,000
tell your mom I get high.
I have.
Tell your mom I said hello.
ISPs. Dumbass.
Yeah. Cool. Coolsies. Well, this was fun.
You can't take down what they do.
I just love talking to dummies. This shit is fantastic.
Always the fucking niggers that act like this.
Oh, are you upset because your mommy was at her knees last night?
I love black people. I just hate niggers.
Oh.
Niggers rocking this bitch.
Your mommy. Oh, she was out there on her knees like a good girl. Oh.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh.
I'm mad because my mom was getting dicks slung at her by a bunch of hoodlums. Yeah. That's your mom. That's my mom. Got queen.
Gargle. Got 2,000.
It doesn't work if I don't take offense, dipshit.
Oh, I don't care about
You realize you're the only one that's in control of your own emotions, right?
Oh, no, I'm definitely
in
control
control
of
of
my
emotions.
I did it for fun.
Keep it up
This
here
is fun for
crashing
me.
out.
This is fun for me.
I'm gonna see you. I'm gonna
This is
see
fun.
you for stolen valor, which doesn't work that
You see your bitch ass ain't come back in here. Shut his racist ass up. Yup.
Dumbass.
Oh.
Pepe's known, Pascal's known for saying, all right, I'm done with you fucking retards, and then instantly closing out the room without saying anything else.
Cool. Good for your daddy. Well, this has been fun. I'm gonna go make some money now.
Alright, bye, homosexual. See you later. Go suck some dick, you faggot. You can hear it in your voice, you fucking queer. That guy was gayer than $3 bill. That guy was gayer than Adams. Where's Adams? Nice. I got a bitch in here. It's still invalid to say that I wasn't in the military. It's not the way that works. Go ahead, wake it up.
Yeah, he never said it was stolen. Like, he wasn't ever claiming Pepe was committing stolen valor. Pepe was claiming he was committing stolen valor. And then he said that you defamed me when you claimed I was committing stolen valor. Instead.
Okay, cool. All I came in here was Pepe, you're saying I committed stolen valor or some shit.
He came in saying, Pepe, did you ever serve in the military? He said no. He goes, oh, because you're a pussy. And so Pepe turned the tables like, well, did you ever fight in combat? And he wouldn't answer. So, I mean, neither would make you a pussy. If you didn't serve, if you didn't never join the military, doesn't mean you're a pussy. And if you never fought in combat, then you'd be a pussy. It's such a stupid fucking argument that he started.
Yeah, Pepe was too busy. Pepe was too busy going in and out of prison to serve.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. I was you know what's the odd thing is there's nothing wrong with if you didn't serve in combat. It's very easy to do it. So the fact that he did not want to say it is odd to me. Like, you should be proud of your service, whatever it is. So when he's saying he was a Bravo 71, that's in the medical side. So he probably served in a hospital doing lab work.
Green zone, yeah.
And so he probably, if he ever deployed, which he would not say, any veteran who's deployed, they'll be like, absolutely, I deployed here, whatever. Like, they would tell it. So, and then he's a doctor, medical. So he maybe if he was deployed, probably forward to Germany, Landstuhl, which is the large. It's by a bunch of civilians. So which is fine, but I don't understand why that he could not answer that he did not serve in combat.
He didn't want to commit stolen
Like,
valor himself.
it was a dig if he didn't. It doesn't matter if he did or he didn't, but what Bieber was saying, the introduction to it is like, oh, well, so yeah, that was his MOS, his military occupational specialty was in genetics. So he did a lot of lab work. I applaud that. The Army needs it. So he said he had his degree first, so he probably graduated, then went to officer OCS school. From there, yep. So then there he was probably first lieutenant, and he got out. He got served his 4, and he received rank as a captain, which would be right on time, and he served in Texas, which is great. We need that,
So KK, we had this guy in Chillism came in, and he's like, I served 12 years in the Navy. We're like, thank you for your service. And then he started to proceed to tell us how the whole World War III would break down, and like gave us a full fucking breakdown how the United States will lose to China and Russia and this, that, and the third. Didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. So I was like, what was your rate? He's like, oh, it was an E5. And I was like, no, your rate. Rate's like MOS in the Navy. So Army and Marine Corps uses MOS. And then the Air Force uses Air Force class something bullshit. AFC something. And but the fucking Navy uses fucking rate. And he's like, E5. And I was like, no. Not your rank, you dipshit. Your fucking rate. And he's like, oh, it's E5. And I was like, no. Your job title. What'd you do? He's like, oh, it's a corpsman. I'm like, oh, so you're a fucking nurse on a fucking ship. And you're in here telling us how the whole fucking World War III is gonna break down with fucking China and Russia. I said, I said, everybody in the room, just learn this lesson. Just because somebody served in the military doesn't mean they fucking know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to fucking world wars or like conflicts. Like, somebody fucking cleaning the fucking latrines or driving a semi truck's not gonna be able to tell you how this all fucking breaks down in World War III. Like, fucking retard. retards. He's like, did you serve? And I was like, no, but I was up in fucking Fort Meade. So, you know, just figure out what the fuck I did, dipshit.
And also, if it was stolen valor, then there would have to be a claim of loss or gain.
Yep.
For that. So that was
So let's look at the Wounded Warrior Project. You know, that dipshit that rode around in the fucking wheelchair talking, he's a paraplegic. They gave him a $500,000 house. Then they caught him out fucking pushing a lawnmower like a couple months later on camera. And nothing came of it. He didn't get no trouble. Never went to the fucking break. No one went to jail. Never went to prison. Nothing. They don't give a shit.
Well, you know what is interesting, F, is first of all, I never know who you are.
It's Rich.
I know, but you keep adding me all these weird ass accounts, and I don't want to add you back, you fucking weirdo.
I gave Pepe access to the 30,000 accounts, so if he keeps getting clipped.
Okay. Shit, I forget my point now. Oh, you know what is interesting is someone on this app tried to say that I was like a stolen widow. That I was under
Jason Bresca, JP.
Yeah, exactly.
Unhealthy debates, who's no longer a moderate.
Right. So the reality is, actually I could file a complaint towards him, and it's actually a defamation suit, and there could be a claim of loss. Since I sit on a lot of military boards, and I have audio file for it, and I have a death certificate to prove it. So
yeah, because you've received benefits. So if he's making that allegation, it could affect that, or it could be considered stolen valor if it was inaccurate that your husband didn't die.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense. But he's on a social audio app and saying stolen valor is not illegal.
Well, I mean, what I have recognized and people have been called out for and outed for since Clubhouse season 1 is there'll be veterans, and which is great. I'm like, I don't understand why people need to exaggerate who they served with or what they did.
My cousin served USNC and military intelligence. He read everybody's dear chain letters, but whenever we were around girls and shit, when he was on like home leave, when he would be home, he'd be telling everybody he's like kicking in doors in Afghanistan and shit. I'm like,
right.
You were sitting around in a fucking sandbag fucking bunker, building with a tent reading fucking everybody's dear chain letter.
And listen, like we need water filtration specialists.
Yeah.
The forward forces need them, but it bothers me when, in particular, veterans they feel the need to over exaggerate when they don't appreciate someone like me. I appreciate that they just served.
I went to Buds in the 1970s.
Oh my God! Stop it. Yeah, and then I think it was Chloe corrected me in the chat. He has a PhD. He is not a doctor, which I didn't know.
Yeah, I was talking about the Navy guy earlier, and I told everybody, I said, the reality is, he doesn't know what his fucking rate is, but he keeps thinking that means rank. I said, clearly it's like his cousin served in the Navy, and he's just heard enough shit that he can go on Clubhouse and be like, I served 12 years in the Navy as a corpsman. It's like, nobody on the fucking wildest dreams would not know what rate or MOS is. Like, I don't know how many times I meet people, and they're like, yeah, I was in the Army or the Marine Corps. I was like, oh, what's your MOS? And they're like, oh, I was an E4. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And I just don't even engage with them anymore. I'm like, dude, come on. You're going to say like 1198 or something like that, like MP or something, like, fucking retards.
Wait, is this the same Dr. Copeland that was saying he was a doctor and giving out talking about medical advice during COVID?
Yeah, I only know biggest deal for that.
He was the biggest vaccine shill in this app, and he would curse people out. But then somebody said he got myocarditis. Now I don't know if it's true or not, but that's some people
shut your fucking mouth. You're supposed to stay on mute all the time. You're never allowed to talk.
Has anyone else heard this?
No, I didn't hear that.
The irony of that is just incredible.
The bona fide geneticist, whether you agree with him or not, that he's not making that up. He's an actual geneticist.
I don't think anybody questioned that. No, Dr. Copeland and Rohan are completely different people. So they were saying that they think Dr. Copeland got myocarditis, which is weird because he's the one that was like such a vaxxer. He pushed it on everyone, and they had big debates about it, and he lauded his medical degree and everything. So now I'm thinking everything different now. Can't trust people. Chloe in the chat said, Beaver, that you were right. It's him.
Oh, Bunny, one of your cousins is working at the gas station here. It's Punjabi. Sikhihala.
Who?
Bunny's Punjabi. I said one of his cousins was working here at the gas station. Wait, you don't know Bunny? Bunny's like the coolest guy on the set. Except for being Punjabi.
Oh, I thought you said Buddy.
No, Bunny.
Hey, you better shut the fuck up, motherfuckers. Cause I'm motherfucking bad. I'm the motherfucking bad. I'm the motherfucking bad. And you better not forget it.
Ain't the shooter, he's the crash out boy.
Hey, I'll fucking rape you in the ass, bucko.
He's clearly black.
What?
How the fuck am I black, bro? You fucking shit.
Oh, wait, he's West African. He's like Nigerian. Wait, hold on, Don. He's a West African Nigerian from the UK. Okay, bro. Thank you, bro.
Rape in the ass, you
Fuck Mohammed, just so you know.
You sister fucking redneck, immigrant, fucking sadistic cunt, yeah? Hey, you submissive bitch. Get on your fucking knees now. Get on your fucking knees now, you submissive cunt. I'm gonna fuck your shit up. Because I'm a vicious little cunt.
Wait, are you Hausa? Are you Hausa, Lord? Are you Hausa or are you Yoruba?
Fuck you in your ass, cunt.
He sounds a little cockney.
Shut your fucking ass cheeks now, cunt. I swear to God, I'm gonna belt you.
Okay.
The tabs.
Down you go.
Who's the West African Muslims? Okay, bro.
Mike, bring that banter up, the fucking ham. Bring the fucking cunt up.
Mother Chod, Elmo. Ban Chod. Ban Chod.
Where's the fucking port? Just bring him up.
Mother Chod.
Fucking cunt. Where is he? Where is he?
He's a Mother Chod. The Mother Chod. He's a Uli, big eye, baby out.
Anyway, tonight's session was really great. Thank you.
We got a bogan on stage. Let's bring that guy back up. Hold on. Let's bring Bogan back. Oh, he already left.
To Pascal, man. I wanted to ask him about Charlie Kirk, but he left.
We can bring that faggot Harlequin up. CA, just want to let you know, free Israel from Palestine.
Oh no.
Remember when they were like arguing and I opened my mic and said someone is using my picture Can you guys remove the person?
Yeah, who was that? I was busy.
I would mod that person, Sarah.
It was the same black female with the account J something that came on the stage at the beginning of the room. But this is the interesting part. I have someone message me on Instagram. I mean, somebody from Clubhouse that, we chat outside here. And it's funny because they're like, you were making like these racist comments, and they send me a screenshot of it. And I'm like, that's not my name. Look at the name. And it's funny because it is a black woman calling me the N-word, right? And then saying all these like nasty comments and then posting my picture. It's just crazy.
Alright, Rayaba, bring your Edomite fucking ass up, you BHI Edomite. Come on, Rayaba. Fucking Easter Island living motherfucker. Rayaba, just so you know, I videotaped Jacobus fucking your grandmother's dead, bro. It's amazing.
That's Muhammad. You hate black people?
What's that? Yeah, of course. No, I'm just joking. No, I hate niggers. But I also hate white trash and hillbillies and crackers. I hate all of them equally.
The prerequisite is you look like I hate white trash.
Yeah, I hate white trash, hillbillies, rednecks, crackers.
Yeah, but you but when you said niggers, you didn't put a prerequisite with it.
Oh yeah, I don't have to do that.
That's a blanket term for all black people, right?
Nah, you just ask for clarification.
Okay, clarify. Do you mean all black people?
I just explain myself.
Do you mean all black people when you say niggers?
I just clarified that I don't mean.
Oh, okay, you don't mean.
I think I actually did immediately clarify when I called him a piece of shit. And I said that,
what do you classify as a nigger? What do you classify as a nigger?
Oh, low class piece of shits who rob little old ladies, dip out on their kids. The same goes for whites too.
Oh, okay. What are you like, a Muslim? What are you like, Arab? What are you?
White guy.
Oh, you're a white man. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I'm an equal opportunity hater.
Right. Oh, okay.
Like Melissa, I'll give you an example. Melissa down in the audience down there. I don't mind Sicilians, but she's like this big time Gaza supporting jihadi fucking dating.
Oh, okay. What's wrong with wanting to support not killing thousands and thousands of children, most of them under the age of 12 or something? What's wrong with that? Are you there, Mohammed? I don't know where he went.
What's up, big boy?
Where is that Edomite?
What was wrong with stopping the killing of thousands and thousands of children, most of them under the age of 12? What was wrong with that?
Ooh, you talking about the 16-year-olds with Kalashnikovs and import carbines that are shooting?
I'm up here, bitch boy. What's happening?
Oh, I was talking to Dunn first. Why are you being so
Fucking
rude?
fucking faggot. What's up?
Post a picture of your dad where he's in prison. The light-skinned fucking Edomite. Yeah, but isn't it wild that your grandmother doesn't have a father on the birth certificate for your father?
Isn't it funny that she's a broke bitch talking shit?
Yeah, exactly. All that
all day, every day.
Also done. I'm part Jewish, but I'll call Jews kites too when they're being assholes.
You are a kike.
Little hot kite.
What's wrong with it? Is Zionism good or bad?
Oh, Zionism's amazing. The right that the people to exist
Zionism
in our indigenous homeland of Zion. Like, I'll give you an example. Like when Buttercup's in the room, I thought Buttercup
in New York, sacrificing babies and drinking baby blood.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what Zionists represent.
Wait.
You ask way too many fucking questions, bro.
Oh, you say me?
Yeah, you.
I just got one more question for you. Like, if you're irritated, I'm gonna ask you any more.
No, it's not irritation. It's just like it's like a kid tugging at your fucking shorts. You know, like kids like tugging at your shorts and like, can we go to the store? Can we go to the store? Can we buy candy?
Well, you seem irritated. You seem irritated, but you're saying you're not.
No, it's annoying.
Okay, well, you're annoying, irritated.
I'm just trying to listen. I've never had the chance to talk to a Zionist supporter.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I guarantee you've spoken to 1,000 of them on this app already.
Well, I'm just curious to know, do you think it's cool that if a guy who comes from, I don't know, whose family was born in New Hampshire,
you want to go through this?
it's not this. It's not this.
You want to go through this argument?
People, why are you trying to undermine my statement before I even get it out?
Yeah,
That tells me right there that it's not receptive to either. It's not a weak argument. What do you think about a person
Charlie Kirk, conspiracy theorist.
There we go.
That's exactly what I am.
It's two dumb niggers now. All right, so back to what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted. Back to the rich show. It seemed that Jews had their temple destroyed in 70 AD, then 120, 130 AD, were kicked out of Judea and Samaria, and then were put into the diaspora where they spread across the entire world. And you have Jews that went into a land called Ashkenaz, which comes from Japhet. So Japhet's like great-grandson was Ashkenaz. He settled that land, what is modern-day Germany. And the Jews, when they were in the diaspora, went to a land called Ashkenaz because they had nowhere to fucking go. So they ended up going to Ashkenaz. And then, just like black people who live in the United States are called African American because their ancestors come from Africa, yet they reside in America. That's why they're called Italian Americans, German Americans. That's why they're called Ashkenazi Jews, because they're Jews who settled in the land of Ashkenaz and adopted the culture and also married the women. So, or married men, Jewish women. But, that makes a lot of sense. And then you have the same thing that happened actually with indigenous people. So you have East Band Cherokee people who were taken on the Trail of Tears to fucking Oklahoma. If the United States decided tomorrow that they were going to say, hey, everybody who's in Oklahoma, who's on the reservation there in that area, if you want to go back and have your land in fucking North Carolina, you can have that land, we'll give it back to you. It's going to be yours. And then they show up and there's a bunch of white Ulster County, Scotch-Irish fucking hillbilly piece of shits who are there. Then they pick up the Ulster County Scotch-Irish who've been there since the Trail of Tears and took that land, which is fucking taken away from the fucking Native Americans. And then the Irish pick up rifles and they say, fuck that, I ain't having no goddamn fucking red-skinned fucking niggers living in my goddamn land. This is my land. And they pick up rifles and start shooting at the Native Americans. Do the Native Americans have the right to come into that land and take it forcefully? And they kick out the fucking Irish because it's their indigenous land? Yeah, I would say they do. That's the same thing that happened. 1948, they came in, they paid 300% over market value to the Palestinian for the land. They get about 30% of it they purchased. The other 70% was granted to them by the English, by the British. And the reason that the British had that land is because the Ottoman Turkish Empire fought in World War I and they fucking lost. And when they lost, they fucking fell apart. All that land became the fucking war booty. And the fucking British and the French came in and they fucking established that area. And they said, hey, what are we going to do with all these fucking Jews? These fucking kites that we don't like. What are we going to do? Maybe we should get them the fuck out of our country and let them have their own land so they can go over there and live. Then we don't have to listen to everybody bitch about how much they hate fucking Jews. Did that make sense? And then the Palestinians are like the Irish, and they're all picking up rifles, and I'm not going to have these filthy, dirty Jews living around me. I'll die before I give up this land. Just like the Ulster County Scotch-Irish would do with fucking Cherokee, North Carolina today if they gave the land back to the people in Oklahoma. It's fucking wild, ain't it? Yeah, funny, half Jew. So both my grandmothers are Jewish. My mom's dad is Irish. My dad's dad is Irish, English French, and my mom's dad is Irish Cherokee. That's why I like using the Irish analogy, or the Cherokee too. So we've been having to deal with all the heathens today, Alan. Also, Alan, I'm going to get you preemptively started. Sarah said that she's at the hospital getting prepped for surgery. She's having a breast reduction in the morning.
Fucking mod in this room.
What's that?
I don't know, that's motherfucker.
Seriously, keep my name out your mouth. How about you go back to your
Yeah, but why don't you shut the fuck up? Go back to Easter Island where your ancestors came from. You big head ass motherfucker. Yeah, Easter Island fucking head.
No, I'm from.
We've seen your head.
America.
You look like, you remember that night at the museum movie where that big statue's like, no, you don't.
I do have a big head. What does that mean? I'm a big dude.
You look like one of the Easter Island. No, you look like one of the Easter Island.
I'm athletic. What the fuck? I'm not Pacific Island. I don't fuck you're talking.
Yeah, well, you got the head like the fucking night at the museum, fucking big stone statue.
Yeah, I also have the muscle beside your fucking head. How about that?
No.
Anyways, Beaver. So Charlie Kirk conspiracy theorists are cancer. So I'm trying to understand what like,
you think that it was
what's
explosive?
What is wrong with it? What's wrong with that? I thought we had freedom of speech in America.
You don't even say that somebody shot him from a different angle.
So who gives a shit about this?
I think
he's still alive. I think it's some bullshit.
Shot out.
What about that? What about that? I think this is bullshit. I mean, you fucking believe in this fucking guy.
Michael Jackson's still alive, and so is fucking Elvis.
I mean, that guy was
Michael Jackson probably has multiple fucking clones. Who knows?
That guy was a skilled marksman, man. I mean, if you look at that shot he took, it was sweet. I'm telling you, bro, it was a skilled marksman.
Yeah, 200 fucking yards away, you have to be an elite sniper.
Here comes Marshall.
You don't know any fucking elite fucking.
Marshall, I hope you're drunk tonight, Marshall. Are you drunk, Marshall?
No, I'm watching TV.
Fuck!
Getting
Marshall,
high.
start drinking. Oh, he's getting high.
Back in there.
Yeah, such a skilled marksman that he hit him
200
right at the fucking. Shut your mouth there, movie down. Hit him right in the fucking in the heart. Hit the 3A fucking Kevlar vest, and then the spalding of the fucking round went up into his neck.
Bro, what you
Really
mean
skilled
you're
marksman.
gonna move down?
Yeah.
If he doesn't shut the fuck up.
You might.
Yes, I mod abuse super hard.
Yeah, Mike, he does like
fucking gangster, bro.
he does like the Anthony Edwards cool nigga, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, Beaver, did you see that the mod is, the replay still on the White America room, Beaver? For the house? Where it says, are Ashkenazi Jews the superior group? But they can't remove it.
Who Ashkenazi Jew come from? Where did it come from?
People who are Jewish who settled in the land of Ashkenaz. The same reason you're called African American.
You're not gonna call
You're African American because your ancestors are from Africa.
They come from the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, they were in Europe. They were in Europe. They wasn't in Israel.
They were Ottoman Turkey. They come from the Ottoman Turkey Empire.
All right, Rayaba, yeah, the Khazar theory.
Yeah, you know
Rayaba, I have a genuine question. What was the land of Germany and the Rhineland River called during that time? At around 130 AD. Do you know what it was called?
Around 130 AD.
Yeah.
Why don't we deal with what was going on in Romania?
Rayaba, tell me what the name.
We're going in
Tell me what the name of the Rhineland River is. You already know the answer. Just say it. It's the name of Ashkenaz.
What does that got to do? Listen. These are stupid questions.
They come from there. They don't come from
Jews who moved to the land of Ashkenaz and adopted the culture and the traditions of Ashkenazis. Technically, you want to get technical?
Never really were white.
Germans, like European white Germans who are in Germany during the Rhineland would be called Ashkenazis. And the Jews who settled there would be called Ashkenazi Jews. So like those white Europeans that are living in fucking the Rhineland would be called Ashkenazis. But they're not Jews because their ancestors aren't Jews. Make sense?
Yahoo, he look like a white man. That's a white man. I know a white man.
No, these are fucking straight.
What do you think? Okay, let me ask you a question. We've all seen what Rayapa looks like. Clearly his dad is half white. Rayapa's
My dad is not half white.
Bro,
What the fuck are you talking about? He is a native of fucking
You're like a couple shades darker than me, and I'm white as fuck.
Hey,
I'm
Mohammed.
a couple shades
Hey,
darker than
Yahoo
you.
changed his name. He has a Polish name. He changed his name Yahoo.
Wait, Don, I got a question. Have you ever seen, what was it, President Jefferson Marshall,
who was it Jefferson or Jackson, who had married the slave. Was it? Yeah, it was Jefferson. So Jefferson married the slave after he freed him and stuff like that, after his wife died. And then they did. They were inherited from his mother's family. So he was actually he did. He told them if they wanted to leave, they could leave, but if they left, they might be captured and sold back into slavery. He told them they could stay there on the property. So then he ends up, all right, okay, even if there's, okay, let's just say they're slaves. They were never slaves. He never released them. But he ended up intermarrying with her. Have you ever watched the fucking like Oprah Winfrey shit? Where the fucking white fucking old lady was up there on television? Okay, let's say he raped her. Yeah, cool, he raped her. But have you ever seen that white fucking lady with blonde hair, blue who was on there? Who's a descendant of that fucking slave woman that he fucking hooked up with?
Know that.
Okay. So now let's do this. Now let's go 1,800 years of intermixing Jews with fucking white Europeans in Germany and the Rhineland. What do you think they're gonna look like? You think they're still gonna look like Palestinians?
You gotta listen to my point. I'm not arguing with you on that. Hold on, I'm not arguing with you. You gotta listen to my point. I'm not arguing with you on that. I'm saying, I'm not arguing with you on that. I agree with you on that. I'm saying that your people, you white people that are Jews today, you don't directly come from Israel, and you claim that that's your land. No, they don't.
They do. It's called haplogroups. It's called the J1 and J2 haplogroup.
Yeah, because Jews migrated up to those regions and mixed with your people.
Yes, Jews went up there and mixed with white people, but they still share the same haplogroup.
Man, when I look at Netanyahu, that dude look like a Polish dude. He from
Okay, let me ask you a question. Even if we accept Khazars, which I actually do accept the Khazar theory. Because you're fucking stupid, dummy. These are people. Hey, Ray, I'm gonna move you to the audience. I swear to God, I will move you to the audience, Ray. I will kick you the fuck out the room. So listen. Even if I accept the Khazar fucking theory, it doesn't matter. I can move in the room anytime I want, but I'm not going to. But so getting back to what I was saying, even if I accept the Khazar theory and they converted, those people married who, Rayaba? They married other fucking Jews. So are they still blood descendants, you fucking retard? Just the same way that your Native American fucking ancestors supposedly married a black person and had babies, and that now makes you fucking black and Native American. So it still doesn't fucking mean that you're not Native American if you are, which I believe you're American.
Guys come from a Russian steppe.
Oh my God. If you're going to make this argument, Rayaba, if you're going to make this argument that you can't claim to be Native American then.
I can't claim to be Native American, even though
because even if the Khazars fucking converted, they still intermixed and married with the Jews. I mean, if you want to say that some of the Jews didn't intermix with the Jews, I'm totally fine with accepting that. If we can show who aren't actual fucking halakhic Jews or aren't blood descendants, and you want to say those aren't Jews, I'm totally fine with that. Okay, the vast majority, because when you convert and join a group, guess what you do? You intermix. You intermix, you marry, the mother's fucking Jewish, the dad's fucking Khazar, now it's a fucking half Khazar, half Jew baby. They intermix with a fucking Ashkenazi, which would be a fucking white European German from the fucking Rhineland, and a Jew marries that. That's a fucking half Ashkenazi fucking white European German and a half fucking Jew. Still Jew, just as much. Just as much as you are Native American and black.
Rich.
No, but that's not the hot
the other dipshit.
Watch this. So the name Israeli, when you look at the etymology, literally tells you that this is to distinguish the current people from the 1948ers. Right? The people that are currently in the land right now from the ancient Israelites. So based on the etymology definition, it tells you that that's not the same exact people from hundreds.
There's Mizrahi Jews, which
means Jews. They come from North Africa. Mizrahi Jews come from North Africa.
They come from Iraq, Syria, Lebanon. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what difference does it make if they're...
Oh, because Rayaba claims he's the real Jew. He's a real Israelite.
Well, I can't be a Jew.
No matter where they come from,
I mean, the black people are
everything is still their fault.
Rayaba, if you could show me, if you show me you got a J1, J2 haplogroup, or you could show me that your 11th great grandmother was fucking Jewish or grandfather, I'd be like, yeah, he's a fucking Hebrew Israelite.
My God, this shit, bro, this black Hebrew Israelite. Dumb motherfucker keeps using shit that's fucking arbitrary. That shit is not, bro. Listen, that DNA shit about the haplotype groups. Yeah, it's
it can show you a little bit, but I mean at the same time it only goes so far. Like, dude, that's not a good indicator.
If you want to argue against the Khazars, and you want to say because they're Khazarian, because they converted, you have to accept that they did intermix and intermarry. And if they intermix and intermarried with Jews, that would still make them Jews, the same way that you're Black and Native American. Okay, then what are you? You're fully Native American, or you're fully Black, or you're half?
I mean, I'm half.
There you go. That's how it works. See?
Yeah, I mean,
you're still Native American, you're still Black.
Mixing. No, there's racial mixing, but at the same time, there's also people displacement. You think everybody that's in the land that they're currently in right now has always been there? It's not like that for every single nation, every single person, every single ethnic.
Basically came from Lithuania.
It doesn't matter, dope. Even if they came from Lithuania and Poland. All right, check this out. Even if they came from Lithuania and Poland, if they intermix with Jews, they're still Jews, right?
No, but that's not the question. You keep
Jews went out of the diaspora and they went to Lithuania, and a Jewish woman came up and married a Lithuanian man. Would she be a Jew? Would the kids be Jews?
Jewish woman married, of course, but that's not the question. Yeah, but wait a minute. That's not the question, though. How does a person, and this is what you threw me down for, how does a person that, okay, just say a Jewish person migrated from the Holy Land, went over there to Lithuania, married a Jewish man, and they have a child together. How does that give you the right to come back and take a Palestinian off of their land who's been on that land for hundreds and hundreds of years?
All right. Done. I'll make this point. Watch. Ray Abba, do you believe the indigenous land that was stolen away by the American or Canadian government where your ancestors are from, do you think you have the right to go and get that land if they gave it back to you?
I mean, why wouldn't they?
There you go.
But to the point, to Don's point.
Okay, so you want to go all the way back to the Romans who exiled them?
Palestinians didn't
Then you had the Arabs. Come out. And then you had the Ottoman Turkish Empire, and they fought World War I. They lost.
And that's the lineage that you come from.
Here's the thing. The Ottoman Turkish Empire fell in World War I, and the land was up for grab by the British and the French because they won the war. So they took the fucking land. And then they gave it to the fucking Jews.
That's from Palestinians.
Oh my God, it's so stupid.
And the League of Nations conspired with them.
One quick thing.
The Balfour Declaration happened. The Balfour Declaration happened because the Ottoman Turkish Empire lost fucking World War I, who had control of modern day Judea.
Wait a minute.
And the Rothschilds displaced them.
Where does Hitler play his role? Wait. Here's a question. If that was your land, wait a minute. If that was your land, this question. If that was your land and it's originally yours, and you just come to get your land back, how come when those European Jews were looking for homeland, they was thinking about going to Africa or some damn where?
Because they didn't think it was possible. They didn't think it was possible.
But that's your homeland. Why would you still be going somewhere else?
They didn't believe it was possible. They didn't think that. Nobody thought in 1947 that in a fucking million years that they would actually give the Jews their land back. Their indigenous homeland. That's literally what Zionism means. It means the right of the people to exist in their indigenous homeland of Mount Zion. That's what it means.
But Palestinians in that land have deeds to their land.
That's fine. They paid $300.
Why do they have to get off of it to give it to you? Why do they have to do that?
And what did the Jews do? The Jews went in and offered 300% over market value.
Man,
The Palestinians were like, here's my house.
No, you use terrorism to get them off that land. That was Jewish terrorism. No, I'm not lying about that. You know I'm not lying. You like to cover up the truth.
Where was the state or the kingdom of Palestine? What year was that?
The state or the kingdom. I'm not talking about a state.
Okay. So there wasn't a state. It was a bunch of people living in the land.
Okay, because they don't have your style of government that gives you the right to the land. You sound like a white man.
Don, let me ask you a question. What authority were they under prior to World War I?
Excuse me. You
Ottoman
sound
Turkish Empire, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, right. So their government fell because they lost the war, and then the British and French came in and took over. Which is exactly what would happen. Which is exactly what happened. You remember when the British came up the Potomac and they fucking burnt down the White House? If they fucking came in to go to the United States, it would be the British now.
No, but your whole
The British has a right to do whatever the fuck they want. They could have deeded it to fucking Canada and been like, now it's all called Canada.
That doesn't change the fact, though, man, that these people had deeds and titles to their land, and your people literally walked them off their land and put your people on it with the help of the United States and other allies.
It's called the spoils of war.
So you admit to it. You just use the spoils of war.
If the British burned down the White House and then took over the United States somehow, you don't think they would have the authority to take over the land? You don't think they would have the authority to come in and take your fucking house away? Of course they would.
You admitted to it, so what do you want me to say after that? I mean, you admitted to it. You just said it's all the war.
They want a war.
Right, you admitted
This is
to it.
what has happened for fucking ever in war.
Right, okay, so you admit that it's not your land and you had to steal it from it. You
It's our indigenous homeland.
No, it's not. If it was yours, then it wouldn't be a
It's our
spoil
indigenous
of war.
homeland. The British gifted it to us.
Listen, it wouldn't be spoils of war if it was yours originally. Come on, man.
Hey, fuck you.
How the fuck is it not? Somebody else was controlling it.
What do you mean? No. So here's the thing.
Big FUCK to you and British. Give it back to you.
Wait. So here's the thing. What you're doing right now is what the United States did. When the white people, the British Americans, what they did. Okay, and then the British in general, what they did.
The United States won the war against.
Wait. Let me tell you. Wait. Before you cut, let me say this one thing.
That's what they did.
Okay, I got you.
They started a revolt. They kicked the shit out of the British. And we
No, bro, I just want to say this one thing. What you're doing is, this is exactly what those white settlers did. They came into the Americas and they basically justified taking the Native Americans' land by saying, you don't farm the land the way we do it, so
No,
you're not using it
I
correctly.
agree with you. I agree with you that the fucking Romans did the same thing that the fucking United States did to Native Americans. Now, if whoever's in control in the future, and if it happened to be the British, decided to say, hey, we're going to give back the indigenous homeland that's stolen away from these people, they have the right to do that.
But Hold on,
Don.
You make it seem like white Jews are the only ones.
Don, you're not listening. So if the United States woke up tomorrow, if Trump woke up tomorrow and said, hey, I'm going to take all these people from Oklahoma and let them have their land back in North Carolina, and they show up there and these bunch of white fucking hillbillies start fighting against them, do the fucking people from Oklahoma who originally came on the Trail of Tears from Cherokee, North Carolina, do they have the right to go back and resist against the fucking white Irish?
Of course they do, but that's not the question. Oh, no. Because the way you explaining that, you make it seem as if because you brought up about how the Romans attacked on the Tigers.
Actually, I got a question for you, Don, just for clarification. Do you know prior to the 6-Day War in 1967, who was the governing authority over Gaza and the West Bank?
Last time I checked, it was the Turks.
It was Jordan. That's why it's called the West Bank of Jordan. And it was also Egypt and Gaza. And after they lost the 6-Day War, they gave Gaza and the West Bank to the Jews because they didn't want to deal with it.
No,
and we
what
gave back
happened
the fucking Sinai Peninsula.
Yeah, they went to war against you because you were using terrorism to take that land from those people.
Yeah, but we won.
Yeah, but my whole thing is...
You fucking see it's terrorism, I don't care.
Yeah, but my whole thing, no, I'm not making that up.
I'm not like the rest of the Jews on here that are gonna be like, oh, it was terrible, it was bad. I don't give a fuck. Really listen to me. Listen to me. It spoils the war.
I got you. But what I'm telling you is this here. I'm not using that word for shock value. I'm saying literally they did use terrorism.
Oh no, I'm just saying I'm not gonna come to you. I'm not gonna go.
Okay, man, but what I'm saying to you is here. You make it seem like when the Romans attacked, with Titus, hold up, you make it seem like
they destroyed the second temple.
Yeah, just let me finish though.
Trying to revolt against the fucking Romans.
Wait, let me finish though.
Which is what Jesus declared would happen.
Let me finish though.
Set upon another.
Let me finish though. My point is that you make it seem like when they attack. Let me finish. You make it seem like when they attack, all of the Jews left the land. That's what you made it seem like. That all of the Jews left and ran off to Europe or somewhere. And if there wasn't Jewish people still in that land, that had land, that there wasn't other people like Palestinian people who are not Jewish, who may have been Christian, who may have been Muslim, that had land there and deep ties to the land. Deep ties to the land. And your people...
Who gives a shit? They lost the war.
Yeah, your people coming from Lithuania.
from Poland, from Russia. You basically came in as outsiders. You brought fermented foods. You brought fermented foods and what do you call them? Matzo balls. That's what you brought there. Yeah, those foods don't grow in that region. You don't come from over there. I tell you, you don't come from there.
They were living in Ashkenaz in Europe for fucking almost 2,000 years. What's your point?
They turn white.
Wait, how many years has it been since the Trail of Tears? Like 250, 200 years? You think because it's been so long, you think it's been because it's been almost 2,000 years they don't have the right to go back to their indigenous homeland?
White people.
Is that your claim?
Those were white people that went there. Those were not like Iberian Jews.
White.
No, what like Iberian?
Put up their PTR, Rayaba.
What do you call
Rayaba, change your picture. Change your PTR, Rayaba, so we can see that you're lighter than fucking Drake.
No, I'm definitely not lighter than Drake.
No, you're definitely lighter than Drake. You look like fucking Sarah's complexion.
No, I do not. What do you call those Jews from Iberia? From the Iberian Peninsula? What do you call those Jews?
Sephardic Jews.
Yeah, Sephardic Jews. Yeah. Those Jews, hold on. Those Jews that got on those boats, that when they flee to America, then America put them on boats and sent them over there. Maybe some of them came directly from Europe to over there to Palestine. Those were white people. Those were like Ashkenazi, Sephardic Jews. Come on.
Oh my God. You realize that they mix the people of the Iberian Peninsula, Northwest Africa?
Yeah, just like you guys did, right?
No, I mean that those people don't look like Sephardic Jews at all. Mizrahi Jews.
Yeah, I mean,
those were white people.
Mizrahi Jews just means Eastern Jews.
Let me say this. Yeah, the Iberian Peninsula, all throughout the Mediterranean, people were mixing and they had admixtures. No doubt about it.
I got an ancestor that looked at this stuff. I guarantee they were dark as fuck. They look like Turkish people. Because they were fucking everybody. Everybody's fucking everybody.
Their culture is based off of their most.
Let me ask you
most people keep their customs and culture regardless of what they
you want to hear how stupid this argument is? When you go back to
this argument is stupid.
Yeah, I'm gonna beat you right now. All right, cool. And if you come up, I'm just gonna kick you from there. Okay, so when you go back to your 13th great-grandparents, which is 15 generations, it's 262,000 grandparents. When you go to your 15th great-grandparents, which is 17 generations, you have over 1 million. When you go to their grandparents, 17 great-grandparents, 19 generations, it goes to 4 million, then 16 million. That's how many ancestors you have. Within the last, 500 years, you have, fucking 4 to 8 million, or 4 to 16 million fucking ancestors. So we're all mixed with everybody, so who gives a fuck?
I'm sorry, that's not...
That's actually how it works if you don't factor in ancestors.
Instead of trying to use the simulation bullshit to try to undermine.
4 grandparents, right? And each one of your grandparents have 4 grandparents. Are all those your grandparents? Your great-great-grandparents?
No, that's why you stick
and then just do the fucking math, go on Google and type in if I go back to my 13th great-grandparents, 15 generations, how many people is that? It's 262,000. If you have their grandparents over 1 million, 4 million, and 16 million, so on and so forth. If you go off Neo-Darwinian evolution, it's 3.4 billion grandparents that you have ancestors. 108 billion people have lived and died. Or 108 billion people have existed. 8 billion currently. That means 100 billion people have lived and died before us. We're all mixed, bro.
Jews of color came to Europe.
No, East African, West African, you gotta.
No, this dude's argument is silly because it's short face and nobody would care about it.
If you're African American,
multicultural.
If you're African American, if you look at Ancestry DNA and 23andMe, they have stated that they have not tested one FBA person who came through transatlantic chattel slavery that does not have white DNA. Every one of the black people who are African American all have white DNA, including
DNA has been proven to be flawed, though. I mean, what the fuck does that mean? You a fucking idiot. You a fucking idiot.
One of your ancestors is white, right? Just so you know.
Not one of my ancestors.
Also, if you go to 1 Samuel 8, Ray, I'm gonna wake it up. 1 Samuel 8:26. King David is called a ruddy. What is ruddy? Ruddy, that word in Hebrew. The same word used for red and ruddy.
It's talking about my skin complexion.
No.
Light brown.
You're gonna show those Sudanese and orange skin boys. Wait. 1 Samuel done. 1 Samuel 8:26. And the Philistine looked on David, and he says the Philistine looked upon him. Now I'm gonna attack you on this shit.
Hey, wait, let me ask you a quick question. Do you think that David looked like
Hold on, let me ask you a question, Muhammad. Do you think David looked like Netanyahu? You think that's how David looked?
Here's my answer to it. My answer is that if Esau is called red and David is called red, then in the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine, King David is an Edomite.
I'm not calling the Black Hebrew Israelites.
I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are.
King David.
David looked like Netanyahu.
Look up 1 Samuel 8:26.
So you said, yeah, he looked like Netanyahu. Get out of here, man.
And he said that it was ruddy. Ruddy means a healthy red color. So Esau's called red. David's called red. And that means David's an Edomite.
There's other translations that said he was dark skinned though. Like, what do you mean?
Why don't you look up what the word ruddy means?
No, here's what I'm gonna do.
Look up in the Strongs. Look up in the Strongs and look up the words red and ruddy. Yeah, what does it say? The word ruddy and red.
Dictionary and show you something real quick. I'm gonna show you
It's the
something.
same Hebrew word.
I'm gonna show you.
No, it doesn't. It has genetic haplogroups, Nelson. Haplogroups are regions, specific
Hey,
groups.
what's that Jewish comedian on the YouTube? What's his name? Andrew Schultz.
Ari Shafir. Andrew Schultz isn't even Jewish. He's not Jewish. He's German. No, he's not. He's actually came out multiple times. He said maybe there's some Jewish in my ancestry because he knows that when you go back far enough, there's fucking hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people within the last 100 or 200 years. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He even said himself, he said, I'm not a Jew. He said, but if you want to say I'm Jewish, he said there's probably a chance that maybe there's somebody in my family that might have been Jewish.
I've never heard him say that. I heard him say he was Jewish.
You should look up on YouTube, type in, is Andrew Schultz Jewish? And it'll actually have the clip.
I've heard him say he's Jewish.
I thought he was Jewish too because he's named Schultz.
Yeah, he came out against Nick Cannon when Nick Cannon was saying all the stuff he was saying. So
yeah,
he even admitted that
I
ain't saying my ancestors come from that region. He said it's not saying my ancestors come from that region. So you like when I see these people, they look like everyday white people.
Can somebody answer that?
Like when your people were like, check this out. If your people were walking through,
where was David from?
David was an Israelite.
Which was Judah, right?
Judah.
I'm using, okay, hold on, Tien, I'm using their logic against them. Because they say that Esau was ruddy, he was red. They say that Esau was red and hairy, like a garment. He came out all red all over, which could have been placenta and blood. Also, they're biological twins, so they would have been in the same fucking placenta sac because he was grabbing his ankle. So that means that they would have been the same. Also, secondly, if David in 1 Samuel 8:26 is called ruddy, then by the Black Hebrew Israelite logic, then David is a fucking Edomite.
That is pathetic. That is such a
Randall, why have you never been able to refute it like the last 30 times I've used it against you? And you
Because it's stupid. I mean, I got something for you though. It's all good.
Remember when Lion screamed last time and ran out of the ring crying?
Well, Lion, listen. Lion's a different story. I'm a different breed of fucking teacher, bro.
Alright, I'm getting back to write code. Mike, you got it. Be safe. Don't have too much fun.
Hey, listen, I didn't hear all of that. I just need to know who I'm supposed to blame for all of my problems. You or Riyadh.
The blacks and the Palestinians.
Okay.
hey, if Netanyahu was walking through the antebellum South with just regular clothes on, he wouldn't have no problems whatsoever.
The secret party is black. He is correct. Remember that the white Neanderthal race was created.
You should look up the 2021 study from Stanford that shows that all people, including African Americans and Africans, also have Neanderthalic DNA. It's smaller than the Caucasians and the whites, but black people do have Neanderthal DNA. Yes, they do. That was the whole study that was released in 2021.
I know about that study.
It shows that everybody on Earth has fucking Neanderthal DNA. It's smaller in percentage. I'm giving you that. I'm saying that white people have higher percentage of Neanderthal DNA than Africans. But Africans
Sir,
do have
sir.
2021 Stanford, anybody wants to
So when AMH left out of Africa and they went into places like France to the northern regions, they interbreeded with Neanderthals and limited amount, of interbreeding going on. And what you're talking about is more recent people coming back in.
No, it's called DNA that shows.
Man, you got fucking white folks who set up shop in South Africa. Force those black folks down there going to have some Neanderthal in them. What are you talking about?
Neanderthal
It's called a
DNA,
scramble for
including
Africa. It's
yourself.
called a scramble for Africa.
Also done. If you came over through transatlantic chattel slavery and you're an African American, you have white DNA in you. So if you have white DNA, you have Neanderthal DNA.
People are savage. We know that.
I don't give a shit who raped you. That's fine. You have to concede that you're white. They're Edomite.
They do that.
That's fine. I'm willing to concede that. I'm willing to concede that some slave masters snuck in and went in there and raped your great-great-great-great-great-grandmother. That's terrible. It should have never happened. But at the same time, that still makes you an Edomite.
That's why.
Because even off of Ray Abba's basis, it's the paternal. It comes from the father, the Israelite. So if that's the case, Ray Abba, and a white slave master hooked up with your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmammy and got pregnant, and that then makes you an Edomite, Ray. Not one person through 23andMe and or Ancestry DNA they reported.
I'm
Not
just
one
saying.
black person who came through transatlantic chattel
No one
slavery
is
doesn't have white DNA.
black.
They all do. Every
No one
person
is
ever
white.
tested. Maybe one of you guys can be like the Conan O'Brien who came through transatlantic chattel slavery and be like, I am 99.999% fucking black, or West African. But the reality is you're not. Like Conan O'Brien is like 99.9% Irish. He's the most Irish person they've ever tested. So maybe one of you guys can come forth and prove 23 and Ancestry DNA.
What language you code?
If a man walks in a room and he has black ass butt,
It's pretty close to C++ from what I can tell.
Yeah, I've done a lot of C++ and C++.
he's going to be considered as Mexican. We're going to call him Mexican. Now, if his dad's black genes took over,
Oh wait, are you doing the one drunk rule that the Ku Klux Klan says?
might just get mistaken as Cain Tahada. Still black.
Tien, are you talking about the one drop rule that the Ku Klux Klan espouses? If you have one drop of nigga blood, you are nigga.
Yeah, but Bible genetics is pseudo anyway. That's all pseudoscience. All of that stuff.
Ooh, yeah, you see that?
I started developing a game engine, but then I needed to go to assembly, and I lost interest.
And what do you think about the savage? What do you think about those savage Jews who suck the foreskin when they do the circumcision on the young men?
Terrible. They shouldn't be doing that. It's gross.
Yeah, those are savages. What do you think
Those
about
are rabbinic Jews.
from South Africa?
Here's the thing. You can't use rabbinic Judaism or the Talmud against me because I'm a Christian. I was born halachically Jewish, but I became a Christian. I became a follower of Christ, which makes me a Messianic Jew.
Are you a dirty Jew?
I'm a Messianic Jew.
Yeah, you're a dirty Jew because you believe in
A Jew who follows Christ, yes.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do like cross and procession. They'll spit on you.
Hey, not too much on the Jews though, man. I fuck with the Jews.
Yeah.
But they'll spit on
Not
you.
too much on the Jews,
Like
man.
Don't talk about your overlords.
Not too much on the Jews, man. I fuck with the Jews.
But they'll spit on you.
Alright, Joe, come on up. I gotta make you a mod Joe, too.
You talking about the trafficker?
You know, the funny thing about this argument, if I may interject, the funny thing about the argument
Waterhouse?
is when you talk about these kinds of things, if you're talking about evolution, the world has moved from less complex to more complex.
Matt, come up. I gotta make you mod.
So, you know, I mean, 120,000 years ago, white people separated from black people, and then 60,000 years ago, Asians separated from whites. So actually, this whole argument is arguing over who's second.
Alright, hold on guys. Alan, give me 2 seconds just to set the precedent. Okay, if you guys don't shut the fuck up while Alan's talking, I will do the worst fucking thing ever, and I will make Alan a mod, and he will kick every one of you out of this fucking room. or just constantly negative.
Yeah, and I was almost done. So really, this whole argument is over who's second and who's third, because in terms of evolution, Asians are the most evolved humans on the planet, because you go from less complex to more complex. Sorry, that's
why I married
Now
an
I'm
Asian.
happy taking second. Thank you.
Wait a minute. White skin just came on the planet 8,000 years ago. How the hell could you be older than the Asians? The oldest Asians go back to 60,000. That don't make any sense.
And
Like, just because you talk smart, hold on. Just because
Where do you
talk,
get from?
white skin just came on the planet about 8,000 years ago.
No,
I thought you did an evolution, man. I thought you did an evolution.
20,000 years.
No damn 120,000 years ago, no white skin. No, you saw it.
Anthropological evidence. It's
Okay,
not
hey,
something
how about this?
that you
How about I
read.
pull up the evidence for you right now?
How about you pull up that, pull some,
Sure.
I'll
appease this lying white man who's just lying on the evolution.
The
Why
other
do
thing
people
that
lie
I
so
don't
much?
get in this is when we talk about Jewish people and Ashkenazi Jews, I've never, and I've looked this up, I haven't seen an answer on how long it takes humans to change their bone structure and skin coloring. Because I could see skin coloring can change, but if you look anthropologically, if you look at the different races, it's not just that black people have a different skin color, they have a different bone structure. And you see the distinctions between black people, white people, and Asian people. And so if the quote Hebrew Israelites, who are either Native American or black, claim they're the real Jews from that region, how long would it take their bone structure to change from that to what we see in Ashkenazi Jews today, or Jews in general? That's something that I've never seen answered. I'll end there. Thank you for clearing this, letting me speak, F.
All right, Rich, let me deal with you. Absolutely do. Okay, so you're sitting up here talking about Ruddy, right? Well,
The guy is still stuck on it.
it's goofy though.
You've been stuck on it for like 3 months and you haven't been able to disagree.
Oh, you got switch? No, I was waiting for my turn. You know what I mean? I was really waiting. So
Yeah, but I'm a tyrannical moderator, so guys.
Oh, okay. Well, it is what it is. So, okay, Ruddy, a word used to refer to a red or fair complexion in contrast to the dark skin of the Hebrews. Now, I want to just make a point, right? Do you understand, like, when you deal with red and ruddy, that the concept of red and ruddy being someone of like a light complexion has only been around for maybe like 200 years, and that the original concept of ruddy is someone having red brown skin, similar to a light skinned person or a Native American. So that's basically what it is, man. And as far as like Esau and whatnot, and him coming out hairy and red all over, all you have to do is just read what it says about Jacob. Jacob didn't give a physical description of Jacob. It gave one to Esau for a specific reason.
Yeah, probably because he was covered in fucking blood and placenta because he was hairy.
Why wouldn't it have been the same thing for Jacob?
Why would? Because they described him coming out with blood and placenta because he was fucking hairy.
My God, that's.
When does it say that his skin was red?
It
says he was hairy.
He was red
all over.
Hairy. Yes.
No, it says hairy and red all over. Right?
Red all over.
Like
so you say, okay, it didn't say nothing
So
about
he was a woolly
Jacob.
garment. One was fair skin. That's what it says about Jacob. It says Jacob was fair skin.
No, it did
Or
not.
smooth skin.
You want to bring Genesis to the chapter?
Does it say that he was smooth skin? There you go. Yeah,
it's a smooth skin. Are you?
Yeah, I fucked up when I said fair skin. I meant smooth. So it says that Jacob had smooth skin, and Esau came up covered in red. It says red all over, and it says like hairy like a woolly garment.
No,
Right, Rayon?
I'll read you what it actually says. So Genesis 25, right? Genesis 25. So,
Show me where it says red skin.
oh my God, bro. It doesn't have to say red
Yes, it
skin.
does.
If you're red all over, what does it mean?
No, red all over could mean that he's covered in blood and placenta.
Okay,
Because
so
he's hairy.
I'm gonna read this. Genesis 25 and 24.
You ever seen a baby with hair?
25 and 25. No shit, but that doesn't mean it didn't say blood. It would have mentioned blood, would it not? So Genesis 25 and 24, and the first came out red all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. So what do you mean it's not talking about the skin color? It's talking about him red all over.
Where's this say,
like a
where's this say skin color?
It didn't have to mention.
So it doesn't say skin color.
It doesn't have to
So it
mention.
says he came out all red. He came out red, like a hairy, like a woolly garment, right?
So let's read 26.
True said, he's red. He's red. He's red. Yep. Read. Hey, Truth. Hey, Truth. Let me ask you a question real quick. So, can you read 1 Samuel 8:26? Yep, you'll love this. Most people, I don't know this.
I don't know what DHI is, but keep saying it. Nobody says black people are black.
You don't even think. Wait. Hold on, Alan. Hold on. Rayama, you don't even think that black people came over through transatlantic child slavery.
I said that not. I said that majority of them didn't.
Oh, now you change your position.
No, my position. I said that black people in America are not. They didn't all just come on the transatlantic slave. That's all I said. I've never said that. You must have heard someone else say that.
All right, Truth. Did you read 1 Samuel 8:26 about King David being ready?
Yeah, but that's still a dark brown though.
All right, can you look up the Strongs and see what the word "ruddy" is? See what the word "ready"? See, you look up the word "red" and the word "ruddy." See where it is.
I just saw it. It's red, but it's not that color red.
Do you know what the definition?
It's like brownish red, bro.
Do you know what the definition? Do you guys know what the definition of ruddy is? A healthy red.
Be smart. We talking biblical, bro.
A healthy red. Red stripe. Yeah, it's red. Yeah.
That we already know. We know how to read between the lines.
Oh, you can read it between the lines. Yeah.
Yeah, we know how to read
You can put in everything you want, like Abba Bivens used to do.
See, I can talk to little brothers and get a very good acknowledgement.
But do you know that Abba Bivens actually moved to Israel and became a full-blown rabbinic?
Abba Bivens is a Freemason.
Abba Bivens, your founder.
Talk about Abba Bivens.
You're a founder of Black Hebrew Israelites. Moved to Israel and became a rabbinic Jew. And he renounced the Black Hebrew Israelites.
Just like the rest of these
He
leaders.
was also a pedophile and a rapist. That's why he fled the United States.
Yeah, Rich, you're talking to the wrong motherfuckers. I don't
Alba
give a fuck about
Bivens
him.
fled the
I
United
don't give
States.
a fuck about REI. I don't give a fuck about none of them fucking ones. It's a bunch of Reformations.
You know, Israel has a long history of protecting pedophiles. They've been doing that for years.
Yeah, I know. Alba Bivens, you're also founder of Black Hebrew
All
Israelites.
those white Jews, like Papa Bivens, all those white Jews that believe in America
Alba
and
Bivens was black.
Israel. Yeah, all those white
Alba
Jews.
Bivens was 17 times darker than you.
Yeah, but all those
I
white
guess you
Jews,
know you're right, bro.
pedophiles, all those pedophiles that fled America.
Alba Bivens looked like he just came off the plantation.
No, these are different people.
He looked like fucking Wesley Snipes.
Like the ones you're talking about, yeah, you're right about that, but he's talking about entirely different.
The white think they go to Australia. The white think they go to Jamaica. Why do you think they go to China, Mexico? They blend it. They do all of that. That's what white folks do. They try to move around. So until they get caught, white think they kill people, then skip out of town before anybody find out. We've been people now, white folks do. See, this is the game of like chess. You see what I'm saying? You got white with white, black with black. You don't have anybody. I ain't never seen a person play black and white and black on a chessboard game.
So if a white person trying to teach me about my history, he kind of fooling himself. But if a black person teaching another black person about history, he might
So I'm
want to.
just gonna say it real quick before I leave, guys. Joe, Mike, Matt, if these chits got out of line, you guys got the mod badge. Whatever you want.
But y'all, if that guy came from monkey, it's a white man.
Y'all keep it up. I'm a mod Allen up. I'm telling you.
Hey, if you say one of them
Loud
hands
about
down,
it.
I'm like,
Y'all be fucked.
Especially monkey in here
You
is
know how Allen feels like.
hey, if you say one of them chimps down, they look like Netanyahu.
Yeah.
If you say one of them chimps down, they look like Netanyahu. Straight up. Say one of them chimps down.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people arguing about what the Bible says. I haven't heard a lot of scientific evidence. I do know that recently, well, it was a couple of years ago, an article came out that said that dark-skinned people lived in Europe, and everybody was like, see, you came from us. You came from us.
All right, Marshall, you got a green bean
What
to control the room.
Yeah, thank you.
Let Alan talk. They get out.
What they missed at the bottom of that article was the fact that those dark-skinned people moved out of Europe, and then the white people moved in. Two different groups. The other thing is there's a distinction between modern humans, which established themselves archaeologically and according to science 10,000 years ago, and humans as a species which go back, depending on who you talk to, about 100,000, 150. So there's that difference too that people get confused about. So yeah, wait a minute. We're arguing over number 2 and 3.
Wait a minute. All due respect, sir. You're not gonna come and try to like just give it up, sir. The science has already clearly shown that black people were on this planet for damn near 200,000 years by ourselves before you people popped up on this planet. This is what the science says. This is not wishful. Let me finish.
Oh, no. Marshall has a mod badge. He is a great bean.
Okay,
You owned it and you didn't do crap with it.
Hold on. Why are you so hateful? Because you got that Neanderthal in you. Why are you so hateful, Neanderthal? Hotter climates.
All right, hold on, Marshall. Just 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Done. You sound too gay and zesty to be that angry. You can't be talking like that.
Meet me in person and say,
You sound like your loafers.
I'm in front of me and say, I love to meet you in person and tell me that. Tell me in front of me. I never know something about social media people. You social media people, you get real fruit.
Done. The issue is melanin is an indicator of where you live on the planet. If you live closer to the equator, like Central and South America, or like part of sub-Saharan Africa, you are more than likely brown. If you live in climates like Northern Europe, you are more than likely white because it doesn't have a ton of sun. So people need to be white so they can soak up the limited vitamin D that's in the sunshine, right? Like white people did not just like somehow pop out onto this earth as some sort of strange extra race. We all come from the same place.
Well, no, I heard white people. Where did you come from, Mike? Where's that place? Wait,
white folks say start off as cavemen?
Everybody started off as cavemen. That's the point. Pretty much there's no issue with white people being cavemen, black people being cavemen.
You are our children.
Yo, Don, you gotta let somebody jump in, bro. Rialpo's gonna go.
So real quick, Marshall, I just want to say that because here's the thing, and that's a theory that used to be, taught and whatnot, but it has been proven and disproven the last 20-some years. Because if that's the case, then people would be of a lighter complexion than what they would be if they lived. Let's say if you had somebody that was dark skinned and they moved up to north of the equator, like let's say the South Pole, then that means that they're be lighter, but you still have darker skinned people living in those particular areas. And then Marshall, watch this. You have white people who is in South Africa who still look the same like they looked when they first came over there in the 50s and 60s. So
white people from South Africa, like the genetics and how pigmentation works, it works over time. It's an evolutionary thing. So evolutionarily, over hundreds of thousands of years, people have developed certain skin tones because of where they live geographically, right? Like,
I mean, you have certain skin tones.
You lying, man. You was sitting up, y'all was paying people down in that man state, man, $9, $10
what
an
the
hour.
fuck are you talking about?
Drunk.
No, ain't nobody drunk, y'all always say that.
Bro.
Dude, I don't understand what you're talking about. You have to be coherent.
Also, your mic's shit.
If you quiet, you
Fix your mic.
know that evolution.
It sounds like you in a cardboard box.
It takes hundreds and thousands of years
Sound like you're a fishbowl.
for you to see noticeable changes.
Wait, Truth, are you underwater or something?
Cause I'm ready for y'all white folks to die anyway. Fuck you mean? I'm ready for y'all white folks to die anyway. Fuck y'all. Y'all ain't on shit anyway. Fuck you. I hope your kids die, bitch.
It's all right, brother.
Marshall, I just want to mention, Marshall, this is what you sound like when you're drunk.
Y'all did to our ancestors.
Yeah, this is Marshall when he's drunk. Shut the fuck up, you motherfuckers. Shut up, motherfucker. That's what Marshall sounds like when he's...
No. We ready for that war.
Yep,
Fuckers, you
What are you talking about?
Y'all get up now.
race wars.
Like, what fucking word are you
Race war between whites and blacks. The blacks dominate.
And we taking y'all shit. And y'all stole it, so why we can't take it from y'all? Bitch ass motherfuckers. I'm glad everything is fine.
I'm glad I live in a state that allows me to protect myself when people break into my home.
Marshall, you agree me. Man, listen, True, real quick, brother. Hey, so, Steve, what do you, and Marshall's like the nicest guy on this app, too. That's what's wild. You know, I'm an asshole. I understand if you want to yell at me for taking this shit, you know. Like, the most I gonna do all that shit, bro. You know.
Y'all disrespecting him too, talking about his 666 neuromelanin children. Y'all know who they is though, but hey, y'all want to keep lying? Go ahead. You know, y'all know this.
You think we're demonic?
And our genetics ain't like the Neanderthals. And this is ours. I know that. And we ain't from Africa. We not African.
Get ass talk, man. Y'all folks is here. That's why we don't fuck with y'all white folks. That's why we won't separate. We need
the niggas, man. Let the niggas talk.
separate from y'all. You around white folks. Y'all demonic. Y'all evil. Y'all liars. Y'all kill people. People already
Let
off.
the niggas get it out, Joe.
I know, but when I go to speak, you're going to let me speak, all right? Truth, I'll bring you back up. But does it make you feel better to talk shit to us? I'm going to bring you back up. I want to hear your answer, Truth. Does this, like, enlighten you? Does it make you feel a lot better when you talk shit?
We don't even like you white folks. We just trying to make sure y'all acknowledge it. Just get the fuck on, separate yourselves from us. Quit trying to mix with us. We don't got the same God, same father. None of that shit. Y'all gay. We straight. We like to have kids, grow our kids up around, teach them what they need to really know. Y'all want us to be equal with y'all when we really not. We don't care for y'all. Y'all really don't care for us. So why should we be with y'all? You know, y'all trying to mix up with us so y'all bloodline don't die out. Y'all play the fake love game. You see what I'm saying? I can't stand a motherfucker like you just sit up and say some gay ass shit. Now, I didn't come up with no gay ass shit. Then the boy just jumped on. Then y'all both talking at the same time when I'm talking. So that really shows me and us, the community, how y'all really is. Y'all childish. Y'all don't have real mindsets as to have common sense conversations. You know what I'm saying? Acknowledge the truth. Y'all do things.
Let me ask you a question. Where is the black community?
They're where they at. They where they at.
But
Where's the white community? Where is the white community?
Answer that question.
Well, there isn't a white community. We're all community.
It's a black community.
But where is it then?
We don't want y'all to know where we are. We have things that we do that we don't want y'all in our circles. Y'all kids, your wives, none of that. We don't want y'all. Y'all bring demonic shit to our tables, in our houses and yards. No, we don't need that no more. Move around.
Hey, it's alright, Truth. You gotta defeat them with your heart.
Straight up, that's all we doing. We showing now. We don't have to keep telling y'all, asking.
Gotta get fish with them, brother. You ain't gotta talk that shit to them. They know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Just let them think they spreading whatever the fuck they spreading in here.
Ass got some bullshit.
Jackson, Mississippi blooded talking, full blooded from my man Pop's side. So
what's up, fam? Love, family. I don't fuck with them motherfuckers, man. I don't even want to see one at the table.
That's where my family from. Jackson, Mississippi, Midnight, Mississippi, baby. Okay? They got cleaned up Jackson, man. It's real terrible.
Royalty. We built that pyramid on the dollar bill. Why you think it's on our dollar bill?
Yo,
back to my ancestors.
Y'all from Jackson. Why is Jackson such a shithole?
Mississippi as a state as a whole, for the most part, is a shithole. It's like at the bottom. It's like in the top 3 of the poorest states in the union. So it's not just Jackson; it's the state as a whole, which is primarily. I'll give you that Jackson is ran by a Democratic mayor, but the state itself is ran by Republicans and has been ran by Republicans for the longest. And it's a fucking piss poor state educationally, piss poor state health wise. The roads, bridges, and and buildings and shit is just fucking piss poor. Okay, that's at a state level. Okay, not just at a city. Jackson is fucking terrible. I don't deny that. But at a state level, the city is fucked up. Excuse me, the state is fucked up, and that goes both ways, buddy.
Yeah, but then hold on. Then why is Biloxi and Gulfport so nice, bro? I love going to Biloxi.
Because those racist white people, they do what they always have done. They take the money and they build up their areas while neglecting all of the other areas. Why is the education in Mississippi at the fucking bottom? You're at the Mississippi as a state is at the bottom when it comes to education. Okay, like you asking questions about government people who are fucking racist. Okay,
Hold on.
Take the money and run. They take the money and run.
Mississippi is at the bottom based on metrics, right? So it has one of the largest population of black folk. Why don't black folk care about better education?
They do. I think they do care about better education. I think they do. I think they care a lot about better education. But let me tell you something. Poverty isn't as simple as what some of you bootlicking white folks like to say.
I live in the deep south, bro. Mississippi's got nicer roads than the state of Louisiana. I don't even want to fucking hear it. I don't even want to hear it. The state of Louisiana has the worst roads in the entire nation. So
my people come from Mississippi. You ain't telling me that.
I'm telling you that you have better roads in Mississippi than in Louisiana. I ain't lying. You've been through Louisiana, right? Come on. Louisiana has the worst states.
And that's another Republican state. It seems like states ran by, and I'm not making this political thing, I'm just being honest. It seems like states that are ran at the governmental level, governor's level, the level of governor, seems like states that are ran by the Republicans, they have Republican governors, and the state houses are filled up with Republicans. Seem like those are the fucking worst states when it comes to education, when it comes to fucking health care, when it comes to roads and bridges.
Hold on. Then why don't you move to Chicago or Los Angeles?
I live in Chicago right now. That's where I live.
Do you?
Yeah.
Is it better?
Yeah. Chicago is damn sure better than Jackson, Mississippi. Yeah.
What's up, bro? You right there where I'm at.
Yeah. Even with the fact, just let me say this part.
Why can't we just talk? Why y'all gotta be all uppity and stuff?
No, just let me say this part real quick. Even with the fact that they closed down 50 schools in Chicago, I would still say it's better.
Yeah, but what makes Chicago better?
It's up north.
The roads and the bridges are definitely better. The plumbing is definitely better.
Being around Yankees is better. Get out of here, bro. That Yankee shit is garbage.
Plumbing is better. The roads are better. Better hospitals. Better grocery stores.
Boy, that ain't Yankee. That's the
Farmers markets. What are you talking about? Better hospitals. Farmers
York. What you
markets.
talking about?
Black folks, more
Wait, the
education.
Yankees. You mean the Cubs?
You're not really from the South then if you don't know what I'm talking about.
Southerners feel like their country all onto them.
Someone educate me. What do you mean by the Yankees?
Please, enlighten me.
Enlighten me, because I'm from Chicago too, so enlighten me.
Alright, so anyone to the north are just considered Yankees. So it's a different type of lifestyle up there. Also, everyone's like moving 100 miles an hour, ain't going nowhere. We're down here chilling, just having a good time along the Gulf. We're just living our life, enjoying it. I don't know why people. If you're up north, look how much rage you got, bro. Down here, even black folk down here are much chiller down here along the South. What are you talking about?
The South is the South, man. Don't play the game. The South is the South. Come on, dude.
During the Civil War.
Do you know why there was a such thing as the Great Migration? Do you know why that happened?
Because there was no industry in the South, and people went north for the Industrial Revolution.
No.
Yeah, that's exactly why.
Sir, please don't tell me about my history. Sir, don't tell me about my history.
Shut the fuck up, Ron. Keep yelling. Shut the fuck up, faggot. So, have you ever read Dr. Thomas Sowell's book, Black Rednecks and White Liberals?
I don't listen to Thomas Sowell. That's a bootleg. You talking about a bootleg?
Oh, it's that done, that faggot. So, if you actually read the book, it actually opens up and saying 1917, and it says Indianapolis. It has a letter posted on the door, and it says these people are uncouth, good for nothing, lazy, loud, rambunctious, violent. They don't pay their bills. And then at the very bottom, it says no white Southerners allowed. The entire time I was describing that, anybody that's never read it or heard it was like, oh, this is some racist shit. Look at how they're talking about black people. This is no white Southerners. The reality is, everybody was headed to the fucking north for work. They were all there for the industrial.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out with something. Let me help you out with something. When I was talking about the Great Migration, I was talking about it from the African American experience.
Yeah.
Not
all the blacks were heading north for work.
Excuse me, can I just finish, brother? Can I finish? Now you're gonna tell me my history. This guy's gonna tell me my history.
Yeah, my family built the Underground Railroad in Cincinnati.
No, y'all didn't.
For fucking
why are you
slaves.
trying to
For slaves.
Why are you being a dirty Jew right now trying to tell me my history? I'm damn sure I ain't gonna try to tell you yours. Okay? I'm not gonna try to tell you yours. I'm gonna tell you mine.
Each one of these individually or
Not too much on the Jews.
Alright,
Listen. Can I just finish?
Aha! Mute all other speakers. There it is. Cool. So, yeah, my family actually in Northern Kentucky actually built the Underground Railroad.
I want you to patronize.
And they built it. Patronize, not patronize.
We need a receipt.
Give business to you, fucking idiot.
Even though
Patronize.
Whatever, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. You know what I'm talking about. Don't do it.
You're stupid. You still say
Anyone
axe.
who built the
Axe
pyramids.
is actually a fucking Ulster County Scotch-Irish word. So when you think that it's black Ebonics, it's not. It's actually Scottish. So secondly, my family actually built the Underground fucking Railroad into Cincinnati for fucking slaves who were escaping the South into Cincinnati because Ohio was a fucking northern state. So, like, the ideal that all the fucking whites were against fucking black people is ludicrous. Because if you actually read in 1775, the Quakers actually asked the founding fathers for the abolition of slavery. And they said no, because they knew it would cause a fucking civil war. So, like, you had all these fucking Quakers that were opposed to it. All the Anabaptists, all the fucking millions of Anabaptists and Quakers, and all the fucking Amish and Mennonites and all the shit, the Anabaptists, that were all saying, hey, slavery's wrong. You guys shouldn't fucking do this. And what they did, they said, nope, it's going to cause civil war. It's going to destroy the entire fucking country. So unfortunately, we'll have to fucking continue on.
Rich, no, that's a good point you make. But hold on.
You should read the letter from the Quakers.
Oh my God, they're telling us about our history.
This is white history. This is Quakers.
Moment. So when the Quakers argued that, they brought it to the Supreme Court in the 1790s, and a young Andrew Jackson argued in the Supreme Court
slavery was biblical, and that's what ended up the Supreme Court ended up siding at that moment. It preserved slavery, and it had observed it for nearly another 80 years. But to act like white people haven't been abolished slavery, you're actually arguing, against what our history is, because my family from Kentucky was also abolitionists. So to listen to y'all try and sit here and talk to us like we don't know anything about our history is ludicrous, right?
Wait. Can I just say something real quick? Wait. Can I say something real quick? Can I say something? Wait. Can I say something real quick? I simply brought up, I said, do you know what the Great Migration was? Yeah. Then you start going into, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Then I said, I'm talking about it from the standpoint of my people. And then you two, with your guilt complex, okay, you feel guilty, you got to come in and defend and then do all this talking about, well, whites and we were fighting against. I ain't anything. You dudes got a guilt complex. Look, that's not my problem. You need to figure that out, okay?
You said black people fled out of the South.
Right, that's all I said.
Fled out of the South because they're being persecuted.
No, you're not going to rewrite my history.
Trying to make the claim.
You're not going to rewrite my history. You're not going to rewrite my history, sir. Sir. Black people being lynched.
Other people can talk. So the ideal is that only 1% of the U.S. population actually owns slaves. Even if you just boil it down to the South, only 5%. Only 5% of Americans own slaves. Most people were fucking poor. Or most people were fucking Protestant fucking Quakers and Anabaptists who didn't fucking agree with slavery and knew it was fucking wrong.
So are you saying that black people were freed from slavery because whites thought slavery was wrong?
No, because we fought a bloody civil war to free slaves.
So you're telling me
we're talking about 80 years prior.
That's not why you fought that war.
The Quakers wrote a letter to the founding fathers.
Let's be real.
And they asked if the founding fathers would abolish slavery. They said no.
What did
all the fucking Quakers, all the Anabaptists.
All white people benefited from our slavery. From the north to the south.
I benefited from slavery. I gotta hear
Tell them how you
benefited from slavery.
First of all, when you look at the
the
Northeast, the insurance companies benefited, and you were allowed to keep your wealth. You was allowed to keep your wealth.
Hold up. Are you talking about the 1% of the population who owned slaves?
All right, so
no.
What about
the 99% of the population
because some
who didn't
people
own
owned
slaves?
slaves, you still benefited. White Americans benefited.
That 1%.
No, you all benefited. And you
that's like saying that black people are a monolith.
Listen.
Wait, are you saying that black people are? Wait, hey, lady, shut the fuck up. Are you? Yeah, shut the fuck up. I don't know how to respect for people like her. Listen, are you saying that black people are?
No, you gotta let it talk though, gang. You've been talking, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got to let them talk, gang. Let them talk, gang.
Alright, so are black people a monolith? No, are white people a monolith? So 1% of the population is fucking slaves. That doesn't mean that the other 99% are guilty because 1% got to keep their fucking money. And come for it, motherfucker. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. First of all, what did Abraham Lincoln say about slavery while the Civil War was going? He said, I wouldn't let none of these slaves free if I knew I could win the war without them. That's one. That's not actually history. So I don't know.
And brother too, like
That's not actually.
the war was fight over economic.
Let him finish. Let him finish. You can get in after him. Let him finish. We're going one at a time because the guy need to.
Wait, who the fuck's running this room? You true?
He just tried to get us to argue, bro. That's all he doing. He told the truth.
Shalom to all the brothers and sisters in the room.
Salute to you. Salute to you too, my queen.
Alright, so like I said, Abraham Lincoln said he wouldn't even free the slaves if he could have won the war without them. That's one. Two.
No, he actually said he was indifferent and he didn't give a shit.
Oh my God, bro. Come on.
the man finish, man.
He said
Like,
all the
he's turning to propaganda. Are you Craig? Are you, man?
Come on, bro. He is a different. Anyway, part two about the Civil War. He was right. The reason. I'm done, bro. I don't want to argue.
I'll pick it up from there. First of all, the war was not fought over slavery. It was fought over economics because the South had a advantage over the North. That's what it was fought over. And then,
That's incorrect.
hold on, because I'm going to educate you on ignorant part.
I'll pull up the document right now. One mic, man. Y'all got
Let me
one
speak,
person talk, man.
Let the queen finish, Don. Let her
Okay, bro.
Thank you. And so first of all, after slavery, on the books to this day, you all were supposed to pay us 40 acres and a mule, okay? For the 300 years we worked this country for free and built this country. You never paid your debt to us. Second, after we were free, you made black code laws so we couldn't own land, so we couldn't own equipment, so we couldn't go certain places. Then the Jim Crow came. So we left, we made an exodus out of the South and came up the North. Know what you did up North? You started making unions because we were the blacksmiths. We were the maids. We were the ones with all the skills, and you guys started making unions. So coming into the 70s and 80s, we had to make laws just so companies would have to hire us. We were overqualified for the jobs, but we had to make companies, which you all call DEI now, just so we can get employment. You guys did everything you can imagine to our communities. How you benefited because you vote for the people who keep us enslaved. You put drugs in our communities. You made laws that we can't even congregate in order for our brothers to sit there and try to congregate as men to build up our communities that you guys keep destroying. You destroy everything in your path. We have 6,000 years to know what kind of people you are. 6,000 years, not one civilization have you all built, but 6,000 years of total destruction. And you know how else you benefit? Look at now. Look at how disgusting it is now. But our brothers are getting lynched. No, our brothers are getting lynched still. There's no laws on the books to even protect us, but yet the Asians got a crime bill. The Jewish man got the crime bill.
Shut the fuck up, nigger.
You guys got.
Nobody's getting lynched anymore.
Okay, you guys. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We're getting killed in the streets, and
no, and white people.
You guys have immunity. Yes, you can do whatever you want to us, and know you have immunity. And I'll end with this.
Well, we both contributed, but whites really built the meat of the
You
country.
didn't build shit.
Are you there?
You go everything. The animals ain't safe. The plants ain't safe. The air's not safe. People ain't safe. You don't faze me. You don't scare me. I know what.
Hey, Pretty, are you there? Can you hear me? One at a time. Go ahead, Chase. No. I thought he was going to be here.
Bring her back up.
Let her back up.
Yeah, bro, she said that's why we don't fuck with y'all.
One at a time, man. I ain't even about no color, man. Only one person can
No,
talk.
he can be off the stage.
Can't run your mouth.
No. I'm not running my mouth. I'm giving you facts in your face.
Yeah.
No, can I just land with this? The problem. Hold on. The problem is, hold on. Let me just finish. I'll just land. Give me like 20 seconds. Just give me 20 seconds.
All right.
I was in Italy for 3 weeks, right? Everywhere the white American is, you are hated because of your behavior. Even other white people don't like you. Okay? And so I'll end with this. You're going to get what's coming to you, and you're going to get punished as a nation for your forefathers' disgusting behavior towards blacks.
That's pretty.
And you can laugh all you want, but it's happening. Look at you.
Oh my God! All right, lady.
All you all need to be done like he got done.
Oh, really?
Pretty, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Pretty?
To y'all, and I can't wait. I want to. You're like it.
Pretty, can you hear me?
White motherfuckers.
Pretty, can you hear me?
I got a question. And I'm not gonna be long. But why are y'all in here going back and forth with these people? That's what I don't get.
I just want to say my piece.
We're trying to educate.
Pretty.
We're trying to educate.
These American,
I want to bring some facts, man. But I don't care about emotions or feelings. Can I?
the American education system fails.
I'm saying if you're black and then you.
That's why there's racism. Because of the American education.
You guys are literally saying the most retarded shit I've ever heard in my life.
Wait. Anybody on the stage?
Literally fucking retarded. Like,
Wait.
people in this room are fucking acting.
Can I say one thing real quick? Does anybody on this stage believe that the Civil War was not about slavery? That's what it wasn't fought over? Because I heard that said, and I'm just trying to make clear now because I don't deal in speculation. Either I can prove it or I can't. So I'm trying to make clear: is anybody on this stage saying that the Civil War was not fought over the enslavement of African people?
Yeah, it came out of the president's mouth. The president himself is the one who declared war.
One mic on Ryan.
Yeah, we're talking to Ryan right now. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm funny now. I love what they do.
Oh, nigga, we ain't trying to hear you for your laugh.
Okay. So, you black. That's crazy. Anyway, so Abraham Lincoln said it. The only way he could win the war was to free the slaves. And that's why, after they won the war, what did he do? He said, after the war was won, he said black people should go to a place called Africa. And it's called Liberia. And he gave us free passes back to Africa. We didn't go because we believed the bullshit. We kind of believe the bullshit still today. And what happened? He deployed the military to the South because after the war, all these people that said they wanted to abolish slavery, they needed to be held back from killing black people roaming the streets. This was called Reconstruction. And what happened?
Yeah, so can we clear a little bit of...
Hold on, let me finish.
Y'all just talk. No, I'm a mob. Listen. Hold on, let's give some context. Yeah, let's give some context. The whole debate was, at that time, would white folk and black folk be able to actually integrate? Now, what's your answer? I mean, from what we've heard tonight, from all y'all coming up on this stage right now, you don't think we can integrate. We should integrate. No, this is what the debate was. No, this is what the debate was over Liberia. No, I'm talking about Liberia, in that there were black folk that did not want to integrate with white folk, and they were offered the opportunity to go back to Africa. Now, how many of you would take that up?
Why are you trying to change the subject?
Literally what the subject's about.
I mean, go back to Africa. That's like a compliment.
Why y'all going back to Europe? Y'all afraid to go to Europe?
Or the caves. You don't even.
Land back to the natives. How about that?
You're not even indigenous to Europe.
You made it very clear. Hold on. You made it very clear that what you said, that you can't integrate with us, right? That we heard Truth sit right here and go on and on about how he don't want to be part of America.
Why you let me finish the answer though?
No, I am an original American. You're not. You're a European.
Or just give Ryan 20 seconds and then
No, you're an immigrant, really.
let Ryan finish 20
No,
seconds.
let Truth finish. Why are you kicking him off?
Lady, it's on Ryan, nigga. Lady, we're trying to say Ryan.
I ain't no nigga.
Lady, we literally had to hear you talk about how fucking the people who were enslaved were overqualified
I'm
for
talking
jobs.
about
Man, go ahead, Ryan. We trying to hear Ryan right now.
Joe
And
asked a question.
the reason the Civil War happened is because the
South was fucking filthy rich off of slavery. And they wanted to do whatever that they wanted to fucking do, and they said they was gonna succeed from the Union because they didn't have no reason to fuck with the North. And the people up North was starving, bruh. And what did Abraham Lincoln? No, I don't think that's true.
It's not true. My family's been here for like 1,000 years from the North. That is not true.
Yeah, that's correct. Wait. Do y'all know how much money the South was making compared to the North doing slavery?
A few families got rich from cotton.
No, that's not.
They were not poor. They were not starving though. What are you talking about? They were starving.
Wait. I don't mean starving like everybody was homeless and it was the dark ages. But the North economy was damn near broke. They couldn't get none of the South.
Not true. That's not true, man.
That's not true.
That's not true.
No, it's not.
Like you spread
The
the ball.
Mississippi River was going all the way up. They were,
The revolution didn't even start.
No, it's not.
Sir,
No, it's not.
sir.
The slave owners, the Jewish slave owners, owned all kind of property up north, where they were taking the cotton, they were producing. Hold on. They were taking the cotton to the factories up north and shipping it to the south. Shipping it to Europe. So that's not true. People have money.
Wait a minute.
Most of your banks and infrastructure, as far as banks and
Insurance companies.
they were in the north. Most of that stuff was in the north. What the thing was is that slavery was listen, man. The bottom line is this here. Black folk were rebelling, okay? And it created a problem because this Abraham Lincoln dude, like those presidents that came before him and the ones that came after him, if you get what I'm saying, they were trying to basically, the whole goal was to get as much of the land under their control as possible, under this unified government and under this unified monetary system. And slavery was the biggest thing in America because it basically it was the driving force of America, literally. Black slavery was. And Abraham Lincoln couldn't have this union if these people had slaves. He didn't listen. He didn't really care about black people, really. But he understood that I can't have my union if these dudes got slaves. And they succeeded from him, because of that whole fact. Don't take my word for it. Go read the Declaration of Causes.
One second. So, Joe, am I crazy? But wasn't the northern economy like a machine compared to the south? Like it was good. It wasn't it rolling. It was way more productive. Joe.
Yeah. So there's truths to the cotton. How much money was made off cotton in New Orleans? They were making a ton of money off of cotton.
And off of the blue indigo colors, that blue indigo that was being done in Louisiana, they were making money off of that. They were making money. Go ahead.
So if we want to talk about like the Civil War stems back to rivalries that were occurring between English people even before America was founded. And a lot of the people that came over and the northeastern Protestants compared to the Scotch-Irish that settled many of the Appalachian areas. There's been rivalries that go back 500 years. The civil wars that occurred back in England, those same rivalries still continued here in America. And for a long period of time, Southerners were, even though they were winning the presidency. So if you look at Virginia was part of the South.
I was just about to say, I'm sorry, I ain't trying to cut you off.
So hold on. Look, Ryan, I'm trying to give you some context here. If you want to understand, to argue, if you want to take the position it wasn't about slavery. However, if you look at the secession letters of South Carolina, thank you, Ellie. It says very clearly that South Carolina seceded from the Union based all about their peculiar how does it say it? Their peculiar
institution of slavery. I have it right here. We can read it. I have it right here. We can read it.
Yeah. Okay, read it for us, Don. Look, South Carolina lays it out why they succeeded. So
the point to make here is, though, there were rivalries. It's a country, just like we have rivalries today, regional rivalries all across this nation. However, why did states succeed from the Union clearly is outlined by their secession letters, like in South Carolina. And it was all about preservation of their culture, and their culture being dominated by this hierarchy of a master and slave. So,
if I may add to that, moderators.
I'm clicking
Yeah, because when you look at the actual output of the North versus the South, and when you look at what slavery, that is the labor of enslaved black people, which we all agree was wrong, you look at that output and it amounts to anywhere from 15 to 20, no, I forget, it's either between 12 and 20% of the output of this country. So no, I'm sorry, but black people did not build this country, because even without those stats, it assumes that white people were just sitting around, especially in the North, drinking mint juleps and doing absolutely nothing but getting vapors, while black people did all the work. And that's not true. White people were still working all during slavery, all those 400 years. White people were working too. Thank you for your contribution. It was unfair that you had to work without adequate compensation. Slavery was wrong, but no, you didn't build this country. You didn't invent everything, and the United States and England were the only two countries in the world to not only stop slavery here, but white Christians went and fought your black brothers in Africa to make them stop doing slavery too and engaging in it. So please, say thank you, sit down, and stop complaining, because no, white people aren't the devils, and we are tired of you, number one, demonizing us, and number two, we're tired of having to center black people's opinion about history and everything else. Other people have opinions, and thank you, we've indulged you enough. We're moving on. Thank you, John.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
We're done. Thank you.
Okay, wait, let me hold up. Hold up, man. Let me jump in there right quick, because I ain't had time. Let me jump in right quick. I want to make this clear.
I've been waiting, but go ahead, bro.
Nah, one mic on red, man. You've been talking, man. You go next.
I haven't said anything.
You will go next, brother.
Alan, here's the deal, right? You can't sit up here and just say, well, the whites have not done anything, and they did everything to help black people and all this other stuff. Listen, the war with the North and the South historically is known. Was it just about racism? No. It wasn't just about freeing the slaves? No. All right, there was other social issues that were going on, specifically dealing with finances and whatnot, and financial gain and everything. But at the same time, that's what the primary goal was either freeing or keeping the black slaves where they were at, all right, to make money off of them. Now, if you want to sit up here and say that black people didn't invent everything, they probably didn't invent every single thing, but probably about a good 85-90% of the things that you see that you're using right now was invented by somebody that was black. Yes, I have it. I have a list. I mean, I don't feel like reading the bullshit. The traffic light, the internet, the phone, everything.
The internet? Get out of here.
See the monkey ranch? Yes.
No.
Okay, but wait, let's let Dunn speak. Dunn, sorry.
I had like two.
Yeah, go ahead, finish, but let Dunn speak before everybody, because everybody's going to want to jump off and prove you wrong, and myself included. But go ahead, you go, Ray, and then you go, Dunn.
But my thing is, though, but to sit up here and say, oh, well, you're not going to allow, it's funny because, like,
you know, I have the list and everything. I have the documentation, but regardless of the fact, and I might land here, to sit up here and say that you don't want to hear and don't want to say, oh, well, you know, blacks and their opinions. Well, people been hearing white people's opinions for a good 100 years. You understand? And to sit up here and try to act as if black people were not large contributors to this fucking country being here is a fucking asinine and idiotic statement. And another thing too, to sit up here and not take no accountability of what has gone on in this country, right? You probably didn't do anything, but ancestrally, yes. Just like anybody else has to take up for whatever the fuck they do, just like everybody fucking else. But when it comes to what I'm hearing is when it comes to white folks, when it comes to certain things about history, they're just not honest, and this is what it is.
All right, let Dunn go, and then.
Okay, here, I'm not gonna, I don't talk, okay? I come with the documentation. I don't like to do a lot of talking. If I say something, I should be able to prove it. Now, this is from the, here, let me give you the exact source where it's from. It's from the Center for Law and Social Policy, okay, CLASP, if you know anything about them. I want you to read what they say right here. African American workers built America. Okay, here, listen to this. This is by Asha Banerjee and Cameron Johnson. Okay, here, I'm not going to read it all because I don't want to take too much time. It says, black labor has been foundational to the growth of America and our economy. Enslaved people built the country's early infrastructure and produced lucrative commodities such as cotton and tobacco. After emancipation, African American labor was crucial in industry, agriculture, and services. Yet the Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, which was established in 1884, only started gathering consistent data on African American workers in 1972. For nearly a century, African American workers did not appear even as data points, let alone in meaningful policies or labor legislation. So here, I'm going to stop right there, okay? Right off the bat, they telling you that the foundation of America, building its foundation, was built by black people. Okay, well, let me just go real quick.
It was my turn.
It was?
Yeah. All right. I just want to go back real quick.
Well, I can say 30 seconds. I was done.
30 seconds. And then I'll go to you, Brian.
You can give me 10 seconds.
All right, go ahead.
So I said I heard y'all say two things. I heard one person say the North was booming and that they have more money in the South. Then I heard another person say everything was done in the South and shipped to the North, and all the powerful politicians were from the South. So in business, you tell me this: if you're dependent on somebody and somebody says F you one day, what would that make you want to do? And if you didn't need somebody and they said F you one day, what would that make you do? Answer. Does that make sense what I'm saying in business? If I don't need you and you say F me, what am I going to do? But if I do need you and you say F me, what am I going to do? Right, so what I'm saying, okay, so answer that question. I'm done.
Okay. All right, great. So listen, I'm going to just read a statistic, then we're going to go to Beaver. Black folks have never accounted for more than about 19% of the entire country's population. And that would be in 1790. There were more black people per capita in this country in 1790 than any other time in history. And it only amounted to 19% of the country. The point is, you're trying to convince people that when you haven't even had, at the best, 1 out of 5 people were black. Trying to say that you've contributed to, everything at least 80% of all of America's success in the last 250 years, it mathematically doesn't work out that way. There's been at least 80 to 90% of the country has not been black for the last 250 years. I just wanted to point that out. Go ahead.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when you guys said.
I'm not answering your question. Go ahead, Beaver.
Exactly.
Ryan, 20 seconds, and then I'm gonna go, and then I'm gonna throw it down.
Wait, no, I'm going back to the original question where y'all said that when I said the North was starving, they was dependent on I heard someone say the Jews were taking all the money out of the cotton and stuff out of the South and taking it to the North and selling it and whatever. But if that was the case and the North didn't need the South and they had everything up there, why would they go to war with the South if the South said they leaving? If I'm rich and I don't need you, I'm not dependent on you. I'm not gonna go to war with you after you say you leaving.
I'll answer that after you.
Wait, Alan, let me go and then I'm gonna throw it to Alan.
Yeah.
I would just say that I don't know, Ryan. I don't know the particulars about that. But to say that, not you, someone said, black people invented 80% of something. To me, this is basic common sense. That's not true because, number one, you guys weren't allowed to participate, and it wasn't fair to you. But I mean, how you guys, if you're not allowed to participate in the free market and get educated and go into a shed and think about how to build an invention, which is what they did back then, whatever. It's just not, it's not practical. Who's to say you wouldn't have done that? I mean, I don't think you would have done a whole lot more, but like, to say that, like, the founding fathers built the infrastructure of the country so that the free enterprise could run. And then the northern economy was always, the North was always going to beat the South at that point in time. Because some economists actually believe slavery held the country back time-wise. Like, it would have become a stronger power if slavery had been abolished sooner. Because it stops GDP growth in the free market, like, to let people work for wages and produce. That is a strong theory that I've read about. But I mean, who's to say? I don't know. Hold
on, Ryan. Hold on. I got another statistic. The easiest way to track the largest contributors to America is by the patent office. Okay, the most blacks have ever held a patent is between 1870 and 1940. Black folks held 2.7% of the patents. As of today, right now, black folks only hold about 1% of the entire country's patents.
Stole them all. It was racist.
Yeah, okay. Listen what I'm trying to say. If black folks invented or were successful to at least 80% of the country's history and built everything,
Stop it, bro. Stop it.
It would be at least more than 1%.
We're not that dumb, bro. We're not that dumb.
Arguing that, no way, nobody's arguing that African people build
Ray Abba got up here and said that black folks are
well, that's Ray Abba. That's not my argument. My argument, that's Ray Abba.
That's what I'm pushing.
Okay, but my argument
that's what Ray Abba said. He said that black folks have contributed to 80% of the inventions here in America.
And
I'm going off.
When you talk about the early roads, when you talk about building the early storehouses in America, the list goes on and on. Black folks were building those. Those were skilled. When you talk about the blacksmiths, the early blacksmiths, a lot of those people were enslaved Africans. They were skilled in that labor. Go to the knot culture in Nigeria, West Africa. They found over 13 iron smelting furnaces in Nigeria, where a lot of the slaves came from. Those people already, listen, they went from Stone Age to iron smelting. They jumped over the copper stage. That is a feat of engineering in human history. They jumped over that. They brought that same technology here to the Americas with them. That's why they were highly prized and valued. When we're telling you that black folk built early America, sir, that's not a pipe dream. That's a fact. The scholars will tell you that. What are you talking about?
Let me ask you a question. Hold on, real quick. Do y'all hold any animosity towards the Arabs that sold y'all across the entire world?
Why are we talking about the Arabs when we're talking about
I'm going to say you pivot. Yes.
Who ran the slave trade.
They ran the sub-Saharan slave trade, but they weren't the only ones that benefited off of it. Like, there was a whole bunch of people. But the facilitation of it was the Caucasian people.
It was Arabs. It was Arabs that were running it out of Africa.
But I mean, did the Arabs take part in it? Yes, they did.
You go and lecture Arabs about this? I'm just out of curiosity.
I mean, I've talked to
particular person.
It's on the air all day long.
Maybe Jewish.
Racist as fuck, and I
Why,
shit on
that's
them
what I'm
all day
saying.
long.
Why would you switch the subject all the time? Like, why are we talking, if we was in the, if you're in the room with the Arabs and we were talking about Arabs and the sub-Saharan slave trade, that they will talk to them, but we're talking about this right here. And we can't sit up here and deny certain things in history just because the president of the United States and the MAGA folk want to do
Well,
that
then
shit.
let's
You
talk
can't, you don't
about,
shoot it.
let's talk
I
about.
shit on them all day.
Okay,
But one mic on Alan, let him go.
yeah, I'm gonna talk about history. I know we live in an age where everybody's a scumbag and both sides are evil and nobody stands up for anything and very few people have principles. But if you go back to the 1800s and the 1700s, people meant what they said. When they said they were going to do something, they did it. If you told someone and you shook his hand, that meant more than signing a contract. So why, the question was asked, why would white people do that? Because they believed in the principle that no human should be a slave. Abraham Lincoln spoke extensively about abolition and the injustice of slavery. And he meant it. And the fact that he gave that speech that black people seem to obsess over was simply a political maneuver because he knew he would not get the backing from European countries if he made slavery the central issue of the war. He was a brilliant tactician and he saved all of your asses. Is exactly what he did.
No, wait, let me ask
Wait,
you a question.
point of moderation. Beaver, seriously. You're not a moppet, motherfucker. No, I'm asking beavers.
Yeah, well, I'm still talking, so that's okay. That's okay. And Rayaba, look, I'm not saying what I said earlier. I'm not saying people can't have their opinion. What I'm discussing specifically is how this entire country has listened to the perspective of black people, which is not a bad thing. They have something to say. And we have all listened to that perspective, but we are listening to that perspective run wild right now on this stage, and it's enough. There are other perspectives too, and we're going to listen to those. And we are not going to suddenly forget reality just because there are some people who want to boost their own egos and say, we invented everything. That's not true. What did happen is that there were white people and there were black people who had principles, who were willing to put their lives on the line to abolish an institution that was morally wrong. And over 300,000 people died for that principle. And we've worked together since then. Sometimes well, sometimes not so well. But those are the principles that we live by. And forgive us if we're not going to buy into all of your narratives. That's the nicest way I can put it.
Wait, let me ask him a question real quick. I'm going to ask him a question. Do you agree with the other guy that was and just give me a yes or no, and because I'm trying to be concise. The guy that was on the stage who said that about 1% of the Southerners own slaves. Do you agree with that sentiment? Yes or no?
I've heard between 1% and 5%. That's the correct number.
Okay, between 1% and 5%. Okay, now my simple question is this. Based on that logic, that there was only 1 to 5%, which is a small amount, and the rest of the people was not involved in slavery. Because this is what we get as far as black people, we get this talking point like, well, only 1% of the people own slaves. My simple question is this: if 1 to 5% of the Southerners own slaves, why did you have to have a civil war to end slavery? That doesn't make any sense. If it was only 5%, why did you need a civil war to end it? That doesn't make any damn sense. The logic doesn't make sense.
Yeah, Hold on.
Tell me how the logic makes sense when 5% of the people
All right, let them answer. Let
but
them
the
answer.
whole fucking country have to go to war.
Very clearly that this when the election of Abraham Lincoln went down, he ran on the abolition of it. Those states seceded from the Union prior to him even taking office. South Carolina and Texas pulled out of the country. So when the war was starting up at that period in time, when then Lincoln takes office.
And is it done?
Wait a minute. You got South Carolina, you got Mississippi, you got Georgia, you got Virginia, okay? I think Texas was one, don't quote me on that, okay? But here's the point. That seems like more than, these are whole states fighting to preserve their way of life, which is slavery. That don't seem like fucking 5%, my man. Like, come on, dude, stop the cap, as the young boys say today. Stop the cap.
And listen, I just want 10 seconds. He keeps talking about this 1% of people own slaves.
Hold on. No. If it's not 1 to 5%, then what is it? Tell us what the number is.
Stop.
Read when South Carolina, Georgia, Virginia, Mississippi, Texas, I believe. Well, you tell me how many goddamn people that is. When you got like 5, 6 states getting the fuck.
All right, let Ryan go. We got to share the mic done. Let's go. Well, he asked me the question. I'll answer after Ryan. 10 seconds, Ryan.
Okay. Yeah, I still ain't answered my question about the North-South thing, but that's okay. So, if 1% of all of slaves were owned by somebody in the South or whatever, and it was the biggest money maker in the Western Hemisphere, right? That's one thing. How many people today own the most? What percentage of people today own all the world's wealth? Or like 98 or 95% of the world's wealth today, something crazy like that. I think it's 1%.
All right, go ahead, Alan.
I think it's 1%, and that 1% is very powerful. So
Correct.
let's talk about the 1% that had them slaves. They basically ran everything. So let's talk about it.
I don't know about that.
That 1%. What are you talking? That 1%.
I'm not saying you're wrong, because Alan, all right, you go. Yeah, again, why would they do it? Done? Because again, they had principles. And maybe it's hard for you to understand, but they saw you as a brother. They saw you as a fellow human being. And as far as that 1 to 5%, the other 95% were trying to get by. They were trying to survive. It's not like now where we're all sitting around in a nice, comfortable house with gas and running water and toilets and everything else, and we just have to go to the supermarket. It was an agricultural society.
You can't compare then to now
Therefore,
because of technology,
the average person grew their own food. If you didn't build a house, you froze to death. If you didn't plant your own crops, you starved to death. If you didn't hunt, you starved to death. If you didn't make your own butter, you didn't eat. It's not the same world. The other 95%, they were trying to get by. They weren't concerned about what the slave owners were doing. So sorry.
Hold on. Let me answer him. So,
All right, 30 seconds on done. 30 seconds and then
let me answer him real quick. So what I'm trying to understand from you is this here, okay? Because we got South Carolina, Virginia, Texas, and I was correct about Texas, Georgia, Mississippi, South Carolina, Texas, Virginia. We clearly see that's more than 5%. Okay, those are 5 states, all right? 5, and Mississippi and Texas is big as fuck, okay? So, like, these white folks in Texas, they didn't de facto and say, okay, I'm going to the Union side because I'm not down with this moral shit that you niggas is claiming with this whole slavery shit. I'm going over here and we're going to crush you motherfuckers. No, they were right there fighting with them. So you can say brother, but to me, you're whitewashing history, man, okay? Whether you know it or not, that's what you're doing. You're whitewashing history.
More than 5%. That's the argument. That's the point, my man. More than 5%. And those people that I land here, those people in those southern states that, quote, were not slave owners, let me be clear with you on something. They don't have to be slave owners. They were part of upholding and preserving the society, which was keeping black people under their fucking foot. You think that, oh, well, if he don't own a slave, he's a good guy. No, it's a whole fuck. You think those people in Rosewood, that those were like rich, wealthy people who owned slaves that came and burned down Rosewood? No, those were everyday white people who owned the slaves.
The argument was only who actually owned the slaves, but the sentiment was probably shared, like you're saying. No one's disputing that. Let's go to truth.
But I'm saying, what you act like y'all taught us some shit that we already know through history. Y'all just now catching up through the Bible or through discovering any damn thing that's naturally ours. So you trying to teach us our history that we already can see, even from through the times, through Christopher Columbus. So all that right there that y'all try to brag about and try to make it seem like y'all just now presented to us, we already knew. It's just what they say. If you don't want somebody to find what's going on, put it in a book. If you don't want a nigga to find out what's going on, put it in a book. Because they said that we won't read, but now that we can read between the lines, we can see exactly what's going on. Because it's already prophesized. If I tell my son don't mess with a white person because this and that and the third, and he actually can see now, that means he know what I'm talking about. Versus a white man, I'm telling this white man, hey, I can't mess with you because such and such, this and that and the third, and I know that's how y'all is. You're like, well, we both bleed the same. And I'm telling you, no, we don't. We don't have the same bloodline. But you want to argue that God love us all. And I say, no, he don't. That's like me saying that my father loved you more than me or us as equal. And my father don't show me. He really don't. He ain't gonna love you because you're not his son, his bloodline. So if I'm talking to my people about who we are and what we're supposed to be doing, separating ourselves from white folks, why is it a white boy or white woman telling us, well, you're racist and all this and that? Well, you came over to people's lands and killed them off and enslaved their people and took what didn't belong to you. So, and like we keep saying, you're benefiting from your forefathers, their ways of living. Lie, steal, and kill. You see what I'm saying? So you can't sit up and say you're not benefiting. Look how you talking to people. Look how you think. So we are not the same. We are not going to get along. I'm not going to teach my child that we are equal. When I know, fuck that money, I can go take my money and go invest in the gold, and I don't need no white person to tell me what to do, how to bank my shit. Who told you that you over me? Who said that you're supposed to be over me to rule my money, any damn thing that I got, my household? You're not my father, you're not my brother, you're not even one of my own kind. So we have really nothing in common because you go against the truth. Y'all I don't want to hear.
Can I hear about those past office statistics again?
Well, wait. Here's what I don't get. You think that so you're saying that black people, they figured something out, they wrote it down, they figured out, okay, this is how we built this, and they did it, and then the white man came into the shed and said, oh, thank you, and then I'm going to take this, I'm going to get it patented. Like, you think that was the norm?
That's what y'all do. Y'all learn our history just like Chinese. Y'all go anywhere y'all can, be comfortable with.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question then. If that's the case, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Let's have dialogue. We don't need monologues.
on Joe.
I don't want to.
We don't need monologues. Hey, truth. Hold up. We don't need monologues. We need dialogue. So we can have a conversation. We need a conversation. So,
okay.
Let me ask this question. Let me ask this question. No, just let's have dialogue. We don't need a monologue. Why is this hard to understand? So let me ask this question. Name.
And then we can talk about what you meant.
I choose.
conversation. My question is, name one invention that was stolen by the white man and patented they stole it from a black man and they patented. I just want to know of one. Okay.
Peanut butter?
Okay, I'll give you that one. I don't know if it's true or not, but I mean,
Man, all on the dialogue. Don't even ask me nothing. Say peanut butter.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna give it to him. The refrigeration, air conditioning was invented by a black man. And I absolutely love AC. So thank you to that black man that invented air conditioning, because the significance of that, not the Middle East would be uninhabitable if not for air conditioning. Who would want to live in 120-degree weather? No one. So thank you, to the black man that invented
Hold on,
that.
Alan. That's not
However,
true. That's not true.
We invented the stop.
no, that's
No,
I heard it.
hold on, Alan.
Okay,
Alan.
correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's not true.
Computer chip. Computer.
No, hold on. Willis Carrier invented the air conditioner. The Carrier air conditioning. It's a huge.
Stop, bro.
That was a white engineer invented air conditioning.
That was in the South too, right, Joe? Because it was so hot. By the way, just two things. I just want to interject real quick. I'm assuming it took slavery for you guys to invent everything. Is that a fair statement? And then my other question would be, did anything get invented in Africa? I mean, it seems like you guys are such geniuses that a lot of things should have happened in Africa too. Can you name an invention in Africa or no?
Man, why do you think? No, because we can't.
Why do you exclude every black person coming from Africa?
Well, good portion of people did.
We don't know what happened over there.
all right, Ray, you get 15 seconds and then pass it to the next to answer Matt's question.
So your question was what invention in Africa? I would say that's kind of a loaded question because not all of them come from Africa. But I mean, if you want to say an invention, drums. But that's not even, that's not even. If you want to say structure and whatnot with the Mali Empire, you can go right there.
Okay, Brian, go real quick. Or Matt, finish.
How will we know, bro? Y'all gotta stop answering these loaded questions that these people playing games. How will we know what we invented in Africa if y'all fucking stole us from Africa and erased our history?
I can tell them some invention. I can tell.
No, but I'm just saying. Like, right, playing right in our face, right? They playing.
Wait a minute.
If I may,
Please. History, bro. What you mean?
Wait a minute.
We know about inventions in Africa. We know about.
No.
All right, let Matt finish up, and then we'll pass it to the next person to answer about intentions.
So, Ryan, you're claiming that your African history was completely erased the minute you arrived in America?
Bro, listen.
No, I'm being serious. No,
Yeah, I did. Yes. I'm for that.
how is that possible? Like they put up like machines to your head and just erase all your history, or how does that work?
They did it. They did something even worse than that. They beat us to death, separated us, killed us if we spoke our
Okay,
language.
hold on. We gotta hold on just 1 second. So you're in Africa, and I'm assuming that there's some people in Africa that invented some stuff, right? That was my question. I didn't tell you that you came. I didn't say that everybody came was shipped over from Africa to the U.S. and that was it. There's obviously some inventions supposedly that happened in Africa. That's all I.
Of course, there are inventions that happen in Africa.
But
But how would I? But how would?
Answer. Can I answer?
I just want to finish. How will we as a collective know our inventions as Africans if y'all erased our history?
Speak for yourself.
All right, let Dunn go. Go ahead, Dunn.
I don't mean to be rude, but I don't like that. Speak for yourself. If you don't know, say you don't know. Don't say us as a collective, okay? No disrespect.
what I'm going to tell you this here, the oldest surgical papyrus comes out of Africa. It's called the Edwin Smith surgical papyrus. The oldest mathematical text that we have is the Moscow papyrus and the Rhine mathematical papyrus. The oldest large. I know that, but finish. He asked you, brother, let me finish. He asked you. You said, "How would we know? If you knew these things, you would have told them. You wouldn't have stopped waffling." Okay, so don't cut me off now. What I'm saying is no disrespect to you, good brother. Listen. I got your back, man, but we got to be real about this now. Okay, the oldest large body religious text is the ancient Egyptian pyramid text. One of the oldest two languages that come from you got the Sumerian, and then the other one is the hieroglyph. I mean, I can keep going on and on with the spoons were invented in Africa. That's where they come from. Okay, condoms were invented in Africa. That's where they come from.
All right, let King speak. King wanted to speak. Go ahead, King.
Yeah, I was just saying, maybe you guys have the wrong question, right? Maybe the question should be is, how many people who actually invented something still have controlling power and elite status within that invention? And I'm going to tell you right now, in that record, see, white boys are doing really bad, okay? They get their stuff jacked all day, okay? Taken over by the military, by force, okay? Meaning things like heart, inventions that's supposed to change the world, okay? That's supposed to make everybody right now free. The things exist. So the question really is, if you're thinking about it, is what really is the race war? The race war isn't black. And every fucking white person that hates fucking Nazis knows this. They're gonna fuck y'all up, okay? They don't play this shit. They're way too smarter. They're not that dumb. Okay, to even fall into that trap. You just expose yourself when you take a side, okay? And they're gonna be cool with the brothers that's been getting played by the system this whole time.
All right, let's go to Mike. Mike, what do you got?
My bad, I didn't know how I was off mic.
Okay, what I was gonna say is, I think Matt's overall point was that if the genius was always there and it came from the Africans, okay, how do you compare the Roman civilization building the Colosseum, all these things that they had, the irrigation, or the what's the thing called, with the water in the city in Rome, okay, and then if you had that genius, that ability, and you brought over here, you're enslaved, you're suppressed, you're not allowed to participate, but once you are free, wouldn't we see some of that genius in the last 60 years to have manifested into some great advancements?
Street lights, black line, computers, drones. What are you talking about?
All that's by white. That's for white people. That's been done.
Beaver, real quick. Beaver, can I answer that real quick? Because
go ahead, Ray. 30 seconds, Ray. 30 seconds on Ray.
So, Ryan, just real quick. Let me, Ryan, real quick. Ryan, just let me go real quick. Just give me 30 seconds. So, the Mycenaeans and Minoans were the original people that was in Rome, and you had different ethnic groups of people in Rome. So, if you want to say Imperial Rome was what was the Caucasians that were ruling at that time. Prior to that, it was dark-skinned people that was ruling there. All right, Romulus and Mycenaeans and Minoans. But the point is, so the Colosseums were built way before the Imperial Roman Empire. So, I mean, based off of that, I mean, you have to look into that aspect.
You think about the Etruscans, brother. That's what was in Rome. The Etruscans.
Yeah, you're right. The Etruscans at the time, but then prior to that, in 1100 BC, and I'm gonna land here and I'll pass the mic. The Mycenaeans and Minoans, you go look up what they look like. They didn't look shit like white people. It was Imperial Rome, like Caesar Augustus and those people that was ruling in that time period. So you can't conflate different rulerships with the same people because
Alan's been done. Alan, 30 seconds and done.
Yeah, I have a question. You convinced me. White people are evil. We're bad. We stole everything. We're terrible. Why are you trying to convince us that you invented everything? We've already stolen from you. You know we're evil. Why are you here? Why do you keep trying to tell us how bad we are? Why are you even fucking with us? Okay? Go off, make your own inventions, do what you're going to do, set up your own society, and show us how it's done.
All right, done.
Period.
Done.
Okay, and by the way, the whole Tulsa, well, we did that and then you bombed us. Tulsa was one of hundreds of only, or no, not hundreds, but there were, I don't know, I think 50, 60, all black communities, and they were all thriving. Tulsa was one, and there were few that got attacked, yes, but Tulsa was not a black Wall Street. And all of those communities survived. So saying that we bombed you and stopped you from doing it is not an excuse. So go off, show us how it's done. And if you're doing a good job, we'll come to you and we'll say, Dan, you're doing great. Let's give you some money and show us how it's done.
No, you won't. They'll come to us and try. Wait, hold on, bro. All right, 30 seconds, I'm done. 30 seconds, I'm done.
Here's the thing, bro. It's not just what y'all did to Tulsa in that regard. It's called eminent domain. When you take people land, the government has that whole policy. They build expressways through people's land and things like that. I'm not here telling you that black folks built everything. That's not my argument. I never made that argument. I don't get no problem giving other people credit when it's justifiable. But he was talking about the running water. The guy was talking about the running water under the ground, getting water to people. Yeah, Rome had that. I'm not saying they did, but they didn't invent that. That came from the Minoans. Minoans had that first. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, I'm thinking, so let's just think in this last 100 years, the most consequential inventions. Well, actually, let's go further than that. We have the printing press, Gutenberg. The transistor, we have William Shockley, which then led to the microchips and computers. And then let's see, what else do we got? We have air flight, we have automobiles, and we have, let's see, germ theory. We have modern medicine. This is not to say that black people didn't contribute, in that they could have, if they were allowed to, they would have had some of their own. But just to say that, I'm not saying all of you are saying 80% or whatever, but the people that are telling me that black people, 80% of the inventions, and it's just unbelievably ignorant. And the computers and the internet, that's just not true. So, I mean, when you say things outlandish like that, that's just going to kill your entire credibility.
Yeah, so the problem is none of the white people, as far as percentage, right, are just considered to be a people that are creators. What you're taking a view that actually had the resources from the rape, robbery, and murder and the gathering that they did, that actually used the resources for a better advantage in life. And listen, any society could do that. Like Asia's whooping white people ass in inventions right now. And you got a lot of Saudis doing things in Middle Easterns and things like that. Like, stop playing the game like anybody isn't a thinker and can't nobody out here do shit with resources. That's dumb as fuck. First of all. Second of all, if you're over here playing that game where you actually think that black people need to go get their own and build their own, then you're fucking so stupid, because you don't even know that the government stops even your little ass from doing this shit. Go ahead and gather up your people and go take over and go build your city and watch what the fuck happens, dummy. You got an oppressor over you. You don't understand that shit. That's why you can't talk with enough sense, right? To actually make even a good point that anybody should consider, like, this shit should not be taught to nobody. Okay. Everybody should just go ahead and teach their kids something different than anything you're saying at this point.
So Africa has all these incredible natural resources that we use, for cell phones and whatever. Why hasn't Africa? Are you going to tell me that the only reason Africa has not become a superpower in its own right is because the white man has suppressed them? if they had that genius and capability, then why didn't they? What's there to show for it?
Well, here. I'm actually like this. I'm not gonna tell you that that's the only reason, but it damn sure is one of the biggest reasons. Because here's the thing. There's a book you need to read. It's called The Social History of the Machine Gun. Learn how Europeans created weapons of mass destruction, and they tested those weapons out on Africa. And the Africans, for whatever reason, they didn't advance their weaponry up. Okay, they didn't scale up with their weaponry.
Why
They still, I don't know. You know what? That's always been a question of mine. Why they were still like.
Why didn't they take us as slaves, and then why aren't we under their?
But that's not how we get out. Because black people don't get out like that. We don't.
Maybe it's because they didn't come up with the technology and the weaponry. They didn't
No.
have that.
No. I'm talking about even when everybody was dealing with swords, pretty much. They still didn't do it. Like they didn't do it. Like when Europeans got on that exploration, coming from starting with Portugal and Spain, people were still primarily, for the most part, dealing with swords. Okay, they had like swords.
And then gunpowder changed the game. And then
right. But what I'm saying is, at that time, Africans didn't get on boats and go to Europe and come out they go and enslave you. The Moors came up there and did that to you, but Africans from sub-Saharan Africa, they were enslaving us. They They were enslaving us.
Why didn't history have the other? Why didn't it end up as where white people were slaves? Did you ever ask yourself to think that, like, why? Whether it's evil or not, we all agree it's evil.
White people been getting slaved more than Africans, okay? White people been destroying each other, fighting, enslaving each other way more. Listen, in Rome, you was nothing but either a gladiator or a peasant if you wasn't part of the kingdom. You have misinformation here. White people have been slaved, okay, and oppressed more, okay, than anything in the world. Because listen, you can't name all the wars that all the villages, all the fighting that's happening right now with Republicans and Democrats, okay? You guys about to kill each other. And we just get caught in the middle of y'all bullshit because y'all motherfuckers are killing each other since the dawn of time. You go over, you fuck each other's women, you rape each other's women. You don't give a fuck about a white man. White man didn't even exist until 1680.
But we created the USA federal government with checks and balances. It's prospered for 250 years now. He's the greatest experiment ever. The white man did that.
No, you didn't. You were shown. No, you didn't. You were shown by black people and Indians. Look, listen. The Constitution is the Kanisha Convoy.
Hold on a second. Why? America is the greatest country that has ever existed. Greatest civilization.
If you feel that way, that's fine.
You're saying Republicans and Democrats fighting each other, but we have a system in place, checks and balances, most powerful military. How did this come to be? It wasn't luck.
I came to be.
Don't say it's luck. Savagery might show everything.
No, I'm saying it's not luck.
Amazing people. Listen. All people have the ability to be amazing, especially with resources. Now, white people, they're no different. It's not that they're not.
No, it's not relative.
People that has done magnificent things. It's not that. Okay, it's that. Hey, listen. At any time, you could destroy yourself, and you've been destroying yourself. Don't tell me. Don't make that your comeback. Oh, why have white people? No, I just told you, white people been killing each other since the dawn of time. Look.
You said though all people have the ability if they have the resources, but that's not true because history has shown that to not be true. Why is Africa a shithole? Still.
First of all, listen. Listen. Europeans, okay, they smelled like dog shit before they ran into the Moors. They didn't even learn what civilization is. Okay, the Constitution.
That's teaching us how to walk. That's such a stupid, insane remark. It's just such a tired throat. It's so stupid.
Wait. Don't lie though, Beaver. Listen. I'm teaching you how to wipe your ass. Now listen. The Indians gave you the Kanisha Kawa, which is the Constitution today. That's what you got from them. You guys keep on getting into people's houses because they accept you in, and then they teach you their land. They teach you their life, and then you gain from that, but your evil ways only use it to your own manipulation for yourselves because all of you are after yourselves. That's why you guys have shit like that, because you'll steal from your brothers all the way to like 1760 and shit when you guys had to put in It's just amongst each other because you guys are such savages. You guys will just kill, rob, and take. Okay, that's been the nature, and the nature has to be checked because you have to now look at yourself and say, I'm not aligned with that nature in these days. And in order to not be aligned with that nature, you have to look at just bare truth. One of the bare truths is you guys have done a lot of these things. And listen, don't act like having all these countries with nuclear weapons is the best thing in the world, which is what the white man did. Okay, they've actually gone on to make sure every nation is a nation of.
All right, I hear your. Okay.
Let me add in just. Look,
You don't think that you're going to a dark age? You don't believe that?
We're dialoguing. We're not monologuing tonight. All right. So look, I just wanted to point out: isn't it remarkable that white people make up about 10 to 15% of the global population, and we've been as successful as we have over the last 100
Your diseases, your weapons and your diseases. Weapons and your diseases.
You call it success. I call it pitiful.
Wait, no,
Kind of world you could be in because you're a white boy that got played. I call it pitiful. If you probably would have left the world alone, you would have left the world alone in conquerors of conquest. You don't know what world.
I love Bob.
We are the champions.
Somebody
All right, one at a time.
Yeah, can I just say one thing? Because I don't want to monologue. I'm being short statements. I'm doing short statements because I'm not monologuing. What I'm saying is this here. You just asked the question, Joe. You said, well, 15% of the world's population, but we dominate. Yeah, because of your weapon, your advance. You listen, Europeans, I give them credit on for good or bad. They spent a lot of time advancing their weaponry. They put a lot of time, effort, and resources into advancing their weaponry. So that's one thing. And the second thing is what, especially Native Americans, what they did not counter, what they did not or could not prepare for with you, okay, outside the fact of your outright brutality, that's just the fact. You're brutal as hell to them people, is the diseases you brought with you. The diseases were killing them more than your outright brutality was.
Okay, but who's more brutal than the Native Americans? Serious question.
No, I'm saying what you did to them. I don't want the what about it. He asked, no, wait a minute, let me finish. He asked, how was it fit?
Wait, Native Americans like the most savage people ever? Did they they roasted on fires with other tribes and they would scalp people and do all kinds of things?
That's scalping. Hold on, that was scalping people.
Wait a minute.
One mic on Ray.
Real quick, when you're talking about some of the people that did some of that shit, and mind you, scalping came from white folks doing it to them before they did that to them. You know what I'm saying? Now, as far as certain rituals and certain things being done, no, I mean that's just when you go look at the history of scalping, that's what you're gonna find. But as far as doing rituals, doing witchcraft and shit, yeah, they did all that. But you also had the pilgrims who were digging up their own fucking ancestors and eating them when they were over here. They didn't even know how to really bathe or do anything. Like they were savages when they came over here. And actually, when they came over here, and they looked at the Aztecs and some of the societal structure that was there. They said that it was more advanced than some of the cities that they were in coming to America. So to sit up here and call them savages, they had structures and buildings and civilizations greater than what they were coming from because they were coming from an impoverished land. How can you say that? And as far as
I'm just saying relative to other groups, if you're gonna say white people are these savage people, my point was, well, relative to the Native Americans, I think they had a pretty good case for being more savage than we ever were.
No. That was a regional thing happening in that. Hold on for a second. That was a regional thing happening in Mesoamerica at the time. Okay? At least when I studied, it was going on in Mesoamerica with the Aztecs. I would have had those pyramids with the steps on top and it's truncated on top. Yeah, that's what they had that for. And look, I'm not making excuses for it. It's pretty barbaric as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
But what Europeans did to them, read Bartolome de las Casas. I mean, that's pretty fucked up, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Humans have an incredible ability to be savage and evil and do despicable things. Let's go to Stephen Baker. He's new to the stage. He wants to speak.
up the 8th session with a little bit of a musical journey. The excellent band, One of Legends. Just incredible music. Hopefully everybody can get behind that. But I actually pinged in a few people. I told them, I said, if you want a good laugh, come in here and listen. And they are not disappointed, I'll tell you that much. Some of the claims that you hear, you can only hear them on Clubhouse. That's probably the one thing that keeps this app alive with its last little string hanging on that side of the cliff, is just that you never know what you're going to hear next.
Example.
Oh, like for example, there was a really goofy comment. It was made with confidence, so I'll give him that. He believes it. But there was a really goofy comment earlier that said, yes, I've got a list here. Yes, just call me Santa. I'm looking at my list, and it says 80% of the inventions. 80%. That's incredible. Wow. And if you hang on, there's more. Wow. It's crazy. Imagine actually thinking that, but he really does. And then you have other people, Dunn and King, like weird non-profiles that just spew hate against whites. I don't know why they have this anger at 2:50 in the morning Central Time Zone, but you do you, Chicos. Anyway,
Wait.
I see some really cool
Greens in my PTR.
Hello there.
Microgreens in my PTR for number one. Microgreens on my PTR. Number two, what hate did I spew against
that's
white
in a non-profile. You have it in a non-profile.
Yeah, but what hate did I spew against telling the truth?
First off, so are you denying that you're in a non-profile?
I don't understand what you mean when you say non-profile. What does that mean?
Anonymous. Are you an anonymous hidden profile?
No, I have my picture up here before. I don't have a problem with my picture up there. What are you talking about?
Your name is photos on here?
You can't speak on stage if you're anonymous. Yeah, what are you talking about? I don't know.
Wow. Okay. Well, I suppose, okay, done with it. Okay, well, Mr. It, it's a pleasure to meet you. I take my claim back. You're not anonymous.
Thank you, sir.
Well, one thing that I learned, Stephen, is that black people invented the internet. Do you know what's in my PTR?
That is the invented the internet.
But why are you punching at the low-hanging fruit, though? You punching at the low-hanging fruit.
Wow.
Well,
Mary left the woods.
I guess okay, I'll answer your question. I'll answer your question, Don. Are you ready? Here's what's crazy. Hang on, Kitty. Mute up. I'll answer the question. Ready? So the reason why we get frustrated and then we just turn it into laughter, because that's really the only way to stay sane through these conversations, is that you guys unnecessarily turn this into a competition. I can assure you, for everyone who's still awake in this room, who's white, we don't go to bed thinking about other races. We don't wake up thinking about other races. We don't at all. But we come into these rooms, and my God, you think it's 24 hours, 7 days a week. And it's like, imagine trying to have a competition about hundreds of years ago. Who invented more by what percentage? Who built this canal a little bit more than the other person? It's the craziest thing.
No.
You don't hear any black people going.
Wait, let me ask you. Wait a minute, bro. Let me answer him.
All right, 30 seconds done. 30 seconds done.
Thank you. I just want to have a civil conversation. Ask him real quick. Listen to me. Number one, I don't think black folk go to sleep thinking about white folk. We just have a conversation in this room, sir. Okay? And number two, America.
You obviously do.
Can I finish? Why am I being yelled over?
Hold up.
Wait, let him finish, Leah.
Like we.
Leah, you can go right after him. Just let him finish. You can go.
Thank you. I'm not gonna be long. What I'm saying is, black folk don't go to sleep thinking about white people. Trust me. And you talk about frustrated, but hell, we don't want to be frustrated because America's a
obsessed with race. Everything we see today, all I hear about is black folk is the problem. Black folks stealing other people's jobs. Black violence. Black this. Black that. Everything is black, 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 black. So can I land my plane? So all I'm saying to you is this here, sir. That's a low-hanging fruit, okay? I can't speak for these other black people here, but there's more sophisticated arguments to be made. And I'm sorry, sir, if you're going to go for the low-hanging fruit. That ain't my problem. That's Mary Lefkowitz, not an African. Remember her?
It is almost Applebee's. It is almost Applebee's.
Oh my
So I look
God.
forward to low-hanging.
Wait, let him say Leah go. Let Leah
Okay,
go.
Leah, let me just say this and I'll mute up and you go off. I don't participate in competitions with other races, and I don't think about races. You say things like people are obsessed. The vast majority of normal people are not obsessed. They're actually the opposite. They can't get away from racial discussions fast enough. The vast majority of normal people have no interest in talking about race at all. A lot of it gets shoved down their throat in a mandatory diversity training at work, or a mandatory racial class in college, or they have to scroll through their Facebook or their X, they hear something, and then this app is not real life. This app is the least representative block of people that you could possibly put together on this earth. This is not real life. If people start to think that the opinions that are expressed on Clubhouse have any extrapolation out to the rest of the country, they need to pop their bubble immediately because it's just not the case. Go ahead.
No, like, I came in here because, like, it's fucking, like, almost 4 in the morning, but, like, nobody cares. Like Steven said, we don't, as white people, go to bed thinking about race. And I'm going to say, agree with you, black people don't go to sleep thinking about race. Like, in general. But that is what and I'm talking about the fucking left that want to divide us. They keep doing that, keep pushing, and whatever. And it's retarded. I'm sorry, but it is. So there's that. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, I think you're right. Most people really don't think about this shit. They have their actual problems, their own lives that they're actually worried about. What they're doing the next day, kids, whatever. How am I going to pay for this? But I do think this is what sells. And it does interest me. I'm just totally fascinated by the fact that some people actually believe like the earth is flat, or that black people invented 80%. I mean, that is low-hanging fruit. I know all you guys don't believe that, but just hearing these things is mind-boggling to me. Go ahead, Ray.
So real quick, the reason why, this topic, and the reason why I'm saying the things I'm saying is because, I mean, on this app and other fucking platforms, it just seems like there's a mass obsession with black folks, and it's to the point where it's like motherfuckers are always talking about bringing up these stupid ass topics about black people. And the thing is, when you see people get pushback, it's really in response to this. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's funny to you, but it's just like it's every time you see this, it's the same shit over and over again. All right? I'm just saying, but there's no black
Can I ask you a question?
There's no
Let him finish. Let him
about
finish.
Okay, but I can ask him a question.
there are no black people like this. Now you have certain people that do certain rooms, but goddamn, man, like not just like I said, not just on this app, just everywhere else on social media. It's just like a fucking obsession with black people. What the fuck they're doing? Whenever you hear people bring pushback, that's the whole point. You know what I'm saying? And there's all these arbitrary, fake ass fucking stats and numbers. It's stupid because when you go look at this shit, you find that a lot of this shit that is some fucking conservative talking points. The left does the same shit too, but god, it's fucking annoying. It's like it's the same shit over and over again. And mind you, honestly, you have black folks that might talk about this, but it's like in mass. It's like other races of people, specifically Caucasians, are always talking about black people, about what they're doing and shit. It's just fucking annoying.
No, we don't.
There we are. I can promise you.
Yeah, hold on. Let's go 30 seconds to Matt, and then 30 seconds to Alan, and then Leah, you can go.
So would it be fair that you're mostly doing like that particular stat for shock value, just to kind of like get back at us by a group, they see our perspective of how we would react, why Bieber's reacting the way he is, why others aren't reacting. You see that, right?
Well, as far as that topic, because I mean, I don't know, somebody changed the topic of the room because I was, but Rich ran like a little bitch, but regardless. So, as far as the topic that you're speaking on specifically, I'm going based off of what I have as far as my own research, my own sources. All right, I'm not speaking on like specifically any kind of thing, and that's why I said these numbers as far as what percentage is arbitrary. I just put the number out there just based off of the amount of shit that we see that's been invented, of who invented it and who was the architecture of it. I'm just basing off of my information. Now, cats don't have to believe my information, but that's just what I'm basing.
Let's go to Alan.
Yeah, and Ray, I share your frustration, which is why I am always coming down hard on Democrats. Look up the term everyday CRT. The point, if you look that up, the point of everyday CRT is that we should be thinking about race all the time. Anytime there's a problem, you should look to race as the explanation. If there's a disparity, it's race. If there's an inequality, it's race. And that whole doctrine has been fully adopted by the Democrats. I agree with you. It is tiring as hell. But this is what the Democratic Party wants. And if you dare say that, well, gee, maybe this problem isn't about race, how many people are going to get up on this app or in real life and tell you, no, it's absolutely about race. So, yeah, I mean, that's the answer to that question. As far as I can tell. I was going to say something else. I can't remember all.
Yeah, so it's Leah turn, and then you can go King. Let Leah go.
Oh, okay. Oh, no. Okay, so Alan, I don't know who you are, but I totally agree with you 100%. I am on the right, have family a lot that are on the left. At the end of the day, I don't give a fuck what race you are, whatever. Like, are you a good human? Are you a good human? But I go back to what I was saying a minute ago. That is what they, and I mean the left, or like the elites, however you want to put it, that's what they want to do, is like keep us fighting with each other constantly so they just gain more power. But also, again, it is like fucking in the middle of the night, and we could probably all agree that Joe Biden sucks. Can we agree to that? Anyway.
I agree. Go ahead, King.
I thought Joe Biden and Trump suck.
Yeah, so basically, you could look at the Democrats, and I could agree that they've been trumping up the race card, okay? They literally been making sure it's in your face. And you could look at the Republicans right now like, look, we ain't even doing nothing. We ain't even saying nothing, but we have to defend ourselves from this bullshit and this rhetoric that you keep spewing at us every day. You're making this your politics, right? But then you have to look back and then see when like Obama was in office and the Tea Party was in there and all the racist shit that they were doing, like hanging donkeys on the news and stuff like that, and really going against.
But that's not true. But that's propaganda.
Hold on. Propaganda. I have pictures. Okay, it's not propaganda. Wasn't no AI back then. I see it.
You're lying.
Yes, I see it. on the black culture. They on black culture. They were. Listen, it was so much racism coming out from the Republican Party. I just spewed. I had to listen to MSNBC and CNN during then. And now that Democrats in office, I'm looking at Fox News. Why? Because, okay, it's the racism coming back. It's just a spew opinion. Like, they're not even doing news. They're just doing the opinion all day, every day, okay? And if you can't see something that's happening here, it's both parties that's been working every day since this party shit even existed and not even let no other party get in and get any action, and have been ruling the parties together, okay, are pretty much working this shit out together and really fooling all of the citizens. They're planning this shit. This shit's a big ass hoax. Okay? It's the biggest
Do you
fucking
really
hoax.
think this country is racist against black people? It's 2025.
Yeah, it is.
Like,
Yeah.
do you really? Oh my god.
100%.
Hold on, wait a second. Let me ask you a
Oh
question.
my god.
Wait a minute. Let me ask you a question.
Really quick. Just one last thing. Just one last thing. Just one last thing. Stephen, you actually showed that we don't have to do anything but defend the topics. Just the same thing that I was saying, because we're not the ones asking. Show us a black inventor. Show us someone who invented some black people. That's your boys that's
I've
inventing
never
this thing
asked
that you
that
thought was
question in my life.
That's your
I've
boys
never
that's
asked that question in
That's
my
your,
life.
I didn't say you asked that question. I said that's your voice up here on stage.
No.
Not the
Look,
being
listen.
here. And came up with that bullshit and making that bullshit information that you said was the dumbest in the world.
Wait, guys, just settle down. Mike, you haven't spoken in a while. What do you mean? If you say this country is racist in 2025, I'm not saying it's not. I just want to know, like, what do you mean? Like, what are you facing? What racism are you facing?
This is bro, we got like, motherfuckers gotta be realistic, bro. White people, bro, y'all really control hella shit, bro. Banking, where people lay their heads, jobs. So at the end of the day, it's gonna always be tension, because as black people try to elevate, you always got some white folks that's trying to hold black people back, bro. Y'all don't want to admit that shit, but y'all be in the positions to hold a black man
How
back.
do we hold?
I don't think that's the goal.
Back?
Wait. I don't think that's the goal, Mike, but I do think that is, you are right, but I don't think that's their number one objective. I just don't think they care to elevate.
Yes,
You
I mean,
know what I
yes,
mean?
yeah, that
If it's happening,
they
they
don't
don't care. Number one, it's happening.
Well, everybody's fighting for themselves at the end of the day. I mean, we're selfish creatures, but go ahead,
This
Leo.
is one thing. DEI, talk about that, right? They have totally on the right side of things, because we talk about both left and right, but for whatever reason, the Republicans have made DEI about black people. Let me finish before you come up.
What?
Let me finish. Can I finish? 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 Can I land my plane? Please, lady. Okay? Hey, look, you got a hot mic, Moscow, whatever your name is. Yeah,
I mean,
listen, all I'm saying is as simply as this here, okay? And DEI, they have made DEI about black people. The dude who just got murdered, unfortunately, I ain't saying the man should die for what he was saying. I detest what he said. You know, listen, I didn't like any of the shit he said out of his mouth. I don't think he should have been killed for it. Here's the thing, though. Can I land my damn plane? Can you
Let him
stop?
finish real quick. Let him finish
Oh
real
my
quick.
God, she's too damn emotional. Let me tell you about these women, man. Some of these women.
Wait, don't say that now. Just finish.
Okay, yeah, but listen, she got to have some discipline. Okay, listen, all I'm saying is this here. Even your boy, he talking about DEI, Charlie Kirk, he talking about DEI, he's stealing jobs. He talking about stealing jobs from white men. That's racist. Can I finish? Can I finish? I seen the video. Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish?
Wait,
Can I finish?
give him 15 more seconds and you can go, Leah. Just finish up.
I can never listen. You keep taking the time down and she keep interrupting me. Then you're gonna say,
Okay, go ahead. Finish.
thank you. All I'm saying is this here is that him and people on that side frame DEI. It's black people stealing jobs from white people. That is how that whole thing was framed. Trump has got a whole thing with anything that's got DEI in it. We got to get rid of it. DEI this, DEI that. It's unfairly giving jobs to black people. Hold on. Here's the point, though. Hold on. Here's the point, though. When you actually go look at DEI, white women benefit from it the most. Black people don't even benefit from it the most.
Okay.
Whatever reason, you made it about black people with DEI. That's fucking like, you want to talk about, oh, we're tired of hearing about racism. Well, why don't the fuck you leave us alone then? We're not even benefiting from it.
You're right about the black. It is. People think of black people. They think of DEI. Go ahead, Leah.
Like, are you serious right now? Like, DEI. What is that? Okay, first of all, what does that stand for? What does it mean?
Diversity, equity, inclusion, ma'am. I don't think what it stands for.
Correct. Okay,
The
good.
fucking
Well,
proper.
good. We agree on that one, right? Okay. I'm sorry, but I'm a white woman, and I'm on the right. Okay, I'm sorry, but DEI was invented by the left. It is for the left. Period. And yeah, so you got like, oh, I don't want to say you guys, because goddamn, I'll be called racist if I say you guys. Right? But like,
emotional.
That got all emotional when she asked you a
hold
question.
on.
Let her talk.
Let her finish and then you can go.
So it comes from the left. The left. I used to be over there. I used to be on that side of fucking garbage. It comes from the left. DEI, you had like fucking. Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think affirmative action, whatever, do you think, which comes from the left?
Affirmative black action.
Okay, whatever. Do you think that they are looking at like black people like in this light, like, oh well, this is how it is. The left is saying black people are so stupid that we need to like give them a leg up because they don't equal whites.
Let me ask
That
you.
is no, but you don't like you equal us. It doesn't matter race, but that's what the left is saying.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me ask you. Okay, and I'm gonna ask you simply like this here. Your boy Charlie Kirk, and I'm using him as an example.
You better
Charlie
like
Kirk.
watch it.
Let me. I'm not. Listen, man. Don't play the emotional game with me. I'm not disrespecting that man. I'm trying to have a conversation. If you want to get emotional and play that game, go somewhere else. Yeah, okay, no problem. What I'm saying is this here. Charlie Kirk said out his own mouth that Sheila Jackson, Ketanji Jackson, Joy Reid, and Michelle Obama are not smart enough to get to where they got to, and they needed DEI to get them there. Affirmative action to get them there. They're not smart enough to get there on their own. I want you to understand something. Just taking Joy Reid as an example, she had a 4.2 GPA. She had a 4.2 GPA. What are you talking about? Affirmative action didn't take a stupid woman and put her in Harvard. Affirmative action is a program that said, hey, listen, you have black people that are actually qualified to get to college, but guess what? They're not legacy like these white kids. Guess what? Racism. So these people are looking at these black folks and say, yeah, they're qualified, but we don't want them here. Affirmative action, basically, the government had to step in and tell these white folks at these colleges, hey, listen, man, you can't keep doing this shit, okay? These people are qualified. You got to put some of them up there. You got to give some of them a shot. She got there. Affirmative action. Hold on.
Wait, okay. Yeah, I mean, you're right about it, but it did force some things to happen that wouldn't have happened naturally. I mean, people did get positions, but the argument is that it had to happen so we can at least get to it somewhat of an even playing field. But let Leo respond, and then you can respond back.
Every time black people like go on diatribes on this app, it sounds like they're rapping.
Yeah, let me go after them.
All right, go ahead.
I just can't like I just came in.
Leah, just packing you in. There's a few things that you said that are just straight up misinformation. Okay, one, Ketanji Brown is the first Supreme Court justice that had the entire rest of the justices write a statement that her position was so far-fetched that in that statement said she might want to pick up the Constitution and read it. She is a fool.
This is true.
And an embarrassment in the Supreme Court. Second, okay? You talk about college admissions. People who were actually qualified were being passed up for people who were not qualified. And I don't care if that's rich, liberal Hollywood people faking somebody being the third string rowing team star that never existed, or people who didn't even get a passing mark on ACT or SAT, or failing out of school, but because they check diversity boxes, they get through. It's all wrong. So when we try to pick and choose here and all this kind of stuff, we got to actually define our terms. We got to deal with reality. And I'm going to say one more thing. You guys continually keep projecting that we keep talking about race. Nobody's talking about it. We go about our lives, nobody's talking about it ever. Ever.
All right. Okay, let's go to Dunn and then we'll go to Alan. Go ahead and finish. A few seconds, Skip.
Hey, Beaver, can I get in when you get a chance?
Hold on, I want in the queue though. Hold on.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to read.
Hold on, Don. Hold on. I'm always very fast, just want to point out that no one's ever accused Clarence Thomas of achieving his position because of affirmative action or DEI. Because the man is truly brilliant. That's why no one ever accuses him of it.
But he got, but hold up. But he got that off for affirmative action though, and we can pull that up. Now here, I'm gonna go right here because I don't do emotions and opinions. I got it right here. Hold up. This guy just made a claim about Ketanji. He tried to say Ketanji Brown. Her last name is Jackson, sir. That's her middle name, Brown. Okay, so I don't want you to correct it here. Her name is Ketanji Brown Jackson. Okay, I know who this black woman is. Now, I want you to look at
That's you make it not wrong. I just want to read something. You're gonna get emotional.
I'm not emotional. Can I read?
No, we all know who he is, and some people just shorten it for that reason. Just go ahead and finish. Done.
No problem. I'm gonna get straight to it for you, B, because I appreciate you being fair, bro. Okay, here. Ketanji Brown Jackson, formal education education includes Miami Palmetto High School, a Bachelor's of Arts from Harvard University.
Yeah, Harvard.
Can I finish reading? I'm trying to get up out of here. Can I finish? Wait, let him come on. Beaver, let him be.
Sorry, I don't know if I was on mute. Anybody heard me? But just let him finish. Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you. Ketanji Brown Jackson's formal education includes Miami Palmetto High School, a Bachelor's of Arts from Harvard University, graduated magna cum laude in 1992, and a Juris Doctorate from Harvard Law School, graduated cum laude in 1996. Can I finish? Can I finish reading that?
Let him finish.
Okay, listen. And a Juris Doctorate from Harvard Law School. She has a doctorate from Harvard Law, graduated cum laude 1996. While at Harvard Law, she was supervising editor for the Harvard Law Review. So to say that this woman is qualified, excuse me, I'm landing right here because this woman ain't got no decorum. I'm landing right here. So to say that this woman has no qualifications, sir, that is fucking laughable, dude. You are.
Listen carefully. He did not deny my claim that he was reprimanded 8-1 by every other Supreme Court justice for being a stone-cold fool. And if that's breaking news to you, then you need to break out of your echo chamber, because that was actually widely reported. Even Sotomayor said, quote, she needs to stop basing her decisions on her personal approval of Trump and base it on what's legal. That's Sotomayor. Wake up, dude, and quit chafing for an embarrassment.
All right, go ahead, Alan. And then we're going to Moscow.
I need a sword. I'm just
I waited patiently for you. Thank you. Yeah, so the quick take on Sotomayor is simple. We go back to CRT. Read the thing, I forget, Derek Bell or David Delgado, critical race theory and an introduction, and he talks about how judges, CRT judges, will use critical race theory in their rulings. And the theory there is, you call it restorative justice. That's what she's using. It is not based on law. It is based on a theory entangled with CRT. But the main point I wanted to make is this. First of all, the whole thing about DEI, if it really is benefiting white women the most, why are black people the face of DEI? Again, we look to the Democrats who hold you up like puppets and say, see, you're oppressing black people. Oh, aren't you so mean if you don't do this? When I looked into it, I said that came up. White women are the big majority beneficiaries of DEI. So then I said, okay, Google, AI, what are the percentages? How much do white women benefit? How much came back and said, well, actually, we can't give those percentages because the way they're collecting the data is unreliable. It's based on people's perceptions. So that whole narrative is false.
No, it is.
So
I'm
forget
moving
that.
forward.
But again, I didn't interrupt you. But here's the thing. DEI, as Leah said, stands for diversity, meaning white people have to put more minorities and traditionally marginalized groups into their corporations and institutions. Inclusions, meaning they have to include them, and and equity. I did it in the wrong order. Meaning that it's not just about equal opportunity, it's about equal outcomes. Again, this is all based against the metric that white people are unfairly, their belief, benefiting in these institutions, and they must provide diversity, equity, and inclusion. People see through it. It is against white people, and you can look up. Disney got sued because they overtly stated in a number of their job applications, if you are a white male, do not apply, or we're not going to even consider you. And they have people on camera saying, yeah, they told me I was up for a promotion, and they said, no, you're not going to get it because you're a white male.
So
DEI is against white people unfairly, and it is another form of affirmative action which was only meant to run so long. So
all right, let's go.
please don't give us your, why are only black people talking about it? Why is the reason why black people are the face of DEI is because they put you up as the face of it. You're the ones talking about it the most, and you're the ones complaining the most that it got removed under Trump.
All right, we got Moscow, then King. I can go after.
Congratulations.
Hey, I appreciate it. You know, this is a great topic, and it's good for building edification. When you look at when DEI came in, I think that was the 1960s. I think that was when that was the equal rights movement, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong, but there was a movement that tried to give European women equal rights in their household because they wasn't equal to white men in society. That's when black people joined in on that fight and in that movement. Like the gentleman said before, it was to equal out the ratios or the field. But my reason for joining in was, why would there be a reason to provide equality or an act or a right, like civil rights and human rights for a nation of people, if it was an even playing field? There was no need for it as well. So when we look at the institution of the United States, remember, there's a nation of people that was denationalized and their nationality was taken away and replaced with titles of slavery in 1766, which that's when the title of black started coming to describe the so-called enslaved people. So if you look at law, you'll understand that black means civilator mortus, dead in the eyes of the law. So if there's a nation of people with the title of black or going by a title of slavery, then there's definitely a reason or a problem that's going on within that system that gives understanding to systematic racism and other disenfranchising of that nation of people. So if you're looking at race wars and separation, the concept of what nationality versus race, as well as status and jurisdiction, you'll understand that the ball falls short for the so-called black man in the United States and the system. Remember when the Constitution was written, we the people was not for the so-called black man that wasn't even considered human. And still fighting rights. We're not getting human rights. So there's a lot of things that need to be brought to attention, and why these things are being done. And if you're really talking about Harvard, if you look at the charters of the original people that are on the charters, they were slave owners as well as those who benefited from slavery. So we got to look at the whole situation versus the minor part. And I appreciate you, Pete.
All right, good. Just to piggyback of what you said, okay, affirmative action came about in the 60s or whatever. So my mother, this is just a personal anecdote. My mother worked for the federal government, so of course they have to follow these, whatever, guidelines. Her best friend when she started there, black woman, they're still best friends to this day. Okay, they both were up for the same position. And my mother, she would never tell me this. I had to read between the lines, but her best friend Emma, black woman, she got the job over her, and it didn't really bother my mom. And she still says this. I think she really probably on merit deserved it over her based on performance. But she says at that time, things like that had to happen to make headway with. Because I mean, like you said, right? People weren't given fair opportunities. It wasn't equal. So the argument for affirmative action, I can buy this argument for a little while. Like the scale has to be artificially tipped. People have to be, put in, get jobs where maybe they shouldn't. And they got sued for this actual job. A white guy that was also put in for it, he sued them, and they had to go to court. And my mom had to testify and say that, yeah, I helped Emma write her application, helped each other, because they were actually good friends, and that settled the whole case. But Emma got the job, and I think those things had to happen. But I just have a hard time swapping. Now with Asians working their ass off and trying to get into Harvard, and they're handicapped with this all came out in the Supreme Court. Like to me, that's just wrong. And you can't expect equity across the board because people won't like to hear this, but races are different on average. That's just a fact that we have to grapple with. So you can't expect equity, just like in the NFL and NBA. You can't expect white people to play corner in the NFL at the rate of black people. It's just not going to happen, and that's purely merit. So for a time, things had to happen, but I just think now that I think we're past that point.
Read the sources I put in the chat showing that DEI is benefiting white women the most. Read those sources in.
Okay, I haven't had time to read anything because I'm trying to make this a fair space, but go ahead, Marco.
Real quick.
And then
I got a cookie. It was great to see several of y'all.
If you look at was this system created for black people or for black people to benefit in? Because remember, a lot of nations spring nation building, doing for their nation of people. And if you look at it, the Chinese, they come from China. The Germans come from Germany. They have a national name. In the United States, black people, remember in 1766, they went from their national name to black, from black to Negro, from Negro to African American, from African American to Afro American. So black people in the United States never had a nationality to stand on. Everybody else in the world has a nationality, and the goalposts kept being moved in the United States. And to give honest highlighting, remember the Republicans were the ones that were for anti-slavery. They were the ones for the so-called slave people. It was the Ku Klux Klans that were with the Democrats and things like that.
Republican Party.
But I'm just giving reference of how it switched from. So if you look at, I'll go ahead, brother. You can go ahead, dude.
Yeah, so basically, that affirmative action, and all those things that come with it, all you guys are doing is showing how jacked up the system is against a certain people group. Because if you're saying the Democrats, and I'm sorry, I know you got they're the racists. They're the KKK, okay? They're the ultimate racists. And I'm sorry, you guys have to deal with them as Republicans, okay? But But if you got Democrats that hate black people so much that they do all this thing, well, guess what? We know there's racists on the Republican Party, okay? We know that. That's simple. You guys are like the face of racism. So when it comes down to it, what happens is we're getting hit from both sides, okay? We're getting all jacked up and caught in between two monsters. So if you can't just understand that, it doesn't matter if it's just happening to us right now. Because, like, let's say they wipe out all the black people right now, right? And it's just white people. You guys are going to get fucked up by your same government if you don't stop this tyrannical
Hold up, bro. That sounds dumb as shit. Black people like roaches, bro.
It don't matter. It doesn't matter. It's the same beast. Hold on, it's the same beast that's been penetrating the whole world since the beginning, which is the ultra rich.
King, I just want to assure you, we'll fight them Democrats for you again, bro. Don't worry.
Hey, which is the ultra. The Democrats gonna whoop your ass, because guess what? The only reason black people roll with the Democrats, because we just gotta roll with the people who like roll with anybody. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, they don't serve you well, though.
Like, oh, you'll accept anybody? Okay, cool. Then we should be good. Like, you're picking up whatever kind of soldier, even if you are the wicked beast at the end of the day. And if you have that white people on that KKK side that want to just, they got all the power. Y'all messing with the ones with the blood, with all the stuff.
Man, stop
So
right.
when it comes down to it, yeah.
What about
white race as well.
What about black on black violence, man? Fuck everything, man. Real shit, man.
What are you here to point out? Are you here to point out the loss of your own people?
All the violence that happens on their own people, it happens all day.
Are y'all here to point out the loss of your own people?
Yo, what about a nigga right now rolling up a clip right now to go smoke a black nigga? But I'm like, oh God, like fuck y'all talking about motherfucking white people.
Mike, will you want to handle this?
That's more gutted.
Hey, let me ask a question to the white folks right quick. Because they were like, let me ask a question to the white folks right quick. Because you guys are like,
Hold on. What is this nigga talking about?
I don't know. I probably moved him because he was just, I couldn't understand it. But go ahead.
Oh, okay.
So,
white people, you guys were talking about, you guys were talking about, you're sick of the race question, and the slavery was a long time ago, and, Democrats are forcing race, and everything's about race, and then all this stuff, and that was a long time ago. My simple question is this here. If you're so sick of it, explain this to me, because I'm confused. I mean, literally, I'm confused. What I see right now is Republicans, I'm just being honest, going out of their way trying to erect symbols of a foregone era, an era that's gone behind us, that you want to get, you're like, we don't want to talk about slavery anymore, guys. That's over with. But yet they're trying to put statues back up of Confederate generals. They want to erect the Confederate flag. They're going out of their way to try to rewrite the history of slavery and retell it. What I'm trying to understand is this here. This is a question I'm asking, you can answer. If you guys are so sick of talking about race, then why do you keep keeping reminders of it around? When people took them things down, put them back up.
Hold on, I can answer this question. Name one Republican city that has a Civil War statue erected. Just one.
Your president is doing it. Your president.
Listen real carefully. Every city that has a Civil War statue erected is owned and controlled by Democrats. Those Civil War statues were erected by Democrats. And Democrats tore down statues of Democrats. Let's just be very clear what the history has been over the last 100 years, 200, 150 years about this. So what you're arguing about, hold on, what you're arguing about is a psyop that's been pulled by Democrats on behalf of Democrats to enrage Democrats at Democrat statues.
I'm the only one who can source it, bro.
Well, if you look at if you say Democrats are tearing down statues of Democrats, remember they switched parties also. So there could be a party leader.
My family were abolitionists. No, my family were abolitionists.
So I can't finish my
They never did switch parties. That's That's a fucking
That's
lie.
picking that up.
It's
Made that up.
100%.
So what is an abolition?
lie.
So what is an abolition?
You rewrite history. I'm trying to rewrite history, man.
We're white Republicans, bro. White Republicans that wanted to get rid of slavery. My family's been Republican for 150 years, dude. What are you talking about?
So your parents didn't switch with them or other people that was
Nobody's gonna trust what you say because you didn't provide a source. I'm not gonna argue with you on something you don't provide a source for. You just simply made a claim and like now defeat my claim. I'm the only one providing a source.
This is the biggest lie of the entire Democrat Party. It all hinges on this idea that the Democrats all of a sudden switched, and all the racist Democrats became racist Republicans. It's a lie. It's a complete lie.
That's not a lie. That happened.
If that was the case, why did the Democrat South still have Democrats all the way up into the 90s, which goes 20 to 30 years after the Dixiecrats? That's an entire generation.
Simple. Because the ones who didn't switch.
Think about yourself. 30 years is an entire voting generation that has gone on. It's the children of the Dixiecrats grew up and felt that it was wrong, and that's what changed the South to where it is today.
Did Lyndon B. Johnson, when he signed the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act, I believe, what was it, 64, I believe it is, when he's 64, 65, when he signed those two acts, did he not say out his own mouth that we were going to lose the South? He's talking about Dixiecrats. He did say that.
He did not. He said we're going to have them niggers voting for the next 200 years.
Yeah, we're going to lose the South. He said we're going to also lose the South.
Let's be very clear what Lyndon Baines Johnson, a Democrat, said. That's what he said. He said he was going to get all the Democrats to start voting.
He's talking about
He was going to get all the black folk to start voting Democrat. That's what he said. Do you want me to pull up the quote?
Oh, now you want to pull up some quotes now. We can pull it up right now.
I think we're gonna stop with white people, but he did say that. Constantly.
That's what LBJ said.
I mean, he did. I mean, that was said. I'm not even on the white people's side. Yeah, I know that he's outraged. Look, hey, Joe, Beaver, I gotta go. But let me depart with leaving you my wisdom that I've learned over the years. As Mike says, I'm an old man. You know who doesn't care about any of this? Pussy. Now go with me a moment here. Pussy don't care if you suffered 100 years or 400 years of slavery, or if the Dixiecrats did it, or if the Republicans did it, or the Democrats. Pussy cares about that you put her in a nice car, that you put food on her table, that you're in a nice house, and that you help her take care of the kids. And you know what she really hates? Is excuses. And all of that, if you're a man, I guarantee you know what I'm saying is right. She wants you to deliver. She wants those things, and if she doesn't, and let me tell you something about black pussy. If she doesn't get it from you as a black man, she'll go to a white man and get it. And you know what I'm saying is true.
Do you have one?
Do I have one? Moscow, I'm old, and I've experienced all of the flavors that life has had to offer. And I would be an idiot if I didn't. And I can tell you, pussy works the same no matter what. It doesn't matter what race it is. You stick your dick in it, and you're good to go. So that's my wisdom of the day. So thank you
You
very
finally
much.
was cooking, man. That's the first time I've heard you cook.
Well, thank you, Mike. Thank you. And coming from you, I really appreciate it, because you're my harshest critic, and thank you, and good night.
This is from The Guardian. This is Lyndon Baines. This is from The Guardian, a reputable newspaper. This is a reputable paper. This is common knowledge, dude. We may have lost the South. What LBJ really said about Democrats in 1964. Here, I'm just going to read a little bit real quickly now. The Civil Rights Act of 64 was one of the most consequential pieces of legislation in American history, giving protections and rights long denied to black Americans, like the voting Voting Rights Act of 1965 and Medicare for senior citizens. It was a pillar of Lyndon Johnson's Great Society. The Civil Rights Act also had a profound effect on the American political landscape, triggering a reshaping that still influenced the fortunes of the Democrats and Republicans, particularly in the South. A brilliant political analyst, Johnson foresaw the consequences of his civil rights legislation on the day he signed it into law. He is said to have remarked, "We have lost the South for a generation." Indeed, the South has become steadily more Republican since the victories of Joe Biden into the Democrats. Okay, they talk about Joe Biden and all that. Listen, dude, this is not up for discussion. Them dudes switched over because the Democratic Party was becoming more inclusive and they wanted to hold on to their way of life. Remember, you guys are the ones that broke free. You're traitors. You're traitors. Okay, and my whole question again is, if you are saying, look, man, we don't want to keep dealing with the slavery stuff, y'all keep throwing it up in our face, okay, then the question is, why are you fighting hard to keep these Confederate flags out? You people were rioting in the Capitol, and you got Confederate flags all with you. That is a symbol of American oppression. And just one last thing. You know, this is bigger than just Republican, Democrat. Because we hear this a lot as black people. Well, take slave owners off the money then. Every time we use your money, we got to be reminded of people that had our people in bondage, like George Washington, like Thomas Jefferson. We got to be reminded of devils like Andrew Jackson on the $20 bill. That dude was a scumbag. Look, there are many white people that tell you he was a...
I'll answer your question.
Can I provide the sources that done what it asked for?
Well, I just want to point out Andrew Jackson was a Democrat as well.
Care. He was a scumbag.
But you have to understand, that's something that's notable about that's something that's notable in American history that we have to understand. There was a great cultural schism between the North and the South, especially given, slave labor, whatever, because the Southern economy ran off of slave labor. And so it was a big resource for, their livelihood. It brought them a lot of money that built the southern sector of this country. With that being said, I learned recently that a lot of this rhetoric that's, in the evangelical church, initially, a long time ago when I was a child, I was told that this was just like a Texas thing. Like, in these deep southern areas, people believe differently, different versions of the Bible in Texas. But I'm learning now that there was a schism in the church after slavery because people wanted, black people integrated to the congregation, and other people feel like it wasn't a good thing, and they felt like we should stay separated. So the church split. Like, it seems like every major institution split because of this, and the uprising of those beliefs, that's from, that come out of the places where I'm from, is insane. Like, it's what do Pepe be saying? Amazing. It's just amazing. It's amazing, but I have to read more about it. I went to the library. I seen 3 books on evangelical Christianity and the schisms and how it started and how it plays out in society today. So I'm gonna report back to y'all. But yeah, a lot of the institutions split based on the idea of owning slaves, and because there is a biblical perspective of slavery too.
Okay, go ahead, Alfie. You wanted to provide some sources?
Yeah, done what it asked for sources is that of the statues and who erected them. Well, in fact, we can look at the Southern Poverty Center. That's one. There was an article in August 8th, 2023, published by the Conversation, which is an academic publication. The article is titled "When Confederate Glorifying Monument Went Up in the South, Voting in Black Areas Went Down." Actually talks about how the article explains that after Reconstruction ended in 1877, the Democratic Party gained full control of the South and enacted Jim Crow laws. Counties erecting Confederate monuments, peaking around 911 or 1911, saw a 5.5% point increase in Democratic vote share and a 2.2% point drop in voter turnout, especially in areas with larger black populations. And also there's the Cato Institute, which talks about the Confederate monuments in the post-Reconstruction South, which was published last year.
just let me respond to that real quick. I don't think you understand the argument that was being made. My argument isn't that those statues were put up by Democrats. I know they were put up by Democrats. They were put up by Dixiecrats. That's not my argument. I'm not arguing that. So all those sources you bring in, I'm standing right there with you like that's accurate information. I know about the Daughters of the Confederate, how they come up with the lost cause narrative. I'm very familiar with that. Those were Democrats. What I'm saying, for the most part, those were Democratic people with Democratic values. What I'm saying is what we see today. I'm talking about today. What I see today is Republicans doing the most, as they say. They're doing the most to keep. Let me land my plane, brother. Let me land. I'm not going on and on. Let me land my plane.
I'm going to read.
I'm not going on and on. Let me land my plane. Okay, before you read some facts, let me land right here. Before you read some facts, let me land. Sir, I'm not spewing. Let me land my plane, sir. Don't be rude. Sir, let me land my plane. Don't be rude. Let me land. Sir, I'm landing. Don't be rude. Let me land. Don't be rude. What I'm saying to you is this here. What I'm saying here, okay, thank you. You listen, I'm about to land. You can bring me the facts like you did, and I'll sit there and listen to what you're saying. I want to hear you. I'm just asking you to hear me. What I'm saying to you is what I'm saying today. I'm saying Republicans, sir, they're doing the most, trying to either get these statutes put back up or preserve the ones that are already up. They're the ones doing the most with that. Tell me why I'm incorrect.
Okay, so okay. Let's be very clear. There was no party switch, and I'm going to explain how I can link it together. Nancy Pelosi's father was. Wait, hold on. Let me have my opportunity. We all know who Nancy Pelosi is. Nancy Pelosi's father was the mayor of Baltimore. He erected Civil War statues of Democrat heroes of that time. He was a Democrat. Nancy Pelosi went on to be one of the most powerful Democrats in our modern time. It's all in the family. Al Gore's father was a Democrat. He was a Dixiecrat, as it's framed. Al Gore's father held one of the longest filibusters on the Civil Rights Act. He was a Democrat. We all know Al Gore was a Democrat vice president of the United States within our lifetime. What I'm saying is, it's all in the family. This connection of where you think this racism is and this switches, you can link up family members of Democrats today that have been in power, and their parents, their fathers, were the Democrats of the racist Democrat Party only 60, 70, 80 years ago.
Yes, but Joe, one thing y'all have to realize that racism is a bipartisan issue. Like, it wasn't like racism wasn't like what we feel like it is today. We're trying to put it in conservatives and liberals and Republicans and Democrats, but in reality, like the entire country felt like black people were better off in servitude.
I'm arguing that racism has never existed.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like this.
What I'm arguing specifically is that there was no party switch.
Okay.
If there was a party switch, why did Nancy Pelosi, why is she a Democrat and her father was a Democrat and he erected Civil War statues? Why did Al Gore, who is a Democrat, his father was a Democrat and he's the famous Democrat that filibustered the Civil Rights Act in the 1960s and stood there for a day saying that black folk didn't deserve to have the same rights as every other white person in America. These are the same Democrats.
So I think in this situation we're agreeing. I think we're agreeing that it isn't a partisan thing. Like what happens to black people in this country had nothing to do with political ideology whatsoever. That we, especially not the ones that we use today. It's not like Republicans or Democrats. But I understand what you're saying. I think we're agreeing that both Democrats and Republicans enslave black people and
It definitely. Let me tell you, and I like the dialogue. It definitely has something to do with an ideology, and I'll give you the framework of how the left, the Democrat ideology works today in the same way they thought of it just 150 years ago. Today, Democrats right now, they say, well, who's going to pick our vegetables if we don't have illegals and we have illegal workers, do you know how much strawberries are going to cost? If we don't have illegals picking our strawberries, they have the same mindset. Modern day Democrats today think just like Democrats 150 years ago, arguing, well, who's going to pick our cotton? Do you know how much we'd have to pay for clothing if we didn't have slaves that picked our cotton? They say the same shit today as they did then.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like I spent a year and a half working for a union amongst Caucasian liberals. I realized quickly that we were never aligned, right? Today it's not the Republican or Democrat thing. Like certain things, certain race issues just be straight up race issues. Like they don't understand still. They still don't understand. They still don't represent our best interests. So that's what
I was going to answer Dunn's question. So if people conservative or Confederacy statutes that are up, people arguing about those. Like I personally don't care. They can put them in a museum or whatever. But I mean, I think when you start doing stuff like, if you start taking down, to what end when you take down statues? Okay, then what's next? Okay, you want to take off George Washington. Okay, well he did a lot for this country. It probably wouldn't exist without him. And then, okay, the Lincoln Memorial. Once 10 years from now, when people argued about what he said about black people and how black people are inferior and all this and that, what are we going to do? Tear down the Lincoln Memorial? And then it'll just, like, his morality is relative to the time, and it's always going to shift. So, like, if you keep, eventually, everything will come down. I mean, I could give you Andrew Jackson, I could take him off and put on Donald Trump. I mean, I would go for that, for whatever. But you see what I'm saying? Like, it's relative to the time.
Yeah, I hear you, but can I just, because I want to clear this up with this Joe individual who's claiming that they didn't switch. Here, I'm going to read this real quick. It says, the primary evidence showing the conservative Southern Democrats and Dixiecrats shifted to the Republican Party includes the passage of the landmark civil rights legislation in the 1960s, the development of the Southern strategy by Republican presidential candidates, and clear shifting in voting patterns and party affiliation in the South over several decades. Civil rights legislation, we've been through that already. The crucial turning point was the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. These laws, championed by Democrat President Lyndon Baines Johnson, with strong support from Northern Democrats and Republicans, were strongly opposed by Southern Democrats, including Dixiecrats. The Dixiecrat Rebellion of 1948. The earlier Dixiecrat movement of 1948, led by Strom Thurmond, had already showcased the deep regional divide within the Democrat Party over civil rights. The movement nominated Thurmond for president in opposition to Harry Truman's progressive stand on racial equality. After the election, the Dixiecrats weakened loyalty to the Democratic Party among white Southerners, though many rejoined the party for a time. Thurmond's party switched. The symbolic culmination of this shift occurred in 1964 when South Carolina Senator Strom Thurmond officially switched his party affiliation from Democrat to Republican in response to the Civil Rights Act. The Southern strategy.
Quick question. When you say it was a shift, do you think? I think people get confused and they think like, okay, there was suddenly there was a trade like in sports. Okay, we're going to become the Republicans and you're going to be the Democrats. But instead, there was a gradual shift.
I agree. Yeah, like that. That's what we're talking about here. Here, this is another one. The Southern strategy. Republican strategists, particularly.
Hold on.
I just want to read this last one and you can go.
No, that's not how it works. You stacked a point. You brought up Strom Thurmond.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I don't want to stack them. There you go.
Let's talk about Strom Thurmond. Okay.
Go ahead.
You name one national politician, parties in the 1960s in response to this. Can you name a second one?
They nominated him though. Like,
I can't
name a second one right now. Not right off the top.
Hold on. This is my question. You're accusing a party switch that an entire swath of
I didn't say an entire squad. I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
That is what you're implying.
No, that's what you're saying. I'm implying. You don't get to tell me what I'm saying. No, you don't get to tell me what I'm saying. You don't tell me I need to.
Red was the party switch.
Hold on for a second. Hold on, bro. You're making it more messy than what it is.
No, you just going on.
Pedro, hold up, man. You're making it more messy than what it is.
You don't want to make that
You name one, okay?
Hold on.
The party switch, name a second.
Wait. Hold on.
Right, I can name a second.
Wait. Hold up for a second.
Read off that article.
Hold up for a second. First off,
You should know.
Wait. First of all,
No, nobody
Bro.
got to make you let you read a whole damn article.
bro, I wasn't done. Don't cut me off, man.
And the only person you named.
Okay, tell you what. Since he's cutting me off right now, I'm gonna let him answer you with another one.
Just settle down, okay? Just finish your point really quick, Don, and let,
Yeah.
Pedro go.
Thank you. Because here's the thing. What you're not gonna do is say, this is what I feel you are insinuating. Now you have to account for that. That's not what I'm insinuating. Here, I'm gonna read this one part right here. The Southern strategy. I already gave you Thurman. Now here, the Southern strategy. Republican strategists, particularly those working for the presidential candidates Barry Goldwater in 1964 and Richard Nixon in 1968, developed the Southern strategy to capitalize on the resentment of white Southern voters toward the Democratic Party's support for the civil rights. Goldwater 1964 campaign, Goldwater directly and aggressively courted white segregationists and won 5 deep South states in the 1964 election, the first major Republican victory in the region. What the hell are you talking about,
Okay, I'll
man?
let Joe respond.
Okay, now you're done. Listen, hold on.
Wait, let Joe respond.
Yeah, so Don, what you're reading are talking points because you're not able to actually have a dialogue on this. So we're going to pass it over to Pedro because I asked you a very specific question. You did make the assertion that a party switch occurred. You named one politician. I asked for a second one. Pedro, do you have any thoughts on this subject?
So on the subject, first of all, everybody think they switched and they didn't. The switch was basically about government, right? Democrats wanted to expand government reach. Republicans weren't, and that's what they think it was, a switch or a party switch, or that the Democrats became better than the Republican. That's a lie, right? Because then you want to talk about not Strong Truman, but what's his name? The one that brought in welfare and all that. He basically said we're going to have black people vote Democrat, right? The Democrats were the original KKKs, right? Everybody black be talking about 40 acres and a mule, but it was a Republican that gave y'all the 40 acres and a mule, and a year later, it was a Democrat that took it away. The Republicans passed the Civil Rights Act. It was the Republicans that abolished slavery. Everything that black people benefited from came from the Republican Party. Now, will politicians switch based on basis and stuff? Yeah. But it doesn't mean the parties totally just went
So what you're saying is the Republicans got us into this fucking mess.
Say that again?
So
No
what
one
you're
is
saying
a
is the
black,
Republicans.
you're
Hold on.
all
I didn't finish, but everybody's saying a bunch of stuff, so I'm trying to honor
My
somebody's
bad,
microphone.
Roachman.
No, go ahead.
You were cutting me off when I was talking.
All right, cool.
Man, quit yapping, bro.
So all I'm saying is that you pull up these bullshit talking points and you read these opinionated articles, but when you really deep dive, you'll realize that everything that black people benefited from came from the Republican Party. You wanted civil rights movements, Republicans that voted for it, right? You wanted to abolish slavery, Republicans voted for it, and that's why you got slavery abolished, right? 40 acres and a mule. You wanted reparations. You got it from the Republican Party. Every opposition black people had actually came from the Democratic Party, the ones that they voted for, right? Listen, and I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna close it out. We could go all the way to today, right? The migrants was to replace your black ass, and you voted for the party that wanted to usher them in and move you out. But I digress.
Okay, so I'm gonna look for the quote, but I'm going to paraphrase. I believe that George Washington literally fucking stupid. I don't know. I think that's just a paraphrase, but if he was, alive today and he was, sitting beside Trump, he'd be like, this shit's fucking dumb, right? Because we can all agree on these American values, these American issues, right? And we can all agree that our parties, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, and back in the day we had the Whigs and the Radical Republican and the Dixiecrats. They all exchanged values at different points in history, and this shit just evolved. It evolved. Sometimes the Democrats were the ones who were racist in a motherfucker. Sometimes the Republicans were the ones who are racist in a motherfucker. Because, we have a race issue in this country. I don't know how else to articulate it, but I don't know. I don't think we should just be pointing fingers at each political party, because that's what George Washington said. I'm going to look for the speech that he said that she was fucking stupid. You get the direct quotes from him.
Argue with Oxford. Argue with Oxford. Argue with Oxford.
And this is why he said political parties are dumb, because we all share the same, we all have the same issues. Like, literally, we all have the same issues. And now you're pointing fingers. It's Democrats, Republicans, when y'all, Democrats and Republicans have exchanged values for the last fucking 300 years. Almost 300 years. God damn.
Well, switch. I just want to say this last thing about parties. Everybody wants to talk about, that, but Trump was originally a Democrat, and he supported the Democrat Party. He funded Jesse Jackson's campaign, right? You know why he left the Democrats? It's because the Democrats wanted to bring in David Duke, who was a known racist and KKK member. And he said specifically that's why he left the party. He realized it was going way too left. And he had to go Republican because his values. And he was like, no, they're selling out the country. But y'all don't praise him for that. Y'all want to say he's racist. Y'all want to say he's this, he's that. But he wasn't racist when he was funding Jesse Jackson, when he was taking pictures with, Al Sharpton. They loved him. They loved his money. Matter of fact, he won the Rosa Parks Award. But nobody
he became racist in 2015. Is when he became racist.
Yeah, right. It's crazy. They always want to say he became racist. Bro, man, listen. Folks is confused. Right after, all the black people, you had Judge Joe Brown was talking about, and there was so many people that talk well about Trump, like, yo, he funded so many black businesses and didn't even ask for the money back.
What?
Yeah, look up Judge Joe Brown.
I'm bringing sources, and people come on here talking about some talking points. Isn't
Trump is 20K in PPP.
Hold on. Look, so Dunn brought one that switched parties. I'm going to bring one that didn't. Robert Byrd, a famed segregationist, he was a grand wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. He was a Democrat for 50 years. Joe Biden did his eulogy when he passed in 2014. I just wanted to point that out. He never changed parties.
I don't care.
Okay. Yeah, Joe Biden, even when Joe Biden started going into politics, and he was a segregationist as well. He argued for keeping buses segregated. This doesn't go that far back. We have politicians that were Democrats still that never switched parties. So if there was this great party switch, why did so many segregationists still stay in the Democrat Party?
And as a black person right now, a lot of black people are segregationists right up under your nose, and you don't even know it. A lot of African American people believe that we should stay segregated, and they vote Democrat every election.
You believe they really think that?
Well, clearly.
Yes, they do. I know people who are part of Nation of Islam. Yes, they do. They really think that, like, generationally. So with that,
They think they'd be better off.
when I'm telling you these are American issues, these are not partisan issues. Because there's a lot of black people right now voting democratically who don't believe in abortion, gay rights, and believe in segregation. And that's normal. And I'm a Texan. I'll tell you that that's normal. Like, I can give you the example of 10 black people I know, and at least 4 or 5 of them are not going to believe in segregation, and at least 6 of them are not going to believe in gay these are American issues.
Yeah, let me say one thing to Joe real quick. Joe, I don't think you're listening to me, man. I didn't say an entire party. I said the Dixiecrats. The Dixiecrats. That's not an entire party. That is part of a party, sir. Listen, let me land my plane, my man. I don't want to hear talking points about Biden. I don't care about Biden. I'm talking about history. I don't know why you dudes feel like every black person who says something negatively in your mind about the Democrats, about the Republicans, that automatically makes us in favor of Biden and that shit. Like, dude, I don't give a fuck about the two parties. Listen, I don't give a fuck. Neither one of them. I didn't vote for either one. Bro. Can I just land my plane, bro? Stop. I don't want to deal with this talking points because that's all you get. All I get, sir. I don't want to deal with talking points. Okay, right here, because I'm coming from South Carolina Encyclopedia. I'm coming from Liberty University. I'm coming from the Encyclopedia of Alabama. These are the Southern folks telling you this stuff. That the Dixiecrats, like I read you from the sources where they said that these people were upset over the Civil Rights Act being passed. They were dissatisfied, and then it came along that they even nominated the dude for president over their guy. Okay, but the guy was more Truman, who was more receptive to giving black people some rights and things like that. He was more receptive to that. So they're like, you know what? Fuck him. We gonna go with a dude that's more like traditional, what we like, which is basically fuck them niggas. And they went and got that guy, okay, and nominated him. This is what they did. This is like history, bro. And you trying to act like it didn't happen. Come on, Joe. Don't be like that, bro. Don't.
Look, everything ain't damn racist, right? People don't always be thinking. I don't know why you think people really care about what niggas do, right? Let's just be honest. No.
Random shit that you're talking about. You're talking random stuff.
I shut up. Right. Because you were.
Man, Pedro, stick to bashing black women, man. Politics ain't your space.
Like, just say something inspiring.
You're a clown.
Can I provide some statistics?
You're not representing
What you say?
All I'm saying.
Man, this Pedro dude is a clown.
Yeah.
He ain't even being. I wouldn't even take his political conversation seriously. But in general, race war, blacks separate from whites. Like, how are we not separate already? Like, what the fuck do that even mean? Like, one day we're gonna wake up, and I'm gonna say this for real, black and white folks. One day we're gonna wake up and realize the vast majority of Americans all face the same basic issues, and we got more in common. But Pedro, I don't want you to agree with me because you can't. Let me say this. We do it just because we have common plights. Just because we have common plights don't mean that we can't have these type of conversations. Because generally, what happens, a lot of like white Americans tend to play like, I don't know if it's a obtuse thing on purpose, but a lot of white Americans, because you guys don't have to really like walk around and worry about whiteness per se. You don't have to answer for everything that white Americans do. Like, you don't have to like answer for whiteness. Like, we sit in spaces all the time where we got to answer for blackness and things that other black people do that we may not do. But now that the shoe is on the other foot in the last few years, a lot of them have I'm not this, I'm not that. When you speak of white people, we might not be speaking about you specifically. We're talking about the general population. And in general, white Americans have shown that they're not willing to stand up for actual American rights. It's not about standing up for us as black folks. We don't need y'all to do shit for us. But if you claim to be the American patriot that you are, and you know that this disparity is real, we shouldn't have all of the what's racist? Well, can you tell me what's racist about your life? I'll tell you the disparity is what's racist. No, in 2025, you white boys can't literally do shit to me as an individual. Like, it's nothing you can do that I can't do. But when we talk about our communities, when we talk about how schools are funded, when we talk about things like that, that's when you see that it's still disparity. It's still issues because this is how America was created. And in my mind, it's probably going to be like this until the bulk of Americans stand up and say, hey, this isn't fair. It isn't fair that one side of town gets treated poorly. It isn't fair that you can say this side of town's property value is worth less for whatever reason, and this side of town's property value is worth more. And now because this side of town is worth less, their schools are underperforming. There's less resources. There's going to be more room for crime to develop. But y'all don't think about these things in totality. So it's like, until y'all want to start having them type conversations, I'm going to continue to tell white folks that they sorry as fuck on this app, because the bulk of y'all just be saying shit and it's not based on reality that what the average of most Americans are dealing with every day.
But that's the thing from an African American perspective, caring about African Americans.
Well, this is my take, right? You got to take care of your own community. Oh, sorry. You got to take care of your own community, right? White people got their own problems. Chinese people got their own problems. Mexicans, everybody got their own problems, right? You're not taking care of your community, because the reason why your community is unfunded or lowly funded is because y'all don't even go down to the damn when they talk about it. They always bring budgets to everything. Y'all don't go there. You rather go to the club, you rather do some bullshit than to go down when they be having the I forgot the name. But it's every county does it, right? They go down there and they tell you, hey, we got $10 million or $10 billion and we're gonna fund this and we're gonna fund that. And y'all don't even go down there to have these conversations. But then you want white people to get out their bed that live way across another side of town to worry about.
You so fucking stupid, dog.
No.
You so fucking stupid.
Can y'all think? Because I no. I'm telling you the truth. Y'all not going to these things. They exist. I've been to some. And they sit there and they tell you city plannings for where you live. But you won't go there. You'll rather get on Clubhouse and internet to tell somebody white about themselves, but you won't go down to when they have
City council meetings?
City council, yes, when they have city council meetings. They have it for the schools, they have it for everything. Housing, development, schools, right? All of that. Because everybody gets right. That's why they do the census, because they send money out, and what happens? You're not there to say where this should go. You don't hold your city council members accountable. You don't even know who they are. But you want to sit here and be on this app and get mad at people that ain't thinking about you, right? You want another race of people who gotta pay their bills, feed their family, work hard to develop themselves and whatever, to worry about what you're doing over there because you fail to do it yourself. It's not, y'all be thinking people racist. They not. They just going about their business. And you don't live in with the their vicinity. So why they paying attention to you? People get up every day worrying about what you're doing. So why don't we get up and worry, I'm about to land. You don't even get up to worry about what's being done in your own community. And let's be honest, when y'all get a little bit of money, you get out anyway. So what are you talking about? You don't even live in the community.
You were obviously a nigga that I don't know what your stance is in life. I don't even know if you're a black man. I don't even know if you're a black man. But I'ma disrespect you every chance I get simply because you had a.
All right, settle down, guys. Let's let Damien speak. Damien.
I ain't taking no advice from a black man that got on the app saying that black women don't deserve rights. This nigga shouldn't even be in this conversation.
All right,
let's straight up claim.
Rob, I'm gonna add on what you said about the community. One thing's for sure. If you're kneeling down behind a donkey or an elephant, the only thing you're guaranteed of is you're gonna get shit on by an animal. We're not taking care of each other in our communities. It's not about the people in Chicago. I live in Louisiana. I need to be taking care of the people next to me in Louisiana. You go to communities that are thriving. You go to Dearborn where them Lebanese people are. You go to Houston where them Chinese people are. You go to California where them Jewish people are. They buy from each other's shops. They go in to see each other. Somebody gets sick, they go visit them as a thing. We go to Walmart and buy a damn honey bun wrapped in a plastic wrapper. We don't even go to our local bakery. It's out of business. We don't do business in our community. We don't go hang out with the people next door to us. We so worried about what's going on in Chicago and all these other damn places that got nothing to do with us. We got to take care of our people around us. The federal government's full of shit. They don't take care of you. They just want you and me fighting.
question, Damien. Do you eat boiled peanuts?
Hell no, that's not Georgia people.
Stop doing
No, you
that.
do it. Y'all do it in Louisiana too. They got the boiled peanuts down there.
Don't do
I
it
seen a
like
guy.
that.
I seen a guy use iced tea. I'm serious. He put iced tea when he was.
Go ahead, Harry.
Louisiana white people, I'm sorry, no shade to you, but they're very culturally close to black people for, y'all can do the math.
We are.
They're very culturally close to us for specific reasons, so. I love y'all. I love y'all so much.
Hey, why did you move, man?
Yeah.
This is crazy.
So when I went down to Louisiana, I was surprised. I'm like, hold on. And then I did the research and I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, I feel.
Our communities are everything. We got to get back to taking care of each other. We don't even know our neighbors anymore.
Facts. I agree with that. And I'll be honest, man. Look, I'm just saying this. Everything ain't about race, right? That's the thing that hinders black people, right? Because you have rights today. I get it. Shit happened in the past. Everybody got fucked, right? Other races of people, Irish, Jews, you name it, got fucked. Chinese got fucked. At some point in history, we all caught the smoke. Every race has endured some form of slavery, right? We could take it back to.
Stop. Show me where they were enslaved on the United States government. I'm not listening to that argument anymore. I'm not listening to that argument anymore. Were they enslaved in the United States of America?
Pedro, hold on one second. I'm telling you, I travel the world with my best friend. He's dark skinned. We go to Tokyo and he's treated different than me. We close. We close. We look
you go to
different
Dubai.
only because of our skin color. Our children they grow together. I'm telling you, it's different. You're dark skinned, you're treated different than light skinned.
You don't got their way to downplay.
Black people treated better. You go to other places, black people treated better. Anyway, at the end of the day, if you're in America, ain't shit stopping you. I don't care what race you are.
No, but where do you niggas get off hearing people saying that they're being stopped when they speak about issues that are related to the collective?
What issues are you talking about?
I mean, I spoke about the funding disparity issue, how property taxes, that's not how you fix it. 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 So you getting on Clubhouse in front of a bunch of white folks, fuck this nigga.
Hold on, guys. We have to have dialogue here. So, look, I'm going to interject. I'm going to respond to what Damien said about Damien, you can't fool me. I lived in Louisiana a long time. If we're going to talk about it, you have to realize that there's been a segregation between light-skinned black folk and dark-skinned black folk for many, many years in the city of New Orleans. They even had clubs that dark-skinned black folk weren't allowed to be part of light-skinned black folks' social clubs, and they had the brown paper bag tests and things like that. So this segregation isn't just white folk and black folk. Black folk have had their own segregation within other black folk. So this has been going on for a very, very long time. It's ingrained in cultures long before just this modern white versus
They
black.
learned that from you. They learned that from white people.
So it's white people's fault. Why black people are racist.
Wait. Hold on for a second.
Okay,
White people created the color. Hold on. White people created the color cast. This is what we're talking about. We could never genuinely get. Let me say this.
Even have a real conversation.
I am having a real conversation, but we can never get to a genuine place if at the end of the day you guys are always deflecting the shit that you created.
You said you're from Chicago, right?
Listen, let me just say this right quick. White people, listen, this is the fact. White people created the color. Let me land my plane right here, brother. Can I land my plane? This is the fact. I know you want to listen. Dude, stop talking over me. Hey, Beaver, can you stop this guy, bro? Because I didn't talk over him.
We're not hearing anything intelligible. What's going on?
Thank you. I didn't talk over him. Why is he like that, acting like that? Like, for real, bro, you listen, what I'm saying is this is simple, is that the color caste system in America was created by white people, okay? The black people learned that behavior from you, okay? We don't have a history of that. That is a historical fact. That is not obfuscating or trying to absolve black people, like saying we've never done anything wrong. That's not my argument. But if you say something that is historically incorrect, like I'm gonna come and say, no, dude, that is historically incorrect. The color
incorrect. So what you do is, hold on, I want to just point this out. What you do, Don, is every time I make a point, you come over top, and then you gaslight the entire stage here, and you try to diminish the point that I just made by somehow claiming that it's the white person's fault that did it. And we can't really ever have a conversation.
How'd you get light-skinned Negroes? How'd you get them light-skinned Negroes? How did you get them light-skinned Negroes? How did you get what you call a Creole? How did you end up with Creole?
Nigerian white babies, black people, Nigerian.
Wait.
Go look
Yes.
But let's take responsibility for the fact that we did continue to perpetrate this stereotype. Kamala Harris's sorority, if you look it up, they are the first, Hellenistic sorority, and they had the largest culture of this all the way up until now, to the point where if you went to HBCU, you understand that this particular sorority is inclined to be colorist because of their history. And we can take responsibility for perpetrating it, continuously perpetrating it, but it did come from us being in a racist system and black people trying to find esteem through education and different social constructs to, better themselves. And some of these organizations adopted the fact that lighter skin was better. It was never in a racist America.
I wasn't saying that to say that black folks don't have no responsibility in that. I was just simply saying that it came from white people. That way they
Yeah, but it didn't come from Joe. And they know, but here's the thing.
didn't come from Joe, my man. Look at this Captain Saber white man right here. This is Captain Saber white man.
What's up with that? At the end of the day, you're blaming something that happened a long time ago, right? So people today, it has no difference. Here's what I'm trying to say. This right. If white people did it in the 19 whatever, we're in 2025. You're not doing it now because white people did it. You're doing it now because you want to do it now. Right. If you know better, if you know this was a construct of white people, why are you still doing the same shit?
I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything.
Stop, bro. So
Okay,
what I'm saying is the people, right? You want to blame something that happened a long time ago for today. Because black people have once black people have civil rights, right, and they have equal rights, they can stop it. Right? They can stop it, but they didn't stop it. They want to do it.
Sir, my mother was alive. She grew up in slavery. My grandmother was still alive. She grew up in slavery. What are you talking?
Your own black men are attracted to light-skinned women. And they do it for that too. But you don't talk about that. And it wasn't white people that created that shit.
It's for white people. He's like,
if you know, dark-skinned dude date light-skinned girls. Does that got anything to do with the white man? No, that got everything to do with
he's like always potato. He's going to defend
what
white
he's
people.
attracted to. No different than when light-skinned girls said they like dark-skinned.
We know raccoons when we hear them. They're going to defend white people at every turn.
At the end of the day, right, that's your diversion, right? Listen,
right now.
All right, I got you. I'll be the biggest raccoon ever. That's fine. At the end of the day, that got nothing to do with white people, right? Not today. If you like the light-skinned girl or dark-skinned girl, you prefer one or the other. That's you. If a light-skinned girl, dark-skinned girl prefer a dark-skinned guy or light-skinned guy, that got nothing to do with what white people did.
Right, and we can take responsibility for the fact that, and no shade to our organizations, because I have a lot of respect, and I ain't trying to shake and drive in front of white folks about it, because, we had to do that shit. You feel me? But the AKAs, they do.
Yes.
We all know. We all
Deltas, Yeah.
No, not the deltas. Hold on. The deltas were created because they weren't letting dark skinned women into the AKAs. The AKAs. No, hold on. The AKAs were they believed in distinguishing themselves through etiquette and through appearances and through like social connections, which was cool. But the deltas came after the AKAs. They split from the AKAs because they didn't fit the mold of femininity that the AKAs were trying to shape, like the high esteem, high society, blue wave type of situation they were trying to shape because they were dark skinned, just straight like that. So they created Delta Sigma Theta. Jasmine Crockett, that's her sorority, if y'all are wondering. And Delta Sigma Theta.
Target women, but
Yeah, but Delta Sigma Theta were felt like they needed to progress, the black community through service, education, and political advancement. So, in the first women's suffrage march, those ladies out of Seneca Falls, when they did their march to organize it, the Deltas were right behind them, marching. Y'all can look it up. So, with that being said, like, those are the differences.
I don't know if it's based on colorism, but
it was definitely based on colorism. The Delta Sigma Theta was created because the AKAs. So
they were originally AKAs. They were originally AKAs.
Yeah,
right.
but
so that means they were led into the organization. That's why I'm saying it does. If they were already AKAs,
but they would not let most dark skinned women into the organization.
Right, but they did but they led some in. So that means
no, there was still a value. There was still a value there that wasn't shared.
So there was the light skinned girls that wanted dark skinned girls, right? Either way, they were originally AKA members, and then they diverted for whatever reason. You say colorism, and then you say levels of activisms in their community. They diverted and created the other one.
Yeah, they feel like the AKA
colorism.
social.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's right. It's just But at the end of the day,
you learned how you acted and how pretty you were. That's why they said the AKAs they want to be the pretty girls. That's why the pretty. All of that came from that history. Like they still do that shit. They literally still do that shit today. And the deltas are in opposition to them, and the deltas are always on the yard considered the more vulgar, like gangster girls, like they, and they are considered to be dark skinned because of the history. And they all know when they join these sororities, they know the history, and they lean into it, and they cool with it.
And they cool with it. Yeah, I agree with you on that. And then, but we want to say it's a white folk issue. It ain't. That shit was measured. Here's the thing. That shit was already. White people didn't create it. White people just had their standards, and they felt at that time maybe safer with lighter skin complexion black people, and maybe again and dark people. But they didn't create it. They didn't say you have to be colorist. They didn't create that. They just had what it was. Now, did light skinned people have an advantage? Probably so. But it's not. White people don't come in and say, "Hey, you gotta separate dark and light." It was black people wanting to integrate, but black people didn't have to integrate. They could have stayed segregated, and they still could accomplish the same thing. Because the purpose of Martin Luther King originally was separate but equal. Like, hey, we are separate people. We have our own thing, but we want equal protection of the law. That was really the whole thing. But black people took it as, I want to integrate. And it's like, you have your own culture. Other people have their own culture. You like your food, they like their food. What you didn't want, what black people didn't want, was that as they're trying to prosper, that no one could just violate them as if they're, that black people weren't protected by the law. That was the original context of it. Then it turned into integration and all of that. And now we're in agreement.
It wasn't separate. Right? It wasn't equal. It was separate, but it wasn't equal.
But now, I'm gonna just say this, and I'm gonna land. We are equal now. By and large, we can do the same shit. I keep saying, Emmett Till was killed because he blew a kiss at a white woman. Right now, the biggest blackest dude with the biggest dick to fuck the whitest, sluttiest white woman, and nobody can give two shits about it, or vice versa. Nobody cares. You can do it on 42nd Street, and everybody bring their camera. White men won't lynch you. White women won't lynch you. Nobody. The most you got to worry about is police giving you a ticket or put you in jail for indecent exposure. So all these things that would have happened then has nothing to what happens today. Today, you can set your own shit together. You don't even got to go to no white man job. You don't got to go to no black man or Chinese man job. You can actually create your own thing.
Sir, you're lecturing.
And I'm right. And I'm gonna land with this. With the internet and the way everything is going, people don't even got to see who you are, and they will do business with you based on your skill set. So we're still crying over something that happened a while back. It doesn't affect you today. It doesn't. You get up and you have the same abilities as everybody. You can invest in stocks. You can start your own business. You can have your own online.
Sir, you're lecturing.
Right. Whatever. You can do all of that. So stop crying about all these things that you are not affected by today. Simple.
Sir, hold on for a second. Just because black people are calling out systemic, this is where the disingenuous come in at. Because basically what you're doing right now, sir, is you're trying to create a climate where even when there's legitimate systemic racial issues within the system, as that brother was talking about, just because I can walk down the street and the average white guy isn't yelling at me nigger or got a sign up in the window saying don't come in the shop, come in his shop, it has nothing to do with if there are systemic issues in the educational system, in the healthcare system, in the financial sector, et cetera, sir. So, you can blindly walk through and like everything is just peachy keen, hunky-dory. Nobody isn't saying that black people don't have opportunities, sir. But let me be clear with you on something. Our sojourn in this country has always been a struggle. That's what it's always been. And we guess what? Black people have never been people sitting around crying, nor are we sitting around crying today. By systemic, this is the problem what I'm talking about, Beaver, why we can't never get anywhere with this, because now I see a lot of these black folks doing the same thing. Just calling out systemic issues that are real things within hiring, within education, we're being told that we're crying. So, listen, how is it that you want, on the one hand, you want things like we all need to come together and all this stuff, but you tell black people who are simply calling out issues that they see, instead of trying to say, okay, what are you talking about? Can you break it down? Can you show me the data that supports what you're saying? Let's say, bro, can you stop talking? Can you stop? Brother, can you stop? Brother, can you stop? What I'm saying is this here. Hold on. What I'm saying is this here is that this guy didn't ask for any data. He's talking over me because this is what they do.
All right, can you name one issue, systemic issue?
Thank you.
Hiring practices. They just recently did a study within the last, I think it was 3 to 4 years, where a black person with a degree versus a white man who just got out of jail, say this guy is getting called back 3 to 4 times more so than the black guy who has the degree. Okay, this is what I'm talking about.
Okay, let's work through this. Hold on a second. Now, this may sound horrible, but let's just put ourselves in the shoes of someone that's starting or they're a hiring manager in a department, per se, corporation or whatever. They get resumes sent to them. They get Denarius, Jamal, Richard, Bill, Chad. Okay. So I think you're talking about where resumes are not even looked at. A lot of it's AI now anyway. They go through resumes, but back when humans were looking at it, they're okay. They are people. I'm going to be honest with you. They probably do look at Denarius and Jamal based on their past interactions, and they're like, "Yeah, I really need somebody good at this position. This is going to be a tough one. We need somebody. Let's interview Chad and let's interview Steven and Bill. I guarantee that does happen, 100%. Is that what
you're point to making? I said that a black man with a degree is less likely to get called back. Let me land this. Hold up. I have had a black. Hold up, man.
But my point is they're less likely to get called back because, and this is just the way it is. People don't. They don't. Even if they have a degree and they look at their degree and they say, okay, they went to the school, they went to Howard or like here, the Tennessee State or whatever. Their past lived experiences is that, when they hire the black guy or the black people they've worked with, they're not as strong. Or they're
Okay, you're making excuses for it. We want
No,
that
I'm
to
being
change.
honest with you.
We
I'm
want
being
to
honest with you.
change, though. We want change. We want change, and we don't want you telling us that we're crying.
No, I'm just okay. Let's do another example where
No.
you're out on the pickups. You're playing pickup basketball. And you see a white guy you've never seen play before, and you've seen a black guy you've never seen play before. Odds are you're probably gonna pick the black dude just based on nothing else.
No.
No.
Tell me, hold on. You cannot tell me it's. Wait a minute. You can't tell me that it's.
Show me systemic racism. I just wanted to show me systemic racism. We have it. You take one incident where one white guy get hired, and you think that all black people don't get hired. Obviously, when you go to workplaces, black people are there, right? So that's a lie. Systemic racism, and I can tell you where it's at, and I can tell you where it's not. Back in the FHA, because I was in the mortgage industry, when they were building houses, what they were trying to call white flight, that was systemic racism. The FHA protocol was that you could not sell these houses to black people. That's what systemic racism, right? What you calling today is not systemic. That's where you're confused. Just because they did a survey, one white guy got a call here. You know how many
One white guy, my
black
man.
guys- you know how
Wasn't
many
one
black
white guy.
guys get hired
It wasn't
at
one
that?
white.
Hold on.
Pedro, you got 30 seconds, Pedro.
All right.
Thank you.
I got you, brother. If no one interrupts, I like my 30 seconds. We are confused on what systemic racism is. Systemic is when the system is racist. Individual racism is something else, right? There's no system that is there. Jim Crow was systemic racism, right? The FHA laws were systemic racism. But somebody going through your resume, that's not systemic. That's just individual. There's a hiring manager that flipping through thousands of resumes, and they go for the ones they like, and it just is what it is. And just because a black man is qualified don't mean that, and didn't get the job doesn't mean the other white man isn't qualified. I've applied for jobs, I didn't get them all, and I got some. So no, you cannot show one.
Let me read this right quick.
And I know. Let me finish my 30 seconds. He gave it to me. At the end of the day, there's nothing you can prove. There's no law that you can show me because systemic racism when there's a law. There's no law. There's no law. Hold on. Can I finish? Mike, you said I got 30 seconds. Can they be on mute?
You got 30 seconds, bro. You got an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. At the end of the day, systemic racism when there's a law written that says you can't do this. I had a guy in another room that said this about Philadelphia because we talked about reparation. He said there were laws that if you couldn't vote if you were black, that's systemic racism. But what you're talking about is individual racism. Because I've seen where I got over and other black people got over what white people didn't through the system. So cut the nonsense. Until you can show me a law that says black people can't do certain shit or can't get certain shit, then everything you're saying is bullshit and hot air because you cannot prove systemic racism.
Okay, I got the evidence right here. Wait, hold up, 3D. I got the information right here because I don't do talking. I got the studies pulled up right now.
You got 1 minute, man.
I got the studies. That's all I need. I got the studies. Multiple studies have shown evidence. Excuse me.
I said the law, not studies.
Let him go. He gets a minute. No one interrupted. Nobody interrupted.
Thank you. Multiple studies have found evidence that systemic racism and hiring practices lead to black applicants with college degrees receiving fewer jobs, callbacks, fewer job callbacks than equally or less qualified white applicants, including those with criminal records. Now, just let me run through some of these because it goes back at least 2 decades. 2003, sociologist Deborah Page's landmark field experiment sent matched pairs of black and white men with equivalent resumes to apply for entry-level jobs. Black men without a criminal record received job callbacks about the same rate as white men with felony convictions. Here, when white applicants disclosed a criminal record, their callback rate was still twice as high as that for black applicants without a criminal record. Follow-up, 2009. Follow-up study by Pager focused on low-wage jobs and found a similar pattern. Black applicants without a criminal record did not fare better than white applicants recently released from prison in 2014. A report from the CSG Justice Center replicated the findings in a different city, confirming that white men with a criminal record received more positive responses from employees than black men with no criminal record. 2020, a study focusing specifically on college education applicants found that a bachelor's degree did not eliminate the stigma of criminal record. It also confirmed that college-educated black and Latino men with records received fewer callbacks than their college-educated white counterpart. 2023, and I'll stop here. A 2023 meta-analysis of decades of data from 90 field experiments found that white applicants receive on average 36% more callbacks than equally qualified black applicants, and this level of discrimination has shown almost no change over time. So listen, you can listen, this is why I don't mean to be mean, but when I call people raccoons, particularly my people, and I got that term for other groups too, but when I call my people that, because it seems like no matter what a person brings, you're going to find a black person in this day and time that's going to come out and argue against it, but know nothing about it. And they're going to go out of their way to say, it's not like that, you're lying, that's hot air, that's bullshit, that's all bullshit. That tells me something about you, okay? So don't say one person, sir. That's decades of data. What are you talking?
Everything you're saying is exactly true, and it's everywhere in the world. It's not a place that just happens in America. There are some cultures in Asia that if you're a certain height, you don't get attention. If you have a certain if your face is round in Singapore and not squared up, you're judged differently. It is called bigotry and judgment, and it is not a racist thing. It is an earthly thing. We judge people on the way they look. And in Australia, if you have a certain body type, you're not well thought of. But if you have a different body type, you're more attractive. But that same person comes to America and they're not judged at all. These things happen all over the world. In China, oh my God. In India, there's a whole caste system based on, my God, their teeth. We are judged. We are treated by bigotry based on the way we sound. This is something that happens all over the world, and it just happens to have something we can blame it on in the United States. But the people in Singapore have the same argument that you do, and it's not systemic. It is
About problem. I'm talking about here. My problem here. I don't care about Singapore. I'm talking about
But it's the same thing he's saying. It's not systemic. Because it doesn't happen all the
But
time.
y'all, let me finish. This world has judgments against you and for you. There are advantages based on the way you look, based on the way you talk, based on the way you're from, based on your family, you have advantages as well. You're just not disadvantaged. You have advantages too. You can tend to just focus on the shit that the world has given you, and that's all you can live with. But you gotta know that within you there is greatness, there is goodness, there is advantages that you have. You need to lean into your advantages. I can find all the reasons why being a dumb backwoods idiot from Louisiana with no education, barely can read, why that should hold me back. But for some dumbass reason, my mama wouldn't let me do that. So you have to find a way. We have to help others find a way to succeed in spite of the bigotry and the judgment all over the world. And I know it's hard here, and I'm sorry for that. But what are we gonna do?
Shit, I'm not sorry. Segregate. We need segregation. I want to segregate from fucking crying ass black people.
Hold on, Pedro.
Well, there's gonna be somebody.
Pedro, you're not healing at all. We got to heal this thing.
Man, I am trying
Your
to
experience is different from somebody
You
else.
don't heal.
You ain't helpful, Dennis.
I can't move forward because I gotta hear Negroes cry every day.
You don't have to.
You can talk about somebody else and
You
you
don't
talk
have to
to
judge people.
Hey, hold on. We heard from both of y'all for the last 30 minutes, man. Go ahead and let that nigga
basically, race was created by definitely this white supremacy, and there's a guy called William Beckley in 1809. He created a race war just because he wanted to separate the slave and from the whites, and he definitely created a privilege for more white people and the house Negro, obviously. And that actually impact people today. So if we're going to talk about institutional racism, we see in police, we saw it in when black people are doing better, we always put them down. We saw it on all these innovations, all these creating people that are actually inventing stuff that we're using today. Most of them are black melanated, and some of them have been killed. Their name is not being promoted, they're not credited for their work. So it's still institution based on the privilege for white people. And when you go to court, most of these people are favored by when they do so much crime, and they say they justify because you have a mental issue. Or if it's a black person, he's nearly going to die in prison. So all this thing is still there. And if we're going to say there's no race institution, then you're a liar. Why you're a liar? Because everything is still based on the slave master still getting paid. In some time, in some country, even in UK, they still get them paid. So just for them, for the slave to end. So that is institutional racism and it's superior ways of dominating other race. So if you've done slavery and killed people so much time and do all this evil act to them, they still have right to ask racism. When you go to UK or apply some job to some places, they will tend to change your African name and just use an English name. That's institutional racism. So all these things, your experience will be different because of your color.
America, we don't have that here. They don't tell
Well, you have so much of what I mentioned. You have police racism there. And I mentioned court racism, institutional racism. So if people are denying all this true, why do you have to interrupt me when I'm talking? I didn't interrupt nobody.
I'm correcting you because we don't
No, you can't correct me. You have to bring your evidence or based on what I say. Put your evidence in the chat. You don't have to interrupt me.
There are enough black men
You
here.
can't give me without not being something that will relate to what I say.
Let them know that in America they can't tell you to.
You're so defensive because you know it triggers you, but your experience is different from somebody else's experience. It doesn't matter what is American. Who gave you the name American? Who names you American? I just asked you a question, woman. Who names you American?
You literally just said in UK they tell you to change your name. Seriously?
All right, then. Since you can answer my question, I think I'm done with this conversation. This is when they get triggered. When you tell the truth, they get triggered.
All right, nobody's saying you lying. You ain't even post proof.
Call you stupid? I'll do that.
All right, let's hear from one, man. Go ahead, bro.
Good morning, everyone. I'm flabbergasted.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning. I'm flabbergasted that
Brother Noom said it.
Pedro, you heard one of the guys on the stage that say to you that if you look at resumes and you have what quote unquote might turn out to be a black name, you are likely to pick what possibly is a white person's name based on your past experience. That prejudice is then racism. You also said that you worked in a industry where you were told not to sell to black people.
I didn't say that. That's a lie. Oh, I ain't gonna let you lie on me.
Okay, correct me while we're here. What did you say specifically?
So what I said specifically, with the difference of systemic racism, is basically it's by law and by construct, right? So there was a law with FHA loans that said black people couldn't buy those houses. That is systemic racism. I agree with that. But what people, hold on. Right, it's by law, right? There's no law today that says black people can't do shit. And if black people worry about white people hiring, why don't they create their own companies? Then you can hire all the malls and the Jeromes and they want to hire.
Don't go further. That was my question. Because the point is, when you were told not to sell to black people, what was the law behind that? There was no law, right?
There was a law. It was in the FHA guidelines. It's some.
So the guideline isn't a law.
Some of it is still there. It's not that you can't do it. It's just It's just old. It's on the deeds or whatever. It was based on those. It's still there. It's not that you. It's not that it is applicable. It's just that the data is still there. Like it's on certain deeds.
Right. So it's not a law, right?
But it's not enforceable.
Right. So it's not a law.
It's not. It used to be a law. That's systemic racism.
Well, okay. What law? When was it repealed?
Once like civil rights came and the EEOC and all that, so probably in the 1960s, 70s. That's when they that's when discrimination laws and all that came in effect. So it was like 60s, 70s, civil rights. It was all part of that. So what I'm trying to say is that systemic racism did exist. I agree, but it no longer exists. Once we had Magic Johnson and Bird play in the 80s, that's when racism pretty much died, or systemic racism, and everybody just moved forward. But complaining today about it is asinine.
I was asking you so I could carry on my point.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I appreciate you've got a lot to say. But, I mean, are you at an understanding that systemic racism does not have to be underpinned by a law? It's just about the general consensus. Because if you've got someone who's putting themselves in the shoes of a recruiter and they're not a recruiter, and the consensus is when they see a name that's likely to be a black person, they'll skip it and look at a name that's likely to be a white person. If you then spread that, according to the stats especially, if you extrapolate that, then you will see that you have a systemic issue because everyone has the same general consensus towards hiring. The fact that also...
I disagree with that. And
okay, you can disagree. Let me finish. No, you can disagree, but let me finish.
Black people.
You are free to disagree, Pedro, but let me finish my point. You're free to disagree, but let me finish my point. Hold that thought. Thank you. On top of the fact that it's then being compared to someone walking onto a basketball court and picking a black guy over a white guy is absolutely asinine.
No, it's not asinine. It's true. But
It's absolutely asinine.
I'm going to tell you why.
That's the same problem. No, Pedro, you're interrupting me and I don't know why. In fact, we do know why, but why are you interrupting me, Pedro?
And I'm trying to tell you that it's
Come
not
on,
asinine.
Pedro, you can make a note of your point.
Pedro,
make a note of your rebuttal.
Right, I'm going to say this and then you got 10
Make
seconds.
a note of your rebuttal.
No, right.
Man, all y'all need to shut the fuck up, man. That's not the motherfuckers about to be talking. Maybe we wanted to talk.
No, you don't have to interrupt me, right? Make a note of your point, and then you can come after. It's fine, right? So, nevertheless, the point is, you've got white people on the stage who are actually justifying prejudice on the fact that it happens elsewhere in the world. That's absolutely crazy. Ask them if it's okay for them to get robbed on the street because someone else in China gets robbed. It doesn't make it okay. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's so lying and denying that there's nothing existed. When the people wrote up about the superior bullshit again, now you've been talking a lot, and we all know you're a house Negro, so keep kissing your white ass, all right?
Right, and you want to be white. So at the end of the day, no, you want to be white, right? Because especially you
I would like your white. When you hear my voice with Black Africa,
and you cry about it.
You need to buy a bleaching cream cockroach and bleach your cockroach skin, yeah, so you can enter the white hat too. You're like, are you coming here with no fucking sauce?
Why are you worrying about America?
Why are you fixing country? What are you talking about? Check my PTR and tell me who came here first. Share my PTR and tell me who came here first.
PTR, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but you're as a brown fake ass cockroach, you want to bleach yourself to white cockroach. You're a cockroach, man. You're a white one too. You're trying to paint yourself a brown cockroach, right? Faking that shit. And why you hijack somebody else's car? You're a racist. You can't put your fucking lemon on your voice, man. You're smoking too much, you dumbass.
Yeah, he's trolling.
You eating your calcita. You eating your calcita, then. Stop eating calcita.
If that African booty scratch, you not using poverty, African booty.
Yeah, probably don't have buttons. All you lost are spaces mindset.
You got an antenna with a wire.
We pull up a receipt, we pull up a link, people wrote a book about what they did, the race their superiors, and you're lying. Stop lying, boy.
Get running water first before you come.
Islam. I don't remember.
Don't fight me, fight Ebola.
Oh, yeah. You need to keep that cockroach in your kitchen. Stop breeding cockroach in your kitchen, man. Stop breeding cockroach, man. And stop bleaching cockroach too. The fake ass fucking
I
ass
don't
Negro.
understand, man. You're not from the United States of America. Why you all up in their business, bro?
Right.
Why do you sound like a Hutu, man?
Yo,
Why you sound like fucking...
Who said Ebola? Who said Ebola?
Why you sound like a fucking... Alright. You ain't gonna see, you ain't gonna prove, you ain't gonna receive, you're denying the truth. You're lying against your own people and your piece of house Negro.
Hey, one
Yeah,
mic,
you
man.
dumb.
I can't be talking over you.
They ain't got no luck, man. Shut your
I know we
mouth.
get it. We
Why, Mike?
They're not in state.
Nigerian prince is not listening here, mate.
Sorry,
One mic, man. Before I boot y'all to the
Yeah, we try
bed.
to go one mic. They let them take over. One mic. Not bothered.
who was in Africa first, the Afarensis or the Australopithecus? Like, you know.
Right. Africans ain't nothing but pieces of shit. So at the
See,
end
your
of the day,
true self is
all
coming
right,
out with that cockroach.
can we move to a conversation now?
Now you're coming out with that cockroach, man.
Done with this.
How many white toilets have you fucking
I'm
kids?
sorry, can we have a conversation where we can all engage?
Yeah, we're gonna have one mic on the
Caleb,
camera.
we're not gonna have that with you here.
Yeah, if you're not moving them, they're gonna.
Let's have
I know you want the numbers, man,
Who's
but
talking right now? Shut up. Paula, you can go, and then Kayla, if you want to go for it. Go ahead.
all right, let me finish.
Okay, cool.
Pedro.
Paula,
You thought you said Pedro, I could speak. And then
Pedro, 10 seconds, and then
he said Paula. He said Paula.
Yeah, I said Paula. Yeah.
I thought you said Pedro.
No, sorry about that. Yeah.
First, you said one mic on Pedro, then you said Paula, you could speak next. That's what I heard.
Let's go to Paula real quick.
It's like Caleb.
Yeah, I'm not trying to derail the room anymore, but I kind of just got here not too long ago. So I just want to know what you guys were speaking about so I can speak on it, if that's okay.
Room topic.
All right, can I speak now? Because at the end of the day, y'all
Wait,
confused about
she was just trying to
racism.
speak, bro. What are you doing?
No, she said she was.
I asked a question and I was waiting for an answer. Thank
And
you.
that's what I was trying to give her.
Yeah, you get to.
All
All
right,
right, give her the answer then, bro.
race wars, blacks separate from whites. What we've been kind of discussing. Right, what was the last
Wow.
conversation about systemic racism, and the argument was, is it, still prevalent, whatever, it's not, and then we were saying some things which you think is racism, it's just bigotry, and everybody across the world deal with it, irregardless, so that's what it was about, and my argument was that it no longer exists, it used to exist, but do you have bigotry? Yes, that will always exist, but it exists on both sides. It's no different than what Damien said, who you gonna pick, black person or white person when you're playing basketball. Not knowing how they play, you're gonna do that. The only problem is that black people are not in the position to be as racist as they think white people are. And that's where the frustration comes in, because they do practice it. Because I know the dude that would sell a black man a nickel bag of weed will see the white boy come in and want to sell it to him for $20, right? Wherever black people can be racist or bigoted, they will do that. And the problem is they limit themselves. And then they cry about systemically, but they don't build their own shit and hire their own people.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Did you want to say something, brother?
Yeah, I'll laugh.
Yeah, thanks, Pedro. Well, I think, Kayla, you want to respond to that now that you know what the topic is?
I'm not trying to be rude, but I didn't really understand anything that he was saying. It just sounded like a whole bunch of mumbo jumbo type shit. It just sounded like nothing. I mean, it didn't really sound like, I don't know, is that really what y'all were talking about, or was that his summary of it? Because that just sounded stupid.
Exactly. Fucking up on the bullshit.
Right, are you there, brother?
Mike, can I say something?
Hold on, Matt. You want to explain that?
Well, now I'm all confused too. I guess we'll just go. Who just said they wanted to speak?
Yeah, that was me.
All right.
Alright, I'll speak after you anyway.
We'll
Wait, so the mods
Kayla-
don't know the topic.
Well, bro, maybe Kayla will know, or will understand better after the guy goes, and maybe she could tag along after.
Yeah, I just needed the argument to stop. I appreciate you, Matt. Just go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, I think people need to be very clear on the definition of terms. I think Pedro, you need to maybe understand what racism is as opposed
Dear
to.
God, I think he understands.
I don't think so, because saying a black person can be racist to a white person is actually incorrect. If you're part of the minority, you can't actually be racist to the majority. You can be prejudiced, but you can't be racist. You need to actually look that up, because you can't inflict any unfairness on a whole on the other race. You can be prejudiced towards someone based on their race, but you can't be racist. So you need to understand that. Number two is systemic racism can occur from one of two ways. The first being the fact that one race isn't given the same rights when it's codified, when it's put down in law, in practice. The second is the one that's more covert, which is where there's a belief and there's a culture, something that is unsaid, which is why when one of the mods said, when you see a black person's name, you're more likely to pick a white person's name. That's not written down anywhere. That's not part of the code of practice, but it's an understanding and it's a belief that's ingrained in everyone. It still makes it systemic. It does not have to be by law. So you need to get up to speed with these terms so you can actually understand what's going on before you speak on these topics.
But I do, and I'm telling you,
Cameron, did you understand? Would you like to respond now?
yeah, I'm gonna respond.
That was for Pedro. He was talking to Pedro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm responding, and what he's saying is a lie. Black people practice the same shit. They just don't have the leverage because they don't own shit. They keep trying to get a job at a white man's place and cry when the white man don't pick them. If you don't want your kid to go through it, don't name him Jamal, don't Tom, and whatever, so he can get a job. But no, you want to keep him to his roots, and his roots don't own shit. You can create your own company, right? There's no one company. Everybody has competition. Even Google competition is Bing and other search engines, right? You could create your own shit, but you won't do that, and then you beg the white person to give you shit. That's a pussy move. That's a punk move. And you deserve to be fucking put to the bottom because you won't fight for your position. Power has to be taken. It doesn't have to be given. And you sitting here begging white people to give you shit, and when they don't give it to you, you fucking cry. And my thing is go back to England, go back to Africa, fix your fucking countries before you talk about what's happening here in America. You motherfuckers don't ever fix your shit, but want to come here and talk about our shit. Like Africa needs running water. Niggas don't do shit about it. They do Nigerian scams, asking for people for money, and always scamming. And then you English people want to be fucking fake ass proper, but y'all sitting running around getting your guns taken from you and don't fight for your fucking rights. So cut the bullshit. You want power, you want privilege, you want leverage, you gotta fucking take it. And you're mad because white people took their shit and they maintain it.
So you don't think Africa has running water? Like what?
Yeah, a lot of
There's some parts of the United States that doesn't have running like water that you can drink out of either. Like where you should take baths in. I don't think that you should. Well, you've been talking for a while. I think you should be done now. I think you're close. Yeah.
Right. Let the
You've been speaking.
You
heard that? I'm sorry. Did you hear that?
Can I finish?
He said Kayla.
You
said Kayla.
You cannot finish. One mic on Kayla.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I appreciate that because I'm sick of hearing those type of things. Like they go through the same things that we go through in the United States. Outside of the United States, they go through the same shit we go through. They have certain names that they can't put down. I'm sorry. They can't put down certain names because they'll get judged as well. Because that's what we're talking about. I don't understand why the running water is a thing. I mean, Africa is so advanced now, that just shows me that you guys have never been. If you tell me that all of the people in Africa are poor, I know that you're a broke dusty that just sits on TV. And watches his TV.
So yeah, y'all gotta come with better talking points than that because that's not true. Africans are living better than you. Would you figure that? Africans live better than you. At least they have their parents, you know what I'm saying? At least their parents work together, their families stick together. They are one band, one sound. You niggas don't even, oops, I'm so sorry. You men don't even like your parents. So, there's that.
Well, that's actually excellent for that one because this guy doesn't know what kind of he doesn't know what kind of situation.
The same rights in Africa and the Middle East and Asia the way you have it in the United States.
And then instead of just speaking to me, you're screaming, hooting, yelling. Like I can't even say it right. Like this is just out of control. So to the title where it says blacks separate from whites, white people don't do this. When we have conversations, we speak to one another. So we are different from you guys. You see how you just came off the mic screeching? I didn't hear anything that you said.
Yeah, whatever.
You came off.
One mic on cable. If y'all interrupt her, I'm moving you to move you down there. Okay.
I appreciate that, Mike. You're so kind. Mike and Matt, I heard that. Yeah, like you guys are such bitches. Like for you to come off the mic and just start screaming at me instead of speaking to me and maybe helping me understand you guys, then maybe we could get somewhere. You came off the mic screeching like a little girl. That's all I heard. I'm sick of that. I'm sick of you men acting like we owe you anything. Nobody owes you shit, right? And blacks are separate from whites because we would never do that. My friends and my uncles, they talk to me so I can understand. They don't talk at me. The way you were just speaking to me was disrespectful and rude, and there's no way that I would even listen to the shit that you're saying.
Well said.
Respond to that dumb shit?
You sound like a muppet from Sesame Street, bro.
Hold on, serious. Hold on. You prince of, I don't know, Zimbabwe. Hold on. First of all, it's
Can we
not
leave
about...
Zimbabwe at this, please?
Yes, and there's shitty color. First of all, it's not about, oh, you sound like a little girl. What's wrong with sounding like a little girl? Well,
What's wrong with sounding like a little girl? Are you serious?
I'll let you speak my turn.
Excuse me, mother.
You're excused.
Excuse me, mother.
Right?
But you're right.
Hold on.
Very, you are right.
Don't come around here, right?
Why you were talking to so strong, rowdy tone.
Are you done?
Mother.
One mic on Alpha, man. We gonna let him talk. Once Alpha done talking, you can talk next, whoever was speaking. You got a pink ticket, cash your shit in, or you can't talk.
Thank you for carrying me.
Go after Alpha, you got 1 minute.
First and foremost, when you try to sound like you're such a top feminist and you stand up for women, then you imply that somebody sounds like a little girl as if that's an inferior thing. You contradict yourself in principle. Read a book, right? And you are so stupid for calling people N-words. Do you listen to yourself, Miss Uncouth? It's unbelievable. See, I don't take you as a representative of all females. You know why? Because I've seen so many intelligent females, and so many intelligent females have been my professors in university. You stand in no shape or form in their caliber. That's for sure. And second, you don't know anything about Asia or anything about Africa. I don't even know why you guys went to Africa, a different continent, and Asia, a different continent. We're talking about the United States of America, which is one country in the American continent. Simple. And it has nothing to do with your uncles and aunties. I don't want to know what goes on in your domestic life. I'm not interested. Okay?
Well, Alpha, it wasn't me that brought up the different countries, it was someone else. So I think that you should probably listen and maybe ask questions before you just say anything else, because you sound stupid, right? The dude that was up here, I don't even recall his name, but he brought up Africa. Pedro, yes. Pedro brought up Africa, you dumb bitch. I want you to know that. I didn't bring up Africa, Asia, or any of those. All I did was comment on the dumb shit that he said. And you are right here, right now, commenting on what the fuck I said as if I started this. I didn't start this. I actually politely asked what the fuck the conversation was about. That's what the fuck you should have done. But you just came in here screeching like a little bitch, right? And then, no, bitch, I'm not talking to you, right? Because I don't even know who you are, right? I'm talking to Alpha. Because you came in here screeching like a little bitch, and any real man would at least say, hey, guys, what's the conversation about? You know? Who?
For hours, Kayla.
Oh, so you've been here for hours,
All
and so
they
you're just
can
picking.
do.
You're just picking at me because I'm sorry.
Arabian Brack.
What do you mean by
Carry
women of my caliber?
Kayla.
You would never be in the same vicinity as me, right? Your professors, they were stupid.
No, don't read African.
You're talking about your professors and the women that taught you. Do you hear the way that you speak and the way that you sound?
You're calling women bitches and
Oh.
little girls.
Micronesian Brack.
Read a book.
Please imagine me talking about how beautiful, how great my instructors were, my professors, how smart they were, and I sound like I'm under a fucking pillow, and I can't fucking speak with my right lip, and it just sounds all bunched up. Nobody can understand anything that you're saying. You're screeching like a little. And then you're telling me to read a book. You're telling me you need to read a book. If I put a passage up here,
more than you.
if I were to put a passage in my PTR, would you read it?
Alright, guys.
Expend your vocabulary too.
Hold on.
You sound very unintelligent.
Hold on, you heard that nigga say, hold on, what's wrong with you? Yeah, what's going on, folks? Alright, Marco, I think you've been trying to jump in. Go for it.
To where?
Wherever you're talking, he came off mic.
But you need to explain to
This stupid bitch can't even talk for herself. She
Why?
wants to talk when other people are speaking.
why
This is
African
another
and
AI.
American only.
This is a team AI on the state talking bullshit. How far I think you're full of shit? You sound like a fucking Sesame Street.
You can understand it, my English,
Go ahead.
my pronunciation is wrong.
Hey, let the Nigerian friends talk, okay? Let him talk.
Nice to meet you.
Who is this Elmo?
I'll let you.
That's Elmo, bro.
Is that Elmo? You know, Peter Sesame Street from Alpha. I'm fucking, what's her name again? This girl with petrol. Oh, is that the girl with petrol or petrol? Is it run out of petrol yet? Or is it begging Africa to help him to supply petrol? All this domology
Are
thing.
you done?
No, you ain't done. I ain't done. I'm trying to see what planet you're from because you don't sound like you're from this
I'm
earth.
from planet Earth. Where are you?
Well, a planet where fucking Ebola doesn't exist.
I think this guy got shit out by alien. And we seen the pool. Like that guy in Pranam right now. I think that is the same guy right now. Is that from the alien?
Mr. Odumbe, shut the fuck up now.
Well, everyone has said that before. Can you say something more intelligent?
So seriously, where from?
I'm not from your planet. You're macro and microcosm. What about that?
We don't need to care about your planet.
Alright then, since you sound like a fucking Timu AI, I don't want to listen to you. The fucking topics is actually interesting until this troll coming here to trying to divide us from the real topic. We do know the oppressor write a fucked up book, but this guy was crying. You don't read the book. You don't read the book.
I have a question.
Should we go and read all your superiors' book or your racist books?
Go eat a fart, you cunt. Go eat a fart, you cunt.
How many races in your planet?
Well, race means I love my own race, and I don't really discriminate
So
for that race.
I'm asking you a correct name of your race. Only that.
Oh, my race. What's my name say? Serious Star. That is my people.
What's your planet?
You see these domologists as well. All you laws are domologists. Elmo, you're the most domologist
My
on
name
the
is
stage.
Humorous. Right in on the road.
Check my name. My name
Listen,
is
you T-Boutwad, listen. Oi, T-Boutwad. Enough.
Alright then, now you talk to Russia.
Can you write the alphabet?
We need to rush the teeth out of your mouth. Are you not going to face the topic or not?
Alright, does anybody want to speak on the topic?
Please write.
Okay, does anybody want to speak on the topic?
Professor, do little. I think you haven't speak a lot. Maybe you can do your little on the stage since you want to mix with Michael Jackson and
Don't
PTR.
talk to that woman. Okay?
Yes, Mike. Actually, look, the topic was interesting in the beginning when Pedro
genocidal mind or racist mind or actually killing peoples for their resources. And we do know that there are people like that in Africa and actually in America.
Vote for the poll, man. Are you gonna vote?
Well, who is am I going to vote for? Is it you or somebody else I have to vote for?
Who's winning? Black, whites, or neither? I need you to vote.
Oh, you mean your poll you put on your stage on your okay? Oh, that poll. If you want me to vote, you have to take me to court of meanings of black and white, and you have to define what white means and black means for me to actually participate in your vote. Did I have right for that? All right then. Since you ain't gonna answer no dictionary to explain your black and white concept, I don't have right to vote.
So do you not know what black or white is?
All right. If you're gonna talk about if I do know, I know black is a color. I know white is a color. I know Williams Bakley in 1809 have a, for the supremacy of his mind, he changes black and white color to slaves meaning. And we do know the dictionaries or maybe the court dictionary explain black as a dead if you go to the court. So if you're gonna take me to all this explanation, I won't represent that is black. I have my own definitions of my melanin people, my Afro-Asiatic, or my black American.
Alright, then you get your bitch ass down there, nigga.
But for all intents and purposes of this apparent vote, how is this even a question when you've got black people at just over 12% of the entire country? How can you even question who is winning a race war? That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, you could just answer the question.
I mean, fair enough, I could, but I think it's a
I mean, because nobody's answer is like a true answer, right? These are all just our opinions, and we're just here to share them. And that's why I clicked on the app today, is because I wanted to share my opinions. So actually, I'll share my opinion. I think black people are winning the race war. I think black people are winning the race war because black people are way more united than there have ever been before. They're sticking together. They're helping one another out. And I'm only saying that from the outside looking in. And black people, they care about other people. They definitely care about everybody. I know a lot of the times white people will say like, hey, we don't see color. It's really black people that don't see color, because white people, they do see color. They are definitely looking out. If you are black, then they're not gonna accept you as well. But when it comes to black people and the black people that I grew up around, they took me in, you know what I'm saying? And I've been nothing but grateful for that, and I can't do anything but just say that I think black people are definitely winning the race war. Whew, that's all.
In their dreams.
So when you say in their dreams, why do you not think that black people are winning a race war? I mean, because I think that we're on the same side.
I'm just kidding. I'm not even white.
Oh, okay. See, that's problematic. That's a lot of things that like white people do. They'll do something and they'll be like, "Well, I was just kidding.
I
It's
just
just a
said I'm
joke."
not white.
It
Say
doesn't.
that one more time and I'll see that you're not black either.
I'm not black. I'm sorry. Who told you I was black?
Nobody is black. Black is something that's some old ass racist Europeans in there. That's what the fuck black is.
I definitely identify as a banana, for sure.
White.
Man, shout out to you and the banana. You seen the Savannah bananas? You seen that?
Progressive lefty.
Bitch, I'm black. Motherfucker, sit up here talking your bullshit. We're black. Screw that.
Who's stupid? Oh, she's talking about him.
But black a construct.
So what, motherfucker? We're black.
So
Get
when
off
you go,
with that bullshit.
when you apply a job or when you go somewhere and they ask your race, do you put brown? Do you put light brown, dark brown? Is that what you put down? I mean, I'm confused here because I could have swore it says black, African, non-Hispanic or Hispanic, And a few others, Asian, non-Pacific. Sometimes I forget all. It definitely does not say light brown, dark brown, chocolate brown. There's none of that. So which one do you check?
Watch this. Why do you have so much aggression in your voice?
Because we can have that.
Do you think that I have aggression, or do you think why do you not know how to debate? Right? Because I'm trying to figure out. I'm not aggressive. I'm not upset or anything. This is just how I speak. I'm sorry that your parents didn't teach you to elevate your voice, but this is how I speak. I just want you to know for sure that can you answer that question though? Don't ask me about my tone or anything. Answer that question. When you fill out a job application or you go somewhere, which box do you check? Shut the fuck up. Which box do you check? Do you check the black? Like black, because that's the only, there's no non-black, there's no brown, light brown, orange.
Why do you talk like you're black and say X?
I don't know, but first of all, they have a
I
other.
don't think I talk like I'm black. I just talk like how I talk.
black.
Oh, well, this is just how I speak. This is how I speak. I don't know if you missed the point in the conversation earlier. I'm not trying to disrespect you, Pascal, or anything. I don't think I was raised around a lot of black people. Like that's just how I speak. So sometimes I do have a little twang in my voice, but it's not to try to sound black. It's just how I am. I don't want you guys to think that I want to be black. No, I
Cool,
love.
yeah. All right, cool. Let me jump in. So I checked the other box since you asked. No, I'm not black.
And when
black.
you check
That's what Jesse Jackson and a bunch of misguided motherfuckers.
Jesse Jackson said African Americans, motherfucker. Get your shit straight, stupid bastard.
First of all, she said black and African American, so I was addressing both of them. So
Well,
maybe
Jesse
you want to get your hearing
Jackson
checked.
up with African American. Get your shit
And this is
straight.
what I know. I said that's why I said black and African American. We're talking about both of the box. We're talking about both of them in the box.
We've been black.
Okay?
We've been black, and you're not gonna sit up here and
First
just
of all-
fucking spec me and tell me what the fuck I am.
My parents' birth certificate says Negro, man.
I don't give a fuck what your parents' birth
Not black.
certificate say. I don't
I
give a fuck.
know big finger bird. The big finger bird.
Whatever.
When you choose other, and then you walk into the place that you think that you're gonna get hired at, do they look at you like you're different?
After I check other, I put Negro next to it.
Picking other on the application. Stop lying.
I actually do, brother. I press other.
You need to put
and then
liar. Put liar.
How about this? Do you have okay, so outside of the jobs, do you have a passport? Do you have a passport?
Yes.
And on your passport, does it say other?
Yeah, I check other and I put Negro. Yes, ma'am.
Come on, bro. You know that's not. He's a fucking liar. Anyway, we were niggers.
Look, I got a lie about what I put on.
Black on it.
Application. Are y'all alright? Y'all will? These constructs that fuck y'all mind up. Y'all run around with a bunch of prejudice thoughts. Hey, bro, y'all run around with a bunch of malice, a bunch of hatred, and a bunch of prejudice thoughts that rule your minds and keep y'all stuck in rut, brother. That's why a lot of y'all in the positions y'all in. Cause y'all in a mind state.
We're not in a fucking
What position are you? Hold on. What position are you in to be a other? What position are others in? Maybe I should join that committee. What position are you in? Maybe I'll start checking other.
A wonderful one sitting in one of the most concentrated areas of melanated women in the country.
Where is that?
Yeah, where's that?
In the DMV area.
So you live in Washington, D.C.?
No, that's where I was born, though. I currently live in the Southern Maryland area.
You're such a fucking liar.
You live in Montgomery County?
No, I live in Prince George's, bro.
Oh, so you live in PG County. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what does other have to do with you living in PG County?
Other has to do with me not being ruled by a construct that was created by an oppressor.
No. I'm trying to figure out the great life that I'll get when I choose other, because you said that you're living a great life. PG County is alright. It's cool.
It's alright.
What'd you say, Pascal? What'd you say, Frank?
Did you, so, you live in, but you're white, like why would you?
I mean, because I'm white doesn't mean that, white people don't always get the best of the best. I mean, I'm not I'm not a white girl that gets the best of the best. I can fully admit that. So if someone has better things, then I want to learn about them so I can get there as well. I wasn't.
Well,
I told you I was
got a
raised
wife,
around.
I have children,
I let you know,
have a
and I
home
keep
with
saying
ladies.
out loud that I was raised by black people, and I really enjoyed the way that I was raised, but it just wasn't like I wasn't raised with my white counterparts, so I don't reap those benefits if that makes sense. They don't just look at my color and skin and be like, oh, here's $50,000. No, they're not doing that. It's not happening. They hear the twang in my voice, like you guys just said, and said, oh, she's not really one of us. That's what they do.
Are you from?
And it's okay.
Are you from the DC area too?
No, I am not. I am not from the DC area.
No, but if y'all love melanated,
But I
you ain't want to come here.
I am familiar with PG County. Yeah, but I'm not.
We're one of the few areas where people of melanation can make over six figures, have homes, $500,000.
But I visited out there and I saw so many melanated people bummed out, dude.
No, to be fair, there are a lot of successful black people in PG County. There are most of the successful people in PG County are black. To be fair, I'm very familiar with PG County. But what I'm asking, what I'm trying to figure out is, did you become wealthy because you chose other, or did you work for it? Like that was how you became wealthy because they're.
I became wealthy because I had parents that raised me right now. They didn't raise me to be struck. They didn't raise me to be a prejudiced piece of shit. They didn't raise me to be engulfed in the mentalities of.
Oh, they raised you up there with all the white people, right? Okay, good. Parents were sucking white people's assholes way back.
I think she's a little heightened right now.
I think she's a little drunk.
I'm not drunk at all, motherfucker. I'm not drunk at all.
I think she's a little inebriated.
I don't drink or smoke. You damn right I'm old. I'm old enough to beat your motherfucking ass.
I do think as an elder, that was kind of insane. I do think as an elder, you need to chill out.
I'm not frail.
You're gonna whip his ass. What are we talking about here? That is a man. That is a man. He'll whoop your ass.
No, I wouldn't, sister. No, I would not do that. I was raised way back.
Okay, I don't think you would, but I'm just saying, like, any woman, you raising your hand to a grown ass man is crazy to me. Are you not afraid? Like, you bitches are so up.
Yeah, that's the other thing we gotta do. Look, as people, we gotta. I know y'all said y'all are European, but us black, we get niggas and bitches. Just for the record, that's another thing.
No, everybody's a bitch. It's okay.
Yeah. No, it's not. No, I was raised by a woman. You know.
And sometimes your mom can be a bitch.
Yeah, and guess what? My mother.
I bet your father has called your mother a bitch 1 or 2 times.
Guess what? My father has tremendous respect for my mother. And guess what? My dad doesn't go around calling himself a nigger, and neither do I.
I can't say that word, so nice try.
No, that's what I said. I'm not talking to the Europeans. I was talking to the melanated people in the room. That's one thing.
Well, you guys, you're not melanated. You're other. So I'm confused. Why are you saying
I said I wasn't
finding others?
I said I wasn't
You're
black.
not. Well, you're not melanated. You're other.
I'm not black. I'm not African American. Black.
So you should go
Black
find
is merely a construct, right? And it isn't used right. Black is worldwide. That's for the worldwide melanated diaspora. And it should be a sword and shield against white
people.
Nigerians will tell you right now that they're not black. Okay?
That's not a hard word to say.
They're not black.
Well, instead of saying it's not a hard way to spell, you would have just spelt it, huh?
Did somebody say carbon?
Melanated. Really? Come on, man.
Now you're Googling it. You're literally saying
it.
So you
first and foremost, man. No.
I think a lot of the times you guys learn.
No, I'm not here to put on a dispute.
Okay.
Melanated is a new word someone learned.
No, it's not new, right? Because even construct and all these things that you're saying, I think that these are new words, new terms that you may have just learned. Because I think at the end of the day, you were raised as a black boy. You were not raised as a other boy. So I think at some point, like, you are delusional. Like, this is Delusion at its fine.
I'm just curious.
She mad because I don't call myself black. Oh, a nigga. African American. Man, I graduated past that shit. That's some shit that
Yeah,
people
you heard
minds
I
get
graduated
stuck
past
inside,
that.
man.
He's learned new terms and now he's using them on us. That's all he's just saying. It's okay. It's okay.
Well,
Just say that you're learning and you're using the new terms that you're learning. It's okay, bro. It's fine.
First and foremost, I'm not learning anything, and I can teach you, apparently.
And plus, it's a total lie that the whole
I'm sorry,
world
you can't
calls
teach me
himself
anything
black.
if you call yourself a other and you know that you're a black man. There's no way. I date black men. I don't date other men. I don't date
Actually, I'm
others.
an indigenous turtle islander, and fuck these constructs and these terms
Did you just
and
say
these
that you're
European
indigenous
colonizers.
islander? Come on now, what the
Fuck
fuck are we
these
talking about?
terms and these fucking constructs that these European colonizers have clouded your mind and everybody else.
Get money, get women, right?
And I said indigenous turtle islanders, sister. What'd you say, brother?
I said get money, get women, right? That's the motto.
No, I'm a married man, brother, and it's about building wealth and sustaining legacy.
And I
And
would
Actually think that you can change something in this little room.
My man.
You're crazy.
I'm just really trying to
Change
figure
what?
out the
What do I need to
benefits.
change? I don't have
really-
anything. I'm not trying to change
Just
nothing.
because
to
you're
figure out the benefits.
indigenous turtle islander doesn't
I'm
change.
not trying to change anything in you narrow-minded people.
I'm really just trying to figure out the. No, I don't want you to change, right? I want you to stay the same because there are some people out there in the world that need to be like just like this, and I appreciate people like you, right? But I'm really trying to figure out the benefit that I'll gain tomorrow. I'm gonna fill out a few job applications, and I'm gonna type